Chapter 321 Locals, Who Will Never Overcharge Tourists. Director Luo, what activities have we prepared for tourists from all over the country at this Border Cultural Tourism Festival? The host asked on the screen. Since the launch of the special program of Xiaogua Border Cultural Tourism Festival, due to the popularity and various controversies on the internet, this program has become the most watched program on Suqing Provincial TV. As a result, the relevant person in charge of Suqing Provincial Radio and Television once again complained about the Silk Road Conference. If the Silk Road Conference had not taken the initiative to seek abuse, I dare not say that Suqing Provincial TV station would have obtained the exclusive live broadcast rights. But at least, it would have been able to broadcast the opening ceremony. Unlike now, the program can only be broadcast until 9 o'clock. This time, our Cultural Tourism Festival has prepared 4 major projects for tourists and 16 small projects. Tourists can experience the border culture and scenery in all aspects. Liu Yongqi smiled and nodded to the host, and then spoke. Today, Su Hang will organize and coordinate the opening ceremony throughout the whole process. Zhang Hancheng, Deputy Director of the Management Committee, is the host of the opening ceremony, and he can only be a guest on this program. Oh! Director Luo, can you briefly introduce the activities of these projects to us? I think the audience in front of the TV are also looking forward to these projects. The host asked again. Okay. After the opening ceremony, the first activity is the Thousand Beasts Travel, and there will be various business teams. Liu Yongqi would not be as conservative as before, and he immediately gave a detailed introduction. Is the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival so interesting? With Liu Yongqi's introduction, many viewers in front of the TV were immediately attracted, especially when Liu Yongqi introduced the Lu Shui Tsushang poetry competition. Many parents slapped their thighs. Why didn't you promote it earlier? It would have been a long time ago. When my child was reading ancient Chinese, he never understood what Lu Shui Tsushang was. If he experienced it on site, he would definitely have a deep impression. The most important thing is that he learned a lot of frontier poems here. Isn't this much better than the so-called summer study tour? Compared with this session, what were the activities organized in the previous session? They are not at the same level at all. That's right. If I had known this, I should have experienced it in advance. Afterwards, many viewers call Bingda Culture and Tourism while watching the program. They only have one thing in mind now. They want to know how many days these activities will last, although the tourism festival usually lasts for 7 days to half a month. The various activities are not held every day. Time passed by minute, unlike the audience in Suqing Province. People in other parts of Longwood did not pay attention to Suqing Province TV, but turned on Xiong Province TV early. They were not very interested in the Border Tourism Festival itself. In their cognition, the Great Northwest is just like that. What really aroused their interest was the scene of hundreds of stars on stage together. In the blink of an eye, it was 9:30 in the morning. As Xiong Province TV station started to broadcast the live camera to the opening ceremony, it meant that the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival officially began. At this moment, Xiong Province TV station's ratings also took the first place in the same period. However, when the public saw the city gate behind the background of the opening ceremony, while being amazed, some netizens who couldn't sit still expressed their opinions on the forum. Unlike the flash of the Xiaogui News Network interview, the Xiong Province TV station's live broadcast was not only clear, but also panoramic, which gave people 2 levels of perception. In addition, the Hong Kong TV station has a large audience, which makes it impossible to know how many more people participated today than after yesterday's news. In just a few minutes, a domestic tourism forum was full of posts about the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. Oh my God! There is such a place in the Northwest? This is not a frontier. It is said that the gates of the ancient capital were not so domineering. That's right. I didn't expect that there would be such a place in the Northwest. That being said, the cost of building a gate like this should not be low now. Of course, our county also built a gate 2 years ago. But that gate was not as good as the one in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The bid was 250 million yuan at that time. And this one can't come up without 300 to 500 million yuan. I have to say, this Bingdu Economic Development Zone is really amazing. Putting aside other things, this city gate astounded me. I will definitely feel it when I have time later. It should be very exciting to stand on the city gate and watch the sunset. That makes sense. Just when people were amazed in the forum, Zhang Hancheng had already come to the podium on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Welcome to the opening ceremony of our Border Cultural Tourism Festival. Here, I represent the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After some official terms, Zhang Hancheng began to introduce the leaders who attended the opening ceremony. The leaders attending this meeting include the Xiaogua Cultural Tourism Department. As expected, with Zhang Hancheng's introduction, the forum began to be flooded with comments again. The Frontier Tourism Festival is amazing. In addition to the head of the Cultural and Tourism Department of Xiaogua, there are also many other heads of the invited guests. What kind of standard is this? It feels like it can only be seen in international events or activities at the level of Xiaogua. Who says it's not? It's extremely rare for so many leaders to attend a Northwest Tourism Festival. Not the Northwest, but there is no such thing in tourism festivals across the country. What I didn't expect was that the president of Shanghai Jiaotong University was among the guests. It feels like these two places have nothing to do with each other. It sounds like other places have something to do with each other. The most important thing is that there are so many leaders coming. The host actually read for 5 minutes. I officially declare that this Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival has successfully aroused my interest. It has a domineering city gate and such a lineup of guests. There will be hundreds of stars performing next. As expected, the various activities to come will definitely be very interesting. Some netizens commented. Of course, I can guarantee it. As soon as the first netizen finished his comment, several supporting comments immediately appeared below. Can you guarantee it? That's not necessarily true. It's true that the opening ceremony was grand. But it's hard to say what the event was. Seeing this, someone was skeptical. How should I put it? In fact, last night, Bingdu Economic Development Zone had already organized an event specifically for foreign tourists. That scene was as exciting as it could be. The ID that left the first message quickly gave another comment. Was there an event last night? Seeing this, many netizens were even more surprised. Yes, since there are not many hotels in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, many tourists from other places stayed in tents after they came. So in order to apologize, a music festival concert was held in the tent area last night. There were many rock singers singing, and the beer was free. The weather was hot yesterday, and after a sip of ice-cold beer, it was really amazing. And this place is really a treasure place. Even if there is no tourism festival activity, many places are worth visiting, such as the real-life CS in the ruins. So I plan to stay for another 2 or 3 days, and come back after I have fun. The person who left the message commented again. Apology? Free beer? Oh my goodness. Don't lie to me. If it's true, I'll book a ticket now. That's right. Fans at many music festivals live in tents, and have caused many unpleasant things. The organizers have never apologized, let alone free beer. If beer is free, I will drink them until they go bankrupt. Swish. As this message appeared, there were more comments below than before. And there were dozens of comments after refreshing. Why would I lie to you? You can search the official video account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone on the short video platform. When I was browsing today, I accidentally saw that the official video account also uploaded a video clip of an event last night. Damn it, there were so many of us last night. But we didn't shake a little girl. The netizen continued to leave a message. Didn't shake a little girl, I'll go and see. Seeing this, a group of netizens immediately opened their short video apps and started searching for the keyword Bingdu Economic Development Zone. This netizen's description is so vivid that it's hard not to be interested. 1 minute, 2 minutes, and a few minutes later, the comments below the post began to refresh the screen one after another. I watched the video. It's so exciting. That little girl made me laugh to death. Brothers, I can't stand it anymore. I just booked a flight to Xiaogua City. But at this time, someone asked another question. Is it too late for us to go there now? You just said that Bingdu Economic Development Zone held this event to express apology. It should be. I think as long as there are tourists staying in the tent area, this event will not be cancelled. When I was chatting with my friends today, they all wanted to play for 2 more days. So the hotels in Bingdu Economic Development Zone must be full. Of course, it doesn't really matter whether the hotel has rooms or not. Just don't stay after you come. After a long while, the first commenter replied, that makes sense. Then, there is another question. What is the tourism atmosphere there? Will the locals rip off tourists? At this time, another netizen raised a very sharp question that many netizens were extremely concerned about. Because every year when they go out to play, they will encounter some situations more or less, but they are outsiders, so they can only suffer in silence. Local? No, absolutely not. Seeing this comment, the netizen who left the message first replied with great confidence. So sure, dude, you are not a shill. Are you? Shill? There is really no need. If you don't believe me, I can show you my ID card. Then why are you so sure? One netizen couldn't help but ask curiously. Because there seemed to be only 11 locals in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. And these 11 people are either rich or noble. And they don't lack money at all. Why would they rip you off? The netizen continued to reply. 11 people. Really? If you don't believe me, you will know when you come. I'll post this as proof. If I lie, my penis will be 2 inches smaller. It should be true. 4 men. This kind of oath is definitely the most vicious. What are you waiting for? Book a ticket. The netizens in the forum chatted more and more excitedly. Many netizens directly booked tickets to Gyoga City. Of course, there is no train or airport in Bingdu Economic Development Zone at present. Otherwise, the train tickets and air tickets to the Economic Development Zone will be hard to get. At the same time, the opening ceremony's theatrical performance officially kicked off. The first show was a chorus of 20 stars. A group of dancers in gorgeous costumes came on stage. They danced to the music, and their dance steps contained the ruggedness and heroism of the Northwest. The whole stage seemed to have become a colorful ocean. The dancers' movements were perfectly integrated with the music, making people sway with the rhythm involuntarily. That's not all. With the cheers of the audience, it felt that the first show was more impressive than the opening show of the Spring Festival Gala every year. It was artistic. This attracted a lot of comments. After the song and dance, several famous action stars led a group of agile warriors to present a wonderful martial arts performance. The flashing of swords in the shadows, the momentum, every move and every style showed the courage and beauty of Shagla martial arts. Coupled with the ancient city gate at the back, it instantly made people feel like they were back in ancient times. Then the third, fourth, and every subsequent program was led by either the top first-tier stars or a few second-tier stars, which was very interesting. What surprised the audience even more was that the performances of these stars were completely different from their performances at other opening ceremonies or New Year's Eve. And they were in perfect harmony with the frontier culture. So, the audience at the scene was excited. And the fans of these stars were excited. Many people even said directly in the support group that this was the strength of their idols. The off-tune and broken voices were deliberately arranged in some previous activities, just to gain some attention, to be on the hot search, etc. The more comments from the public and fans, the higher the popularity. The higher the popularity, the more attention it receives. When the performance reached the second half, 6 of the top 10 hot search terms on the online platform were related to the Bingdu Cultural Tourism Festival. The first one was Bingdu Economic Development Zone Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. At the same time, when the popularity of frontier cultural tourism reached an unprecedented height, Suhang glanced at his phone and quietly left the leadership seat. A few minutes later, he appeared at the side door. What's wrong, Brother Zhong? Suhang asked immediately after seeing Zhong Ruofei. Although he did not give a speech today, he was basically with the guests and leaders throughout the whole process, and a seat was reserved for him in the second row. Logically, he should not have left early, but the message sent by Zhong Ruofei said something, and he could not solve it. Even Zhong Ruofei, the president of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, could not solve the problem, which must not be a small matter. So he told the leader next to him. And then the scene in front of him happened. Xiao Su, there is a situation. He looked around and felt that it was very noisy. Zhong Ruofei immediately leaned over and whispered to Su Hang. Ah? This? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. Once he heard it, Su Hang was stunned. There were only 4 words on his face: surprise and astonishment. After a while, Su Hang looked at Zhong Ruofei again. Brother Zhong, it's really no small matter to produce ceramics in the Yodin landform. Chapter 322 starting at least 1 billion. Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath. If it was a small matter, he would not have sent a message to Su Hang at this critical moment. Since the day before yesterday, in order to prevent tourists from sneaking into the Yodin no man's land and causing safety problems, he arranged some staff to patrol and dissuade tourists at the Yodin landform. Especially the live CS base. That place is close to the Yodin landform, and many tourists want to go there to have a look after playing live CS. But the area is still in its original state, so we can only politely persuade them to go back. However, just an hour ago, when the patrol team passed by a gravel hill to rest, a team member called his girlfriend. Because he was bored, he picked up a stone and kept scratching on the ground. As a result, he scratched a large ceramic fragment. Logically speaking, the Jotun landform belongs to the uninhabited area, and there will be no such thing as ceramics. The most important thing is that this ceramic fragment is obviously ancient porcelain, not modern porcelain. So he hurriedly called here. Xiao Su, what should we do now? It's hard to say whether it's a relic or a place left by an ancient merchant group. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei continued. From the map, the Jotun landform area should have belonged to the western regions in the past, so there are many variables. If it was left by a merchant group passing through the Gobi Desert, the value may not be as great as imagined. But if it's some relics, then it's a big deal at that time. It won't be as simple as adding a tourist attraction or a check-in place to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If it is well managed, the culture of Bingdu Economic Development Zone will no longer need to rely on a legend to support the scene. So, you notify those team members and temporarily block the news. After the tourism festival is over, I will contact the relevant cultural relics departments of Suqing province after everything stabilizes. After pacing for a while, Su Heng arranged it like this. Apart from anything else, if the news spreads that ancient porcelain was dug out from the Jotun landform, the situation will definitely be out of control. Tourists will most likely go there to hunt for treasures, and there will be various safety issues. If it is really a cultural relic site, it will be destroyed. Okay, I'll arrange it right away, Zhong Ruofei said immediately. Well, the opening ceremony is almost over. I'll go first. If you have any questions, please call me anytime, Su Heng reminded again. Okay. Just like that. A few minutes later, Su Heng quietly returned to his seat. Time passed by, and netizens and audiences on the scene did not know that something had been carved out from the Jotun landform. At this time, when they heard the two hosts walk onto the stage to announce the end of the opening ceremony, they were full of regrets. It's over so soon, especially the audience at the scene. Although the relevant staff had begun to guide them out, and said that the city gate would start to arrange to go west to the border, climb the city, and look at the desert activity, many audiences were still reluctant to leave. More than 100 stars took the stage, and every show was excellent. Everyone wanted to continue watching, and did not notice that more than 3 hours had passed since the host came on stage. The annual Xiagua Spring Festival Gala is actually only 4.5 hours. Dear audience, please exit in an orderly manner. In half an hour, the Thousand Beasts outing will be held 2 kilometers east of the Bingdu Village pedestrian street. At the same time, the Tsushui Liushang event will also start simultaneously at the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Entertainment Complex. It was not until the host said this that many tourists realized that the opening ceremony of the tourism festival was just the beginning, and various activities were the core. So, tourists flocked to the entertainment complex again. As for Su Heng, Zhang Hancheng and Shui Yutian, they began to deal with the follow-up matters, sending the invited guests to the airport and arranging lunch for the staff. They were very busy. In fact, while they were busy outside, the office building of Bingda Culture and Tourism was also busy. In an office in the middle of the 3rd floor of the East Row, a young man in his 30s stood outside the door with his mobile phone and made a call for about 10 minutes. His brows were furrowed and his face was getting worse. He adjusted his mood at the end and pushed open the door of the office. The young man was none other than Yu Hui, the top anchor who was invited by producer Li Li to Bingdu Economic Development Zone through her connections. At this time, the office has been decorated as a live broadcast room. In addition to Yu Hui's own team, some middle-level managers of Bingda Culture and Tourism are also here, including Lu Siming, the president of Bingda Beer. Mr. Yu, can we start? After Yu Hui sat down, Lu Siming immediately spoke. Due to the brand positioning of Bingke Bags, they will not participate in this kind of online live broadcast. If they participate, it will lower the brand effect. Therefore, the main force of this live broadcast has become Bingke Beer. As for real-life CS, fishing grounds, etc., they can only be put in the back. Yes, Yu Hui nodded. As the lights came on, the live broadcast of goods officially began. Unlike other anchors who directly shouted 3, 2, 1 to Link, Yu Hui did not sell goods directly, but first introduced the culture of the Northwest, and then introduced the origin of the ice lake. These were all prepared by Yu Hui himself. Due to the opening ceremony, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room exceeded 200,000 not long after the broadcast started. And it is still rising. Until we talked about the culture of the Western region's fortress for more than 10 minutes. We even talked about some ancient cities that were once glorious but disappeared in the long river of history for various reasons. Finally, we got to the point after being reminded by the staff. Friends, what we are going to put on the shelves today is the Ice Lake beer brewed with the water of the Ice Lake, plus the local selected malt and hops. Every sip is a gift from nature. In addition, Mr. Wu Siming, the president of Ice Lake Beer, was once the chief brewer of One Way Beer, so every sip is the inheritance of the craftsman spirit. 1 minute or 2 minutes. The live broadcast process looks easy, but it is actually a more intense job. After broadcasting for an hour and a half, Yu Hui handed the work to an assistant and took a short break for a few minutes. Boss Lu, do you have any place to relax? Yu Hui glanced at Lu Siming and said, Of course. I think the sunset in the Gobi Desert is very good. Lu Siming was a little surprised, but replied quickly, In just 1 hour. He finally knew what a real top-level anchor was. From the moment Bingu beer was put on the yellow cart, he felt that the inventory was in short supply. 1,000 boxes. 2,000 boxes. 5,000 boxes. As of now, 34,000 boxes have been sold. This is the result of more than an hour of broadcasting. There will definitely be more broadcasts later. After this show, there will definitely be 50,000 boxes at least. This also made Lu Siming sigh. Why there is no anchor like this in Bingu Economic Development Zone. If there is, Bingu beer will not have to worry about market expansion. Gobi Sunset? That's perfect. After the broadcast, please take me there for a walk. It's better to be farther away. Yu Hui took a deep breath and said again, That's no problem at all. Lu Siming nodded without thinking. Thank you, Mr. Lu. You're welcome. At the same time, Jian Cheng, Yunshan Culture, a middle-aged woman wearing black-framed glasses and a professional suit, appeared in Wu Yun's office. The woman's name is Lu Yin, the editor-in-chief of Yunshan Culture. Many things before were communicated between Lu Yin and Wu Yun. Mr. Wu, the opening ceremony of the Frontier Tourism Festival has ended. Can we publish our manuscripts now? Lu Yun said, pushing up his glasses. Hearing this, Wu Yun, who was leaning on the boss chair, hesitated for a moment. Today he had been watching the opening ceremony of Bingu Economic Development Zone. When the gate of Bingu Economic Development Zone appeared in the live broadcast camera, he became more and more confident, thinking that this article would definitely attract a lot of traffic. But when he saw the guest speakers and the leaders in attendance, he became more and more hesitant. This kind of scene is really rare. Until a moment later, Wu Yun looked at Lu Yin. What do the comments on the internet say? The comments on the internet are very consistent now. Almost 99.99% of netizens are saying that the opening ceremony of this tourism festival looks good, but it costs too much. If it were in the wealthy counties in the south, it might be acceptable, but in the northwest, which relies on transfer payments, it is really a bit too much. Especially netizens from some southern provinces are still saying that this is actually the Bingu Economic Development Zone squandering their taxes. Lu Yin replied immediately. That's all? Wu Yun leaned down. Of course, in addition to the fact that the tourism festival held by the Bingu Economic Development Zone is indeed interesting, many netizens have already bought tickets to go there. Speaking of this, Lu Yin curled her lips. This is actually what she least wants to see. In her opinion, this tourism festival is best to be expensive, poor in effect, and the activities are completely perfunctory, so that there will be a hot spot. Oh, this is actually normal. With so much money spent, some activities must be large in scale. Wu Yun touched his chin, not much surprised. After a while, Wu Yun glanced at the press release on his desk, and then asked again. How much do you think Bingu Economic Development Zone spent on this tourism festival? It might be more interesting if there was a specific number. After hearing Lu Yan's words, that netizens all felt that Bingu Economic Development Zone had gone too far, the last bit of hesitation in Wu Yun's heart was completely dispelled. Almost every news release and project exposed by their company will involve some relevant persons in charge, but this time the level is relatively higher. Moreover, if interpreted from another perspective, it has nothing to do with the leaders attending the event. The main body of responsibility is still Bingu Economic Development Zone. That city gate costs at least 300 to 400 million. In addition, in order to hold its Yushui Liushang poetry event, a group of ancient buildings was specially built. This cannot be done without 400 to 500 million. In addition, There are the expenses of Qianshu travel, and the attendance of these celebrities. I think it starts at least 1 billion. After thinking about it, Lu Yin gave his estimate. 1 billion? It's about what I thought, and they specially invited Hong Kong TV station to do a live broadcast. Wu Yin nodded. Then why not write 1.2 billion, anyway? We don't pursue specific numbers, as long as it's about right. After a pause, Lu Yin said again. Okay. Mr. Wu, I'll revise it now. I'll send it out directly after the revision. After that, Lu Yin picked up the manuscript on the desk. But just when Lu Yin was about to go out, Wu Yin suddenly thought of something and reminded again. By the way, change the title again, write that a poor economic development zone in the West spent a huge amount of money to build a city gate and held a tourism festival, causing local financial tension, and can only use the 5th level bus station. Mr. Wu, don't worry, I will make a few more titles. Have you forgotten? And the zoo? Lu Yin nodded immediately. Okay, try to get the headlines tomorrow morning. Wu Yin waved his hand. Time flies, 3 p.m., Bingdu Economic Development Zone. With the start of the event, the pedestrian street is already crowded. Whether it is the dining place, embroidery workshop or other shops, it is crowded with people. Even in front of Bingke building is crowded. The interview on the news broadcast is equivalent to directly positioning Bingke, even if the local rich people don't buy it. They want to come and see what's going on. Of course, in addition to the shops, more people flocked to the entertainment complex and the place where the Thousand Beasts tour was held. That's not all. There was still a steady stream of private cars entering Bingdu village at the national highway reroute. There were also crowds of people in front of the bus station. Some taking taxis, some asking for directions, and some buying drinks. Before they knew it, Bingdu village had become more lively than the downtown area of Jioga City. However, at this time, in front of the gate of Bingdu night market, a man was not happy at all. Instead, his face was full of heaviness. The man was none other than Peng Mingji, the principal of Lansao Xingji College. Zui Xuezhong was standing next to him. Ever since Zui Xuezhong called him and said that Bingdu Economic Development Zone was interested in taking over Xingji College and wanted to have a meeting, he rushed to Bingdu village without stopping, not wanting to wait a moment. Old Zui, this tourism festival should cost a lot. After a moment of silence, Peng Mingji looked at Zui Xuezhong. I don't know the details. Hearing this, Zui Xuezhong shook his head. Since Su Hang told him that the Cultural Tourism Festival was subcontracted to Bingdu Cultural Tourism for 2 million, he could no longer find out about many things. Of course, even a fool knows that this event is definitely not worth 2 million. Then how much do you think Bingdu Cultural Tourism can pay this time? After a moment of silence, Peng Mingji said. In Peng Mingji's opinion, since Bingdu Cultural Tourism spent a lot of money to hold the event this time, the funds in hand will naturally not allow it to pay 1.2 billion to take over Xingji College. How should I put it? 1.2 billion is a bit high. If you want to make a deal, you have to lower the price. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to meet with you. Zui Xuezhong glanced around again and replied. Apart from anything else, Jioga City's financial situation certainly cannot afford to hold such an event. I know it has to be lowered, but I don't know what price they will accept. I think if possible, it would be best to hand over the school before the start of the semester. Peng Mingji sighed and said in a deep voice. Chapter 323 The First Branch. If you want to hand it over before the start of school, I'm afraid it will be far from your expectations. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone lacks educational resources now, what is actually most lacking is primary and junior high school education rather than university education. Hearing Peng Mingji so anxious, Zui Xuezhong frowned. If you can't do it, you can't do it, as long as you can do it. Peng Mingji glanced at the Guanjue Tower standing tall in the distance. He had asked Zui Xuezhong to take time out last night to help make an appointment with Su Hang and Zhong Ruofei, and to discuss this matter the day after tomorrow night. Facts have proved that, in the current environment, it is extremely difficult to find a private university to take over. He used only Zui Xuezhong's connections and resources, and basically used all that he could. In the end, only Bingdu Cultural Tourism was willing to meet with him, and the others did not even have a chance to meet with him. Alas! With a long sigh, Zui Xuezhong said nothing more. Compared with the bustle of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Lan City, the capital of Suqing Province, was the same as usual, and was not crowded because it was the Chinese Valentine's Day. Ning'an District. At a beer stand on Jinyo Street pedestrian street, Two middle-aged men in their 40s were drinking beer and chatting. Today's enrollment hit a new low. After taking a sip of beer, one of the men said so. The man was none other than Meng Wei, the vice president of Xingji College, and the other man was named Lu Mihai, the director of the political and educational department of Xingji College. Now private colleges are all the same. As expected, Lu Mihai shook his head with a wry smile, without much surprise on his face. By the way, President Pang went to Bingdu Economic Development Zone yesterday. Do you know why he went there? After a pause, Pang Mingji picked up the wine bottle and filled the glass. He leaned forward and lowered his voice. Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Were you invited to participate in the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival? When he heard the place name, Lu Mihai was stunned. His face was full of surprise. What are you thinking? Our school is not a good university. Why would they invite President Pang? Zhang Wei glanced at Lu Mihai. There are dozens of colleges and universities in Suqing Province. Xingji College is a private undergraduate college of the third tier. Its status is not even comparable to some vocational and technical colleges with good employment rates. Are you going on a trip? Lu Mihai couldn't help asking again. No. We are going to discuss the acquisition. If the discussion goes well, we may change our owner. Zhang Wei picked up the beer glass and drank it again. What? Change? Lu Mihai was stunned for a moment. And the beer glass he just picked up also stopped in the air, as if he had heard it wrong. Yes. Principal Pang said that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has just become an economic development zone directly under the province. There are currently no colleges and universities in the area, so he intends to take over our school. Zhang Wei nodded. What is Principal Pang's attitude? At this time, Lu Mihai, who had come back to his senses, had already frowned. Principal Pang must have this intention, otherwise how could he rush to Bingdu Economic Development Zone yesterday? Zhang Wei said again. This, Director Lu, I said if our school is taken over by Bingdu Economic Development Zone, then we have to move it to Jioga City as a whole. No. Here, before Zhang Wei finished his words, Lu Mihai seemed to have guessed what Zhang Wei was going to say, and shook his head like a rattle. Really not going? I saw the news and the opening ceremony of the Border Cultural Tourism Festival today. It seems that the conditions there are not as bad as I imagined. Zhang Wei leaned back in his chair. What's good about it? To put it bluntly, it's just a tourist town now. The overall conditions are not even comparable to Jioga City, not to mention the provincial capital Lan City, and my house is in Lan City. You asked me to sell my house here and move to Bingdu Economic Development Zone with my family. I'm really crazy. Lu Minghai's voice suddenly increased a few degrees. But what if I don't go there to work? Zhang Wei sighed. If I quit my job, I can just find another one. Aren't there still a few private schools in Lan City? Lu Minghai replied immediately. That being said, I'm afraid it's not that easy to find a job now. The enrollment of other private schools today is also much worse than in previous years. Of course. Don't be so excited. I just said it casually. Whether Bingdu Economic Development Zone can reach an agreement with Principal Pang is another matter. Even if they do, if there are many teachers who don't go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Bingdu Economic Development Zone may consider continuing to set up the school in Lan City. After all, we can at least recruit some students in Lan City. If we go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, those high school students will see how remote the place is. Why would they apply for the exam? Zhang Wei brought himself another glass of wine. I just expressed my thoughts. You said that all the teachers in our school have settled down in Lan City. If we really move, they will most likely make the same choice as me. Of course, what you said makes sense. If there are too many teachers who don't go, Bingdu Economic Development Zone will most likely compromise. Lu Minghai calmed down a little, and he was no longer as excited as before. Drink. I guess there will be news in a week. I'll call you then. Zhang Wei nodded. Yeah. Time passed quickly, and it was 7:30 in the afternoon. At the entrance of a Yuan, Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Su Heng looked at the bustling crowd on the pedestrian street, with a lot of doubts between his eyebrows. Brother Zhong, it's already this late. Why are there still so many tourists? Coming back to his senses, Su Heng couldn't help but look at Zhong Ruofei next to him. After the opening ceremony today, he and Zhang Hancheng sent off the invited leaders and guests one by one. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after sending the last group of presidents of Shanghai Jiaotong University to the special car, he went to the Yaden landform, where the ancient porcelain was excavated. It was only just now that he rushed back from the Yadin landform. According to Su Heng's idea, now that the opening ceremony is over and the stars have left, the number of tourists should show an exponential decline. As a result, it is now 7:30, and the number of tourists on the pedestrian street is only slightly less than the peak in the morning. Although many locals have gone back, tourists from other places are continuously entering our Binggu village. Zhong Ruofei's face flashed a trace of fatigue. He actually thought the same as Shui Yutian, Lu Ming and others, thinking that they could have a good rest and relax after the opening ceremony of the Cultural Tourism Festival. However, things went wrong and did not go according to their ideas at all. Lu Ming did not have time to come to the opening ceremony today, and was still at the construction site of Binggu Primary School. Is it because of the publicity of Xiaogua News broadcast? While speaking, Su Heng turned his head and glanced at the shops on the pedestrian street. Although the staff of Binggu Cultural Tourism had a heavy burden, the wrinkles of the smiles of the restaurant managers who came to Binggu Economic Development Zone to open chain stores could kill several mosquitoes. Just because from morning till now, all the restaurants have been queuing up. You can imagine how many targets and performance can be achieved today. Of course, there are more customers queuing up at Binggu Barbecue and Binggu Food stalls. Not all. Old Shui said that only half of the more than 100 stars have left, and the other half have not left. Some fans of the stars stayed behind. In addition, the event that Old Shui organized in the tent area last night was well received, and many tourists from other places want to continue tonight. Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but say again. Starting from 12 o'clock this morning, the rooms vacated by Guanchua Tower and Yuelian were officially open for booking. As a result, the expected sold out in a few seconds did not happen. Instead, the rooms were fully booked at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Later, I asked, and I learned that the event last night went viral. Especially the video of the little girl taking the lead and swinging, which began to spread rapidly on the short video platform. And it was already on the verge of becoming a hit on the entire internet. For this reason, the official video account of Binggu Economic Development Zone gained 500,000 fans today, and the total number of fans has reached 800,000. Only one step away from 1 million fans. Today, the tourists who came later asked to stay in the tent area, without considering anything else. I was wondering why there were so many tourists. After hearing this, Su Heng suddenly realized. Fortunately, Lao Shui and Lao Luo prepared for a week, otherwise it would be another surprise. Zhong Ruofei said again. Facts have proved that the style of these managers in Binggu Economic Development Zone is becoming more and more similar to that of the leader Su Heng, which seriously verifies the saying, what kind of leader you have, what kind of employees you have. Now I'm a little worried about whether there's enough beer. We consumed a lot last night, and I think there'll be more tonight. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei added, there should be enough beer. Su Heng frowned. It's hard to say. I heard that when the live broadcast came back today, the 50,000 boxes of cans in the brewery had all been sold out. A trace of worry flashed across Zhong Ruofei's face. 50,000 boxes of cans of Ice Lake Legend, based on 24 bottles per box, it would be nearly 200,000 cans. As a result, all the goods were sold out in one live broadcast. If we go the physical route, for a new brand like Ice Lake Legend, it would take a few months to even think about it. The sales of goods brought by live broadcast are so high? Su Heng was stunned, but there was a hint of interest on his face. Yes, this Yu Hui is the top live broadcaster in China, and his ability to bring goods is quite strong. In addition to Ice Lake beer, even the tickets for the real CS have sold nearly 10,000 tickets. Of course, this time, Mr. Li helped to invite him to bring goods. If we invite him ourselves, not only will the price be high, but we may not be able to get him. Zhong Ruofei nodded. So, should we also support an anchor who specializes in selling products in Binggu culture and tourism? In this way, we don't have to worry about the sales of products in Binggu Economic Development Zone in the future. After a little thought, Su Heng said, yes, but it is not so easy to cultivate top anchors. And once a top anchor is cultivated, there will be more or less friction between the company and the top anchor. Today, watching the online news, Yu Hui's behind-the-scenes team seems to have issued a statement. Zhong Ruofei shook his head slightly. Oh, anyway, it's better to have it than not. How about this? After Yu Hui finishes his live broadcast, we'll treat him to a meal and have a good chat. After thinking for a while, Su Heng said again. According to the original agreement, Yu Hui will do 2 sales promotion activities at the Cultural Tourism Festival, one today and another tomorrow. Okay, I'll contact you about this. Zhong Ruofei agreed immediately. By the way, Brother Zhong, how are the responses and reputations of our other activities? After a moment, Su Heng raised his hand to check the time, and asked again. The situation at the Yotan landform is far more complicated than expected. In addition to the ancient porcelain, some other things were discovered today, so that there was no time to pay attention to the specific situation of the tourism festival project throughout the afternoon. Now the Yotan landform has been sealed, and the police station has specially sent 2 police officers. I dare not say anything else. The videos related to the sunset at the city gate and the winding water flowing wine cup have begun to spread on short videos, especially the winding water flowing wine cup, which has become the first check-in place for many parents and children. Zhong Ruofei looked back at the direction of the west city gate. At this time, the lights were on. Standing in the middle of the pedestrian street, one could clearly see the magnificent ancient city tower at the west end. Oh, what about the Thousand Beasts trip? Su Heng asked again while nodding. The Thousand Beasts trip. Don't mention it. The activity has just started. Director Su. Director Su. So you are here. I thought you were at the management committee. When the Thousand Beasts trip was mentioned, just when Zhong Ruofei was about to say something, a voice suddenly came from the opposite side of the pedestrian street. Looking again, a middle-aged man hurriedly walked over here. Mr. Xiao? Su Heng and Zhong Ruofei looked at the newcomer subconsciously. The man was none other than Xiao Gang, the head of the Jioga City branch of the post office. Director Su. Mr. Zhong. After arriving in front of the two, Xiao Gang immediately greeted them. Although his rank was not low, he was still very polite in front of the two, especially Su Heng. As the head of a state-owned enterprise, Xiao Gang knew what it meant for Bingdu Economic Development Zone to become directly under the jurisdiction of Suqing Province. Mr. Xiao, what do you want to talk to me about? After shaking hands, Su Heng said. Xiao Gang was looking for him so urgently, there must be something wrong. Well, Director Su, I want to ask what's going on in our logistics park? Has the warehouse been rented out? Xiao Gang hurriedly asked when he got to the point. Mr. Xiao, why are you asking this? Su Heng was a little surprised. The logistics park that Xiao Gang mentioned refers to the area of Longxing Electronics and Tontai Clothing Factory. Since Longxing Electronics and Tontai Clothing Factory have not officially started production, the logistics park built in Bingdu Economic Development Zone has not been rushed and is currently in the first construction phase. We need to set up a branch of the Postal Savings Bank in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Xiao Gang knew the relationship between Bingdu Culture and Tourism and Bingdu Economic Development Zone. So he did not avoid Zhong Ruofei and told the truth. You hearing this? Su Heng and Zhong Ruofei looked at each other in surprise. They really didn't expect Xiao Gang to come here for this. So far, there has not been a bureau-level unit in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If the Postal Savings Bank sets up a branch, it will be the first in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Well, whether it is the Postal Savings Bank branch or the Postal Express branch, the business volume here has long exceeded the standard of a branch, especially express delivery. It is not much different from Jioga City. So I submitted a statement to the headquarters, and the headquarters has approved it. It said that the Bingdu Postal Savings branch can be established according to the same standards as Jioga City. Speaking of this, Xiao Gang's face showed a hint of emotion. Chapter 324 Xiao Su is probably too embarrassed to say it out loud. Last year, when the Postal Savings and Express Delivery substations first came to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the business volume could only barely meet the standards of a small town. But with the increasing number of employees of Bingdu Cultural Tourism and enterprises settled in Bingdu Village, the business volume of Postal Savings and Express Delivery has shown a blowout growth. Especially Postal Express Delivery, in the absence of any competitors in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the receiving and shipping volumes of the outlets have far exceeded those of other counties and districts, and will soon catch up with Jioga City. This is also the reason why the Bingdu branch of the post office was approved so quickly. According to the General Administration, the Bingdu branch should be expanded and strengthened as quickly as possible, so that the competitive pressure in the future will be much smaller. And this afternoon, the branch operation manager came to Xiao Gang to report the delivery volume of the branch after live streaming, which further strengthened Xiao Gang's determination to build the Bingdu branch as soon as possible. This is the scene in front of us. Mr. Xiao, if you set up a branch here, only the logistics warehouse is not enough. After listening, Su Heng nodded and couldn't help asking again. In any case, it is definitely a good thing for the Postal Savings Bank to set up a branch in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It will not only make life more convenient for the villagers of Bingu Village, some merchants, and tourists, but it will also add some permanent residents to Bingu Economic Development Zone in disguise. Units like this are not afraid of not being able to recruit staff. It's not enough. So I thought of looking for you first, and then discuss it with Mr. Zhong. If we want to set up a branch, the two small buildings now can't meet the needs at all. We have to build our own office building. Xiao Gang nodded. After that, before Su Hang and Zhong Ruofei could speak, Xiao Gang hurriedly added, Director Su, don't worry. If we want to build a branch here, it will definitely not affect your plan. Even if it is located west of the city gate. West of the city gate? Su Hang and Zhong Ruofei looked at each other again. Tondai Clothing has sent the land transfer contract to Binga Cultural Tourism's mailbox, and it can be officially signed after Mr. Feng's review. If the postal savings branch is built there, it will not have any impact even if it is a modern-style building. Mr. Xiao, how about this? Let Mr. Zhong sort out some of the land to be transferred and the progress of the logistics park in the next few days. You can consider it comprehensively at that time. After the plan is finalized, we can slowly discuss the details later. After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, setting up a branch is not a trivial matter. In addition to the considerations of the postal savings bank itself, it also involves the planning of Binga culture and tourism. Okay, then I will wait for Mr. Zhong's news. Xiao Gang said immediately after hearing this. As long as Su Hang said this, it would be fine. Director Su, then you and Mr. Zhong go ahead. I'll go to the sales department to see what's going on there. Okay. Brother Zhong, what happened to the Thousand Beasts tour you just mentioned? Is it not going well? After a while, when Xiao Gang left, Su Hang immediately spoke. I had just talked to Zhong Ruofei about the Thousand Beasts tour, but was interrupted by Xiao Gang. Looking at Zhong Ruofei's expression at the time, it was obvious that there was a problem with this activity. I really put a lot of effort into this activity. Alas, it's still related to the previous rumor. Originally, our event was going well, and many tourists were still experiencing the camel caravan and ostriches, alpacas and reindeer, but I don't know who uploaded the video online, and the title became Bingu Economic Development Zone Zoo Abused Animals for Gimmicks and Traffic, and it was pushed to the top. In the end, there was no choice, and the event was temporarily stopped halfway through, and I thought we would discuss it together in the evening to see what to do. When it comes to the Thousand Beasts travel, Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. Rumors are scary. At that time, Thousand Beasts travel was actually just a rumor. Later, in order to maintain the reputation of Binga culture and tourism, they finally held such an event. Who would have thought that it would be said that the zoo abused animals? Have you found the person who uploaded the video? Su Hang frowned. Not yet. I don't know if it was a celebrity who deliberately created a joke or some video accounts who deliberately led the rhythm. After this video came out, it even affected the official video account of Bingu Economic Development Zone. There were many voices of doubt. I thought if it really doesn't work, I'll dispel the rumor again. Zhong Ruofei shook his head. How about this? Wait a minute. I think there must be a lot of rumors about our cultural tourism festival this time. It's troublesome to refute them one by one. And it may not solve the problem. We will hold a press conference in the name of Bingu Economic Development Zone later. After thinking for a moment, Su Hang made arrangements directly. Hold a press conference at the level of the Economic Development Zone? That's good. How about the activities of Qinsho travel? Zhong Ruofei's eyes lit up, and nodded immediately. Continue tomorrow. If those self-media have questions, they will say that the situation will be explained in detail at the press conference of Bingu Economic Development Zone later. But for malicious rumors and fabricated content, Binga Cultural Tourism will protect its relevant rights and interests in the form of law. Su Hang said again. With Uncle Feng in Bingu Village, we are not afraid of rights protection. Okay. Zhong Ruofei nodded immediately. Just like that, the two chatted about the arrangements for the Cultural Tourism Festival for a while. Zhong Ruofei looked around and then whispered. Xiao Su, I bought another 3 million shares at a low price today. The investment company currently holds 8 million shares of Su's Medical. Bought at a low price? Are those shareholders still plotting? Su Hang's expression moved. The story started one night 2 days ago. After Qin Susu told him about some recent events at home, he then went to Zhong Ruofei. The two of them discussed and decided that only becoming a shareholder of Su's Medical could help. Moreover, Su's Medical stock has been at a low level, so buying stocks is a good deal. So he asked Zhong Ruofei to use Su Heng's sole proprietorship investment company, the company that controls Bingde Cultural Tourism, to buy Su's medical stocks in the secondary market. At the same time, he asked Zhong Ruofei to contact some old friends in the medical industry to see if he could acquire some more from other shareholders of Su's Medical. After all, Zhong Ruofei was from Tianxi Medical, a competitor of Su's Medical. That's why we saw the scene before us. No, the stock market has not been doing well recently, and many retail investors are panic selling, so we picked up some cheap chips. I estimate that the market may continue to fall in the next period of time, so it is more favorable for us, and we can pick up a lot of cheap chips. Zhong Ruofei waved his hand immediately. That's fine, but 8 million shares are far from enough. Su Heng nodded and looked at Zhong Ruofei again. Su's Medical has a total share capital of 1 billion shares, and the stock price was more than 200 per share at its highest. Although the stock price has fallen to about 30 now, the total share capital has not decreased. 8 million shares only account for 0.08 of the total share capital. This amount of shares is not even as good as some retail investors, not to mention any voice. At least 5%. That is, more than 50 million shares. Can change some situations. Because the stock market rules of Blue Star Xia country are different from those on Earth. There is no saying that shareholders in the secondary market have no voting rights. As long as a natural person or investment company holds 5% of the shares of a listed company, it will automatically be qualified to participate in the shareholders' meeting and have its own voting rights for shares. Of course, 50 million shares is the bottom line. And the more shares held in the future, the better. Well, it's mainly to control costs. It's very simple to get the goods if the price goes up. Zhong Ruofei replied immediately, after Su Heng told him that he was the son of Su Lang, the chairman of Su's medical group. Zhong Ruofei paused for a long time. When Zhong Ruofei first came to Bingdu village, Su Lang called him and wanted to invite him to join Su's medical. In the end, he still worked under Su Lang's son. How could he not be surprised? But it was just an accident. Nothing else. After all, Su Heng has taken another path now. If it weren't for supporting his father this time, he would definitely not interfere with Su's medical. Is the money enough? After a moment of silence, Su Heng asked again. Enough. Our Bingde Culture and Tourism now has a lot of cash flow, and Tantai Clothing's 1.5 billion land transfer payment is still on the way. Zhong Ruofei waved his hand, indicating that Su Heng could rest assured. This investment company is actually the wholly owned controlling shareholder of Bingde Culture and Tourism. The senior executives of Bingde Culture and Tourism all receive dividend shares, so the funds can be transferred to the investment company in the name of repaying shareholder loans. Enough is fine. But if this is the case, there may be a gap in the acquisition of Xingji College. It doesn't matter if we acquire Xingji College. Directors was sent me a message saying that Principal Peng of Xingji College has arrived in Bingdu village. I think we should go and have a good talk the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. As long as they don't ask for a lump sum payment, we'll be fine. Su Heng glanced at the bustling pedestrian street. Others thought that Bingdu Economic Development Zone had invested a huge amount of money in this cultural tourism festival. But they had no idea how much Bingdu cultural tourism had gained from it. In addition to restaurant chains, vendors and embroidery shops, other tourists' spending basically went into Bingde Cultural Tourism's pocket. Okay. Just like that. The two chatted about some other things. And then they separated. Su's Medical is actually a good company. If we take advantage of this wave of low buying to get more shares, and then add the shares of the chairman of Su's Medical, we may be able to achieve full control. By that time, it will be no problem to move the headquarters of Su's Medical to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. In this way, Bingdu Economic Development Zone will have its first listed company. I guess Xiao Su also thinks so. It's just that because Su's Medical involves his father, he is embarrassed to say it out loud. I can't let you down here. Looking at Su Heng's departing back, Zhong Ruofei muttered to himself and then walked towards his office, while taking out his mobile phone from his pocket. At the same time, Hong Kong City, 3rd Ring Road, in a high-end residential area, a family was sitting in the living room drinking tea and chatting. Sitting in the middle of the sofa was none other than Su's Medical's vice chairman and general manager Su Fengshan, and next to him sat his wife. Sitting opposite was Su Fengshan's son Su Yuan, also Su Heng's cousin. Dad, has the specific time for this board meeting been decided? After making a cup of tea, Su Yuan looked at Su Fengshan expectantly. He was now eager for his father to take the position of chairman of Sue's Medical. In this way, as long as nothing unexpected happens, he will be the next chairman of Sue's Medical. It's decided. August 13th. The secretary's office issued an announcement in the afternoon. Su Fengshan nodded. Are you sure this time? I heard that Su Lang has been asking for help these days, and has contacted many high-level people in the clan. Su Yuan asked again. Ask for help? He is just a sped force now. There is no point in struggling anymore. The 5% of Longxing Electronics shares must support us. Add to that the shares I hold, and the shares of the directors, who support me, which adds up to 40%. Su Lang only has 17% now. Even if we count those who support him, it's only about 30%. The remaining 30% is in the hands of small investors in the secondary market, who have little say. After a calculation, Su Fengshan said with certainty, That's good. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It will definitely be okay this time. As long as we get the position of chairman, we can work with the board of directors to increase capital a few times later. Su Lang's shares will be diluted less and less, and then he will be completely out of the game. After he is out of the game, we will do some market value management to raise the share price of Sue's Medical, and then we can get on the rich list for fun. Speaking of this, Su Fengshan's eyes flashed with a cold light. After so many years of waiting and planning, there will be results soon. It would be a lie to say that I am not excited. That's a must. Su Yuan agreed and suddenly thought of something. And asked again, By the way, Dad, when will Mr. Wang from Longsheng Group come? Should we entertain him well? I sent him a message the day before yesterday. He said he would call me when he arrived in Hong Kong City. This time, Mr. Wang from Longsheng Group must not only be entertained well, but also be the key among the keys. Su Fengshan nodded. Okay, when Mr. Wang arrives in Hong Kong City, I will accompany him to play around. We are both young people, we should be on the same path. Su Yuan rubbed his hands. Well, you have established a good relationship with Mr. Wang, and the old guys on the board of directors will look at you with new eyes. You will have an easier time working in Sue's Medical in the future. Su Fengshan picked up the teacup and took a sip. Dad, don't worry about this. This is my strong point. Hearing this, Su Yuan straightened up immediately. Okay, it's getting late. Go to bed early. Prepare well for the competition for the director of the Kowloon branch in the next few days. Raising his hand to check the time, Su Fengshan said, It was dark at night. Other cities in Xia country had become cold zones, but Bingdu Economic Development Zone was still lively, especially the tent area. Due to the spread of short videos, there were more tourists coming here tonight to relax and have fun than last night. But at this moment, in the office of the management committee, Zhang Hancheng frowned when he saw a message pop up on his phone. Just now there was a news about animal abuse in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Zoo, and now there is a news about a poor county in the northwest spending 1.2 billion to build a tourism festival, and it was written with details. Is he being targeted? After a moment of silence, Zhang Hancheng's face turned cold, and he stood up immediately. Chapter 325. This task is as difficult as ascending to heaven. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hancheng picked up his mobile phone and called Liu Yongxiu in the office. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the call was connected. Director Zhang, you are looking for me. The next moment, Liu Yongxiu's voice came from the phone. Director Liu, have you paid attention to some public opinions about our Bingdu Economic Development Zone on the internet? Zhang Hancheng said. Director Zhang, I have noticed that. There is another news about the impoverished counties in the northwest. Liu Yongxiu replied immediately. After a pause, before Zhang Hancheng could ask again, Liu Yongxiu's voice continued. I just asked the staff below to check. And the following article was first published by Yunshan News. Yunshan News? Zhang Hancheng frowned. Well, this news has always been in this style, and has many fans. It has a huge spread. Many sensational events were first exposed by this media. Liu Yongxiu explained. Since it is a big media, it should be realistic. How can it write nonsense? Zhang Hancheng's voice became colder and colder. As the deputy director of the management committee of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, he knows exactly how much money was spent on this tourism festival. After the Economic Development Zone handed over the hosting of the tourism festival to Bingdu Culture and Tourism for 2 million yuan, the Economic Development Zone did not spend a penny on other things related to the tourism festival. The construction of the bus station and bus station are all basic projects for people's livelihood, and they cannot be counted as part of the tourism festival. Director Zhang, The news they reported and forwarded before were basically the current hot spots. There are always some blind cats that can catch dead mice. Luo Yongqiu said again. I see. Have you called the director to report this? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Hancheng asked. I have already reported it. What did the director say? Zhang Hancheng glanced at the documents on his desk. Although the focus of work during this period has been on the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, the progress of other work in the Economic Development Zone has not been left behind. Especially the relevant work assigned to the province. Now that all the handover procedures with Yoga City have been completed, the next step is to gradually improve the unit configuration of the Economic Development Zone. According to relevant regulations, it is not enough for a county-level economic development zone under the provincial government to have only one deputy director of the management committee, and another one is needed. If the other deputy director of the management committee is also fully staffed, there is no need to bother the top leader with things like online public opinion. The director said not to pay attention to it for now. Everything will go according to our original plan and pace, and we will just have to wait for the Economic Development Zone to hold a press conference later. But during this period, we must collect evidence regularly, and let those unscrupulous media and writers know that the internet is not a lawless place. If a casual public apology can cover up the matter, then why do we need to do it online? Luo Yongqiu repeated Su Hang's original words word for word. Okay, you guys should collect the evidence first, but the director will go to another place to inspect the basic education of Bingyu in 2 days, and we don't have a relevant publicity department. Zhang Hancheng hesitated and said, generally speaking, only when a major situation or incident occurs will the top leader be required to attend. But now the Economic Development Zone has not even equipped the office, let alone the corresponding publicity department. I don't know the details, but the police station staff have already started looking for other units to assist in the investigation and to collect evidence. Luo Yongqiu replied. Forget it. I will discuss this with the director in person tomorrow. Okay. The night sky is full of stars. The night sky of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is exactly the same as the night sky of unpolluted villages. It feels that the starry sky here is much deeper than that of other cities. At this time, Zhong Ruofei did not rest, but walked along the pedestrian street with Shui Yutian and chatted about something. Even at this time, there are still many scattered tourists on the pedestrian street. The restaurant chains on the whole street, including barbecue restaurants and food stalls, have no intention of closing. It's not that they don't want to make samples, but customers have been coming from morning till now. Old Zhong, I heard that there are many discordant voices on the internet. Looking back, Shui Yutian's face was full of fatigue. Half of the stars did not leave today. In the afternoon, they organized a dinner in the banquet building. At the same time, they also invited Fuyu, the president of Benkei Bags, to the dinner. It was not until half an hour ago that everyone was happy and went their separate ways. At the banquet, the stars not only found out what they wanted to know from Song Liwei, but also confirmed the numbered Benkei bags from Fuyu. Tomorrow morning, they will leave one after another. Yeah, it made the Qianzhou trip today fail. Zhong Ruofei nodded. The internet is really... Shui Yutian sighed, thinking back then, when he came to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to sing at the bonfire square. The entertainment news on the internet did not say that he was so poor that he was forced to become a street vendor singer, etc. Xiao Su is already making arrangements for this matter. It should be handled. We just need to continue our tourism festival. By the way, after sending off those stars, your work is done. You can have a good rest for a few days. Waving his hand, Zhong Ruofei indicated that Shui Yutian didn't need to worry. What's the point of resting? The stars have been sent off. But the show will start tomorrow. Shui Yutian forced a bitter smile on his face. According to the original plan, the Xinjiang Opera Troupe was supposed to start the show 2 days ago, but Bingdu Village started to be overwhelmed with customers a week ago, so in order to alleviate the accommodation problem, the Xinjiang Opera had to be postponed to tomorrow. The show will start tomorrow? Well, then I guess the number of people in our Bingdu Village in the next few days may be even higher than today. Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but stroke his forehead. Today's opening ceremony always felt a little bit lacking. Now that I think about it, it should be those local elderly people who came with small stools to watch the show. If these elderly people came here, they must have brought their families with them. How could there be so few people? Unconsciously, this tourism festival has taken a different path. Other tourism festivals have the most tourists on the first day, and the number of tourists will decrease later. Looking at the Border Tourism Festival, it is completely the opposite. Is there something wrong with the catering? Or, seeing this, Shui Yutian subconsciously glanced at the east end of the pedestrian street. It's hard to say now, I'm just afraid that the stock is not enough. I'll send a message to the catering chains that rent shops when I get back later. Zhong Ruofei shook his head slightly. Now Bingde Cultural Tourism has specially created a WeChat group, which is full of catering managers and night market stall owners. Whenever there is something, they will notify the group. That's the only way. Who would have thought that the number of tourists would increase instead of decrease? By the way, there are so many tourists today, how is our income? After a pause, Shui Yutian couldn't help but ask curiously. At around 10 o'clock this morning, it felt like there were people everywhere from the east end of the pedestrian street to the city gate. The parking lot at the east end was full, and many vehicles had to park in the Gobi Desert in the distance. Profits? Managers have called one after another in half an hour. Speaking of profits, Zhong Ruofei's fatigue was swept away. What do you mean? Not to mention that we had to refill our gas at 2 gas stations along the way. Do you know how much our supermarket's turnover was today? Zhong Ruofei kept it a secret. A funny thing happened today. Many tourists thought that Bingde Supermarket and Bingke Tower were ancient tourist attractions. They rushed in with their cameras and excitedly found that they were places selling goods. Those who were a little shy were too embarrassed to say that they had gone to the wrong place. In the end, they just spent some money in the supermarket. How much? 12 million. Zhong Ruofei reported the number. So much? Shui Yutian took a breath of cold air. A daily turnover of 12 million does not seem to be a big deal in the large supermarkets of Xia country. The news once reported that a supermarket could make more than 100 million yuan in a day. But this is when Bingde Supermarket does not have luxury goods and various big brands. According to the profit range of existing goods, the supermarket's profit today is about 4 million. This profit level has far exceeded Guanxue Tower and others. It is no exaggeration to say that Bingde Supermarket is the first profit point of Bingde Cultural Tourism. Well, Bingke is also crowded today, not to mention beer, after a live broadcast. The inventory is directly cleared. The new batch of work will not come out until the day after tomorrow. There are also live-action CS and entertainment complexes. Tickets for the water screen movie in the entertainment complex have also been sold out. Zhong Ruofei nodded. So today's net profit is at least more than 20 million? The tourist consumption is at least 70 or 80 million. Shui Yutian rubbed his hands. There are 2 commonly used GDP calculation methods in Xiaogua. One is the expenditure method, the other is the production method. According to the expenditure method, today, tourists contributed nearly 100 million GDP to Bingde Economic Development Zone. Almost. I can't say that the GDP of Bingde Economic Development Zone this year can catch up with Jiuge City, but it will definitely exceed the counties and districts below. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Well, facts have proved that. It is very reasonable for various places to desperately promote tourism. Shui Yutian sighed again. It's a pity that the popularity of the tourism festival can only last for a period of time. Next. It depends on how Xiao Zhu arranges it. He is now the head of Bingde Economic Development Zone. Economic Development Zone can't just have tourism. Well, it depends on how Xiao Zhu arranges it. Time flies. The next day, the sun rises. Suqing Province, Lan City, at 8:30 in the morning, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked into the office hurriedly with a stack of documents. There was a sign hanging outside the entire office building, which clearly read the words Suqing Province Propaganda. Leader, you are looking for me. A few minutes later, a man in his 30s appeared at the door of the office. Sit down first. Hearing this, the man in his 50s looked up and said. The man's name was Meng Mingan, who was the first person in charge of the propaganda department of Suqing Province. Leader, you are looking for me? That was what he said, but the man did not sit down after entering the door, but waited until Meng Mingan finished his work, and then whispered, Look at the document. Meng Mingan pushed the document on the desk in front of the man. It was only at this time that the man pulled the chair opposite the desk and sat down. However, it would have been better if he hadn't looked at the document. Once he looked at it, the man's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. He even complained directly at the end. Leader, this task is simply as difficult as ascending to heaven for our province. Can it be completed? No. It should be impossible for most provinces to complete it. No way. This is the intention of a certain department in Xia State. It must be completed even if it cannot be completed. And the relevant leader just called and said that this project will be included in the assessment as an indicator. Meng Mingan slowly leaned back in the chair. Yes. The man hesitated to speak. The document said that in order to grasp the spiritual civilization construction in various places, all prefecture-level cities and economic development zones under the province must shoot a main theme TV series or movie that can promote local culture or history within 1 year. And the document also stipulates that the movie or TV series shot in the prefecture-level city must achieve a rating of no less than 0.3 on the local TV station, and for movies, the box office cannot be less than 5 million. In addition, each prefecture-level city and directly affiliated economic development zone is a project subsidy of 10 million. After that, the provincial level will select 3 films and report them to the national level, and conduct a selection, and select 5 best films and TV series for key promotion. If they are selected, the local relevant propaganda and radio and television departments will automatically be selected as national advanced units, and will be given key commendations and support. If the most basic tasks are not completed, not only will the qualification for the evaluation be cancelled, but they will also have to continue to complete them in the second year until the ratings meet the standards. No way. Spiritual civilization construction is now the highlight. For many years, many places have actually been shouting slogans in vain. If each city has its own main theme TV series or movie, I dare not say that there will be any immediate effect. But at least it is better than people shouting so and so when they go out. Creating myths. Ming Mingan sighed helplessly. Leader. Then I. The man looked at the file again. Anyway, you will copy the file to the relevant leaders for backup, and then distribute it to the relevant departments of each prefecture-level city and provincial economic development zone, and let them prepare in advance. The relevant funds will be transferred to the special account in half a month. In short, let's see the response of each city first, and then report it to the higher authorities if it really doesn't work. After a pause, Meng Mingan waved his hand and said, however, after saying that, Meng Mingan suddenly thought of something and added, by the way, don't forget Bingu Economic Development Zone. Although Bingu Economic Development Zone does not have its own TV station now, it is now directly under the province. Within the scope of this policy, it is also included in the statistical list of relevant departments of Sia State. Okay, leader. Speaking of Bingu Economic Development Zone, there seems to be a lot of messages and news about it on the internet this morning. Do you want us to help deal with it? The man nodded and said hurriedly, News? What news? Hearing this, Meng Mingan's expression straightened and asked immediately. There was no other way. This time, all the units in Lantau, big and small, had seen the connections and relationships of Bingu Economic Development Zone. Now that they suddenly heard this, they had to pay attention. Otherwise, who knew what would happen next? At present, many units have begun to spread a saying that they are not afraid of not meeting the targets, but they are afraid that Bingu Economic Development Zone will use a weak tone to do the toughest things. Chapter 326. The President of Singji College. Just say that Bingu Economic Development Zone is located in the northwest, and held such a cultural and tourism festival. It really shouldn't be said. Anyway, all those words are used. The man said hurriedly. Bingu Economic Development Zone is a poverty-stricken area. In terms of per capita, it is more than enough to beat the first-tier cities. Meng Mingan's eyes widened. That's what the entry says. Maybe some people think that the northwest region should be poorer. The man whispered. Is that all? After a pause, Meng Mingan asked again. Another one is that Bingu Zoo uses animals to make money in order to attract people's attention. There are also some other cliques and topics that are very average. The man thought for a while and said, What did you say? Bingu Zoo? Bingu Economic Development Zone doesn't even have a formal large unit now. Where is the zoo? Meng Mingan frowned. Leader. Then if it's just these 2 points, Bingu Economic Development Zone can easily handle it by itself. But in order to show our attitude, you can contact the relevant person in charge of the Economic Development Zone and ask if they need any help. After thinking for a moment, Meng Mingan said, Okay, leader. In the internet age, once something starts, it is difficult to suppress it. The largest short video platform in Sia country. Many official video accounts saw that these 2 news stories were popular, and there were more comments below. So they also forwarded related content. So that every time I watched a dozen videos, one of them was related to Bingu Economic Development Zone. To be honest, although the opening ceremony was well organized, It's really inappropriate for a county in the Northwest. Who said it wasn't? The activities were actually very good. But the cost was a bit scary. What does 1.2 billion mean? It's equivalent to the GDP of some poor counties in 1 year. And the fiscal revenue of more than 10 years. And then again, with so much money, anyone can organize the activities almost as well. The budget is really too big that even the top 100 counties in China dare not use it this way. Just wait and see, it won't be long before someone is going to be in trouble. Come on, brothers, help us. We can't just waste taxpayers' money like this. Someone wrote in the comments section. Jiancheng, Yunshan Culture Office Building. Wu Yun looked at the comment area on the screen and the background data and clicks, and his face was full of satisfaction. The editor-in-chief Lu Yin, who was sitting opposite the desk, was even more proud. After a moment, Lu Yin looked at Wu Yun. Mr. Wu, our news clicks have exceeded 20 million, and are still growing. After this wave, if we add in the inserted ads and other reposting copyright fees, we could earn at least 2 million this time. 2 million? With the current popularity? I think it's more than that. Wu Yun leaned back in his chair, and lit a cigarette very comfortably. Yunshan Culture makes easy money. With no cost, a manuscript plus some water army can achieve the net profit that some physical enterprises need to sell tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of goods to achieve. Mr. Wu, now it depends on how Bingdu Economic Development Zone responds. If the public relations are good, our profits may not increase too much. According to the feedback from offline, many tourists give it a high evaluation. Lu Yin nodded and said with some regret, it doesn't really matter whether the evaluation is high or low. As long as it is proven that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has borrowed money and used fiscal grants, it's fine. Waving his hand, Wu Yun indicated to Lu Yin that he didn't need to worry. That's right. In this way, you and a few content editors should keep an eye on Bingdu Economic Development Zone at all times. Whenever there is a reply from there, you should lead the way. Anyway, no matter how they explain, they can't justify the fact that they abuse fiscal grants. As for the animal abuse, you can repost it more in the relevant forums of the Animal Protection Association. See if anyone comes forward over there. If someone comes forward over there, our net profit this time will be at least over 5 million or even higher. Wu Yun reminded. Understood. Hearing about the profit, Lu Yin immediately showed an expression of, don't worry, Mr. Wu. As the editor-in-chief of Yunshan Culture, Lu Yin holds 5% of Yunshan Culture shares. The more Yunshan Wushan earns, the more money she will get. By the way, there's one more thing. Here, just as Lu Yin was about to turn around and leave, Wu Yun suddenly thought of something and spoke. Mr. Wu, you say? Last night, an anonymous netizen sent me a message saying that Bingdu Economic Development Zone actually falsified some data when it was interviewed by Xiaogui News Network. If necessary, you can also make a fuss about this, Wu Yun said. The data was falsified when Xiaogui News Network was interviewed. This is a big melon, if it is well managed. The popularity may be even more intense. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Well, at noon, we will study the content of the news broadcast first, and then write the manuscript accordingly. There aren't many opportunities like this. Wu Yun nodded. Okay, Mr. Wu. Little did they know that, just when Yunshan Culture wanted to make a fortune and use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make enough profit for the whole year, Bingdu Village was still crowded. The tourists who came here didn't care about the rumors on the internet. They just had one idea. As long as they could have fun, it was a good tourism festival. As for how much money was spent, that was the business of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. As a result, Chengmin Sunset and Xushui Liushang were almost overcrowded. In the end, Bingdu Culture had to temporarily limit the flow of people to ensure that the event could be held normally. The Thousand Beasts trip is also like that, with the appearance of camel caravans, yaks, ostriches, and reindeer. Many tourists had a great time. They were not afraid of the economic development zone, let alone what others would say. Of course, there is another more important reason. In the eyes of many tourists, the Thousand Beasts trip is not considered animal abuse, it's just a ride. If this is considered animal abuse, then there is no need for humans to eat meat. Because eating meat is more cruel than this. With such tourists, the management of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone and Bingdu Cultural Tourism no longer paid attention to these rumors on the internet, as if such a thing had never happened. At 7 p.m., in a private room at the banquet hall, Su Hang, Zui Xuezhong, Pang Mingji, Zhong Ruofei, and Shui Yutian sat at a table. After some introductions and greetings, Su Hang and Zhui Xuezhong first chatted about other things, and then gradually shifted the topic to the main topic. Director Su, since we are all family, there is no need to beat around the bush. Let's just be frank. Principal Pang must really want to transfer Xingji College. I wonder if we... Zhui Xuezhong put down his glass and spoke first. He is now the introducer, and he must take the lead. Bingde Culture and Tourism must also sincerely want to talk to Principal Pang. Otherwise, they would not have specially invited Principal Pang to Bingde Economic Development Zone. Su Hang smiled and said, "Okay. Since both parties are interested, there is no problem. The last time I talked to Director Su, the offer was 1.2 billion. Zhui Xuezhong nodded and looked at Pang Ziming. Yes. Director Su. Mr. Zhong, please take a look at the notarized documents first. On this side, Pang Mingji turned around and took out a stack of documents from the briefcase beside him and handed them to Su Hang and Zhong Ruofei. The documents were very complicated, including the school operating license of Xingji College, copies of the school's land ownership, and related equity structures, etc. There must be no problem with these. After only glancing at the equity structure, Su Hang immediately handed the documents to Shui Yutian. The equity structure was very clear. Although the shareholders seemed to have several educational companies, all these educational companies were controlled by Pang Ziming. Taking over from him was equivalent to getting all the equity of Xingji College. It's about the funding. After a pause, Su Hang looked at Pang Ziming. Director Su. To be honest, 1.2 billion is actually a very low price. Of course, directors will also told me about some of the difficulties and financial conditions that Bingde Economic Development Zone is currently facing. Do you think this is okay? 1.14 billion. This is really the lowest price. Of course, this price has a premise. Pang Ziming took a deep breath and looked at Su Hang. Although Bingde Culture and Tourism is going to take over Xingji College this time, he still clearly distinguishes between the big and small Wang. The most important thing is that Zhui Xuezhong is the middleman. Considering the relationship between the two parties, there is no need to grind for 1 or 2 million like other businesses. Just give the lowest price. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we can still be friends with Bingde Economic Development Zone. 1.14 billion. Hearing the number, Su Hang's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously glanced at Zhong Ruofei. In fact, when he and Zhong Ruofei came, they had already accepted the price of 1.2 billion. What they wanted to express just now was whether they could pay part of it first, and give a deadline for the remaining part. Unexpectedly, the other side was short of 60 million. What does 60 million mean? According to the plan, the west gate is there, and the next step is to determine the location of the east gate. This time, the construction of the west gate of Bingde Village cost 60 million, which is equivalent to directly saving Bingde Cultural Tourism a gate. What other conditions do you have? After a pause, Su Hang looked at Pang Ziming. Business is business. Since Pang Ziming took the initiative to lower the price, we will not be stupid enough to raise the price again, saying that we are willing to take over for 1.2 billion. The condition is, I hope we can take over before the start of the next semester. Pang Ziming expressed his thoughts. You mean early September? At this time, Zhong Ruofei had already read all the information and asked immediately. Well, to be honest, we can feel the sincerity of Principal Pang, but the funds of Bingde Cultural Tourism are a little. Zhong Ruofei first glanced at Su Hang, then said, he must be the one to make such conditions. It doesn't matter. As long as Bingde Culture and Tourism pays 30% of the funds in the early stage, the rest can be paid within the next 6 months. Pang Ziming said immediately. Oh! Zhong Ruofei touched his chin. Although he looked calm, his reaction was exactly the same as when he heard the offer of 1.14 billion just now. On the way here, he and Su Hang had originally thought that the other party would give a payment period of about half a year and accept a down payment of about 40%. As a result, I didn't mention it, but they actually said it on their own initiative. And the down payment ratio was even lower. In this way, it made things a bit difficult for this side. Director Su, President Zhong. Then, after a short silence, Pang Ziming tentatively spoke again. It seems that Principal Pang is also a straightforward person. Then our Bingde Culture and Tourism will not be in trouble. Otherwise, Bingde Culture and Tourism will take over Xingji College for 1.14 billion yuan, as Principal Pang just said. Su Hang nodded. There was nothing to say at this time. Since Director Su said it's okay, then it's okay. Old Pang. Let's discuss it in the next 2 days, and sign the contract as soon as possible. Once the contract is signed and filed with the relevant education departments. How Bingda Culture and Tourism operates. Singji College is Bingda Culture and Tourism's own business, and it has nothing to do with Old Pang. On the side, Zui Xuezhong immediately took over the conversation. Since Su Hang and Zui Xuezhong both spoke up, it was the final word. That's for sure. Even if Bingda Culture and Tourism relocates the school to the economic development zone, there will be no problem. As for the teachers in the college, I will notify them after the contract is signed. The students of the school don't care. They just need to do whatever the school arranges. As Pang Jiming spoke, his back straightened up a lot compared to when he first entered the room, as if he had thrown off a heavy burden. Principal Pang is right. Prepare the relevant contracts first, Su Hang said. I'll prepare this, Pang Jiming said again. No problem. Just like that, a business worth about 1 billion yuan was settled in less than an hour. Afterwards, they ate and talked. And it was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening that Zui Xuezhong and Pang Jiming were sent back to the hotel. Xiao Su. There is nothing wrong with taking over Singji College, and the price is also very low. But if we have to take over in September, will it be in time? As they walked, Su Hang, Zhong Ruofei, and Shui Yutian chatted. At this time, Shui Yutian's face flashed with worry. If the school building is not built well, it won't be too late to move at the beginning of next year. After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, since we have taken over Singji College, the school must be moved to the economic development zone, otherwise the acquisition will be meaningless. As for the land in Lon City after the relocation, Bingda Cultural Tourism will naturally have other uses. What about the principal? Do you have any candidates? Shui Yutian asked again. Principal? Su Hang paused. Yes, the president of a university is much more important than the president of a middle school. We must develop Singji College well after we take it over. If we continue to use the original leadership team, it will most likely go down the same path. Shui Yutian nodded. In fact, everyone knew it well during the meal. If private colleges and universities were really easy to run or Singji College developed very well, Pang Jiming would not have looked for a takeover. That is, Bingdu Economic Development Zone is now in need of such a college. Otherwise, it is impossible to directly take out more than 1 billion yuan to build a university, when Bingda Cultural Tourism still lacks a lot of construction funds. So no matter whether the current leadership of Singji College will come to the economic development zone or not, there must be a change. This Su Hang glanced at Zhong Ruofei and fell into deep thought. As the night deepened, the lights were still on in the construction site next to the fire station at the east end of Bingdu village. At this time, Lu Ming was studying the drawings in a shed. Achoo! Achoo! But at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly raised his head and sneezed 3 times in a row. What's wrong? Have you caught a cold? It's so hot in this hot weather. Touching his nose, Lu Ming subconsciously muttered to himself. Chapter 327, we are doing it in the east. After a while, he found a piece of clothing to put on, and Lu Ming looked at the construction drawings on the desk again. The construction team of Bingda Primary School has officially entered the site today, but because the fences are very high, the tourists outside don't know the specific situation inside. According to the plan, Bingda Primary School, Junior High School, and Senior High School are temporarily in the same campus, and each grade has 1 class temporarily. When there are more students later, the primary school, junior high school, and senior high school will be separated one after another. If we set up many classes now without a stable source of students, it would not only waste teachers, but also financial resources. School starts in September. There is still more than a month left, which should be enough. After studying the drawings for more than 10 minutes, Lu Ming looked at the large amount of building materials outside the door and the brand new tables and chairs under a shed, and heaved a sigh of relief. The teaching building is designed to have only 3 to 5 floors, and the interior decoration of the classroom does not need to be complicated. Otherwise, let alone more than 3,000 workers a month, it may not be completed even in half a year. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Lu Ming was about to pack up the drawings and go to the construction site, his cell phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and answered it immediately. Hello, Xiao Su. Uncle Lu, are you busy? The next moment, Su Hang's voice came from inside. Not busy. What's the matter? Lu Ming asked immediately. Oh, if you're not busy, I'll have someone pick you up. I have something to discuss with you. Su Hang's voice came again. Okay. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming agreed immediately. Time flies, and it is about 11:30 p.m. in the blink of an eye. In the corridor on the 6th floor of Guanxue Tower, although many tourists have already rested, there are still people standing in the corridor enjoying the cool breeze, looking at the night view of Binggu Village. I heard that Tontai Clothing has acquired a piece of land outside the west gate. After a moment, a man in his 50s looked at Wang Long. The man was none other than Wang Long's father, Wang Minglei. Ever since he heard that Tong Jichuan and Shintong were both seeing patients at the Bingdu Village clinic, Wang Minglei came to Bingdu Village and never left. Every few days, he would go to the Bingdu Village Health Center to make an appointment with a specialist and have a comprehensive physical examination. Moreover, Wang Long even gave up his permanent hotel and lived in an ordinary hotel. At present, Wang Minglei has no intention of leaving. Well, 1.5 billion, nearly 300 acres of land, just west of the city gate. I heard that the contract will be signed in the next few days. After the contract is signed, Fang Zong plans to start construction. Wang Long nodded. Old Fang's sense of smell is still sensitive. This way should make a lot of money. By the way, I heard that you and Director Su are going to Hong Kong City in a few days. Wang Minglei turned his head and glanced at the lighted city gate in the west, thinking. Now it's night. A city gate, a stork tower, and ice tower have become 3 landmark buildings, splendid and tall. The tickets have been bought, August 7th. Wang Long replied. When you go, you can ask if there are any plans to build a city gate in the east of Bingdu Village. If so, we can also get a piece of land near the capital gate. After a little thought, Wang Minglei looked at Wang Long. Ah, we also want to acquire land. Wang Long paused. Ma Sheng Group is mainly engaged in electronic OEM and has no experience in developing commercial housing. Yes. Wang Minglei nodded confidently. Dad, we are different from Tonai Clothing, and the current environment and market conditions are not very good. As long as we start the operation of the branch factory here as soon as possible, and then go to the West Port, we will definitely not be able to guarantee a good profit every year. After a hesitation, Wang Long said. No, although houses in other places are not easy to sell, there is definitely no problem in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, since it is a money-making opportunity in front of us. Why should we miss it? Wang Minglei looked at Wang Long. But Wang Long hesitated to speak. Believe me, I know Lao Fang very well. It's absolutely right to follow his footsteps. And our current business is relatively single. What if there is a problem with chip foundry in the future? Sometimes eggs cannot be put in one basket. And you should know what level Director Su is. A tourism festival has pushed the brewery and Benkei bags to the forefront. Especially Benkei bags, which are directly labeled as high-end. In addition, we will have to operate at full capacity in the future. Tontai Clothing subsidiary. Do you think Bingdu Economic Development Zone will lack permanent residents in the future? Speaking of chip foundry, Wang Minglei's face became a little more solemn. Of course, Wang Minglei's admiration for Su Hang can be heard in his words. In Wang Minglei's opinion, although there have been a lot of negative news and rumors about the Border Tourism Festival in the past 2 days, but if you think about it the other way around, it is also a promotion. And it is even better than a formal advertising campaign. Okay then. After a long silence, Wang Long finally nodded. Do you think that there are only 11 permanent residents in Bingdu Economic Development Zone? And the threshold for permanent registration is high. And there will be restrictions later? So no one will buy a house here. After a pause, Wang Minglei seemed to see his son's thoughts and spoke again. I am a little worried. Wang Long nodded truthfully. You don't have to worry about this at all. The high threshold for permanent registration in Bingdu Village does not mean that the thresholds in other villages in Bingdu Economic Development Zone are high. Wang Minglei picked up the mineral water next to him, unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Other villages? Dad? You mean? Wang Long suddenly realized. Well, this is inevitable. Now the main reason is that there are not enough commercial houses. Those rental areas are not enough for Bingdu Economic Development Zone to set up a second administrative village. That's why I wanted to catch up with Lao Fang in time. Wang Minglei said again. Dad? I understand. This time, Wang Long did not hesitate, and nodded heavily. We don't need too many places. Just like Lao Fang. We will take as much as they take. And the price should be the same. Since they have already bought the northwest side, we will do it in the east. After a moment, Wang Minglei said again, "Okay. In addition to the land acquisition, you should also be careful when you go to Hong Kong this time. Although Su Fengshan looks good, he is actually an old fox. If he didn't want to take the position of chairman, he would not introduce strategic investment at all." At this time, Wang Minglei suddenly thought of something and added another sentence. "Don't worry. I know what's going on. That's fine." Yiyuan, Su Hang's residence. Except for Shui Yutian and Zhong Ruofei, all the old antiques in Bingdu village sat in front of the tea table. Even Tu Wanhua was there. Since the village health center moved, Tong Jichuan's scientific research project also began. Every day, he and Shintong, in addition to seeing patients, worked on that project with Tu Wanhua. "Xiao Su, are you saying that Bingdu culture and tourism has taken over a private college?" After hearing this, Tong Jichuan's eyes lit up, and he said with joy. Feng Shuyu and Gao Yuling looked at each other first, and smiled with satisfaction. Only Lu Ming, his eyes widened. "Yes. It is the Xingji College where I interned in the crew of Bingdu Economic Development Zone last time. It is a private college with 3 tiers. I thought we are now lacking a place to supply talents for a long time." So, Su Hang did not dare to look at Lu Ming's resentful eyes, laughed dryly, and said, "As for the price and payment method of taking over the school," Su Hang did not tell them. "It doesn't matter whether it is a private college or not. Many of the top universities in Blue Star are private universities, but we don't have any in Xia country. Instead, we have fallen to the point of being inferior." Tong Jichuan said immediately. "That's right." Feng Shuyu nodded. "Uncle Feng, Uncle Tong, Uncle Lu, Aunt Gao. The reason I asked you to come here is to ask you for a favor." After a moment, when everyone slowly digested this matter, Su Hang spoke. "Are you short of teachers? If you are short of teachers, we old bones must not be idle. And to be honest, we are short of students and graduate students now." Tong Jichuan said immediately. "Uncle Tong, we are not short of teachers. We are short of a full-time principal now. I wonder if Uncle and Aunt can help introduce one." Su Hang looked at several people. Although there is no problem for the villagers of Bingdu village to be the principals of Xingji College, they all have their own things to do now, and it is impossible for them to be the principals full-time. Especially Lu Ming, who is busy like a top every day. Bingdu village has many projects and projects to come, and it is impossible for him to take over the college. "Are you short of a principal?" Several people looked at each other and fell into deep thought. After a long time, Feng Shuyu took the lead and said, "Xiao Su, let me contact you tomorrow. In addition, everyone should also look for suitable candidates in their own circles." Although Xiao Su said that he would take over in early September, I think that a position like the principal should not be filled casually. If you need to hire someone, you should hire someone who is similar. In addition, I just searched and found that Xingji College does not even have a master's degree program. There is still a long way to go. What Lao Feng said makes sense. The principal is really important. Tong Jichuan immediately took over the conversation. Gao Yuling and Tu Wanhua also nodded. "Yes." Su Hang nodded hurriedly. In fact, he did not expect to find a suitable candidate immediately, as long as it would not delay things in the end. "Okay, that's it. If you have any situation, please communicate with Xiao Su in time," Feng Shuyu said again. Just like that, they talked about the college for a while before mentioning the Cultural Tourism Festival again. "Xiao Su, I heard that there are a lot of rumors about us on the internet, and it has also caused a lot of attacks from netizens." When mentioning rumors, Feng Shuyu's face turned cold. "There are some, but I don't care about it for the time being. I think I will hold a special press conference later." "Uncle, don't worry, it's okay." Su Hang nodded. "There is nothing to hide from these people in front of me." "Okay, I'll call Xiao Zhang tomorrow and ask if he needs help," Feng Shuyu said again. But everyone can see that Feng Shuyu is in a bad mood. Come to think of it, this tourism festival seems to have never been smooth from beginning to end, and now it's still the same even after the opening ceremony. There are people constantly making trouble. How can Feng Shuyu feel happy? The blue planet is vast, across the ocean. When Xia country is in the dark night, M country is still sunny. At this time, in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in front of a gate in the east of the city, a man in his 60s from Xia country was looking at the man in front of him with a puzzled look. There was also a sign at the gate behind them, which clearly read the words MIT. Although the name of MIT is very ordinary, and it is not even as good as some third-rate private undergraduate schools in Xia country. It is a world-renowned private research university. The school features engineering, science, management, computer and other fields, and has many world-class laboratories and research centers. MIT is committed to cultivating innovative leaders and global citizens, and providing excellent scientific research results and talent support for academic, industrial and government institutions around the world. There was a time when it was ranked in the top 3 in the world, and its strength was very strong. Mr. Matt, I think your request is too much, and it will greatly limit the imagination and creativity of students. After a moment, the man with the face of Xia country said angrily. The man's name is Dingwen, a professor at the Ma College. In his early years, he also worked in a top scientific research institute in Xia country. However, due to some institutional problems in the Scientific Research Institute, Dingwen had a big quarrel with the leader of the institute, and then came to the Ma College to teach. And he has been there for 15 years. Professor Ding, this is the school's rule. Hearing this, the blond man opposite casually spread his hands. They all spoke fluent foreign languages, and the man's expression was full of disdain and contempt, which was in his bones, and had nothing to do with academics. Mr. Matt, as long as the content of the paper is of high quality, it doesn't really matter what language is used as the carrier, because there is a high probability of expression errors in the translation process. Dingwen frowned, and spoke again. No way, this year's requirement is like this. If you can't accept it then... The blond man spread his hands again and shrugged. You? Dinglingaling. But just when Dingwen wanted to say something else, his cell phone rang suddenly. Take it out and take a look, Dingwen said to the man. I'll talk to you later. Then he walked aside and answered the phone. Hello Xiaoyan, are you here? Dingwen said. At this time, Dingwen had already changed to fluent Xiaoguamin dialect. Uncle, I just left the airport. It will take about 40 minutes to get to the school gate. The next moment, a female voice came from the phone. Okay. I was supposed to pick you up at the airport, but something happened at school. Upon hearing this, Dingwen's face showed a little more apology. It's okay. Uncle, you just wait for me at the school gate. By the way, Uncle, I came with my best friend this time, Tong Shui. She is also here for further studies. Do you think it's possible? The female voice said again. That's perfect. I'll arrange for you to stay together so you can take care of each other. Dingwen didn't care and said casually. Thank you. Second uncle. The female voice on the phone was happy and came over quickly. At the same time, another woman's voice could be heard faintly. You girl. Why are you being so polite? Hearing this, Dingwen's thoughts were unconsciously pulled back to the days of struggling in Xia country. Chapter 328 Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Grandfather Prevention. Here, Dingwen fell into reminiscence. At the entrance of the airport terminal, 2 pretty women got on the taxi one after another. One of them was none other than Tong Jichuan's granddaughter Tong Shui, and the other one was even better than Tong Shui in both figure and appearance. The woman was none other than the one who called Dingwen, named Ding Yan. Xiao Yan, I will make my own arrangements when I get there. After getting on the car, Tong Shui told the driver the destination, and turned to look at Ding Yan. This year, the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University has a 6-month targeted study program. After layers of selection, Tong Shui and Ding Yan finally stood out. After returning from this study, they should be able to obtain the title of Deputy Chief Physician. Xiao Shui, why are you being so polite to each other? Upon hearing this, Ding Yan replied unhappily. I will definitely not be polite to you. Mainly because you also found someone else. Tong Shui sighed. That's my second uncle. My dear second uncle. What's wrong with bothering him for a while? Ding Yan shook her head repeatedly, indicating that it was no problem. But your uncle has been here for many years. Tong Shui was still a little hesitant. On the plane, Ding Yan told her a lot about her uncle. Although he has been here for many years, he actually goes back to his hometown for a period of time every year. And I can feel that he still wants to return to our Xia country in his heart, but the incident that year hurt him too deeply. Ding Yan sighed. Is it really okay? Hearing this, Tong Shui was slightly relieved. It's really okay. He is a very nice person. You will know when you meet him. Ding Yan said again. Okay. Ding ling ling. On this side, just when Tong Shui wanted to say something, her cell phone rang suddenly. Tong Shui picked it up and answered it immediately. Hello, Grandpa. It was Tong Jichuan who called. Xiaoxue, have you arrived? Is everything going well? The next moment, Tong Jichuan's voice came from the phone. Grandpa, I'm here, and I'll be at school in about half an hour. Tong Xue first glanced at Ding Yan and then said, We're here. That's good. By the way, Xiaoxue, if you're not busy right now, I want to ask you something. After a pause, Tong Jichuan's voice came again. You say? Do you have the phone number of your dean? Lu Yuan? Tong Jichuan paused, and then his voice came again. Dean Lu? Why do you want his phone number? It would have been better if she hadn't heard it. As soon as she heard it, Tong Xue's expression suddenly became nervous, because the sound of Tong Xue's phone was loud. Ding Yan also vaguely heard what Tong Jichuan said. What was more surprising was that Ding Yan actually showed the same expression as Tong Xue. Finally, he asked quietly with lip language, Xiaoxue, is this your grandfather? Seeing this, Tong Xue nodded slightly, and became even more alert, wanting to know what his grandfather was going to do. Since Shi Linian, Song Qing, and Shinton arrived at the Bingdu Village Clinic. The Bingdu Village Clinic was mentioned frequently during meetings in the hospital. Shi Linian and Song Qing were okay. They were just the backbone of the department. But Shinton was a top expert in the country, and the executive vice president of the hospital. Even the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University could not afford to waste such a talent. Later, when the people in the hospital knew that it was Tong Xue's grandfather who personally poached Shintong, they half-jokingly said that Tong Xue was most likely the spy and undercover of the village health department in the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University. Now Tong Jichuan suddenly asked for the phone number of the dean. How could Tong Xue not be nervous? I just want to talk to him about something. I used to have his phone number, but I couldn't find it after I changed my phone last time. Tong Jichuan's laughing voice soon came. Grandpa, isn't this a bit too obvious? I remember that you don't even know our dean. Where did the phone call come from? Tong Xue raised her eyebrows, becoming more alert. Ahem. We have met before on a forum, but you just didn't know it. Do you have any here? If you do, please send it to me. Don't worry. It's not what you think. Bingdu Village Clinic now has many experts. After 2 dry coughs, Tong Jichuan replied quickly, as if he knew what his granddaughter was thinking. Really? Tong Xue wanted to confirm it again. Really? You know what the current situation of Bingdu Village Clinic is. We have just introduced a group of experts from the Joint Logistics Support Hospital. Tong Jichuan replied quickly. Okay. Then, I'll send it to you later. After thinking for a moment, Tong Xue finally nodded. Okay. I'll wait for you. Yeah. Just like that. The grandfather and grandson chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone. Xiao Yin, do you think my grandfather has something else in mind? After a moment, Tong Xue did not call immediately, but looked at Ding Yan hesitantly. Well, I think you'd better ask the old man about his purpose. If this time is the same as last time, then our hospital will be in trouble. It's okay for the old man to take advantage of us, but don't just rely on us. In fact, you can also consider the 3 top hospitals in Xiagua. Ding Yan took a deep breath. Their dean is a top cardiovascular expert in China, the kind who compiles medical school textbooks, and it was under his management that the first affiliated hospital of Yenzhou University became one of the 4 top hospitals in Xiagua. If this person is also poached, the soft power of the first affiliated hospital of Yenzhou University in some aspects will drop, and it will take a long time to make up for it. You make sense? I'll ask my grandma. My grandma is not like my grandpa. After thinking for a while, Tong Xue nodded, and called her Grandma Wang Huyin. Time flies, Xiagua, Jiancheng, evening, a ray of setting sun shines on the sparkling river surface and the slowly passing cargo ship, creating a unique artistic conception. Many citizens are exercising or walking along the riverside plank road, very pleasant, but at this time, in the office of the president of Yunshan Culture, Wu Yun frowned after hearing the words of the editor-in-chief Lu Yin. What did you say? The Animal Protection Association won't take this up. Across the desk, Lu Yin nodded. Shouldn't they be most enthusiastic about this kind of thing? What did they say specifically? After a long silence, Wu Yun's face became more and more solemn, and he was a little confused. They said it was not their responsibility, and then they hung up the phone. Lu Yin replied immediately. Not their responsibility? The animals in the zoo were pulled out for tourists to ride. So they are not their responsibility? Wu Yun's eyes were almost narrowed into a line. Anyway, that's what they said, and they hung up when I called again, Lu Yun said helplessly. This. Wu Yun was stunned again, until half a minute later, he looked at Lu Yun again. Did the Bingdu Economic Development Zone have any response? No response, and according to the news said by some netizens, the activity is still going on today, with no intention of stopping at all. Speaking of this, Lu Yun, who had been very confident before, had a hint of hesitation on his face. What about the response to our other news? Wu Yun couldn't help but lean forward. No response either. No, it was such a big fuss, and there was no response at all. Wu Yun's eyes widened, full of disbelief. No. Although many netizens have posted various comments under the official account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Bingdu Economic Development Zone has not deleted any comments and has not given any explanation. There has been no movement at the level of Suqing Province. Lu Yun shook his head. This for a moment. Wu Yun was really a little confused. If it were in the past, the local department would definitely respond to the situation. Or even a higher level unit would directly come forward. The result is now good. Bingdu Economic Development Zone has not made any movement. And Suqing Province seems to have seen nothing. Why is this happening? Is there something wrong with our content? It shouldn't be. There shouldn't be anything wrong with our content. Many of the hot spots are obvious. Standing up, pacing for a while, Wu Yun muttered to himself and turned to look at Lu Yun. What do you think about this? Mr. Wu, I feel that there should be a master behind this Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone has been questioned a lot. The more questions there are, the faster the number of fans of Bingdu Economic Development Zone's official video account grows. Netizens who were not interested in Bingdu Economic Development Zone have all followed Bingdu Economic Development Zone's video account, wanting to wait for the final result. In addition, tourists in real life are also like this, because the activities held there are of high quality and fun. The word of mouth in real life is getting better and better. Tourists who go there don't care how much money the event costs. There is even a saying that as long as tourists have fun, it is a successful tourism festival. Even if 1.2 billion yuan is really spent, it is spent on the people, which is very worthwhile. Lu Yun took a deep breath and said what he thought. Do you mean that Bingdu Economic Development Zone is actually borrowing heat in reverse? Wu Yun walked to the front of the tea table and picked up the teacup. But at this time, his hand holding the teacup was shaking slightly. Not good. You should delete the 2 news articles we published before, and the one we just edited immediately. No traces can be left. The next moment, Wu Yun turned around and said hurriedly, Ah, Mr. Wu, although Bingdu Economic Development Zone is a bit abnormal this time. The number of clicks and topics of the news have been very high, our income is also. Lu Yun was a little surprised, full of confusion. Just half an hour ago, she published another article, doubting the authenticity of the news reported by the news broadcast. Do you know why Bingdu Economic Development Zone dares to reverse the heat? It is probably because they have the confidence. They are not in a hurry to refute the rumor. If my estimate is correct, they will officially refute the rumor when this wave of heat is about to die down, and then attract another wave of traffic. The more he thought about it, the worse Wu Yun's face became. He picked up and put down the teacup, and he became visibly nervous. This was the first time in so many years. Mr. Wu, what if it's a master operation? Similar PR models have appeared in some places before, which is to just not deal with it, and wait for things to cool down naturally. Lu Yun was still a little reluctant. No, this time is different, and all signs show that Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not just dealing with it coldly, but seems to be deliberately guiding us. What if this Bingdu Economic Development Zone comes to settle accounts later? We will be miserable. After taking a deep breath, Wu Yun went directly to the computer. At this time, Wu Yun's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. For so many years, Wu Yun has been able to make profits from various breaking news and still survive intact. Naturally, he is not the kind of fool who only knows how to make money. On the contrary, his sense of smell is super sharp. Mr. Wu then. Hearing this, Lu Yun also hesitated. Hurry up and delete it. It's not too late now. There are still many accounts that repost news now. We can definitely get out of it unscathed. The current performance is enough for us to eat for half a year. While Wu Yun was talking, he was already typing on the keyboard. Okay. Then I'll notify those group leaders and ask them not to post related comments anymore. Seeing Wu Yun like this, Lu Yun couldn't help but get nervous. Yeah. At the same time, just when Yunshan culture found that something was wrong and wanted to stop. At 4 p.m. in Hong Kong, Su Lang, chairman of Su's medical group, did not express his opinion after reading the document in his hand, but threw the document on the desk calmly. Standing opposite the desk was Su Fengshan, vice chairman and general manager of Su's medical. Wasn't the shareholders meeting scheduled for August 13th? Why was it postponed for another 4 days? Can you wait for these 4 days? This is not your style. After a long time, Su Lang looked at Su Fengshan calmly. At this time, Su Lang seemed to have known the outcome of the board of directors, and felt like accepting reality. During this period of time, he had tried to win over all the directors he could, but it was still difficult to save the situation. Even if he called his son at this time, and asked his son to say hello to his good brother Wang Long, and vote for himself for the 5% of shares held by Longsheng Group, it would be useless. By then, the total shares over there will still be around 35%, while my side will only have 35%. Therefore, there is really no need to fight anymore. Haha. Don't say that. The reason for waiting for 4 days is that August 15th is the Natural Person Shareholder Statistics Day, and we have to follow the relevant regulations of the stock exchange. Su Fengshan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, he has been waiting for the position of chairman for many years, let alone 4 days, and he doesn't want to wait even for a day. As a result, this morning, the secretary of the board of directors called and said that August 15th was the shareholder statistics day, and the shareholders' shares had to be recounted for public disclosure. This is what happened. Oh! Su Lang glanced at Su Fengshan. Then I'll have to ask you to wait a few more days. You don't have to worry about this. You just need to pack your things in advance the day before the shareholders' meeting. If you haven't packed them before the shareholders' meeting, don't blame me for throwing them out as garbage. Su Fengshan glanced around the office, and he was sarcastic but also a little proud. The demeanor of the CEO of a listed company was gone at this moment, and all he could see was a face that had been calculating for a long time and was finally going to succeed. Chapter 329. What is the level of this group of teachers? Since you think they are rubbish, then do as you please. If there is nothing else, I think you can leave. After all, this office does not belong to you yet. With a faint smile, Su Lang was not angry. Good, very good. Bang. Su Fengshan did not see Su Lang's frustration or exasperation as a loser, and was very unhappy. Finally, he slammed the door and walked out. Looking at the door of the office, and the staff who occasionally peeked at this place from the glass door, for a moment, Su Lang's expression was extremely complicated. It was not until an hour later that Su Lang walked out of the office building of Su's medical group. At this time, there was already an SUV waiting at the door downstairs. Looking back at the office building, Su Lang opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Let's go! Su Lang took a deep breath and said, Where are your things? Hearing this, Tu Pei, who was in the main driving seat, asked. The important things have been taken back a long time ago. The rest are basically useless or garbage. Su Lang looked through the car window with a very complicated expression at this place where he had worked for 20 to 30 years. Since it's all garbage, why did you come here today? Tu Pei said, while stepping on the accelerator. The car slowly drove to the exit. Looking at Tu Pei's expression and tone, it was obvious that she had already accepted the reality that Su Lang was about to leave Su's medical. There is something to deal with today. After all, Su's medical is a listed company, and many things must comply with relevant regulations. Su Lang leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyebrows. Okay. After a pause, Tu Pei spoke again. What are your plans after the shareholders' meeting? Should we go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Wait a minute. After a moment of silence, Su Lang said. Wait. Tu Pei frowned. Well, I was thinking of disposing of the assets here, bringing more funds over. Xiaoxing probably needs money. Although this border cultural tourism festival was very large, there were many negative comments online. What if? When mentioning the tourism festival, Su Lang's face flashed a trace of worry. Although he has been busy with things here, he has also been concerned about the actions of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. That's right. It's a pity that the shares you hold are restricted shares. Otherwise you can sell some more. After hearing this reason, Tu Pei said nothing more. During this period, the couple had already discussed that they would go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone and then travel around the world. The son would decide his own affairs. After that, he would just find a place with a good environment and climate to retire. Those shares will have to wait for a few years. Besides, who knows how Sue's medical will be run in a few years? If there are problems with performance, it will be another matter whether the shares in hand can be sold or not. And the stock price has hit a new low recently. Su Lang sighed again. A new low? Did Su Fengshan and his team do it? A trace of disgust flashed across Tu Pei's face. No, the entire stock market has not been doing well these days. Su's stock price has already hit the limit twice. Su Fengshan and his team are also a little panicked. Su Lang shook his head. They had suppressed the stock price before in order to introduce strategic shareholders through a private placement. Now the stock price has already fallen below the issuance price. But they have no more bullets in their hands. They can only watch the stock price fall without volume. Okay. Suqing Province, Bingdu Village, Office of the President of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, Zhong Ruofei glanced at the green computer screen. He did not cry and complain like other stockholders. At this time, his face was full of pride. Comfortable. It would be nice if there were a few more limit downs next time. This amount of shares is far from enough now. After stretching his body, Zhong Ruofei looked back out the window. Since the stock price had been limit down for 2 consecutive days, there was a lot of panic selling today, and he bought nearly 20 million shares effortlessly at the limit down position. In addition to the shares bought some time ago, Su Hang's investment company now holds nearly 4% of Su's medical shares, and the total share capital has reached 40 million shares. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Zhong Ruofei got up and was about to go to the coffee machine to make a cup of coffee, the phone rang suddenly. Zhong Ruofei picked it up and answered it immediately. What's wrong, old Shui? The call was from Shui Yutian. Old Zhong, are you busy now? If not, come to the East District. The next moment, Shui Yutian's voice came from the phone. East District? What's wrong? Zhong Ruofei frowned. From Shui Yutian's tone, it was obvious that he had something to do. The so-called East District is the rental area and station on the side where the national highway was rerouted. You'll know when you come over. It's hard to explain in a short time. Shui Yutian's voice came again. Okay. In order to facilitate travel, Bingdu Cultural Tourism has added several commercial vehicles. When not in use, they are parked on the planned Xuanwu Road, only about 100 meters away from the bonfire square. 10 minutes later, Zhong Ruofei appeared in front of the gate of the rental area. Old Shui. As soon as he got off the car, Zhong Ruofei saw Shui Yutian standing not far away and waving at him. There were many people around Shui Yutian, so he walked over immediately. Old Zhong. What's wrong? Looking at the crowd around him, Zhong Ruofei said. It's like this. I came here to do something today, and many people asked about the lease period of our rental area, and then more and more people came. I thought you should come directly, after all. You are the president of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, and you have more authority. Shui Yutian pulled Zhong Ruofei aside and said in a low voice. So that's it. Zhong Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when he saw Shui Yutian being surrounded, he thought something had happened, and he was really shocked. Why did they ask about the rental period? Turning his head to look at the crowd in the distance, Zhong Ruofei became more curious. Because they want to register as permanent residents here. Shui Yutian said. What? Register as permanent residents? Zhong Ruofei's brows instantly frowned. According to the regulations of Xia country, as long as you rent a house in a place for more than 5 years, you can register as permanent residents unconditionally. These tenants see that we are gradually getting on the right track, and they have seen a lot of recruitment information from Tongai Clothing and Longxing Electronics, and they think there are a lot of job opportunities here, in addition to this tourism festival and the conditions of the Bingdu Village Clinic. So I had this idea. Shui Yutian explained. These were all the questions he asked when he was chatting with the tenants just now. This for a moment. Zhong Ruofei was also in a dilemma. Logically speaking, Bingdu Cultural Tourism only has these color steel houses and mobile houses, let alone renting for 5 years. Even if it is renting for 10 years, 20 years, as long as the house is not broken down, there is no problem. But he really can't make the decision on things like permanent residence registration. Old Shui. The issues involved in permanent residence registration are too complicated. Why don't we find Xiaosu first? See what Xiaosu says? Otherwise, once we promise to rent these rental houses for 5 years, if there is a change in the policy after 5 years, won't it delay these tenants? After a pause, Zhong Ruofei spoke again. Okay, how do we respond to these tenants now? While nodding, Shui Yutian said again. Let's go over and take a look first, and ask all the questions clearly. See if they are just acting on impulse or if they really have this plan. I see that many tenants are from nearby counties, and they all have their own fields in the village. If they register as permanent residents here, they will definitely be managed according to the urban population, and then they will have no fields. After thinking for a while, Zhang Ruofei said, Little did they know that, just when Zhang Ruofei and Shui Yutian encountered a new situation, in the office of the Management Committee of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Su Hang and Zhang Hancheng glanced at the dozen young people who had just walked out of the door, and then sat on the sofa again. Today, through the recruitment, interview, physical examination, inspection of Jyoga City, finally 12 master's students successfully joined the office under Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Just now, they have officially reported. Director, I heard that real estate will be developed west of the city gate? After a pause, Zhang Hancheng asked. Yes, Talnai Clothing has acquired a piece of land from Bingdu Culture and Tourism, 1.5 billion. It plans to develop a first-class community. Su Hang nodded. When will the construction start? Zhang Hancheng was delighted and hurriedly asked again. There is no other way. There are 12 people reporting today, plus the few temporary workers on the official video account, unknowingly. There are almost 20 staff members here. In desperation, I asked Bingdu Culture and Tourism to rent the second and third floors of the original Bingdu supermarket as dormitories for the staff. However, although the housing problem has been solved, many employees have just asked about commercial housing, especially after seeing the popularity of Bingdu Economic Development Zone and the various restaurant chains and buildings on the pedestrian street. Coupled with the stability of the public service system, many have no plans to leave here. Therefore, marriage, wedding house, etc. have become their biggest concerns. And the wedding house must be a commercial house rather than a rental house. Otherwise, even if you agree, your future mother-in-law will not agree. How could Zhang Hancheng not be happy when he heard that commercial housing was really going to be developed? This was equivalent to solving a big problem in disguise. Maybe around September. But I don't know when it will be launched. Su Hang said again. In Xia country, commercial housing is sold in advance. Just like on Earth. The only difference is that the sales funds in Xia country are strictly managed. And there will be no misappropriation or other problems, which can ensure the delivery of houses with guaranteed quality and quantity. Oh, that's fine. I'll tell these new employees when the time comes, and let them pay more attention to it. Zhang Hancheng said again. Alas, wait until I come back from Hong Kong. Although the company is going to develop commercial housing now, the talent apartment issue must be resolved as soon as possible. After all, it was promised when the recruitment announcement was written. In addition, there is the office building of the Economic Development Zone. Su Hang nodded and said, I thought I would be able to relax a lot after the tourism festival, but I didn't realize that I had accumulated a lot of projects. The 4 5-kilometer-long urban roads and underground pipe corridor projects of Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke must be launched as soon as possible. There is also this talent apartment in the new campus of Xingji College, and the second phase of the Bingdu Village Health Center. Especially the second phase of the Bingdu Village Clinic. Now the experts introduced from outside are all in the inpatient building, and there is still a big gap with the staff building promised to them at the beginning. As for the Bingdu Economic Development Zone office building, it is also on the verge of being built, and it has to be repaired. At present, the Economic Development Zone Management Committee has only 3 offices, which can only meet the needs of 6 or 7 people, and now there are more and more things to do, whether it is Zhang Hancheng, Liu Yongxiu, or Li Mei. They all need an independent office, so this office building must not only be built quickly but also cannot be too small. The land has been discussed with Zhang Hancheng. It is not realistic to build an office building on the land of Bingdu Economic Development Zone 45 kilometers away. The only way is to transfer another piece of land from Bingdu Cultural Tourism. It can be not in the core area, but not too far away. Otherwise it will be inconvenient to handle many things. That's true. When will you leave? Zhang Hancheng sighed, and was a little curious. Since he learned that Bingdu Primary School, Junior High School, and Senior High School were short of teachers, he had inquired a lot. But many of them either did not meet the requirements of Bingdu Cultural Tourism, or were unwilling to come again when they heard that it was in the northwest. Anyone who has worked in Bingdu Economic Development Zone for more than half a year knows Su Hang's standards. His mediocreness is top-notch in the eyes of ordinary people. Now he has to go to Hong Kong in person for this group of teachers, which shows the quality of these teachers. Therefore, not only he is very curious, even the backbones of the Bingdu Village Health Center, whose children are going to school, have asked a lot, wanting to know the level of the teachers. But Su Hang has never taken the initiative to express his opinion or elaborate, and they are even more embarrassed to ask. So until now, the level of this group of teachers is still unclear. August 9th. I will probably come back around the 20th. And I must not delay the start of school. I have already discussed with Uncle Lu yesterday. And the school will definitely be completed before September 1st. Su Hang glanced at the electronic calendar on the wall and said, "Okay, dong dong dong." Just when Zhang Hancheng nodded and was about to say something else, a voice suddenly appeared at the door of the office. Director. Director Zhang. The person who came was none other than Li Mei. What's wrong? Nodding, while motioning Li Mei to come in and sit down, Su Hang asked. Director, the staff of the relevant provincial department just called and delivered a notice, Li Mei said hurriedly. As time went by, the pressure she felt every time she saw Su Hang was even greater than when she was a village cadre. Notice from the relevant provincial department? Su Hang and Zhang Hancheng looked at each other subconsciously. It must be said that, after being directly under the provincial government, it was really a little bit uncomfortable. The relevant department said that the cultural department of Xiaoguo required each provincial city to shoot a main theme TV series, or movie, or local series. Li Mei then carefully explained the relevant contents of the document. After that, he took out another document from his briefcase and put it on the desk. We don't even have our own TV station. How can we do this? And the assessment is so strict. After a moment, after reading the document, Su Hang and Zhang Hancheng looked at each other subconsciously, looking at each other in bewilderment. Director Zhua from Jioga City also called me just now. At this time, Li said again. Director Zhua called you? What did he say? After hearing this, Su Hang looked up at Li. Chapter 330. Let him rest assured, we are also newbies. Director Zhua told us not to rush. Jioga City will report the specific situation to the higher authorities. Although they have a local TV station and many channels, they can't make TV series or movies at all, Li Mei said hurriedly. That's good, wait a minute. After listening, Su Hang thought for a while, nodded. Although if they really want to shoot a main theme TV series or movie, Bingdu Economic Development Zone may not be able to complete it. Not to mention that Songliwei has a lot of celebrity resources. There seems to be a lot of good things in the pond system. The number of tourists during this tourism festival continued to grow. And the daily output of various waste products that can be exchanged for pond value has reached new highs. Now the staff at the garbage recycling station and incinerator has expanded to 50 people. In addition, the garbage recycling station will continue to expand its scale. At the same time, the garbage incineration power plant will be demonstrated again. At present, the system pond value is almost over 50 million. And many top scripts and filming techniques for movies and TV series can be purchased from the system. However, in this way, the cost will increase a lot, not to mention the lack of professional talents. In addition, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has more important things to promote, and it is better to slow down the TV station. More importantly, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has just become a provincial direct-controlled area. There is no need to be the first to take the lead. It is okay to follow Jioga City. Okay, Director. Then I will call Director Zhua back later. He said that if we have any decision, we must tell him. He seems to be quite nervous, Li Mei said again. Okay. Tell him that we will not go all out for everything like the Cultural and Tourism Festival. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is completely new to TV dramas and movies. It is eager to take back this document. Su Hang smiled and nodded. As soon as I heard it, I knew that Zhua Xuezhong must have thought too much again, thinking that Bingdu Economic Development Zone would use this main theme movie to make trouble this time. Okay, Director. I will reply to Director Zhua with the original words. Director Zhang. You guys are busy then. You are busy. After a moment, when Li Mei left the office of the management committee, Zhang Hancheng took a sip of the teacup, and then looked at Su Hang. Director. Although it feels a bit unrealistic to make main-theme TV series and movies, we have to think about the TV station carefully. Although the official video account can also play a certain role in publicity, many functions of the TV station are still irreplaceable. It's not that difficult to set up a TV station. A person in charge of a relevant department in the province has called me before, saying that the procedures for our Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station are going through the relevant procedures. Now with this matter, it will definitely be approved soon. What is difficult now is talent. Do you think we can transfer relevant talents from nearby cities? Even if they are willing to come, will the nearby cities let them go? Su-hang sighed and said, unconsciously, talent has become a big problem for both Bingda Cultural Tourism and Bingda Economic Development Zone. Before it was directly under the provincial government. Although Jioga City had very few staff allocated, relevant personnel have been input here one after another. Now it is good. After becoming directly under the provincial government, even if Jioga City wants to help, it cannot transfer due to the issue of management rights. Even the recruitment authority for civil servants and public servants was given to Bingda Economic Development Zone. Director, how about this? I will think of a way to recruit talents for the TV station. As long as we get a director with good level, the subsequent organizations and institutions should be able to be established one after another. After a long silence, Zhang Hancheng spoke again. Director Zhang, if it is not convenient. It is okay. We will train them slowly later. Seeing this, Su-hang waved his hand immediately. He knew that Zhang Hancheng had a roommate who was the deputy director of Xiagua Satellite TV, but he might not be able to introduce a suitable candidate there. Director. It's okay. Ding-ling-ling. But just when Su-hang wanted to say something else, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and looked at it, then nodded to Zhang Hancheng, and then got up and walked out the door to answer the call. About 10 minutes later, Su-hang returned to the office again. Director Zhang. Mr. Zhang just called. After sitting down, Su-hang briefly recounted the call he had just received. Ah? The tenant over there wants to register as a permanent resident here? Zhang Hancheng was delighted and asked hurriedly. That's a good thing. Zhang Hancheng rubbed his hands subconsciously. He is now thinking that the permanent population of Bingda Economic Development Zone can also be increased while developing its economy. If a place wants to rise and maintain stable growth, population is definitely the top priority. Otherwise, why would those quasi-first-tier and second-tier cities be so crazy about scrambling for people? In some places, even a college diploma is enough to register for permanent residence unconditionally. Therefore, the East District has become his focus. Zhang Hancheng has told Su-hang more than once that he wants to build a second complete administrative village for Bingda Economic Development Zone as soon as possible. It's a good thing. But there are many problems. It's not easy to build a second administrative village. Su-hang leaned on the sofa. Everyone knows what these tenants who want to register for permanent residence are looking for. But a large part of the existing resources in the core area are serving the villagers of Bingda Village. After the establishment of the second administrative village, in theory, this village should also have its own village primary school and village clinic. Director. It's not easy. But it's not impossible. Bingda Village is supported by Bingda Culture and Tourism. If we really have a second administrative village plan, we can let Bingda Economic Development Zone take the lead. Zhang Hancheng nodded and said hurriedly. What do you mean? One is private and the other is public. After a little thought, Su-hang glanced at Zhang Hancheng and gradually understood his idea. Zhang Hancheng must be thinking that after the Economic Development Zone is completed, he will build a public elementary school and a public health center in the rental area. This way, one public and one private, one high-end, one to meet basic needs, is perfect. But there are still many problems involved. Only after 5 years of renting a house can you unconditionally register for permanent residence. Even if this batch wants to settle down, it will take 5 years. Unless there are commercial houses there soon, the tenants can still afford it. In addition, there are other related infrastructure facilities. Zhang Hancheng said again. Unconsciously, Zhang Hancheng has fallen in love with dealing with leaders like Su-hang. There are many things that he can know his subordinates' thoughts without even pointing them out. He really thought so just now. The same old saying, take it one step at a time. I have just told Mr. Zhang that, as long as the tenants there are willing to rent for 5 years, Bingda Economic Development Zone will definitely guarantee their registration and permanent residence needs. If we can't do it in 1 or 2 years, can we still do it in 5 years? Su-hang picked up the teacup and took a sip. Don't worry. I will definitely not let you down. I will ask about the talents of Bingda TV first. Yes. In a blink of an eye, night fell, and the lights of Bingda Village gradually lit up amid the cheers of tourists. With the addition of the West City Gate, Bingkade Building and Entertainment Complex, Bingda Village's Night Fairy Palace has become a serious attraction. Not a popular check-in spot that is only decorated by various bloggers' Photoshop. This trip to the Northwest is really worthwhile. After a day of fun, The tourists who finally stood in the corridor of Guanchua Tower expressed such emotion. Well, if you think about it carefully, the money spent on the tourism festival is worth it. At least we did what we should do with so much money. Another tourist next to him took over the conversation. Yes. 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 That's exactly what I want to say. Many places spend so much money and can finally build a tenth of the scale of Bingu Economic Development Zone, which is already very good. Therefore, there is actually nothing to criticize about Bingu Economic Development Zone. As a tourist town in the northwest region, there is no possibility of development without vigorous publicity. I agree. Let's not talk about others. Anyway, if someone on the internet talks about the funding for the event again, I really want to refute it. Yes, some comments really feel like they are deliberately leading the rhythm. Especially those who say that Qianshu Travel is abusing zoo animals. Ha ha. You know it too? It's really funny. How could you not know? Yesterday afternoon, some tourists followed the animals back to the enclosure. What kind of zoo is it? It's obviously a breeding farm. I don't know what the media who forwarded the news are thinking. Of course, Bingu Farm also has an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. The types of animals raised in your farm are almost catching up with those of formal zoos. Can it be misunderstood? There is really nothing wrong with this sentence. In other words, someone filmed the video of Bingu Cultural Tourism releasing fish at the entertainment complex. Otherwise, there might be rumors of a water monster. The fish in the lake over there are really big in the past few days. Some people have made a lot of money by transferring fishing spots. Although online rumors are very powerful, sometimes rumors will be broken in the face of absolute strength. When tourists who arrived at and left Bingu village began to post various comments online, the reputation of Bingu Economic Development Zone actually gradually improved. Especially the official video account of Bingu Economic Development Zone, the number of fans exceeded 3 million in just a few days. Many black fans at the beginning turned into loyal fans. And the public account with 3 million fans can already be compared with the official video accounts of some second-tier cities, or even slightly better. However, Tong Shui, who was on the other side of the ocean, did not know about Bingu Economic Development Zone. At this time, she was standing in front of the window and looking at the elites hurrying in the campus of Ma College. Those who can enter this university are definitely the best among their peers. Even if there are a few who slip through the net, their connections and relationships are terrifyingly strong. Xiaoyan, your uncle seems to be in a bad mood today. Did you cause him any trouble? After a long time, Tong Shui looked at Ding Yan at the desk. Finally, under the arrangement of Ding Yan's uncle, she successfully lived with Ding Yan in a dormitory with a high level in Ma College. No. When he came back just now, I heard him say that there were some problems in teaching. Upon hearing this, Ding Yan waved her hand hurriedly, signaling Tong Shui not to misunderstand. Oh, I thought. Tong Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoxue, don't worry about my second uncle, but worry more about your grandfather. Didn't your grandmother say that your grandfather was looking for a president for a private university in Bingu Economic Development Zone? I suspect that your grandfather is most likely targeting our Dean Liu. At this time, Ding Yan spoke again. Targeting our Dean Liu? Impossible. Our Dean Liu's main achievements are in the medical field. How could he become the president of a third-tier university? It's unrealistic regardless of his identity or other aspects. In other words, let alone the president of a third-tier college. Even if Dean Liu was the president of a 211 university, he might not go back. Tong Shui shook her head repeatedly. Don't say that. Didn't the business vice president of the first affiliated hospital of Yen University end up going to the village clinic over there? You really shouldn't underestimate your grandfather's methods. Ding Yan curled her lips. For a moment, Tong Shui didn't know what to say. It wasn't until a while later that she said again. Xiao Yan, I can't do anything now. The phone number has been given. Ding ling ling. However, Tong Shui was only halfway through her words when Ding Yan's cell phone rang. Picking it up and taking a look, Ding Yan immediately made a hushing gesture to Tong Shui before answering the phone. Hello, uncle. It was Ding Yan's uncle Dingwen who called. Xiao Yan, I want to ask you something. The next moment, Dingwen's voice came from the phone. Go, Ding Yan said hurriedly. When you were in Xia country, did you hear a university called Xingji College? There is also a place called Bingu Economic Development Zone. After a pause, Dingwen's voice came again. Ah, Xingji College? Bingu Economic Development Zone? How did you know? Ding Yan's cell phone was making a loud noise. As soon as she said this, Ding Yen and Tong Shui were stunned. Their eyes almost popped out. An old friend of mine. Oh, right. It's Dean Liu from your hospital. He just called me and said that this college is short of a dean. He asked me if I was interested. He also said that if I went there, I could implement my own educational philosophy and have all-round support and research projects with no funding limit. Ding Wen said again. It can be heard that Ding Wen's words are not a rejection that cannot be considered, but rather a great interest. At this time, Ding Yen looked at Tong Shui with a look that said, look at your grandfather. In the end, he didn't set his sights on Dean Liu, but on his second uncle. As for Tong Shui, she quickly covered her eyes with her hands, looking like she was afraid to see anyone. Hey! Shou Yan! Perhaps because she felt that there was no response from this side. Ding Wen's voice came again. I've heard of this, and I know a little bit about it. My friend's grandfather is working in the clinic in Bingdu Economic Development Zone now. But over there. Ding Yen took a deep breath and said so. However, before Ding Yen finished her words, Ding Wen said again, it's okay to have heard of it. This way, I'll come to you later. And this time, Ding Yen was not given a chance to speak. Second uncle. Chapter 331 East District adds a game. The sun rises and sets, 3 days pass in a flash. It is already July 29th. Suqing Province, Lan City, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The weather is hot. There are not many pedestrians on the street. Everyone is hiding in the air-conditioned room, enjoying the cool lunch break. At this time, on Jinyo Commercial Street, only a few hundred meters away from Xingji College, 2 young women are chatting in a coffee bar. Lulu, did Director Liu call you? One of the women looked around and said, yes. The blue-skirted woman nodded. What are your plans? The woman asked again hurriedly. The woman who spoke was named Zhang Jiejia, and the blue-skirted woman opposite was named Fu Haiyan. They were both teachers at Xingji College. Let's wait for the official notice now. Fu Haiyan said after a pause. What if the notice says that the college will move to Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Will you go? Zhang Jiejia asked again. Go. Fu Haiyan nodded without hesitation. Ah, are you really going? Hearing the answer, Zhang Jiejia's face was full of disbelief. Well, I think Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not bad. It has everything you need, and the characteristic ancient buildings are very impressive. Fu Haiyan said again. But didn't you buy a house in Lanshe? What if you go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone? You and your partner. Zhang Jiejia frowned. Rent out the house. My partner also said that Bingdu Economic Development Zone is pretty good. As long as there is a chance in the future, he will find a way to go there. By the way, what are your plans? Fu Haiyan replied. Me? If Xingji College is confirmed to be relocated, I won't go. I plan to quit directly. Zhang Jiejia shook her head, with a puzzled look on her face. Obviously, she didn't agree with Fu Haiyan's decision. Quit directly? Yes, Director Liu said that he had communicated with the leaders of several other third-tier colleges in Lan City. Wuching College is just short of some teachers, so there should be a chance. Zhang Jiejia took a sip of coffee and added, in terms of college strength, Wuching College is much stronger than our Xingji College. If you enter Wuching, it's equivalent to taking a step further, and the gold content in the future will be higher. Looking at Xingji College, this year's enrollment has hit a record low if it moves to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone, which is so far away. TSK. Oh, it would be great if I could enter Wuching College. Hearing this, Fu Haiyan responded with a sentence and didn't say anything else. In her opinion, the enrollment of a university is not closely related to the location of the school. For example, Jioga Vocational and Technical College recruits more students every year than Xingji College. Why don't you consider it again? Let's go together. I heard from Director Liu that many teachers are unwilling to go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Zhang Jiejia said again. At this time, her face looked like I was saving you and making you more valuable in the future. Sister Zhang, thank you for your kindness. I think I'll wait and see how the college arranges it in a few days. After thinking for a moment, Fu Haiyan replied, Haiyan, this is a big deal. You really need to think it through. Once the college goes bankrupt, it will be hard for you to find a job when you come back. Zhang Jiejia leaned forward. We'll talk about it then. Aren't there 400 or 500 new students every year? People make different choices. Xingji College has nearly 400 faculty and staff. When the news that the college was acquired by Bingda Culture and Tourism spread, there were many chats like Zhang Jiejia and Fu Haiyan. Some planned to go to Buqing College to take a step further like Zhang Jiejia, and some planned to follow the arrangements like Fu Haiyan. However, at this time, not everyone's attention was on Bingda Culture and Tourism's acquisition of Xingji College. In Jioga City, in the canteen behind the government building, several district and county leaders who had just finished a meeting were chatting. More and more people have gone to Bingdu Economic Development Zone in the past 2 days. I really don't understand. After taking a sip of fermented glutinous rice soup, the person in charge of Jioga City High-Tech Development Zone said with emotion. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone is no longer under Jioga City, it is still close to Bingdu Economic Development Zone during this meeting. The big leader kept comparing Bingdu Economic Development Zone when presiding over the meeting. He also said that he wanted other counties and districts to learn from Bingdu Economic Development Zone's experience in hosting such large-scale events. What's this? When the Frontier Tourism Festival opened, all kinds of doubts on the internet were overwhelming. As a result, they have completely calmed down in the past 2 days. Not only that, but the positive reviews have also increased. After a pause, Jinlu County Director Ming Yang took over the conversation. Once upon a time, whenever it involved such online doubts, the local government would generally clarify or issue an announcement as soon as possible. However, Bingdu Economic Development Zone did nothing. The final effect was even better than issuing an announcement. I really don't understand it. This shows that this is also a way of dealing with it. We can all learn from it in the future. As long as the netizens calm down, everything will be fine. On the side, Sun Chung, the person in charge of Ase County, spoke after a while. That makes sense, otherwise many of the things that broke out at this cultural tourism festival would be unacceptable. We will do this in the future. Ming Yang immediately agreed. Yeah. The other people also nodded in agreement, as if Bingdu Economic Development Zone had paved a clear way for them. By the way, have you heard that various cities are going to shoot main themes or TV series? Do you think Bingdu Economic Development Zone will make any more noise this time? After a pause, Sun Chung suddenly thought of something and said again. I heard that. Isn't this matter still undecided? Many relevant leaders of cities have reported their situations to the province. I heard that the movie or TV series is likely to be changed into a short play. The person in charge of Jioga City High-Tech Development Zone has finished eating and wiped his mouth with a tissue. Oh, if it's a local short play, it's okay. Movies and TV series are really too difficult. Sun Chung nodded. But this time it's the policy of the entire Xia country. Who knows what standards will be followed in the end? But then again, Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely not make any waves this time. They don't even have their own TV station now. So how can they do it? Whether it's a local short play or something else, it must be broadcast on its own TV station first. At this time, the person in charge of the High-Tech Development Zone added. You have a point. Many important units in Bingdu Economic Development Zone have not been established yet, not to mention the TV station, and even if they are established, they may not be able to operate quickly. Sun Chung nodded, as if he had found comfort, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure on Ase County has been increasing in recent times. Residents in the county and nearby towns run to Bingdu Economic Development Zone whenever they have something to do. In the eyes of some residents, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has surpassed Jioga City in some aspects. Going to Jioga City is far less interesting than coming to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. What made Sun Chung even more unbearable was that Ase County was becoming more and more like a larger town in contrast to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If this continued, the residents of Ase County would definitely have other ideas. Old son, stop imagining things. The Bingdu Economic Development Zone just hit the mark, and suddenly became a provincial economic development zone, but in fact, it is far from mature, and has a long way to go. If I remember correctly, the current Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not as good as the former oil town. Everyone knows what the final outcome of that town will be. As if he could see what Sun Chung was thinking. Ming Yang stood up and patted Sun Chung on the shoulder. That's right. Don't worry. The person in charge of the high-tech zone also said. Okay. Here, the heads of various districts and counties in Jioga City felt that Bingdu Economic Development Zone still had a long way to go. Bingdu Village. Su Hang did not have time to talk about the development of other counties and districts. At this time, he was arranging something for Zhang Hancheng. Director Zhang. The natural gas pipeline will soon reach the core area in the next 2 days. You have to pay attention. It must be arranged according to our previous plan. After a pause, Su-hang said, "Don't worry. I will definitely arrange the water, electricity, and gas lines properly. No matter whether it is the west side of the city gate or the east area, there will be no problems in the future." Zhang Hancheng nodded hurriedly. Another thing is the underground pipeline corridor. It can be officially launched after the tourism festival ends, Su-hang said again. Originally, these projects were to be mainly undertaken by Bingda Culture and Tourism. But later on, they thought that these were basic livelihood projects and should be undertaken by Bingda Economic Development Zone. Although Bingda Culture and Tourism earned a lot of money during this wave of tourism festivals, the tax revenue of Bingda Economic Development Zone was also a considerable figure. Especially Icebird and Ice Lake Legend Beer have contributed a lot, not to mention the restaurants, chains, and embroidery shops that are almost full every day. Well, I have asked the staff to start preparing the relevant materials. Once the relevant materials are ready, we will start bidding and strive to complete the underground corridor project in the shortest time. When it comes to the underground corridor, Zhang Hancheng took a deep breath. In his opinion, the importance of this matter can almost be ranked in the top 3, even more important than setting up relevant departments. Once it is repaired, there will be no more electric poles or the like in the core area of Bingdu village, and the atmosphere of ancient buildings can be maximized. When starting construction, the impact must be minimized. Su-hang added, "Don't worry. Although this is a project at the level of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, we will still explain it clearly to the construction party during the bidding. Our Bingdu Economic Development Zone has no shortage of money. It must be a 3-shift operation. A portion of the project funds will be reserved as a deposit and settled according to progress. As long as the project can pass the final acceptance, the deposit will be fully refunded." When talking about the project, Zhang Hancheng's face was full of confidence. In this regard, Bingdu Economic Development Zone cannot say that it is far ahead, but it can at least surpass 80% of the counties and districts in Xiagua. Well, there is one more thing. After a pause, Su-hang suddenly thought of something and said, "You say, this morning, Mr. Xiao and Mr. Zhong of Postal Savings Bank reached an agreement and finally bought a piece of land in the East District for 80 million yuan, 30 acres. It is opposite the current rental area, next to the card member's home. After the contract is signed, they will start construction, building the Postal Savings branch," Su-hang said. "It's built over there? What about Postal Express?" Zhang Hancheng couldn't help but ask again. He knew that the Postal Savings Bank was going to set up a branch in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. He didn't expect that the Postal Savings Bank actually valued the eastern area. Postal Express is also over there, but the planned logistics park will leave a large transfer station. Su-hang glanced at the Bingdu map on the wall. The logistics park is right next to Longsheng Group and Tonai Clothing. The new national highway runs across it. The Postal Savings Bank branch is on the side, where the national highway is rerouted. It's very convenient to go there. Okay, I will coordinate and handle the relevant procedures as soon as possible. Zhang Hancheng picked up the notebook and wrote it down. By the way, Director, our Bingdu Economic Development Zone Government Affairs Building. Please see. After writing it down, Zhang Hancheng hesitated for a moment before looking at Su-hang again. Well, you notify the heads of other substations and branches. By the way, Director Luo, Deputy Director Li, we will borrow the meeting room of Bingda Culture and Tourism at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and hold a meeting there. Let everyone give their opinions and determine this matter. After thinking for a while, Su-hang arranged. Okay. Hearing this, Zhang Hancheng was delighted and said hurriedly, "These 2 days." He felt that the office space was not enough. Of course, it was not just them. Except for the newly built fire station and police station, other branches and substations not only had insufficient space, but also had many problems with staffing. Take the industrial and commercial and taxation departments as an example. The business volume is getting bigger and bigger, and it is no longer possible to handle it with full staff capacity. It is urgent to expand and supplement staff. Well, let's do this for now. I have to go to the health center now. Uncle Tong said that he has something to discuss. Su-hang raised his hand to check the time and said again, The sun sets, the golden sunlight falls on Jiancheng, making Jiancheng feel more and more like what is described in poetry. Yushan Culture, CEO's office, Wu Yun glanced at the report and computer screen in his hand, finally heaved a sigh of relief, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Not bad, not bad. The net profit this time is actually 10 million. He said. Mr. Wu, the most important thing is that there is no news we made on the internet now. All of them are derived by some self-media later. We have got out of this perfectly this time. Across the desk, Editor-in-Chief Lu Yin laughed, looking very relaxed. Yes, fortunately. We reacted in time this time. Otherwise it would be really bad, later. I asked someone to find out more details. Bingdu Economic Development Zone was just a provincial economic development zone. And it used to belong to Jioga City, last year. It was still a ruined town. There was no grant or loan at all. It was really an anomaly. Speaking again, Wu Yun's face showed a trace of relief. Obviously, as an industry veteran, he knew what kind of consequences would come from fabricating such news. Mr. Wu, you are still smart. Dong dong dong. But before Lu Yin finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of the office. The next moment, the door of the office was pushed open directly, and a woman dressed as a secretary did not care that Lu Yin was still there, and immediately said, Mr. Wu, someone is looking for you outside. Chapter 332 The Influence of Director Su's Standard. Looking for me? Who? Seeing the secretary's expression, Wu Yun frowned. The person claimed to be from the relevant department of Yanqing Public Security Procuratorate. The secretary hurriedly said, Ah, the relevant department of Yanqing Public Security Procuratorate? Swish, it would have been better if they hadn't heard it. When Wu Yun and Lu Yin heard it, their faces changed, and they all stood up. Yeah, they also showed their ID cards. The female secretary's voice couldn't help but tremble a little. This was the first time she had seen such a scene. After those people came in, they had already controlled the entrance of the company. And after showing their ID cards, they had gathered the other staff together, and were not allowed to touch the computer. This Wu Yun and Lu Yan's faces turned extremely pale, and they no longer had the complacency and smugness just now. They knew what was in the company's computer better than anyone else. It was not until a moment later that Wu Yun took a deep breath. Didn't they say what the reason was? We have never had anything to do with Yanqing. Wu Yun really couldn't figure out why it was the relevant department of Yanqing. Since doing this business, Yushan Culture has never published any news items related to Yanqing. That's not mentioned. After they came in, they asked us to assist in the investigation. Then, Mr. Wu, you still. The secretary was so anxious. At the beginning, they were all confused. The group just said that they were asked to assist in the investigation and didn't say another word to them. And if she wasn't busy controlling the relevant computers, someone would definitely follow her instead of asking her to come and call for help. I'll go over and take a look. Swallowing nervously, Wu Yun's hand that was shutting down the computer began to tremble unconsciously. Mr. Wu, then you go over first, I'll take care of it here. At this time, Lu Yin glanced at his office and said hurriedly, Editor-in-Chief Lu, don't worry. The leader also called your name. The secretary said again. Ah, he also called my name. I didn't do anything. For a moment, Lu Yin was stunned and didn't know what to say. As night fell, about an hour or two later, 2 seals were pasted on the door of Yunshan Culture Company. At the same time, dozens of employees from the company lined up and boarded a police bus. Wu Yun and Lu Yin were taken to another police vehicle and enjoyed special treatment. Because of the loud noise, there was a lot of discussion in the business building, and almost everyone was guessing what happened. Why was a good cultural media company suddenly taken away, but these people don't know? It doesn't mean that someone doesn't know. Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Yiyuan, Zaya Kanglang Pavilion, Feng Shuyu and Gao Yuling and other retired people in Bingdu Village are enjoying a rare relaxation and are enjoying the coolness of the hot summer night. A breeze blew, pond, koi, the rustling sound of lotus leaves, as comfortable as it can be. Old Feng, have you got it done? Tong Jichuan asked, picking up the teacup and taking a sip. It should be almost done. I asked a student I once taught to deal with it. He should know what to do, however. It will probably take some time for the issue of economic compensation, and it is definitely not at that stage now. Feng Shu nodded. There was no other way. As someone who had participated in the legislation of Xia State, his village was deliberately smeared without any evidence. How could he sit back and do nothing? So he called a relevant department in Yanqing the next day. And the reason given was not that the reputation of Bingdu Economic Development Zone was affected, but it rose to another level. Regarding the civil compensation part, he was drafting it these 2 days. although the final amount of compensation may be proportionally increased according to the income of some media. It will never let the city gate of Bingao cultural tourism be repaired in vain. That's definitely no problem. Tong Jichuan immediately gave Feng Shuyu a thumbs up. He knew very well what level Feng Shuyu's proud students were at now. By the way, old Tong, didn't you say you found a suitable candidate for the president of Xingji College? Are there any results? If there are no results, I will think of a solution here. After a pause, Feng Shuyu said again. I've called them, and they said they need to think about it carefully, but I don't think the problem is big. I have known Dingwen for a long time. As long as he is given relatively free rights and his ideas are not restricted, he will definitely come back. Speaking of the candidate for the president, Tong Jichuan nodded. Dingwen? The one who led many large projects at a young age in China, but later went to the Ma College. Feng Shuyu suddenly realized. Dingwen's story was on the news at the time, causing some discussion. Well, in fact, in addition to educational ideas, his scientific research achievements are also very high. He was nominated for the Blue Star Nobel Prize twice, but he was not elected in the end. Tong Jichuan introduced. Almost won the Nobel Prize? Such a person is indeed more than qualified to be the president of Xingji College. But since he has gone out, will he? As expected, many top universities in China must have invited him during this period. After a little thought, Feng Shuyu said again, many top universities in Xiaogui usually advertise how many academicians or honorary academicians they have in their schools. But they never advertise that their universities have Nobel Prize winners. It's not that they don't want to, but Xiaogui currently has only one Nobel Prize in literature, and no other more valuable biology, chemistry, or physics. Dingwen was nominated twice, which means he already has the corresponding strength. It's just that he lacks the final touch, and he may succeed at any time. Such talents are definitely popular in the eyes of top universities. You know what? He went abroad because he disagreed with the ideas of his direct leader at that time. And he went abroad in anger. During this period, no university really wanted to invite him back. Tong Jichuan waved his hand. Yes, I know this. And no university has invited him. At this time, Tu Wanhua on the side said. Due to professional issues, Tu Wanhua only participated in scientific research and did not go to Bingao Health Center for clinical consultation. Therefore, she had more free time than others after the experiment. Now, she has become friends with several old villagers in Bingao village without realizing it. She no longer feels restrained and embarrassed when she first came. Why? First, Dingwen caused a lot of trouble in the research institute. Many universities think that such people are difficult to manage. With the current internet level, if he causes trouble again, it will definitely not be a small matter. Second, many schools heard that he would not return to China after hearing that he was working at the Ma College. After all, the Ma College is one of the top universities in Blue Star, and the best universities in Xia country are only ranked in the 20th or 30th level in Blue Star. Tu Wanhua took over the conversation. After saying that, she paused, and then added, of course, there are many misunderstandings. In fact, Dingwen is not disobeying management. He is insisting on the pure land in his heart. So that's it. Feng Shuyu nodded and said nothing more. Although he was born in a liberal arts college, he is also very clear about some things in science and engineering colleges. There are some things that everyone knows but cannot be named. And it has even become a rule. This time I found a lot of people, several of whom are his close friends, and they know more or less about his situation in the past few years. In fact, he is not as smooth as imagined in the Ma Institute. Tong Jichuan followed up. The reason why he was so sure was because he had received some feedback. And it was not that he was just guessing. This matter will be settled in a few days. Well, as long as the principle is done, the rest will be much simpler. He just needs to execute it according to his ideas. Feng Shuyu stood up and came to the pavilion to scatter a handful of fish food. Under the feeding of these Bingao village elders, the koi in the pond are obviously much larger than when they were first put into the pond. And I guess if Dingwen comes to Xingji College, he will definitely invite some more talents to Xingji College. That's a must. Just like that, after the few people talked about some other things, Tu Wanhua suddenly thought of something and looked at Feng Shuyu again. Mr. Feng, have you heard whether Bingao Economic Development Zone is going to develop commercial housing? I'm not sure about this. Lao Lu has been busy building a primary school these 2 days and rarely goes back to Yuan. Feng Shuyu shook his head. Now everyone has their own things to do. And they won't ask about the Bingu Economic Development Zone. Why are you asking about this? I think, if there is a commercial house being developed, buy one first. 211 replied. Buy one? What's wrong? Do you think Yuan is not good enough? Tong Jichuan and Feng Shuyu were obviously stunned. And even Gao Yuling's face showed some surprise. It's not good enough. But too good. It's hard to find a similar place in the whole Xia country. Tu Wanhua waved her hands repeatedly. That is? Tong Jichuan asked. After all, Yuan is where the villagers of Bingdu village live. It's not appropriate for an outsider like me to live there forever. Mr. Shen is still seeing patients at the Bingdu village clinic. I can't help it all. Tu Wanhua sighed. There is no way. Although Bingdu village is very good, she really can't register as a permanent resident here. Once registered, the affairs of the Xiaogui Traditional Medicine Research Institute will be greatly affected. Now she can only run back and forth. If she buys a house, I can't say whether it is convenient or not. But at least she will feel more at ease than now. Teacher too, actually. There is really no need to do this. Feng Shuyu wanted to persuade Tu Wanhua, but didn't know how to start, so he could only look at Tong Jichuan. That's right, we are actually just staying here temporarily. Tong Jichuan followed. No matter how good the commercial housing is, it is definitely not as good as Yuan. No, the other day I heard from a staff member that Director Su has already classified Yuan as the collective asset of Bingdu village. As long as you are a registered resident of Bingdu village, you have permanent residence rights. How can it be considered as staying here temporarily? Speaking of this, Tu Juanhua's eyes flashed with envy. She had devoted herself to her unit for decades and only got a 4-bedroom, 1 living room apartment without property rights, which was nothing compared to Yuan. Ah? This Feng Shuyu, Gao Yuling, Tong Jichuan and others were stunned again. They really didn't know what Tu Wanhua said. And I heard that Yuan will be expanded in the future, so the living environment may be better than it is now. Tu Wanhua said again. Although the commercial housing project developed by Tonghai Clothing is still going through the procedures, many people have already started to inquire about it. In addition to Tu Wanhua, several staff members of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Taxation Branch, who had just got off work, were also enjoying the most rare leisure time of the day in a leisure bar. Have you heard? Tomorrow our leaders will go to the management committee for a meeting. A woman in her 30s took a sip of lemonade and said. Why? Someone in her companions asked curiously. Since the establishment of the Bingdu Taxation Branch, it seems that there have been few meetings. It is said that they are going to discuss the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Government Office Building. Once the Government Office Building is built, a comprehensive office hall will definitely be set up. And some people will definitely go there to work. The woman looked around and said. Since she moved into the office building in Bonfire Square, she has become more and more satisfied with this place. Especially after the branded restaurant chain moved in. She felt like she was living in the core area of Jioga City. No. It should be said that there are not so many branded restaurants in the core area of Jioga City. That's a good thing. The colleague was stunned at first, and then hurriedly said, Good thing? Not necessarily. The woman curled her lips. Why? The colleague looked puzzled. Why? Have you ever thought about what if the government office building is far away from the core area? The woman lowered her voice. It's no problem even if it's far away. Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely take it into consideration. There will be no problem with accommodation and food. The colleague frowned. Food and accommodation are no problem, but what about the children's schooling? Now our economic development zone is directly under the provincial government. Not to mention its financial situation is far better than other counties and districts. Sooner or later, our family will have to move here. The woman sighed. Once upon a time, they were almost depressed to death after receiving the documents for transfer to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and those who were not transferred were as happy as if they had won 5 million. But now many former colleagues would ask about the situation here from time to time, and want to be transferred here. But that door has been completely closed. Jioga City and Bingdu Economic Development Zone have become equal, and there will be no such thing as direct transfer. I don't think you need to worry about this. The leaders must have their own considerations, and will never let the children of employees go without school. After a moment, the colleague felt that the woman was thinking too much. Yes, can the leaders guarantee that our children can go to school? But can they guarantee that they can go to the best primary school in Bingdu Economic Development Zone? The woman looked at her colleague deeply. The best elementary school? What do you mean? After hearing this, the colleague was stunned again. What do you mean? Do you know that? A school is being built at the east end of Bingdu village? I know. It's just to the east of the fire station. It seems to be a Bingdu cultural tourism school. It's a private school. The colleague nodded, not thinking it was a big deal. Then do you know that Director Su has to go to Gang City in person to hire teachers for this school? You should know what Director Su's standards are. You can distrust other people's promises, but you can be sure of Director Su's standards. Director Su was personally involved. Think about it yourself. The woman leaned forward. Ah? What did you say? Director Su personally went to invite the teacher? This time, the colleague could no longer remain calm. Well, the news has spread. Several people from the market supervision and management branch were asking about the house yesterday. And they kept asking if there would be a real estate development near this school. Chapter 333 Not So Good, Top 3 in Northwest. Although Director Su can basically guarantee the quality of the school, I heard that this new school is mainly for the backbone talents of Bingdu Village Clinic, who will join Bingdu Economic Development Zone in the future. And there seems to be no news of new buildings around the school. We ordinary employees may think too much. After coming back to our senses, the colleague frowned. No, how many backbone talents are there in Bingdu Village Clinic? Their children can't even support a class, let alone a school. So, if we want to run this school in the end, we must recruit students from outside. We work here, so we definitely have more opportunities than others, and after we buy it, and our children graduate, the surrounding houses may appreciate a lot. The woman shook her head immediately. But I haven't heard that there will be commercial housing development there yet. It's just that there seems to be a real estate development outside the west gate. The colleague hesitated. The one in the west is also okay. It's not too far anyway, and this is a private school. It will definitely not be divided into districts like traditional schools. The woman said again. Why don't we do some research first? See what level the teacher that Director Su invited back is. If he is really good, then we can find a way to get one, even if the price is a little higher. It doesn't matter, everything is for the children. After thinking for a while, the colleague was finally convinced by the woman. Okay, I'll ask someone to help find out in the next few days. Yes. As the night deepened, Yuan, a single-family building, Su Hang and Zheng Ruofei, Shui Yutian, who was rarely free, were sitting in front of the tea table chatting. As time goes by, although more and more tourists come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, with the stable output of activities in the tent area at night, the number of tourists is still within the carrying capacity of Bingdu Village. Several people are no longer as busy as before. Xiao Su, when are you going to Gang City? After a pause, Zheng Ruofei looked at Su Hang. The day after tomorrow. The plane ticket has been bought. Su Hang replied. So early? Because of regulations. The board meeting of Su's medical group has been postponed to after the 18th. Hearing the time, Zheng Ruofei was a little surprised. In the past 2 days, the investment company has been continuously buying shares of Su's medical at a low price. The statistics will be made public around August 15th, according to the relevant regulations of the stock exchange. Although I dare not say how much say I can get from the shares I hold now. I can at least attend the shareholders meeting as an important natural person shareholder. No way. I originally wanted to go on the 10th. But there are still some things in the school that have not been confirmed. So I need to go in advance. Su Hang shook his head. As for attending the shareholders meeting, Su Hang actually had no worries. Zheng Ruofei was absolutely reliable. And Zheng Ruofei had arranged a specialist to go to Hong Kong City first. At that time, this commissioner will take the power of attorney to attend the shareholders meeting of Su's medical on behalf of Su Hang. There is no way Su Hang's current identity and status are here. If he appears at the shareholders meeting as a shareholder again, it will not only have some impact, but also cause some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, it is the only option to let someone come on behalf of him and arrange the relevant decisions in the background. Okay, by the way, Xiao Su, the person who is arranged to go this time is Bai Chong, a deputy manager of the accounting department of Bingdu Culture and Tourism. You can call him directly after you arrive in Hong Kong City. I will send you his phone number later. Zheng Ruofei understood and said again. As for the school, it was not his strong point, so he did not ask. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as our shares have certain voting rights. Su Hang nodded. Don't worry about this. There are still 10 trading days to go. The shares held by the investment company should have some say. Zheng Ruofei picked up the teacup and took a sip. That's fine. By the way, Xiao Su, did the teacher fail to deal with the school? Do you need help? Li Wei knows a lot of people in Hong Kong. But at this time, Shui Yutian on the side took over the conversation. No need. I have almost contacted the teachers. It mainly involves the qualification of the school. Su Heng sighed. The qualification of the school? What qualification? It would have been better if Su Heng didn't say it. Once he said it, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian became more curious. In theory, the qualification of this school is approved by Bingdu Economic Development Zone itself, and it does not involve the qualification issue at all. It is the Blue Star International Baccalaureate Organization. Su Heng said. Ah, International Baccalaureate Organization? Hearing these words, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian couldn't help but take a breath. When setting up the school this time, they thought Su Heng would invite some top teachers with higher education or more experience. But he actually wanted the school to become a member of the International Baccalaureate Organization. The Blue Star International Baccalaureate Group was established 60 or 70 years ago, and it has the status of an educational consulting partner of UNESCO in Blue Star. It is commonly known as IBO. As long as you become a member of the organization, you can set up a university preparatory program. One is the University Preparatory International Diploma Program for high school students aged 16 to 19, which is the IB Diploma Program. The second is the Academic Program for junior high school students aged 11-16, abbreviated as MYP. The third is the Primary School Program for students aged 3-12, abbreviated as PYP. It almost covers the entire kindergarten, primary and junior high school. In particular, the IB Diploma Program has been recognized by many top universities in the world. As long as you reach the corresponding scores, you can apply for these universities. For example, Cambridge, one of the top universities in Blue Star, requires IB scores. Total score 40-42, HL3 courses require 7, 6, general science courses require advanced mathematics, engineering courses also require physics, etc. At present, several top middle schools in Yanqing and Haishur are also IBO member schools. Many celebrities and wealthy people are attracted by this platform, so that their children can enter the top universities in Blue Star. Of course, the tuition fees of these schools are not cheap. The tuition fees for elementary school are more than 200,000, and the tuition fees for high school are basically around 300,000. And looking at the entire Xia country, there are only about 150 authorized schools, and most of them are concentrated in economically developed places such as Yanqing, Haishur, Guangqing, and there are very few other identities. Among the 5 provinces in the northwest, only Shanxi province has 2 schools, and the other provinces have none. If Bingda Cultural Tourism School can apply for this qualification, it will become the 3rd school in the northwest, and the 1st in Suqing province. Xiao Su. This should be very difficult. Is there a high chance that we will be approved? After a moment, Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath and asked again hurriedly. The reason why there are only 2 member schools in the 5 provinces in the northwest is not that some educational institutions do not want to apply, but that they dream of becoming one of them. After all, in addition to setting up IB-related courses, it can also be allowed to recruit some foreign international students. At the same time, foreign students also highly recognize such schools. It's just that the requirements of this organization are too high. Not all schools can become a member of them, especially Suqing province. Several top private middle schools in Lan City try every year, but they are rejected every year. In the end, they can only let students take the college entrance examination route of Xiagua. It's not very clear at the moment. We need to meet in person to know. The person in charge of the expansion of the Xiagua district was introduced by my doctoral supervisor. Su Heng sighed. For this school this time, he almost used all the connections he made when studying abroad. From classmates to mentors, and even his classmates' fathers, aunts, etc. He looked for teachers and institutions, and finally prepared everything. In addition to the school applying for this organization, the level of the teachers also exceeded the average person's cognition, and there were nearly 20 senior foreign teachers. If it was introduced by your mentor, it shouldn't be a big problem. Shui Yutian and Zhong Ruofei looked at each other, and their faces were full of excitement. If it works, it means that their children will be able to enjoy the top educational resources of several first-tier cities in Xiagua in Bingdu Economic Development Zone in the future. And they don't have to worry about the education of the next generation. Su Heng studied for his doctorate at Harvard. The first university in Blue Star. And the level of his tutor can be imagined. And those who can introduce Su Hang must have hope. Not necessarily. Su Hang laughed and said, not necessarily. Yes. I am thinking that Bingka Cultural Tourism School will implement 2 lines. One is to follow the local line of Xiagua and supplement it with Chinese studies education. And the other is to follow the international line. But according to the requirements of IBO, the hope of purely following the international line may be greater. After a pause, Su Hang expressed his thoughts. In Su Hang's view, a school is not high-end just because it is internationalized, but because of its educational philosophy. New, high quality, and internationalization are only part of it. More importantly, there are some inheritances of traditional culture, cognition, etc. The most important thing is that Bingka cultural tourism must take into account the ideas of the vast majority of people. Not everyone wants their children to go international in the future. There are also many who want their children to be happy in their parents' arms. Okay, let's try it anyway. Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian suddenly realized. Shui Yutian sighed in silence. According to Su Hang's idea, if this school really becomes a school, it will even surpass some old members of the IBO organization. Well, anyway, try your best. Su Hang said again. Xiao Su, the matter of Bingka Cultural Tourism School is now roughly settled. What about Xingji College? When is it planned to be built? At this time, Shui Yutian subconsciously glanced at the sand table of Bingdu village not far away, and asked. As the project continues to advance, the sand table of Bingdu village is becoming more and more abundant, and it has already formed the posture of an ancient building group. We will start building the university after the Bingdu Cultural Tourism School is completed. It is unlikely to move to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone this semester. We will try to move the entire school to the Economic Development Zone before the start of the next semester. Su Hang replied. Just yesterday, Bingka Cultural Tourism received the land transfer payment from Tontai Clothing and Postal Savings, and paid the first installment to Pang Mingji in accordance with the contract. The day after tomorrow, we will start the handover procedures. After completing the change procedures and filing with the relevant departments, and after notarization, Xingji College will officially become a part of Bingka Cultural Tourism. Moreover, Su Hang had already arranged that, after Xingji College moved to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, he would apply to the relevant departments to change the name of Xingji College to Bingda College. What about that place? The university should occupy a large area. Here, Zhong Ruofei followed and asked. I want to plan the university to the north of Xuanwu Road. Getting up, Su Hang came to the sand table. The north of Xuanwu Road? Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian also stood up and came to the sand table. Yes, now the East District and the West District have relatively stable popularity. The South District should also be able to gather a lot of popularity after Longshan Electronics and Tonai Clothing are completed and put into production. The North District is relatively blank. Su Hang pointed to the location he liked with a laser pin. This area is directly north of the Bonfire Square, separated by a Xuanwu Road that has not yet started construction. If Xuanwu Road is built, the distance between the gate of Xingji College and the back door of the Bonfire Square will be about 500 to 600 meters. This location is good. After all, it is a university. It is not good to be too remote. Shui Yutian and Zhong Ruofei nodded at the same time. Lansha University in Suqing Province used to be a very powerful university. It is because of the location of the school that it has more or less affected its development, making Lansha University rated as one of the most wronged universities in Xiagua on the internet. Besides, universities are different from primary schools and junior high schools. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is relatively remote. If it is built far away from the pedestrian street, it will more or less affect the mood of some high school students when they apply for admission. I will discuss it with Uncle Lu later. Let's see what Uncle Lu thinks this time. Speaking of Lu Ming, Su Hang couldn't help but smile. Since learning that Bingka Culture and Tourism acquired Xingji College, Lu Ming would come to him whenever he had time to ask about the renderings of the university construction. In fact, he has not yet decided what kind of ancient building group this university will use. Where do you plan to build the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Government Office building? After a pause, Zhong Ruofei continued. Although Su Hang will discuss with some branch managers tomorrow morning, Zhong Ruofei actually knows very well. Su Hang still has the final say on this matter, but he will consider other people's ideas during the meeting. I think it will be built at. Ding ling ling. What a coincidence. Just when Su Hang picked up the laser pen to tell Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian about his specific plan, The phone rang suddenly. Picking it up and taking a look, Su Hang nodded to the two of them immediately, then walked aside and answered the phone. Director Zhua. Hello. Director Su. Are you resting now? Is it convenient to talk? The next moment, Zhua Xuezhong's voice came from the other end of the phone. Director Zhua. As long as it's you calling, it will definitely be convenient for me. Su Hang made a joke. Since Zhua Xuezhong helped Bingdu Economic Development Zone at the Cultural Tourism Festival and introduced Xingji College to Bingdu Cultural Tourism, the two have become serious friends. No longer as official as before. Ha ha, I'm flattered by what you said. Zhua Xuezhong's laughter soon rang out. I'm telling the truth. By the way, I'm not kidding you anymore, I just got a relatively accurate piece of news. After a pause, Zhua Xuezhong's voice came again. What news? Su Hang paused, then asked. Chapter 334 Another low-level job with a high salary. About the creation of mainstream TV dramas. Zhua Xuezhong replied quickly. It can be heard that Zhua Xuezhong is very relaxed at this moment, no longer worried and solemn as when he just heard the news. Are there any changes in the policy? Su Hang's expression moved, asked. Yes, in addition to some cities in our Suqing province, cities in many provinces are also responding to this issue, after discussion. Except for Shanxi province. The other 4 provinces in our 5 northwestern provinces will not participate in the assessment. Zhua Xuezhong nodded. Not participating in the assessment? You don't have to worry about it. Su Hang was a little surprised. You know what, if that's the case? It's great. Bingdu Economic Development Zone still has a lot of things to do. The talents related to the TV station have not been settled yet. If you can do without it, it will undoubtedly be a good thing for Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It's not that you don't have to worry about it, but that you don't participate in the assessment. Zhua Xuezhong hurriedly added. According to the latest documents, whether it's a short play, TV series or movie, it just needs to be broadcast on the local TV station by the end of this year. There is no ratings assessment. Of course, if this happens, there will be no related rewards. And the support subsidy will be reduced from 10 million to 5 million. So that's how it is. Su Hang understood. How could Zhua Xuezhong be so relaxed? If so, it would not be difficult for the prefecture-level cities. It would be easy for the integrated media centers affiliated to the prefecture-level cities to make a local short play. By the way, someone from Wei City and Zhang City called me just now. I want to ask what you are going to do in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After a pause, Zhua Xuezhong asked again. Ask us? No way, this Border Cultural Tourism Festival has made such a big fuss. Now who in the whole Suqing province doesn't know your strength in cultural tourism? They are worried that they will be left far behind by the Bingdu Economic Development Zone again this time, so that the relevant provincial leaders say they are just coping. Zhua Xuezhong sighed. In fact, he only said half of his words. Wei City and Zhang City are worried. How could Yoga City not have such thoughts? After all, the current Bingdu Economic Development Zone has nothing to do with Yoga City. They are really worrying for nothing. What can our Bingdu Economic Development Zone do? We don't even have a TV station now. And the funding has dropped from 10 million to 5 million. Su Hang replied immediately. After a series of incidents, many cities and counties have contracted the ice phobia syndrome. But the funding for the Border Cultural Tourism Festival is actually only 2 million. Look at how much you invested this time, and your Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not short of money. Zhua Xuezhong's voice suddenly rose a lot. Obviously, this sentence was his idea, not the office manager of Zhangshi and Weishi. In the past few days, as the reputation of the Border Cultural Tourism Festival has become better and better, and more tourists have come, many nearby counties and districts have changed from their original intention to watch the fun to envy and jealousy. With so many tourists spending every day, part of it will be converted into the fiscal revenue of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. In the past few days, it feels that the fiscal revenue contributed by some leading enterprises in other counties and districts is more. In addition, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has no foreign debt. So life is comfortable. No, the financial situation of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not as rich as you think. Several roads, underground pipelines, etc. are all large projects. In addition, there is Bingdu Drinking Water Project. Each of these projects requires hundreds of millions. Tens of billions. Once these projects are launched, loans will probably be needed. Not to mention investing in other places. Su Hang said again. He was not being modest. But this is actually the situation of Bingdu Economic Development Zone now. Yesterday, Zhang Hancheng and I made a preliminary estimate. These projects will cost at least 3 billion yuan. In addition to the part that has been turned over to the government, the remaining fiscal revenue of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is only about 80 million yuan. In addition, we have to bear the wages and benefits of the existing branch offices and branch office staff. It is not as rich as we imagined. That's right. These projects require a lot of funds. Then you guys, just like you guys, make a short play. I don't have the energy for other things. The most urgent thing is to set up the TV station first. Su Heng said again. Okay, Geoga City can't help with the short play, but it should be able to help with other aspects. Call me if you have any questions. Zhui Xuezheng's tone was much more relaxed again. Okay. Just like that, the two chatted about some things before hanging up the phone. It's Director Zhou of Geoga City. He said something about filming a TV series. Putting down the phone, Su Heng came to the sand table again and said casually, Filming a TV series? Do you need help? Shui Yutian's expression changed. No need. There's not even a plan for Bingdu TV station yet. Let's talk about it after Bingdu TV station is done. Su Heng waved his hand immediately. Okay. Anyway, if we need someone, I'll tell Li Wei and let her find a way. Shui Yutian said again. If we really want to shoot, we will definitely hand it over to Bingdu Culture Media. Su Heng looked at Shui Yutian. Bingdu Culture's main business is this, so it's natural to hand it over to them. Otherwise, the TV station would be too busy to produce. After all, if a TV station is to be established, it must be properly supplemented with other programs. It is impossible to broadcast only this one every day, then wait until the TV station is ready. Yeah, didn't we just mention the Bingdu Economic Development Zone government office building? I'm thinking of putting the government office building here. Pick up the laser pen. Su Heng drew a circle on the sand table. Here? Xiao Su, aren't you going to put the government office building inside? At a glance, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian were a little surprised. Originally, they thought that the government office building of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone would definitely be placed in the core area, and it might even be near the banquet hall. Unexpectedly, Su Heng planned the government office building outside the West City Gate, next to the Tontai clothing plot. It is not appropriate to make the government office building into an antique building. It can only be placed outside. The outside of the West Gate is actually not far from the core area. Su Heng nodded. If the government office building is made into an ancient building, it will feel like an ancient government office, and the people will feel uncomfortable when they go there to do business. Oh, if that's the case, the popularity of the West District will definitely not be weak in the future. Zhong Ruofei glanced at the outside of the West City Gate on the sand table. Tontai clothing is moving fast. Today, they have already put up fences along the boundary of the land. They said they are going to start building a sales office. At the same time, they are starting to dig foundation pits and reserve other infrastructure. Once the sales office is built, then they will file it in accordance with the procedures of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Then they can start selling commercial housing. At that time, it means that Bingdu Economic Development Zone will also have a real estate economy. We can't say that now. There is a long way to go. We also need to consider the sales of the first batch of commercial housing. The sales price of this real estate developed by Tontai Clothing is roughly estimated to be at least 8,000. Su Heng took a deep breath. Although Tontai Clothing thinks that this price is not high, Su Heng does not think so. The price of 8,000 per square meter is definitely a drop in the bucket compared to an international metropolis like High City. But this is the Northwest after all. The housing prices in the core area of Geoga City are only more than 7,000, and there are many real estate projects with prices of 4,000 to 5,000 per square meter in the surrounding areas. The maturity of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is far less than that of Geoga City. 8,000. This is indeed a bit stressful. But Tontai Clothing has experience in developing real estate projects, and should have its own considerations. It should not do things that lose money. Zhong Ruofei said again. Forget it, these are all later stories. What are Bingdu Culture and Tourism's plans for the future? Although the existing industry is stable, it still feels like there is a lot to be done. Not to mention anything else, Bingdu Culture and Tourism must at least incubate 1 or 2 listed companies. After a pause, Su Heng looked at Zhong Ruofei again. I think the next focus is to develop the Yaden landform. As long as the Yaden landform is developed, we will have one more large natural landscape. In this way, when tourists come again. Even if there is no performance in the tent area, they will stay overnight. Zhong Ruofei expressed his thoughts. Okay, the day before yesterday. I told Director Zhang that he had already submitted the application to the relevant provincial units, and then put up a sign of the Cultural Relics Bureau of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. And first make sure to clean up the ruins. Hearing the focus of Bingdu cultural tourism in the future, Su Hang said immediately. Originally, Su Hang wanted to find the cultural relics-related units in the province directly. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was unnecessary. The Economic Development Zone can already set up a Cultural Relics Bureau. Why do we need to find other units? If something comes out there at that time, if the Cultural Relics Bureau handles it, it will definitely stay in the local area. If it is handed over to the relevant units of the province for processing, it may not be possible to keep the things in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Okay. The night is deep, in Yuan, Su Hang is arranging and deploying the work of Bingdu Economic Development Zone and Bingdu Cultural Tourism after he goes to Gangshi. On the other side, in the office of the Management Committee, Zhang Hancheng is also on the phone. What? Your cousin wants to come and try? Is it true? Hearing the voice coming from the phone, Zhang Hancheng was stunned. His face was full of disbelief. A few days ago, Su Hang told him that Bingdu Economic Development Zone was going to set up a TV station but lacked talents. That night, he called his old friend Xing Jianping. After all, Xing Jianping is the deputy director of Xiaogua Satellite TV, and he must have more resources than outsiders. Xing Jianping's cousin is called Xing Jianhai, who is only one grade lower than him and Xing Jianping when they were in school, because Xing Jianhai came to play with Xing Jianping from time to time. They lived in the same dormitory, and they got to know each other over time. Later, Xing Jianhai also chose the media career after graduation. Before the new year, he was already the production director of Huishi TV station. Although Huishi is not the first echelon of Xiaogua Satellite TV, it ranks high in the second echelon. The status of a production director of such a TV station is not low. Zhang Hancheng's original intention of calling Xing Jianping was to ask Xing Jianping to introduce some relatively professional talents, even those with 2 or 3 years of work experience. He didn't dare to think of other talents. He didn't even think of poaching talents from first and second tier TV stations. As a result, now Xing Jianping said that Xing Jianhai was coming. How could he not be surprised? In other words, someone like Xing Jianhai would have no problem coming here to be the deputy director of Suqing Provincial TV Station. The current standard configuration of the director of Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV Station should only be a regular section chief. Xing Jianping's voice came quickly. Old Xing, you know what the current conditions are in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It's really a waste of talent for him to come here as a production director of a second-tier TV station. And his level is also. After reconfirming, Zhang Hancheng said, alas, he didn't become the deputy director for various reasons the year before last, and he was a little discouraged in Huishi. I persuaded him to come here. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station is not as good as Huishi, he is here to host the work after all, and he is no longer as frustrated as before. And I think Bingdu Economic Development Zone is also pretty good. It's not good enough now, but it won't work in the future. In addition, after Jianhai saw the opening ceremony performance lineup of the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, he also felt that Bingdu Economic Development Zone's resources in this area were not bad at all, and it should be able to make a difference. As for the level and treatment, again, it doesn't mean it won't work in the future. Xing Jianping quickly explained. Okay then, since Jianhai himself wants to come, then Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely welcome him. But let me be frank, Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station has nothing now, and he will be alone if he comes now. He has to take care of many things. After thinking for a while, Zhang Hancheng said, I've already told him. Okay, if it's convenient. Let's see if Jianhai can come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone tomorrow, and meet Director Su first. Our Director Su will go to Hong Kong on the 4th, and he may not be back until August 20th. Tomorrow, if Bingdu Economic Development Zone has an airport and a high-speed rail, there will be no problem tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. How about it? Director Su should not leave the day after tomorrow. Hearing the time, Xing Jianping hesitated. The day after tomorrow? That's fine. Zhang Hancheng thought about it for a moment and replied. Well, I'll contact Jianhai now and ask him to contact you later. Do you have his phone number? No. I'll send it to you later. Okay. The The sun rises and sets, and a few days pass in a flash. It's already August 4th. For ordinary office workers, a few days may pass by in a casual way. But for Su Hang, it's too busy. First, he held a meeting with the heads of various branches in the Economic Development Zone, Zhang Hancheng and Luo Yongxiu. Finally, after discussion, a piece of land of 50 mu was determined. This piece of land was separated from the land of Tantai Clothing by the original 215 National Road, one in the south and the other in the north. As for the price of the land, it has not been determined yet, and Zhang Hancheng needs to discuss it with Bingde Culture and Tourism. Afterwards, Su Hang met the talent recommended by Zhang Hancheng, Xing Jianhai. It's worth mentioning that although Xing Jianhai is in his 40s, he and Su Hang get along very well, and many of their ideas coincide. So Xing Jianhai's appointment as the director of Bingde Economic Development Zone TV station was naturally decided. After Xing Jianhai has completed the formalities in Hui City, he will come to Bingde Economic Development Zone to start the establishment of Bingde Economic Development Zone TV station. At this time, Su Hang and Wan Long have appeared at Yoga City Airport. Mr. Long, aren't you going to Gang City for vacation? After checking in and heading to the boarding gate, Su Hang asked casually. Although Wan Long's tickets were all booked by Su Hang really didn't know what Wan Long was going to do in Gang City. I always thought that he was too tired during this period of time, and wanted to go there to relax, so I bought a ticket with him. Chapter 335 The First Listed Company? It would be nice if I could go and relax. I am going to attend a shareholders meeting. Hearing this, Wan Long shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although the construction of the Longshan Group's factory is also done in 3 shifts, the transportation of some professional equipment in the factory is very troublesome. Not to mention that many structures are also quite special. Therefore, if you want to officially start production before the end of the year, you dare not relax at all now. That is, my father has been in Bingde Economic Development Zone recently, otherwise, it is impossible for him to go there so early. Shareholders meeting? Su Hang's expression changed. Yes, before that, Longshan Group participated in a listed company's private placement and became a strategic shareholder of this listed company. It's called Su's Medical. I wonder if you have heard of it. Wan Long said casually. There is no need to hide such things, especially in front of his brothers. Ah, Su's Medical? Is it Su's Medical in Hong Kong? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When Su Hang heard it, he was stunned. Just now when Wan Long said that he was going to Hong Kong to attend the shareholders meeting, he also flashed his own affairs. Before leaving, his investment company had already bought more than 70 million shares at a low price. Before the 15th, if retail investors continue to sell, it should be able to absorb between 80 million and 90 million shares. For this reason, most of the cash flow of Bingde Culture and Tourism during this period was supported by the investment company. Even Bingke and Bingde Beer temporarily allocated a lot of funds. As a result, Wan Long never expected that he would also attend the shareholders meeting of Su's Medical. Why? Seeing Su Hang's reaction, Wan Long was also surprised. Wait, isn't Longshan Group the strategic investor called Yum that holds 5% of Su's Medical? After a pause, Su Hang asked again. Ever since Qin Susu called him, he has been studying the existing shareholder structure of Su's Medical, including the newly introduced strategic investor. However, the name of that strategic investor is not Longshan Group. If it was, he would definitely call Wan Long at the first opportunity, instead of knowing that Longshan Group holds shares in Su's Medical until now. Yes, that is a wholly owned investment company under Longshan Group. We rarely announce the relationship between Yum and Longshan Group. Hey, how do you know so clearly? Wan Long nodded and became more and more confused. With Su Hang's current status, maybe he will pay attention to some listed companies. After all, if Bingde Economic Development Zone wants to develop in the future, it must continue to attract investment instead of just Longshan Electronics and Tantai Clothing, but it is not necessary to know so much details. How should I put it? In addition to solving the problem of Bingde Cultural and Tourism School this time, I will also go back home and ask people to attend the shareholders meeting of Su's Medical. At this time, Su Hang would no longer hide his background. Go home, Su. Wait. Brother, you are not? Wan Long subconsciously stopped and stared at Su Hang. Su Hang's words were like a depth charge. Although I was also very surprised when I first met Su Hang why he stayed in Bingde Village alone, but then I thought, everyone has their own story, and if Su Hang didn't tell me, I wouldn't ask. But I didn't expect it to be related to Sue's Medical. Yes, my father, Su Lang, is now the chairman of Sue's Medical. Su Hang nodded and introduced himself. My God. This is really a family that has entered the same door without realizing it. While they were talking, they had already boarded the plane and found their seats. At this time, Wang Long, who had completely figured out Su Hang's family background, was full of emotion. Who said it wasn't? By the way, brother, is your return this time related to the re-election of the board of directors? Soon, Wang Long thought of something again and said hurriedly. Some time ago, both his father and the Su family had given him Sue's Medical shares. Yeah. Don't worry about this. I didn't know about your relationship before, but now I know. The 5% voting rights of Longsheng Group will definitely be voted for Uncle Su. For a moment, Wang Long couldn't hide his excitement. Su Fengshan, the vice chairman of Sue's Medical, and others had long been forgotten by him. His own brothers were sitting next to him, so why should he take the risk to trust them? With this relationship, he didn't have to worry about the implementation of the subsequent projects. If he voted for Su Fengshan, after helping him get the chairmanship, there would definitely be some unknowns in the implementation of the projects. This will not affect your Longsheng Group. Su Hang hesitated. If he had the 5% voting rights of Longsheng Group and the current investment company, he would definitely keep his father's position as chairman. But if Longsheng Group changed its voting rights because of his relationship with Wang Long, even if Wang Long was willing, it did not mean that Mr. Wang of Longsheng Group was willing. No, no! This is even better. Wang Long waved his hands repeatedly, and then told Su Hang in detail the original considerations and goals of Longsheng Group. Oh, if that's the case, then there's no problem. The investment company of Binga Culture and Tourism also holds some shares of Sue's Medical. Your business plan will definitely be guaranteed at that time. After listening, Su Hang nodded. How many shares does Binga Culture and Tourism hold? Wang Long couldn't help asking. Not many. I asked Mr. Zhong to buy in the secondary market only after I knew the news. Now it's 70 million shares. Su Hang said. 70 million shares is not a lot. Our Longsheng Group only holds 50 million shares. Wang Long was distracted again. Facts have proved that. Su Hang's standards are really different from others. What does 70 million shares mean? He is definitely one of the top 10 shareholders, and if he buys more, he will have no problem electing the chairman. The main reason is that my father now holds 17% of Sue's Medical shares, and the board of directors holds nearly 40% of the shares. Otherwise, Binga Culture and Tourism still has many projects to do, and it is impossible to invest a lot of cash in this matter. Su Hang shook his head slightly. I heard that there are people in the group who support Uncle Su. Uncle Su's shares should be more than 17%. Wang Long was thoughtful. That's true, but those people may not be reliable. Only when the shares are in your hands can you have a definite say. Su Hang replied. That's true. Wang Long didn't say anything else. Longsheng Group also encountered such a problem at the beginning. In the end, it was my father who used thundering means to obtain 70% of the absolute controlling rights through various equity structures, which led to the current Longsheng Electronics. After a pause, Wang Long immediately asked, Is Binga Culture and Tourism still buying stocks in the secondary market? Yes. I think the more shares of Binga Culture and Tourism, the better. Su Hang nodded. How about this? I will call my father after landing. Tell him about the situation here, and see if he can contact some shareholders who want to transfer their stocks. After all, the current stock market is not very good. Many major shareholders want to cash out and leave as soon as possible. Wang Long said immediately. Okay. That's no problem. Eat as much as you can at Binga Cultural Tourism. After a little thought, Su Hang immediately agreed. Yeah. Just like that. The two chatted for a long time. Until 2 hours later, the topic shifted to other things. By the way, brother, Longsheng Group also wants to get a piece of land in Bingu Economic Development Zone to develop a real estate. Wang Long remembered his father's advice and said immediately, You also want to get land? Su Hang paused. My father said he wanted to get a piece of land in the eastern area, which is the same size as Tondai Clothing near Bingu Bus Station. You see, Wang Long said, now that you've asked me, there's definitely no problem. You know the situation in Bingu Economic Development Zone and the current environment. If we develop a property now, there may not be that many buyers, so there may be risks. Su Hang looked at Wang Long. Although as the head of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Su Heng has absolute motivation to develop Bingdu Economic Development Zone. But he has to face some facts. This is the situation now. The permanent population of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is a flaw. I must explain it clearly to my brother. Okay, I'll go to Mr. Zhong to discuss the land later, with my dad here. There shouldn't be any problems. He's also in charge of this project. Wang Long waved his hand, indicating that Su Heng didn't need to worry. Uncle Wang will host? Okay, I'll call Mr. Zhong after I'm done. Yes. At the same time, Bingdu Economic Development Zone, with Su Heng's departure, Bingdu Culture and Tourism and the relevant departments of Bingdu Economic Development Zone did not relax, but became busier than before. In the office of the management committee, Zhang Hancheng was chatting with a man in his 40s, and there was a document in front of him. The man was none other than Xing Jianhai, the director of Bingdu TV station confirmed by Su Heng. Director Zhang, are you saying that the TV station must broadcast a local short play by the end of December? Glancing at the document, Xing Jianhai said. Originally, he was going to go back to Huisher to handle the formalities in the next 2 days. But Huisher told him that he didn't need to go there, and all the formalities could be signed electronically. So he returned to Bingdu Village. Since the government building and talent apartment in Bingdu Economic Development Zone have not been built yet, Zhang Hancheng specially vacated a floor in the rented single-family building for Xing Jianhai to live and use. When the subsequent TV station is almost done, he will find a way to transfer the land. And it will not be too late to build a new office building. This is what happened before his eyes. Yeah. So it is still urgent to set up a TV station. The document says there is no assessment. But in reality it feels more difficult than assessment. Zhang Hancheng nodded. By the end of the year? Will it be in time? Xing Jianhai frowned. He has worked in the TV station for more than 20 years, and knows some of the procedures of the TV station better than anyone else. I won't talk about the relevant approval documents. Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely have no problem with this. But the difficulty lies in other aspects. In addition to the office building, the relevant signal tower also requires a professional recording studio, a news live broadcast room, several cameras, several tripods, a broadcast control system, several audio systems, several video systems, several workstations, several servers, etc. These hardware facilities and related staff have been arranged. From news anchors to reporters to post-processing and broadcasting, directors, and so on, none of them can be missing. Director Su said that the short play will be handed over to Bingdu Culture to prepare for filming, and the production fee is the 5 million specially allocated from above, and when the time comes, we just need to make the TV station operate normally. Zhang Hancheng said immediately. Oh, there should be no problem in this case, otherwise it will be too late. Xing Jianhai breathed a sigh of relief. Then how much do you estimate the budget for this? Nodding, Zhang Hancheng spoke again. We are a local TV station. There is no way to broadcast satellite TV at present. So many programs can be broadcast. If we only count the hardware equipment and personnel, excluding the office building, 100 million should be enough for formal operation. Xing Jianhai gave a number. 100 million without counting the office building? Zhang Hancheng touched his chin and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he raised his hand to check the time, and then looked at Xing Jianhai again. Jianhai, how about this? I will communicate with Director Su tomorrow, and you can make a detailed budget for this side. Don't follow the standards of provincial satellite TV stations. Just prepare according to the most ordinary county-level TV stations, and cut out some unnecessary ones first. To be honest, it's not that we don't want better, but the financial resources of the Economic Development Zone simply don't have that much money at the moment. And there are other public infrastructure projects to be spent on. Okay then. I'll make a detailed budget and control the costs. Xing Jianhai nodded. It's okay. These are temporary. As long as our Bingdu Economic Development Zone has more large enterprises in the future, we will definitely give priority to the TV station. Zhang Hancheng sighed slightly. Facts have proved that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has reached the point where it has to set up a finance and taxation bureau. Otherwise, the various units in Bingdu Economic Development Zone will sooner or later have some problems due to funding. In a blink of an eye, night fell. Hong Kong City, just when Su Heng's plane just landed, 3rd Ring Road, a certain community. Su Lang was sitting in the room chatting with Tu Pei, and there were several property certificates on the coffee table between the two. Old Su, how much can these houses be sold for? After a moment, Tu Pei asked. About 70 million. Su Lang said. 70 million? That's not much. The news said that Bingdu Economic Development Zone spent at least 1.2 billion on the tourism festival this time. A trace of worry flashed across Tu Pei's face. Since returning from Su's medical building some time ago, Su Lang has not gone to work again. Instead, he sorted out his property in Gang City and planned to go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to help his son. Even though there were fewer and fewer rumors on the internet in the next few days, Su Lang and his wife's worries did not decrease but became worse than before. In their opinion, Su Hang must have spent a lot of money to calm down the heat. Otherwise it would not be possible. Therefore, they have been focusing on this for the past few days. As for the shareholders meeting of Su's medical, they have no longer paid any attention to it. They just need to wait until the shareholders meeting ends on the last day. And then, they can just symbolically hand over the work. Don't worry. I am thinking of transferring all my shares of Su's medical to Bingdu Culture and Tourism for 0 yuan in the next few days. With these, Bingdu Culture and Tourism should be much more comfortable. Su Lang said again. What? Transferring shares? Old Su, aren't the shares you have restricted shares? Tu Pei was stunned. It is restricted shares, but it does not affect the transfer of shares. It just cannot be circulated and converted into cash in the stock market. Su Lang said again. Since there is no way to convert them into cash, even if you transfer them to Bingdu Cultural Tourism. Tu Pei's face was still full of worry. It is impossible to convert them into cash, but Bingdu Cultural Tourism can be used as a mortgage loan, although Su's medical stock price is at its lowest level in history. The company's fundamentals are not a problem. The operating conditions and performance are also at a normal level. These restricted shares can still be mortgaged to the bank to borrow a lot of money. Su Lang replied. Oh, then should I call Xiaoxing in advance? Tu Pei breathed a sigh of relief, and said again. You know Xiaoxing's temper. He may not accept it if I call him. I think I can contact the person in charge of Bingdu Cultural Tourism directly. After a pause, Su Lang said. Chapter 336. This configuration is enough for college. Is this okay? After a moment, Tu Pei looked at Su Lang. No problem. Although some of the shares of Bingdu Culture and Tourism are owned by those executives, didn't Su say that Xiaoxing is a controlling shareholder allowed by the policy? Su Lang immediately said that there was no problem. In Su Lang's eyes, his son has already embarked on another path, and it doesn't matter if his personal assets are a little weaker, as long as he can continue along this path. Losing some money is nothing. Okay. Now I hope that the Cultural Tourism Festival will be over, and those self-media will not bring up the past again. After hearing this, Tu Pei finally said nothing. I will try to contact the person in charge of Bingdu Cultural Tourism tomorrow, and then find a notary office. Su Lang raised his hand to check the time, and said, Yes. Hong Kong City, an international metropolis on Blue Star, was once ranked first in Xia country in terms of economic size and prosperity. But in recent years, it has been surpassed by many top cities in Xia country. But even so, there is no problem in ranking in the top 5 of Xia country. At this time, at the airport, Su Hang and Wang Long had just walked out of the passage. In the distance, there was already a white high-end business car waiting for Wang Long in the parking lot. New student, are you going home? Wang Long asked. I have to meet someone later. As for going home, wait until the school affairs are completely settled. What about you? Su Hang took a deep breath. Although he had prepared himself mentally before coming here, he still felt a little bit unnatural when he really arrived in Hong Kong City. Okay, I'll go to the hotel I booked first. We'll make arrangements tomorrow. Originally I came here to meet Su Fengshan and his son, but now it's no longer necessary. Wang Long said. Okay, anyway. We can call anytime if you have anything. Okay. Then you go first. The person I was meeting just now sent me a message saying he was at exit C. Okay. Just like that, the two of them left the passage one after the other. Su Hang went to exit C, and Wang Long took out his cell phone as he walked towards the business car, and dialed a number. After a while, Wang Long's voice was faintly heard. Hello. Dad. There are 2 things. You say, Su's medical may change ownership, and the headquarters may move to Bingdu Economic Development Zone in the future. So we must make some adjustments. Change ownership? What do you mean? The person on the other end of the phone was obviously a little confused. It's my brother. A few minutes later, while Wang Long was still on the phone, at the seaport, Su Hang had already arrived in front of a top-level off-road vehicle. At this time, There was a woman with a good-looking face standing at the door of the SUV. She was about 28 or 29 years old and looked very elegant. Next to the woman stood a man of the same age. My dear, the little boy has a different temperament when he becomes a leader. Seeing Su-hang, the young man and the woman hugged Su-hang one by one with a smile on their faces, and then they made a joke. Okay, quickly pick up the things, I brought you some specialties. Hearing the name, Su-hang glanced at the two of them unhappily. The woman's name is Zhao Wenwen, and the young man's name is Zhang Qi, who is his college classmate and one of his few friends. Since Su-hang was the youngest in the class when he was in school and was younger than 1 or 2 years, his classmates gave him the nickname Little Treasure Egg. Now only Su-hang's classmates know about this. The first call to the Binga Cultural and Tourism School was made to these two people, and they helped to solve many things. Are there any specialties? Upon hearing this, the two of them were not polite. When they opened the car door, Zhang Qi took the suitcase. Wow, this is so beautiful. After a while, when the three of them got in the car, Zhao Wenwen exclaimed in admiration when she saw the gift Su-hang brought to the two of them. Ah, it's just one bag, I thought it was something else. Here Zhang Qi saw that there were 2 bags, and said casually, What do you know? This is the iceberg that's been very popular recently, it's numbered. If you give this bag to your girlfriend will definitely jump for joy. After looking at the gift for a while, Zhao Wenwen first rolled her eyes at Zhang Qi, and then said in surprise. Since the Xiaodui News Network broadcasted the interview with Binga and Binga Beer, who use various marketing methods have been one after another without stopping. In addition to setting up some overseas specialty stores, Qingtian Business Management has set up counters in luxury malls in Yanqing, Gangsha, and Haisha. Moreover, Qingtian Business Management has deliberately placed the Binga counter on the same level as other international brands, especially the numbered bags, which are placed in the first position. In this way, it is hard not to attract the attention of those rich people. Especially when I heard the counter clerk say that Binga was originally only supplied to foreign wealthy businessmen and celebrities, and recently began to expand into the domestic market. Many celebrities immediately paid deposits. Now Binga numbered bags have been reserved up to 453. As for the other tens of thousands of yuan ones, they are sold more. However, in order to maintain the uniqueness and nobility of Binga numbered bags, although the reservation has reached 453, the monthly shipment volume has not increased much. It has only increased from the original 5 to 20. Is it true? Hearing Zhao Wenwen say this, Zhang Qi was a little unconvinced. If you don't believe it, you can call your girlfriend, and you will know. And the 2 bags that Xiaoxing is wearing are all numbered under 100, and they are in short supply. At this time, Zhao Wenwen's eyes were all on the bag. Seeing Zhao Wenwen's reaction, Zhang Qi was stunned and couldn't help looking at Su-hang. Xiaoxing, is this brand from your Bingu Economic Development Zone? It is said that in addition to having extremely high talent, the family background of those who can study at Harvard University is generally not bad. Zhao Wenwen's father is a behind-the-scenes boss in the sports world of Hong Kong City. There are even rumors that Zhao Wenwen's father indirectly controls a team in the Blue Star Top Basketball League NBA. People with such a background naturally wouldn't deliberately flatter Su-hang on things like bags. Yeah, the current president is the vice president of Xiaodui Qingtian Business Management. She is good at brand operation. Su-hang nodded. He didn't say that the Binga brand is actually just a sub-industry of Binga culture and tourism, otherwise, the two would definitely come up with another wave of extreme flattery. No wonder. Awesome. Really awesome. Speaking of Hong Kong City, High City doesn't have a brand that can compete with international brands, but your Bingu Economic Development Zone has one. After hearing this, Zhang Qi gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. The Binga brand is still too young, and cannot be compared with those international brands. Don't be modest. It's like this now, and it will definitely be a first-tier brand after a few years. Zhang Qi rolled his eyes at Su-hang. His eyes seemed to say, I'll just watch you pretend. There was no other way. Zhang Qi's family is in foreign trade, and his father has a good influence in the foreign trade circle in Hong Kong. He has been influenced by his family since he was a child, and he also has his own understanding of brand building and operation. However, Zhang Qi did not like this path very much, so he chose medicine. Now he and Zhao Wenwen both work in one of the best hospitals in Hong Kong, Mary Hospital. It depends on how the president operates it. Su-hang said again. Xiaoxing is right. Although he is now the head of Binghu Economic Development Zone, he has no say in the operation of Binghu brand. But it is undeniable that Binghu has entered the first line. Now what is lacking is time. After a few years, when the brand is deeply rooted in people's hearts, the positioning will naturally be stable. At this time, Zhao Wenwen on the side finally put down the bag in her hand and took over the conversation. But then again, isn't this specialty a bit too expensive? What's expensive? If you two hadn't been busy running around and using your own connections, how could the school teachers have gotten it done so quickly? Su Hang said immediately. Speaking of teacher Xiaoxing, what level of school did you build there? The lowest annual salary is 600,000 yuan. And the first degree must be from a top 30 university in China. And the master's degree must be from a top 20 university in China or a top 50 university in Blue Star. Zhang Qi beside him couldn't help asking. In their opinion, it is enough for a school in the Northwest to recruit an ordinary 211 undergraduate. As a result, Su Hang not only requires the top students in Xiaogua, but also requires a minimum master's degree. And there are several doctors. The salary is no lower than that of top private schools such as Haishur and Gangshur. This time, they contacted more than 200 people for Su Hang, and recruited some teachers with rich teaching experience from the top schools in Hong Kong. Finally, they identified 40 interested people and 20 foreign teachers. Such a configuration is not only for middle schools, but also for ordinary universities. It's just a private school. Our place is very remote. If the salary is not higher, people will not want to go there at all. Su Hang sighed. Binghu Culture and Tourism has set up a class for each grade from elementary school to senior high school, which adds up to 12 classes. But there are only 60 teachers at present, and one teacher may be needed to teach 2 or 3 grades at the same time. Of course, after the Binghu Cultural Tourism School is officially put into operation, we will definitely continue to recruit more teachers until all shortcomings are made up. Have you arranged food and accommodation for these teachers after they go there? I told them that they don't have to worry about food and accommodation. Zhao Wenwen said. It has been arranged. There are special dormitories for teachers in the school, and each teacher has 2 bedrooms and a living room. At the same time, the school has set up a teacher cafeteria, which is also free. Su Hang nodded. Binghu Economic Development Zone did not arrange accommodation and meals for employees of other units. But the school was completely fine. After all, the innate conditions were there. Well, then I'll welcome you tonight. And you can start the interview after 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. After thinking for a while, Zhang Qi said again. Although they had already selected people according to Su Hang's requirements in advance and reached a preliminary intention, they still needed to meet with Su Hang again. In addition to the interview, they also had to determine the specific time to go to Binghu Economic Development Zone, and also determine a candidate for the school principal. There were many things to do. No problem. The night was deep. Binghu Economic Development Zone, Yiyuan, Shui Yutian's room. Shui Yutian and his wife Song Liwei did not rest, and were chatting about something. Did Xiaosu go to Hong Kong this morning? Song Liwei said while applying a facial mask. Yes, go to deal with the teacher of Binghu Cultural Tourism School. Shui Yutian nodded. Oh, it seems that this school is not an ordinary school. We don't have to worry about the children anymore. Song Liwei subconsciously glanced at her belly. Of course, according to Xiaosu's standards, it's most likely an international school. Otherwise, why do you insist on recruiting people from Hong Kong? To put it bluntly, Hong Kong is bilingual. Students educated in this way will find it very convenient to study in foreign universities. Shui Yutian said. That's why we have to go to Hong Kong. Have you decided on the university? Song Liwei was secretly delighted, and then said, she is now 2 months pregnant, and no one except Shui Yutian knows about this. When the child is born in the future, they will be the first to benefit. It's settled. Shui Yutian nodded. Then I'll talk to Huang Jiong tomorrow and see if he has time. If he does, you can come over and talk first. Song Liwei said immediately. Since Huang Jiong proposed to quit the entertainment industry and become a teacher again, she has recommended the university taken over by Binghu Culture and Tourism. Now that it's settled, she naturally wants to notify him as soon as possible. After all, Huang Jiong is also a first-line star in China. Although he is retired from the entertainment industry, as long as he can join Xingji College, he will definitely bring a lot of resources and popularity to the relevant majors of Xingji College. Enrollment will also be much easier. Well, you wait for 2 days. Upon hearing this, Shui Yutian immediately shook his head. Wait for 2 days? Why? Song Liwei was a little confused. I heard that Xiao Su asked Uncle Tong to find a principal. This principal is in negotiation. If it is confirmed, all school matters will be handed over to this principal, Shui Yutian said. So that's how it is. Where did Uncle Tong find the principal? Song Liwei suddenly realized. Although they and Su Hang can be considered as a family, there are no privileges in many things, and everything is done according to the rules. It seems to be the Hemp College of Blue Star. I'm not sure about the details, Shui Yutian said. Blue Star Hemp College? Okay. Song Liwei paused and hesitated to speak, and finally just muttered in a low voice. It is said that Xiao Su's standards are high, and Uncle Tong's are not low either. Wife, what are you mumbling about? There is something I forgot to tell you. I might need some actors in a while. Shui Yutian subconsciously looked back at Song Liwei, and then told her about the TV station broadcasting the short play. Xiao Su means Bingde Culture will shoot it. After thinking for a moment, Song Liwei asked, Well, I thought since Xiao Su gave me this task, I naturally have to do it beautifully. I can't let it down. Although it is a local short play, it would be great if famous actors could participate, Shui Yutian said. That's right. After thinking for a moment, Song Liwei looked at Shui Yutian again. By the way, husband, would you like to call Xiao Su tomorrow and ask how to get the script for the short play? After all, it is a short play with a main theme. Will Bingde Culture prepare it, or will Bingde Economic Development Zone provide it? If Bingde Culture prepares it, you can start the action. Find a similar script first, and then I will find actors. Chapter 337 Bingde Economic Development Zone's Recruitment Method. Okay. I'll call him tomorrow. Shui Yutian thought about it, and felt that what Song Liwei said made sense. The definition of the main theme is sometimes vague, and it has something to do with the subject matter content and direction of the short play, especially the subject matter. Some themes are born to be the main theme, and some themes will never become the main theme even if they are filmed to death. As for the boundaries of the short play, it doesn't matter. It's broadcast on our own TV station anyway. It doesn't matter if the episode is a little longer, as long as the total cost is controlled within 5 million. Well, I'll start looking for a director after I'm sure. Also, please keep an eye on the university's affairs for me. As soon as the principal decides. Tell me as soon as possible, Song Liwei said again. Okay. At the same time, the office of the Bingde Economic Development Zone Management Committee, the lights were still on. Zhang Hancheng was sitting behind his desk, carefully studying a thick stack of documents. Opposite the desk were Luo Yongxiu and Li Mei. What do you think of this group of newcomers? Tell me the truth. After a pause, Zhang Hancheng looked up at Luo Yongxiu and Li Mei. Director, how should I put it? Although this group of employees have a relatively high level of education, their working ability and efficiency are not as high as expected. Sometimes, I feel that I am a master's degree graduate, and I am a little arrogant, Luo Yongxiu said immediately. The newcomers Zhang Hancheng mentioned were not others, but the 12 people who passed the civil servant recruitment exam and officially joined the Bingde Economic Development Zone office not long ago. Director Li, how about you? While nodding slightly, Zhang Hancheng looked at Li Mei again. I feel the same way. I even think that their efficiency and ideas are not as good as those of the contract workers who graduated from ordinary universities and are responsible for operating the video account. The number of fans of our official video account has almost reached 5 million. Although it is related to the Cultural Tourism Festival, it is undeniable that their content is great, just like the kid who shook his head and went viral. After thinking for a while, Li Mei followed up. So for some positions, we don't actually have to pursue a high degree? Zhang Hancheng glanced at the documents on the table. August and September every year are the time for Xiaogua to apply for civil service examinations. The talent gap in the Economic Development Zone is very large at the moment, and Bingde Economic Development Zone naturally does not want to miss such an opportunity. There is no way. Xiaogua has a regulation that the recruitment of public institutions can be arranged by the local government, but the recruitment of civil servants is generally carried out in a unified manner, because the files and management methods of civil servants are different from those of public institutions. This afternoon, he sorted it out preliminarily. Excluding those newly built units, there are more than 200 job vacancies in the existing branch stations, branch offices, and Bingde Economic Development Zone bus group. If the TV station, Cultural Relics Bureau, and Food and Drug Administration that are about to be established are included, the gap is at least about 600 to 700. Well, Some public institutions that involve scientific research and education definitely need a high degree of education. But many institutions are actually service-oriented and do not require a high degree of education. But professionalism is definitely required. Of course, a high degree of education definitely has its advantages. These people can get a high degree, which means that their learning ability must be outstanding. Luo Yongqi followed. How about this? Let's recruit contract workers in all units first, and conduct an assessment after these contract workers have worked for 1 year. In the second year, those who pass the assessment will be recommended for national and provincial examinations and public institution examinations, and solve the staffing problems one by one. If you fail the assessment, you will lose the qualification for recommendation this year and need to pass the assessment in the second year before being recommended again. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Hancheng looked at the two again. Director Zhang. Although this can solve the problem of employees with work attitude and ability problems at one time, it will definitely cause controversy at the beginning of the interview. There is a saying now. Any subjective assessment by humans will definitely be unfair. Luo Yongqi hesitated and said, if we recruit according to the procedure, it is very likely that there will be people who plan to retire after joining our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The financial resources of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone are used to do things, not to support these idle people. Zhang Hancheng rubbed his eyebrows. Luo Yongqi's words make sense. As the size of Bingdu Economic Development Zone grows, the recruitment of talents will be handed over to the Human Resources and Social Security Branch Office. There is no way to avoid unfairness. Perhaps there are only two evils, and we should choose the lesser of two evils first. Director, how about this? We can make a ratio adjustment according to the recruitment positions. For example, 10% of the positions will be open to the public, and the remaining 90% of the positions will be contract workers. Luo Yongqi said. Determine a ratio? That's fine. Zhang Hancheng tapped the table with his fingers, and spoke again after a moment. Let's draft a plan first, and then report it to the director. See if there are any adjustments that need to be made on the director's side. If it is confirmed that this can be done, then copy it to the heads of each unit. Okay, I'll take notes. Hearing this, Li Mei immediately took out a laptop from her briefcase. Well, basically write it according to what we said at the end. The open application route is still to take the exam first, then the interview, and then the inspection, and experience the recruitment. The contract worker route is to interview first, then conduct an inspection, and then have a physical examination and sign an employment contract. If you pass the exam in the second year, other procedures can be skipped. Zhang Hancheng nodded. What about the treatment of contract workers? Li Mei asked while recording. The treatment of contract workers is exactly the same as that of regular employees. Equal pay for equal work, including bonuses. After taking the exam and getting the regular employee, the work of the year will be counted as the length of service. Zhang Hancheng pushed the documents on the desk in front of Li Mei, in order to increase the attractiveness of Bingdu Economic Development Zone to talents. In addition to paying wages according to the Xiaogua standard, Bingdu Economic Development Zone also set an additional development award and Bingdu Economic Development Zone subsidy. The Bingdu Economic Development Zone subsidy is 600 per person per month, and the development award is paid at the end of the year, ranging from 15,000 to 25,000 per person per year. As for heating fees, car subsidies and other things, they are not reduced, and continue to be paid according to the Xiaogua subsidy. In summary, public officials in Bingdu Economic Development Zone earn about 30,000 more per year than those in the neighboring districts and counties. Okay. Li Mei subconsciously glanced at Luo Yongqi while taking notes. As expected, if Director Su agrees to send out this document from Bingdu Economic Development Zone, it will definitely attract many fresh graduates or seniors. There are many positions here, and the treatment is good. More importantly, the contract worker system is equivalent to giving many people an opportunity to work in advance. In the examination, the first place is excellent, but the second and third place cannot be said to be worse. First, she passed the interview and got a job. Although she was not on the payroll within a year, she had accumulated work experience, and the salary was not bad. It was really great. Anyway, if she had not participated in the community work in Ase County, she would have given priority to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Just like that, the three of them discussed the details, including how contract workers should submit resumes, how to determine the interviewees, etc. It was more than an hour after the documents were drafted. Director Luo, I have to go to the construction site of the government building tomorrow morning. If Director Su thinks there is no problem after reading it, you can directly report it to the relevant provincial units at that time. Zhang Hancheng raised his hand to check the time and said, after Su Heng held a meeting to determine the address of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone office building, Zhang Hancheng contacted Zhong Ruofei the next day. A piece of land of 100 mu was designated at a price of 300 million. The plan is a 24-story glass curtain wall wide-body government building, 5 small high-rise employee dormitories, a wide-body talent apartment, and a staff logistics activity center building. The main entrance of the government building will be open to the south, and it is not opposite to the commercial building of Tonai Clothing. The price of 300 million seems expensive, but it is actually much cheaper than the land price of Yontai Clothing. Besides, due to the relationship between Bingdu Economic Development Zone and Bingdu Culture and Tourism, the 300 million funds will be deducted in the form of tax exemption after discussion. Not only does it facilitate Bingdu Culture and Tourism, it also reduces the financial pressure of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. According to Zhang Hancheng's plan, the government office building will be approved tomorrow and then start bidding. We will strive to work there before the end of the year, that is, when this batch of recruits arrive. Don't worry. I'll follow up on this. Luo Yongxiu nodded hurriedly. Okay. If anything happens during the director's absence, we must communicate in time. Don't wait for the director to come back and mess up our work. Understood. The night in Xia country is deep, but the other side of the ocean is sunny and windy. In the top university in Blue Star, Ma Yuan, Ding Wen was chatting with his niece Ding Yin in front of a stone bench. Unexpectedly, Tong Shui was there too. Xiaoyan, are you sure there is no problem with Bingdu cultural tourism? After thinking for a moment, Ding Wen looked at his niece. In the past 2 days, his old friend would call from time to ask about his consideration of becoming the president of Tsinghua College University. But he was still a little hesitant. Although he wanted to return to his roots and bring back what he had learned over the years to his motherland, he was worried that what happened in the past would happen again. If it happened again, there would be no possibility of returning to Ma College. Uncle Ding, this is really no problem. On the side, before Ding Yan could speak, Tong Shui took over the conversation. Through this period of time, Tong Shui and Ding Wen had become very familiar with each other, and the address has changed from Professor Ding to Uncle Ding. Can you tell me more about it? Ding Wen immediately looked at Tong Shui. Uncle Ding, although Bingdu Culture and Tourism is a company, it took over this university not to make money, but to cultivate the talents that Bingdu Economic Development Zone really needs. This original intention is different from some private colleges in China. Of course, the more important point is that Bingdu Economic Development Zone obviously wants to build a good university to increase the cultural heritage and comprehensive strength of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. They have contacted you through various means, and they obviously think that the so-called educators and top scholars in China do not have this ability. Only you can make a third-tier college in Xia country into a first-class university in Blue Star, Tong Shui said immediately. Chapter 338 Unexpected Gains. After listening to what Tong Shui said, there was a moment of silence. Ding Wen spoke again. What about the financial strength of Bingdu Culture and Tourism? A university needs a lot of project funds after it is put into operation. This university is now a third-tier college in China. Not to mention that it was established not too long ago, and it is even more impossible to expect donations from the Alumni Association. Uncle Ding, I dare not say anything else. Funding for Bingdu Culture and Tourism is definitely not a problem. In addition to the tourism industry, there are also industries such as Bingke and Bingdu Legend. Tong Shui replied immediately. That's all? Ding Wen touched his chin. Oh, by the way, there is also a piece of land with a radius of about 45 kilometers. Tong Shui added. During the Chinese New Year, she often heard her grandparents talk about the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. So if this university needs to expand in the future, land will not be a problem. Ding Wen's eyes lit up. It was completely different from when he heard about Bingke and Bingdu Legend. I dare not say anything else. Since Tsinghua College is a university under Bingdu Culture and Tourism, there will be no problem with land use. Moreover, the place is vast and boundless. In addition to building some regular laboratories, some special laboratories can also be built. Tong Shui nodded. I understand. You guys go ahead and do your work. I'll call them back. Ding Wen glanced at Tong Shui and his niece, and there was no hesitation on his face. Who are you? Ding Yan asked subconsciously. I'll be back next week. The next day, the sun rose, and in Hong Kong, in the external conference room of a high-end hotel, Su Heng appeared in the front row with a briefcase. At this time, this place had been set up as an interview site. Old Zhao, aren't you going to work today? Looking at Zhao Wenwen next to him, Su Heng took a sip of mineral water and said casually, the three of them found a high-end restaurant last night and drank and chatted until late before leaving. I thought Zhao Wenwen and Zhang Qi would go to work today, but I didn't expect that they would call each other in the morning and say they wanted to come over to help. Zhao Wenwen even went to the hotel to book a meeting room first. I've asked for leave. Zhao Wenwen rolled her eyes at Su Heng. In the whole circle of friends, Su Heng is probably the only one who dares to call her Lao Zhao. If others call her that, they will definitely be beaten up. Okay, I'll treat you to a big meal when I'm done with this. After sitting down, Su Heng took a look at the thick resume and list in front of him. This is a must. Don't think that you can get rid of us with a Binke bag. Zhao Wenwen took a sip of the milk tea before saying again. Then why don't we start first, after Zhang Qi went back last night? He must have been showing off the numbered Binke bag you gave him to his girlfriend. He said he might come over at any time. Let's start early and finish early. Yeah. Su Heng nodded. Ding-ling-ling. But it was a coincidence that, just when Su Heng sorted out his thoughts and planned to ask Zhao Wenwen to help call the first interviewer, Zhao Wenwen's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, Zhao Wenwen first glanced at Su Heng, then answered the call, and put the phone on speaker. Zhang Qi. Are you here? It turned out that the call was from Zhang Qi. You and Xiaoxing quickly go downstairs to help. A foreigner suddenly fainted in the hotel lobby. I have called the hospital, but it may take more than 10 minutes for the hospital staff to come. Surprisingly, the next moment, Zhang Qi's extremely nervous voice came. Someone fainted? It would have been better if they hadn't heard it. When they heard it, both Zhao Wenwen and Su Heng stood up immediately and ran to the door without any thought. As doctors of medicine who graduated from top universities, they reacted subconsciously and had no other thoughts. The hotel's conference room was on the first floor. After a while, Zhao Wenwen and Su Heng came to the lobby. I saw Zhang Qi giving a foreign woman first aid. There were several security guards and waiters standing beside them who were at a loss. There were also many tourists watching from a distance. What's going on? Stepping forward, Su Heng opened the woman's eyelids and took a look, said, unconventional coma. Dense beads of sweat had already appeared on Zhang Qi's forehead. In this case, it may be a bit too late to go to your hospital. There is Su's hospital nearby. We will send her here for equipment examination first. While helping Zhang Qi, Su Heng said again, okay. At the same time, in a business district in the center of the harbor, a blonde, blue-eyed man in his 50s, wearing a suit, was drinking coffee with several other people. Mr. Peter, how many places does Xiaogua have this time? After a pause, one of them spoke to the blonde-haired man in a foreign language. 2. If nothing unexpected happens, one will be in Guangshi and the other in Jiancheng. Hearing this, the blonde-haired man shrugged and said, then who else do you need to meet in Guangshi? Isn't this a waste of time? The man who spoke first was a little surprised. The blonde-haired man's name is Peter. He is the leader of the Blue Star International Baccalaureate Organization's new member assessment team. His daily job is to assess the schools that want to apply to join the IBO organization. A friend of a friend recommended it. I have to meet him. Pete took a sip of coffee and replied calmly. Since it was recommended. Then is it? The man asked in confusion. No. Although it was recommended by a friend of a friend. It was just a meeting. Pete knew what the man meant and waved his hand immediately. On this side, just when the man opposite wanted to say something else, a young man who looked like a driver came to the coffee shop. And after seeing Pete, he quickly walked to Pete and whispered something. Oh my God! The more he listened, the worse Pete's face became. Finally, he stood up. Sorry. Something terrible happened. I need to excuse myself. After giving the others an apologetic look, Pete did not explain any more and quickly left the cafe with the young man, leaving only a few people behind. What happened? The few people looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Time passed quickly, and it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Zhong Ruofei was stunned after hearing what Shui Yutian said. Old Shui, are you sure you heard it right? Definitely not. That person claimed to be the chairman of Su's medical group and said he would transfer all his shares to Bingda Cultural Tourism at a price of 0 yuan. Shui Yutian replied immediately. Recently, Bingda Culture and Tourism has basically been taking turns to be the president. Whoever has time will go to the president's office to sit in and sign some documents that need to be signed. This morning, Zhong Ruofei went to the Yachten landform, and Shui Yutian took over the president's office. I didn't expect to receive such a call. At first, I subconsciously thought it was a scam call, but after thinking about it carefully, I felt something was wrong. This is what happened before my eyes. If that's the case, it couldn't be better. Zhong Ruofei was delighted and rubbed his hands. You may not know that Xiao Su's father Su Lang is the chairman of Su's medical. Then Zhong Ruofei explained Su Hang's family background in detail. When Su Hang asked him to secretly buy shares of Su's medical, except for a few accountants of the investment company, no one else knew, including Shui Yutian. It's not that he didn't want to tell Shui Yutian, but he was worried that Shui Yutian and the villagers of Bingda village would use their connections and methods after knowing it, which would affect the existing plan. Now that Su Hang is gone to Gang City, there is no need to worry anymore. So that's the case? But why did he do this? Shui Yutian suddenly realized and couldn't help but speak. In fact, when he first came to Bingdu village, from Su Hang's various actions and behaviors, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was definitely not from an ordinary family. Now that it's clear, there are not many surprises. I don't know, but this is not the point. The point is that as long as Bingda Culture and Tourism gets this part of the shares, plus the Xiao Su held by the investment company, he is already qualified to become the chairman of Su's medical. Zhong Ruofei smiled, and then asked, Old Shui, what is Chairman Su's phone number? As the sun set, Gang City, Su Fengshan was looking at the documents in the office of the vice chairman of Su's medical group. Since Su Lang had not appeared recently, the staff of the group seemed to have tacitly accepted the next results, and many documents were directly handed over to Su Fengshan. Dad. Just when Su Fengshan had just put down the documents and was about to ask the secretary to make a cup of tea, his son Su Yuan suddenly appeared at the door. What's wrong? You are making a fuss. Looking up and glancing at Su Yuan, Su Fengshan frowned and said, Su Yuan was trained as the next chairman of Su's medical group, so the requirements in many aspects were relatively high. Dad, something went wrong. Seeing this, Su Yuan hurriedly adjusted himself obediently, and then walked in and whispered, Something went wrong? Su Fengshan narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, I had an appointment with Mr. Wang from Longsheng Group, but when I called him just now, he said he had something to do, and directly rejected me. A trace of worry flashed across Su Yuan's face. Rejected? Su Fengshan's expression straightened, and his face instantly became solemn. Yeah, it feels like the other party's tone is also much stiffer than before. Su Yuan said again. That shouldn't be the case. Did you offend him in some way? Su Fengshan was visibly nervous. At this shareholders' meeting, Longsheng Group's 5% voting rights were extremely critical, especially before the position of chairman was settled. There couldn't be any mistakes. It shouldn't be. I was very polite when I called him earlier. There was no such thing as impoliteness. Su Yuan hurriedly shook his head. Why is that? Su Fengshan couldn't help but ponder. It's very strange anyway. Well, I'll call Mr. Wang of Longsheng later to see what's going on. My relationship with Mr. Wang is pretty solid. After thinking for a moment, Su Fengshan spoke again. Okay. Dad, there's one more thing. Su Hang seems to have returned to Hong Kong. While nodding, Su Yuan whispered again. Chapter 339 Short Play, Ancient Costume? Su Hang is back? Su Fengshan was surprised. Yeah. When Su Hang was mentioned, Su Yuan's face was slightly unhappy. Why did he come back? Didn't you say that he had been working in the Northwest after falling out with Su Lang? Su Fengshan raised his eyebrows and asked. Ever since he spent a lot of money to find out about Su Hang's movements last year from those around Su Lang, he completely excluded this competitor and no longer paid any attention to him. In addition, people in Gangsha don't pay much attention to other cities in the mainland except for Yincheng and Haisher, let alone Bingdu Economic Development Zone, which is now just a tourist town. The same is true for the tourism festival. Many citizens in big cities in the mainland only clicked on the entry because of the negative news and the star lineup of the opening ceremony, and learned about Bingdu Economic Development Zone. People in Gangsha don't even watch Xiaogui news broadcast, let alone pay attention to this. In addition, Su Hang's official title had long been changed to Su Xinsheng, which made Su Fengshan and Su Yuan have no idea of Su Hang's rank and specific strength. He has been working, but I heard that he appeared in our hospital near the 3rd Ring Road this morning, Su Yuan said immediately. He went to the hospital? Su Fengshan's face suddenly showed dissatisfaction. I heard that the person in charge there called and said that he rescued a foreign woman at that time, and he made many requests to the hospital, Su Yuan said immediately. What did the hospital do? Hearing that Su Hang had actually made some requests to the hospital, Su Fengshan's face suddenly darkened. The person in charge of that hospital felt that Su Hang was Su Lang's son after all, and it was not easy to offend him, so he provided some help, Su Yuan said. Offering? His father is about to be kicked out. What kind of face can a working son have? Call the person in charge of that hospital later, and tell him that if he encounters Su Hang making requests again, just ignore it. Su Fengshan tapped the table with his fingers. Yes. Su Yuan nodded immediately. After a pause, Su Yuan whispered again. Dad, the shareholders' meeting will be held in a dozen days. Do you think we should investigate Su Hang's return at this critical moment to see what this kid is going to do? Investigate him? No need. His powerful father has been eliminated. Can a son who only knows how to study hard and quarrels with his family still mess things up? Next. You just need to find a way to maintain a good relationship with Mr. Wang. After hearing this, Su Fengshan immediately denied it. Okay, Dad. I'll go to the office first. Tell me what news you have after you contact Mr. Wang. After thinking for a while, Su Yuan nodded. Go to the secretary's office on the way there. Once the relevant data from the Xiaogua Stock Exchange is transmitted back, we will immediately conduct statistics. It is best to determine the representatives to attend the shareholders' meeting on the morning of the 15th. Su Fengshan thought for a while and gave another reminder. Because it involves current buying and selling in the secondary stock market. All listed companies in Xiaogua cannot grasp shareholder information in the first place. They will only issue a detailed shareholder information on the 15th of each month. This is different from Earth. Moreover, the Xiaogua stock market has specific standards. And there is no statement that if the secondary market buys and sells more than 5%, it is necessary to immediately announce it. However, if more than 5% of the shares are held after the statistical day on the 15th of each month, it must be publicly announced. Yes. At the same time, at Su's medical hospital, Peter, the head of the International Baccalaureate Organization's assessment team, was standing at the door of a ward and kept thanking Su Hang, Xiao Wenwen and Zhang Qi. Really, if it weren't for you, my sister would really be in danger this time. Peter's face was full of gratitude. You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake, Su Hang said immediately. How can this be a piece of cake? If you hadn't contacted some doctors in this hospital, I'm afraid. So, can I leave your phone number? When my sister's condition gets better, I'll thank you again, Peter said hurriedly. No need. Really no need. Su Hang glanced at Zhao Wenwen and Zhang Qi beside him and said, Your sister should be fine now. If there is anything else, just call the doctor here. We have something else to do now. So we'll go there first. Your phone number. Peter was a little anxious and said immediately, Really? It's not necessary. You should go see your sister. After Su Hang said that, he nodded and didn't give Peter a chance to speak. He turned around and led the two to the emergency room. Looking at the backs of Su Hang and the other two leaving, Peter stood for a long time with a look of emotion before turning around and walking towards his sister's ward. On the other side, after leaving the door, Su Hang glanced at the sky and said, Old Zhao, I hope those teachers have no objection. After sending the foreign woman to the hospital in the morning, Su Hang asked Zhao Wenwen and Zhang Qi to go back to the hotel first to explain to the interviewees. He stayed at Su's hospital to help coordinate some things. Finally, the woman's family rushed over. No, the teachers heard that you went to save people. Not only were they not impatient, but many of them gave thumbs up. Zhao Wenwen shook her head immediately. So what did they say in the end? Su Hang breathed a sigh of relief. Although saving people is a subconscious behavior, if it affects the opening of Binga Cultural Tourism Primary School, there will be some regrets in my heart. Notify the teachers, they will come tomorrow. Only the principal candidates are scheduled for 7:30 p.m. I will definitely be in time if I go there later, Zhao Wenwen said. Okay, let's go meet the principal first, Su Hang said immediately. Let's go! Zhang Qi waved his hand in the distance, and soon a high-end commercial SUV drove over here. By the way, old Zhao, please tell me the principal's resume in detail. Soon, after the three of them got in the car, Su Heng sorted out his thoughts and said, the detailed information of all the interviewees was left at the hotel. And it was too late to get it now. Well, this principal is called Zhao Sun, who was once the vice principal of Hong Kong Pearl International School and has a high status in the private school circle of Hong Kong. As for Hong Kong Pearl International School, you should know it well. It is an IBO member school and one of the top 3 private elementary schools in Hong Kong. Zhao Wenwen said casually. From Hong Kong Pearl? It would have been better if you hadn't heard it. Once you heard it. Su Heng's face was full of surprise. This old Zhao, how did you convince him? It shouldn't be the case. Su Heng said again. When Zhao Wenwen and the others were asked to find him, they didn't think of poaching the vice principal of a top private school. The goal was to find someone with work experience in a top private school, or an ordinary teacher would do. As a result, they actually got a vice principal of a top private school. This time, the annual salary offered to the principal of Bingda Cultural Tourism School was 1 million yuan. As expected, his annual salary has long exceeded 1 million yuan. So, Su Heng was naturally confused. In terms of salary, in terms of region, Bingdu Economic Development Zone is far from comparable to Hong Kong City. Why would people go to Bingda Cultural Tourism School? This is a long story. It all started with a trip when the principal was young. Do you know why he is called Zhao Sun? Zhao Wenwen glanced at Su Heng. Is there a story? Su Heng paused. There must be a story. Zhao Wenwen showed an extremely beautiful smile. Tell me about it. Ding-ling-ding. Just when Su Heng was about to listen carefully to the story of this man named Zhao Sun, his cell phone rang suddenly. Taking out his cell phone and taking a look, Su Heng nodded to the two and answered the phone. These two and he were all old buddies. And they didn't mind at all. Brother Shui. Xiao Su, is everything going well over there? The next moment, Shui Yutian's voice came from the phone. Just like that, more than a minute later, after Su Heng said okay, he hung up the phone. Old Zhao, keep talking. Su Heng then turned to look at Zhao Wenwen. Continue? Continue. It is said that this principal was a restless person when he was young. So one year, he suddenly had the idea of going to Moku in Dun City, Suqing Province. Here, just as Zhao Wenwen was telling Su Heng the story, at the other end of the port city, in a reception room, a man in his 50s, dressed in a tang suit and with a bracelet on his wrist, frowned after hearing the words of a young man opposite him. What did you say? I donate cultural relics to you, and you still want me to issue a certificate? Mr. Wu, we can't do anything about this. A few years ago, the museum also received a donation from a fellow villager. At that time, it was said that the cultural relic was of great value, so our museum did some publicity, and at that time, we also gave the fellow villager many policy benefits. In the end, the cultural relic turned out to be a replica that had flowed out of the antique market. So, from then on, our museum rarely accepts donations from collectors. If you insist on donating, you must provide a relevant appraisal certificate. The young man straightened up and explained immediately. Isn't this a case of throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Besides, with my reputation and level in the industry, I won't donate a fake to you. The man with the bracelet shook his head in disappointment. The man's name is Wu Xian. He is a senior antique lover. Some time ago, when he was traveling overseas, he came across a very interesting antique by chance, which was of great significance to the Xia kingdom. Finally, after much thought and a lot of money, he finally brought the item back to Hong Kong. Originally, he wanted to donate it directly to Shanxi province, where the cultural relic was produced. So the scene in front of him appeared. Mr. Wu, this is not a matter of whether it is a fake or not. Nor is it that I don't believe in your eyesight. But the donation procedure is like this now. And there is nothing I can do about it, the young man said with a dry laugh. Okay, if that's the case, forget it. Looking at the young man again, Wu Xian leaned back in his chair and didn't want to say anything more. Then I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, the young man nodded politely, and then got up and left the room, leaving only Wu Xian with a frown. However, after leaving the room, the young man did not take the elevator downstairs directly, but went to the security passage and dialed a phone. Beep beep. Soon the call was connected. Hello, Director Tang. I just met Mr. Wu who wanted to donate cultural relics you mentioned, the young man said. What do you mean? The next moment, a concerned voice came from the phone. There is no problem with Mr. Wu, but he is unwilling to issue an appraisal certificate for the donated cultural relics, which does not meet the regulations of our museum, so the deal was not concluded in the end. The young man said indifferently. Not concluded, you? Xiao Wang, the item that Mr. Wu wants to donate is of great significance. You should go back and have a good talk with him, and apologize to him. Hearing what the young man said, the voice on the phone suddenly became anxious. Apologize? Director Tang, that's not necessary. We don't lack cultural relics. Don't make a fool of yourself like last time. The young man frowned. Hurry up. The urging voice on the phone came quickly. Director Tang, why don't you just forget it? Deputy Director Li has been emphasizing that the procedures must be in compliance. If I listen to you, I will have a hard time explaining it when I go back. The young man looked back at the place he had just left. I'll talk to Deputy Director Li. The voice on the phone said anxiously again. Don't. That's what you said about that incident last month. But I was still scolded by Deputy Director Li. How about this? If you think it's not okay, just kiss this side. My flight ticket for tomorrow morning. I have other things to deal with now. That's it for now. After saying that, the young man hung up the phone without waiting for another response. That's not all. After hanging up the phone, he muttered, he's just the director of the reference room. But he seems to be in charge of more than the director, and he's not my direct supervisor. After saying that, he pressed the elevator door. As the night deepened, in Hong Kong, in a 5-star hotel, Su Heng had finished washing up and was lying on the bed. At 7:30, he and Zhao Wenwen, Zhang Qi finally met the vice president with a story. Before Su Heng could start to introduce the current situation of the school, Zhao Sun expressed his strong desire to go there, and even said that the salary and other conditions were not a problem. So, the matter of the principal of Bingda Cultural and Tourism School was settled very easily. Later, the few people talked about the northwest of Xia country, which ended half an hour ago. When we go back to the economic development zone this time, Zhao Sun will go with us. A script for a short play? What should I get? After a moment of contemplation, Su Heng immediately called up the pawn system. In the afternoon, Shui Yutian called to consult about the short play. After thinking about it, he felt that it would be more appropriate to buy it from the system. Although it was just for the job, it had to be broadcast on Bingdu TV after all. And it was the first broadcast of Bingdu TV. If the quality was too poor, too perfunctory, it would really be a bit unreasonable. As for the short play, in fact, each episode is about 30 to 40 minutes. And each episode with a small plot is considered a short play. System. Select some costume dramas for me. No romance. No deep hatred. No fantasy. The next moment, Su Heng sent another thought to the system. In Su Heng's opinion, there is no obvious standard for the so-called main theme. As long as the content is positive and can integrate some local characteristics, it will be fine. Wow! The pawn system responded quickly. As soon as Su Heng's thought came out, the mall panel flashed with a brilliant light, and dozens of pages of content appeared. Huh? It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. As soon as he saw the first one, Su Heng immediately became interested. This one seems interesting. Chapter 340, The Understanding of the Subordinates. This is it. Su Heng looked back a few pages, and felt that none of the first ones were more suitable for the current Bingdu Economic Development Zone, so he made a decision immediately. It's just that the required pawn value is a bit high. Glancing at the pawn value balance, Su Heng sent a thought to the system. In the past, he bought various ancient building design and construction drawings from the system. The most expensive one was only 3 million, but the script of this costume drama, the shooting techniques, and the scene construction drawings actually cost as much as 80 million. That is to say, the current high passenger flow in Bingdu Economic Development Zone means that there is no shortage of pawn value. Otherwise, it is really unaffordable. But if you want to shoot this, you have to build a real scene first. Glancing at the TV in the hotel, Su Heng couldn't help but think about it again. After a moment, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Shui Yutian's number. Before leaving, Xing Jianhai, director of the Economic Development Zone TV station, said that it was very good to get the TV station up and running around December. So the show will be fully managed by Bingda Culture. By then, all copyrights will be in the hands of Bingda Culture and Tourism. And Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV will only have the first broadcast rights. This can't be helped. It's unrealistic and impossible to get all copyrights for only 5 million yuan. The starry sky is deep. It's been half a month since the opening ceremony of the Frontier Culture and Tourism Festival. In addition, the summer vacation is about to end, and many students have to go back to do their summer homework, which makes the number of tourists in Bingu Village slightly less than at the end of July. The occupancy rate of the tent area is not as high as it was at the beginning, but the pedestrian street is still crowded with people coming and going. Now tourists come to Bingu Village to check in. The Night Ferry Palace has changed from the previous Guanchua Tower to Guanchua Tower and Bingke Tower. Some even take photos and check in at Bingu food stalls and barbecue restaurants. In Yuan, the cool breeze is blowing. Several villagers from Bingu Village are gathered at Xia Kanglang Pavilion to chat. Old Tong. What did Dingwen say? Feng Shuyu said while doing Tai Chi. I have agreed to return to China in a week. After that, I will come to our economic development zone first, and then go to Lan City to preside over the work. Tong Jichuan replied with a smile. What about Dingwen's research results? Feng Shuyu's eyes lit up. During the communication this morning, Dingwen was communicating with the Ma Institute. It's unlikely that he can bring back all of them, but he will definitely bring back some of them. Tong Jichuan sighed slightly. Even if he brings back a small part, it will have a certain positive impact on the university ranking of Xingji College. Feng Shuyu slowly stopped his movements and said, in Xia Country, there is an official university ranking list. This ranking list is collected by the relevant departments of Xia Country's education in September every year, and the results are released around January of the new calendar. Since it is an official product, it is the most recognized university ranking list by the people of Xiagua, and it is also an important indicator for many parents to apply for admission, and for enterprises and institutions to recruit. When the official gives a comprehensive evaluation of the university, in addition to looking at the faculty, it will also comprehensively consider the school's scientific research results, the strength of individual majors, etc. If Dingwen comes back, some of his published papers will naturally be attributed to Xingji College. That's for sure. Yesterday, Laoshan, Wanhua, and I discussed whether Xingji College can open a medical department after it moves to our Bingu Economic Development Zone. At that time, we will all be affiliated with the college. Tong Jichuan nodded. He is different from Feng Shuyu. Feng Shuyu still has a position at Xiagua Renmin University, but he and Shintong have long since resigned and are freelancers, so being affiliated with Xingji College will not affect anything. That's good. If Xingji College moves here, I can actually be an honorary professor. Old Lu is also fine, and Yuling. Feng Shuyu walked aside, picked up the thermos, and took a few sips. Anyway, we'll see when the time comes, and I'll help as much as I can. Tong Jichuan followed. By the way, didn't you hear from Xiao Su when Xingji College will move? After a pause, Feng Shuyu asked again. Not sure. I heard from Xiao Zhong yesterday that all the procedures of Xingji College were changed to Bingu Cultural Tourism yesterday. Next, when Dingwen comes back, we will go to Lan City with him to do the handover. After that, we will also change the name of the university. Anyway, according to the current progress, it will definitely not happen before the end of this year. No, it should be said that moving here before the start of the second semester is fast. After all, we have only tentatively drafted an address now, and nothing else has started to be built yet. Tong Jichuan said. That's right. By the way, you just mentioned that you want to change the name. What name does Xingji College plan to change to? Ice Lake University. Feng Shuyu couldn't help asking. No, I heard that it will be changed to Ice Lake College first, and it will probably take a few years to become a university. Tong Jichuan shook his head helplessly. In fact, there is no difference between colleges and universities in essence, such as the top-ranking Ma College on Blue Star, but there is a perception in Xia Country, that is, calling a university is much more high-end than calling it a college. Even in the eyes of some parents, colleges are basically third or fourth-rate schools. Okay, the university is really a long way to go. By the way, what's the situation on your side? After a pause, Tong Jichuan asked again. I just submitted a compensation plan to the civil department, planning to claim 74 million for various economic losses and reputation losses. Feng Shuyu replied. He knew what Tong Jichuan was asking. More than 70 million? Tong Jichuan couldn't help but look at Feng Shuyu in surprise, with an expression on his face that said, Don't mess with these law students. Well, this is from one family. There is also a media and personal account that forwarded it, which is still under evaluation. It is estimated that some compensation can be claimed. But it is definitely not as much as this. Feng Shuyu continued. Okay, it is equivalent to donating a city gate to our Bingu Economic Development Zone. Tong Jichuan said with emotion. Almost. Mr. Tong, Mr. Feng? Here, just when Tong Jichuan was about to say something else, a voice suddenly came from not far away. The two looked back. It was no one else. It was Zhang Hancheng, the deputy director of the management committee. Xiao Vong. Then the two of them also greeted Zhang Hancheng. Since Zhang Hancheng lived in Yiyuan and was Lu Ming's nephew-in-law, he had a much closer relationship with the villagers of Bingu village than other people, and everyone was very enthusiastic when they met. Mr. Tong. Mr. Feng. Is it convenient? Zhang Hancheng looked around and said a little embarrassedly. It's convenient. What's the matter? Seeing that Zhang Hancheng looked busy, Feng Shuyu said locally. Mr. Feng. Mr. Tong is like this. Bingu Economic Development Zone is now going to set up a cultural relics bureau. But I have been asking around and I haven't found a suitable candidate to be the person in charge. I finally found one this afternoon. But he didn't come yet. So I thought that you two have a wide network of contacts and circles. Do you know any talents in this area? The treatment and everything else are easy to talk about. Zhang Hancheng said immediately. The person in charge of the Cultural Relics Bureau? Feng Shuyu and Tong Jichuan looked at each other subconsciously. Well, the level we can currently offer is a regular section chief. But you two elders know that Bingu Economic Development Zone is a provincial economic development zone. As long as the economic scale and population increase in the future, the corresponding level will definitely be adjusted accordingly. Zhang Hancheng nodded. Okay. We'll ask for you. After a little thought, Feng Shuyu and Tong Jichuan said in unison. Although in theory the matter of Bingu Economic Development Zone has nothing to do with Bingu Village, but this was the first time Zhang Hancheng asked them, so he would not refuse. What about Aunt Gao and Director Shen? It's okay, I'll tell them about this, and ask them to pay attention to it. Feng Shuyu said immediately. Thank you. Both of you. Zhang Hancheng was delighted and said hurriedly. You're welcome. Ding-ling-ling. Coincidentally, at this moment, Tong Jichuan's cell phone rang suddenly. Picking it up and taking a look, Tong Jichuan's face froze. And he immediately answered the phone. What's wrong? Old Shin. Old Tong. A patient has just been sent to the clinic. And the situation is a bit complicated. You need to come over for a consultation. The next moment, Shin Tong's voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay. I'll be there right away. Tong Jichuan replied without saying a word. Shin Tong said that the situation was complicated. So the patient's condition was definitely not simple. At the same time, in the bonfire square, the president's office of Bingu Culture and Tourism, Zhong Ruofei didn't know what happened in Yiyuan. At this time, he was sitting in front of the tea table with Mr. Wang of Longsheng Group and chatting happily. He even felt that they had met too late. Boss Zhong, is it settled? After a moment, Wang Minglei said, ever since he received a message from his son Wang Long, saying that the purchase of the land had been arranged with Su Hang, he immediately made an appointment with Zhong Ruofei. This is how the scene before him came about. No problem. It's just that the supporting facilities there are not as good as those in the West for the time being. So, Zhong Ruofei said, according to Wang Minglei's idea, Longsheng Group will take a piece of land of about 300 mu next to the Postal Savings Branch to develop commercial housing. And the land price is based on the land price of Tonai clothing. No, I think the eastern area has more potential, and didn't you say so? According to your plan, the land I want is also on the edge of the moat, and it's no different from the Tonai clothing plot. Wang Minglei's expression became serious, and he said immediately, okay, don't worry, our Bingu Culture and Tourism will definitely do what it says. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Unknowingly, during this period of time, Bingu Culture and Tourism has earned nearly 3 billion yuan by transferring land, including 1.5 billion yuan each from Tonai Clothing and Longsheng Group, the government office building in Bingu Economic Development Zone, the Postal Savings Branch plot, etc. In addition, many infrastructure projects have been taken over by Bingu Economic Development Zone, which makes Bingu Cultural Tourism's cash flow much more abundant than before. I definitely believe in you. Otherwise, I would not touch real estate at this time. Wang Minglei said immediately. To put it bluntly, he is betting on the future development of Bingu Economic Development Zone. If Bingu Economic Development Zone develops, the 1.5 billion will definitely be multiplied several times. If it fails, It will be regarded as a failure of a 1.5 billion project. Longsheng Group can fully afford it. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Wang. Zhong Ruofei raised his teacup to indicate. You're welcome. By the way, I heard from Xiaowang that Bingde Culture and Tourism has been buying Su's medical shares from the secondary market. After talking about business, Wang Minglei thought for a moment, then looked at Zhong Ruofei. Although his son Wang long talked about the changes in Su's medical, some things were not made clear, so he wanted to learn more about it. Mr. Wang, it's like this. Zhong Ruofei then told Su Hang's story in great detail. The night before yesterday, Su Hang sent him a message. And he also knew about Longsheng Group's investment in Su's medical. So it's Director Su's business. The more he listened, the deeper Wang Minglei's frown became. Especially at the end. It gave people the feeling that Longsheng Group had encountered something. Yeah. Otherwise, Director Su would not have stayed in Hong Kong City for so long. The matter of Bingde Cultural Tourism School can actually be dealt with in a few days. Zhong Ruofei nodded. What is Director Su's plan now? Is he thinking of letting Su Lang continue to be in charge of Su's medical, or Bingde Cultural Tourism taking over Su's medical? After a moment of silence, Wang Minglei said, You know the situation in Bingde Economic Development Zone. There is a great shortage of large enterprises, or listed companies. I think Director Su wants to completely control Su's medical, and then move the headquarters of Su's medical to Bingde Economic Development Zone. As for the position of chairman of Su's medical, it is actually secondary. By the way, another guess is that he wants to get Su Fengshan out of the game completely. This time, Su Fengshan did not leave any way out for Director Su's father. Director Su must be very angry. Of course, Director Su will definitely not say this clearly. So I didn't go through Director Su on many matters related to Su's medical, because I was worried that he might be suspicious, and it would also avoid some unnecessary trouble. Zhong Ruofei leaned back in his chair and gave him a look that said, Mr. Wang. You know what I mean? So that's the case? No wonder. Wang Minglei touched his chin and immediately gave him an expression that said, I know what I mean. Mr. Wang, can you help me? If the headquarters of Su's medical is moved to Bingde Economic Development Zone, and given the relationship between your son and Director Su, the project you value will definitely be fully implemented, which is also a good thing for Longsheng Group. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei said slowly, Okay, then I'll find a way. Su Fengshan still has about 8% of restricted shares. Wang Minglei nodded without hesitation. 8%? Didn't they say they would take 40%? Zhong Ruofei stood still. No. The 40% he mentioned actually includes the shares held by the shareholders who support him on the board of directors. Oh, and there is also 5% of our Longsheng Group. I will call those shareholders who support him tomorrow. Wang Minglei pouted. So that's how it is. But 8% is not a small amount. It's still a bit difficult to get him out. Zhong Ruofei glanced at the map of Bingde Economic Development Zone on the wall in the distance. It's not that difficult, so I will contact the other directors in the board tomorrow and try to get him out of this board meeting completely after he is out. We will slowly absorb the shares of other shareholders. Wang Minglei narrowed his eyes and said immediately, Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Wang. Zhong Ruofei was delighted and immediately raised his teacup with tea instead of wine. Why are you being polite? Director Su's affairs are our own personnel affairs. The tides rise and fall. 2 days passed in a flash. Hong Kong City. Su Hang arrived at the lobby of a high-end hotel in the city center early. Yesterday he interviewed all the teachers and determined the final list. Today is the time to meet with the head of the International Baccalaureate Organization. Whether Bingde Cultural Tourism School can become an IBO member school depends on this. Chapter 341 The First in Suqing Province. Hope everything goes well. After thinking for a while, Su Hang immediately took out a document from the briefcase beside him. Part of the document was the newly added materials of the teachers and principals confirmed yesterday, and the rest were prepared before coming to Hong Kong City, mainly related to hardware facilities. Ding-ling-ling. After about a few minutes, just when Su Hang was about to sort out his response ideas, the phone rang suddenly. Picked up the phone and looked at the phone number. Su Hang immediately answered the phone. Hello, hello. Hello, are you Mr. Su Xinsheng? The next moment, a female voice came from the phone. Unlike before, this female voice spoke in a foreign language. I am. Su Hang got his doctorate from Harvard. So foreign languages are not a problem. Hello. Please bring relevant documents to the meeting room on the 13th floor. And you will be the next one after one school. A female voice came quickly. Okay, please help me. Su Hang stood up immediately. When his mentor helped him contact them, he said that he only got a chance to meet once, which was equivalent to cutting in line in advance. And he could not guarantee anything else. It is normal to have the person in charge of other schools now. Just like that, about 10 minutes later, Su Hang arrived at the door of the conference room on the 13th floor. Alas, how is this possible? If we follow this standard, our school will have to wait for another 7 or 8 years. However, just as he found the bench at the door of the conference room was pushed open. A man in his 50s walked out dejectedly, with nothing but helplessness on his face. Hello, are you Mr. Su Xinsheng? Here, before Su Hang sat down, a female assistant followed him out of the door of the conference room. She looked at Su Hang and then at the corridor and spoke. I am. Please follow me. Okay. Creaky, the door of the conference room closed again. But surprisingly, a voice of cake seller came from inside. Time flies, the sun sets, Binggu Village, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian are standing in front of the sand table, gesturing with a laser pen while discussing something. Old Shui, does Xiao Su mean to build another one like Ulin? After a pause, Zhong Ruofei asked curiously. I don't know about this, he just asked us to pick a piece of land that can be used as an ancient hotel, and help with the foundation-related matters first, but I really don't know what it will look like. But I guess the size must be quite large. This cultural tourism festival fully demonstrates that our hotel is still not enough. Xiao Su must want to take this opportunity to fulfill his promise to the tourists. Shui Yutian shook his head. Is it that he owes the tourists a hotel? Zhong Ruofei's expression changed. Yeah. If that's the case, this hotel can be placed over there where we hold the Thousand Beasts trip. Staring at the sand table for a while, Zhong Ruofei said. Put it here? Will it be a little far from the core area? Shui Yutian touched his chin with one hand on his cheek. The place where the Thousand Beasts trip was held this time was between the National Highway rerouting and the West City Gate, about 3 kilometers away from the Bonfire Square. There is no pedestrian street there yet. It is still the original National Highway 215. There are Gobi deserts on both sides of the north and south. It's not far away. When Xiao Su and I were chatting some time ago, Xiao Su said that our East City Gate is most likely not far to the west of the fork in the National Highway rerouting. If that is the East City Gate, and this City Gate is the West City Gate, this hotel is actually in a more central location. The core area is actually at the west end now. Zhong Ruofei explained. That's right. If we follow the planning of the East and West Gates, it is indeed not biased. Shui Yutian nodded while staring at the sand table. And it can also disperse the passenger flow of the existing built-up area. After all, Xingji College is also here. Zhong Ruofei said again. Okay. Then we will decide here. After that, send a detailed plan to Xiao Su. If he has no objection, we will start to repair the foundation first. When he comes back, we should be able to start construction. Okay. Ding dong. Just as Zhong Ruofei nodded to confirm, a message alert sounded on the phone. Taking out his phone and taking a look, Zhong Ruofei's eyes widened, and finally, he couldn't help but waved his fist in excitement. What's wrong, old Zhong? Seeing this, Shui Yutian couldn't help but ask curiously. Xiao Su just sent a message, saying that everything about Bingda Cultural Tourism School has been settled. Zhong Ruofei put down his phone, unable to hide his excitement. All settled? Shui Yutian was delighted. Yes. The principal is the former vice principal of Mingzhu International School in Hong Kong City, and the rest of the teachers are all masters, and the 20 foreign teachers are also senior teachers with many years of experience. Zhong Ruofei told the news. So strong? Shui Yutian was surprised and a little emotional. He had known for a long time that Su Hang's trip to Hong Kong was not simple, and now it seems so. There are even more powerful ones. Zhong Ruofei clicked his tongue twice and continued. At this time, Zhong Ruofei's face only had 2 big words, admiration. There are even more powerful ones? Shui Yutian was stunned again. Well, Xiao Su just said that Bingda Cultural Tourism School has passed the review of the International Baccalaureate Organization, and will officially become one of the IBO member schools after the school starts. Zhong Ruofei nodded. What? What did you say? IBO member school? Shui Yutian's voice suddenly rose a lot. If he could accept the fact that he had invited the vice principal of Hong Kong Pearl International School, he really couldn't accept the fact that he had become an IBO member school. Many old schools in first-tier cities have applied for many years, but may not be able to become IBO member schools. As a result, The school building of Bingda Cultural Tourism School is still under construction. The teachers have not officially reported yet, and they don't even know the registration of the first batch of students. It has become an IBO member school. It's so legendary, that is to say. Su Hang, at his level, would never lie about such things. Otherwise, he would definitely think that he was talking in his sleep. Yes. Zhong Ruofei nodded with certainty. How did Xiao Su do it? After confirming again, Shui Yutian couldn't help but ask again. Although Su Hang is now the director of the management committee of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and has a relationship with Su's medical, these are not enough in front of the International Baccalaureate Organization. If the administrative level is effective, it is impossible that there are only 2 member schools in Shishir, Shaanxi province in the 5 northwestern provinces. The most important thing is, even if the villagers of Bingdu village are asked to do it, it may not be done. Not sure, anyway. It's done. Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but glance at the location of Bingda Cultural Tourism School on the sand table. Lu Ming's project progress is very fast. Now the teaching building has begun to take shape on the facade. It can definitely be officially opened around September 1st. Awesome, really awesome. I can't help but admit it. In this way, our Bingdu Economic Development Zone can be regarded as the first in Suqing province. After digesting it for a moment, Shui Yutian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. That's right, at first. I was worried that there might be only a dozen or 20 children in the first year of the school. Now, TSK. TSK. TSK, Zhong Ruofei said. That's for sure. Okay, we have to hurry up. Xiao Su made a lot of progress just by going out casually. Look at us. Took a deep breath, Zhong Ruofei felt some pressure at this moment. Yeah. There is no impenetrable wall in the world, especially some good things. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the news that Bingda Cultural and Tourism School successfully joined the International Baccalaureate Organization spread throughout Bingdu village. Is it true? A staff member working in the tax branch almost popped his eyes out when he heard it. It must be true. Director Su is really amazing. This is the first member school in Suqing province. And there is no member school in Lanzhou. What's more important is that even the principal came from a famous international school in Hong Kong. This guy. When I went to Jogga City a few days ago, a friend there said that Bingdu Economic Development Zone had no educational resources. Director Su not only beat Jogga City with one move, but also Lanzhou. The colleague next to him sighed. The most important resources of a region are nothing more than medical care and education. In terms of medical care, Bingdu Economic Development Zone is far ahead of several surrounding districts and counties, but education is basically zero foundation. So many surrounding districts and counties are talking about this, and even say that Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not worthy of being a provincial economic development zone. Now, education has also been hit hard. GS is the first in the province, just for this. It can crush all prefecture-level cities in Suqing province. Did you talk about tuition and enrollment? Here, the staff had no time to sigh, and immediately said, there is no news yet. But what is certain is that the children of the experts and backbones in Bingdu Village Health Center will definitely be given priority in admission. The colleague shook his head. What about the others? Most of the experts in Bingdu Village Health Center are old experts. And there are only more than 30 young and middle-aged backbones. Not every backbone has a need for their children to go to school. And Bingdu Cultural Tourism School will have at least one class for each grade from the first grade to the third grade of high school. The staff took a deep breath, and their faces were full of anxiety. I don't know about this either, but I think there are not many permanent residents registered in Bingdu Economic Development Zone now. So there will be some quotas for us. After a little thought, the colleague expressed his opinion. No. I have to ask the leader. If we are really given a quota, my child must find a way to transfer here this year. The staff member took out his mobile phone immediately after saying this. Wait. Don't worry. Bingdu Cultural Tourism School has invited teachers from famous schools and is now an IBO member school. The tuition fee will definitely not be cheap. The colleague couldn't help but say. I know, but then again, why do we work so hard to make money? It's for the children. It would be a pity to miss such a good educational resource. I dare not say anything else. At least it can give my child another choice, so he doesn't have to take the Xiaogua College entrance examination. The staff member said, and ignored his colleague, and turned to leave the room. The night deepened. Unknowingly it was 11 o'clock in the evening. Guojua Tower, in a corridor, Fong Tong knocked on the door of his father Fong Tongtai with a surprised look on his face. Dad, Did you advertise the property we are about to develop? After opening the door, Fong Tong asked in surprise. No, what's wrong? Fong Tong asked in confusion. Then why did I receive a lot of calls this afternoon, all asking about our property, asking when we will start selling? Fong Tong took out his mobile phone and said, after working in 3 shifts for a period of time, Tongnai Clothing Branch has made remarkable progress. If it continues at this pace, it should be able to start work before the end of the year. Of course, all this is inseparable from Fong Tong's follow-up. Now he basically hangs out there every day. Is there such a thing? Fong Tong immediately became interested. The construction team has been working frequently these days, and the relevant approval documents have also been transferred from the Bingdu Economic Development Zone office. He also thought about promoting it well after the sales office is built, and then opening pre-sales. As a result, there are so many people asking about the house now, which is obviously a good thing. Well, although there are inquiries at ordinary times, there are obviously a lot more in the afternoon this year. There is a call every few minutes after 8 o'clock. It is very abnormal. Fong Tong said again. I really don't know. Why don't you ask Mr. Zhong from Bingdu Culture and Tourism if we don't advertise? It's probably because Bingdu Economic Development Zone has some action. After thinking for a moment, Fong Tong said, okay then. Fong Tong then walked out of the room with his phone. 1 minute. 2 minutes. After about 5 minutes, Fong Tong returned to the room again. What's going on? Fong Tong had just rested, and now there was no sleep on his face. Mr. Zhong said that the Bingdu Culture and Tourism School under construction has become an IBO member school. Many people asked about the house, which should be related to the school's enrollment. Fong Tong replied, IBO member school? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. After hearing it, Fong Tong's reaction was even greater than Shui Yuqian's when he first heard the news. Oh my god. This is simply... Did Mr. Zhong say what kind of people Bingdu Cultural and Tourism School will recruit? Do I need to register as a permanent resident in the Economic Development Zone? Rubbing his hands, Fong Tong seemed to have seen rolling gold and silver rushing towards him. If you can go to Bingdu Cultural and Tourism School by registering as a permanent resident in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Tongtai's clothing properties will definitely sell well. And house prices will also rise accordingly. I asked. Mr. Zhong said that this matter has not been decided yet, and he may communicate with Director Su tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Fong Tong replied, okay. You should focus on this matter in the next 2 days. I will go to the construction site again. Ask the construction party to add a few more machines. Our sales office must be built within a week. Fong Tong said as he walked towards the closet. Dad? Are you going there now? Fong Tong paused. Yes. Time is money. Fong Tong said without turning his head. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Zui Xuezhong had just come to the office and sat down. Before he processed a few documents, the phone on his desk rang very quickly. Picking it up, Zui Xuezhong showed a trace of surprise on his face. But he still answered the phone. Hello. Director Fong. The call was from the relevant person in charge of the telecommunications department of Jioga City. Director Zua. Are you busy now? The next moment, a middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Not busy. You say. Director Zua. I heard a piece of news last night. I don't know if it's true or not. So I want to ask you. The voice on the phone came again. News? Yes. Aren't you very close to Director Su from Bingdu Economic Development Zone? I think you should know. The voice on the phone came again. Bingdu Economic Development Zone? What's going on there? Zui Xuezhong paused and couldn't help asking. Chapter 342 Enrollment Requirements. Director Zua, you haven't heard about it? When Zui Xuezhong heard his doubts, the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. No, what happened? Zui Xuezhong was getting more and more confused. In his opinion, after the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, Bingdu Economic Development Zone should be quiet for a long time. The only hope may be the prefecture-level city film and television drama. But Su Heng has already said that Bingdu Economic Development Zone does not even have a TV station now, and it is still a short drama, so there is no need to worry about this one. Director Zua. It's like this. Yesterday afternoon, there was a message from Bingdu Economic Development Zone, saying that Bingdu Cultural Tourism School passed the application and became a member school of the International Baccalaureate Organization. One of my relatives was so excited when he heard it. and wanted to ask if it was true. If it is true, I want to see if I can find a way to get an admission. The person on the other end of the phone immediately repeated what he heard. What? Became a member school of the International Baccalaureate Organization? Zui Xuezheng was stunned for a moment. Who told you that? This is unlikely. Besides the third-tier college in Lan City that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has just taken over, there is also a private school under construction. What is the concept of a member school of the International Baccalaureate Organization? We don't have one in Suqing Province yet. No, it should be said that there are only 2 in the 5 northwestern provinces, and both are in Shishir, Shanxi Province. If it were really that easy, there wouldn't be one in the 4 northwestern provinces for so many years. After a moment, Zui Xuezheng still found it hard to believe. Now many people who are still living a decent life are spreading this. I also felt it was a rumor at first. The education situation in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is very clear, but I received 3 similar calls at once, all asking for information through connections. It feels like there is no smoke without fire. Bingdu Economic Development Zone, as you know, has always been a restless place. The person on the other end of the phone replied somewhat helplessly. This. Zui Xuezheng hesitated to speak. Director Zui, you have a good relationship with Director Su of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Why don't you call and ask if it's a rumor, if it's true? Ask about the enrollment policy there. After a moment, the person on the other end of the phone said again. Okay. But I'll be honest. Don't hold your hopes too high. Even if it's true, the schools in Bingdu Economic Development Zone may not open up admissions to residents from other cities. Hearing this, Zui Xuezheng hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. The person who called him usually had a good relationship with him. Otherwise, he would never call Su Hang for such a trivial matter. Well, send me a message when you have a result. Okay. The two chatted briefly before hanging up the phone. If this is true, Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely increase the number of permanent residents, and they are all high net worth individuals. But this doesn't sound true at all. The International Baccalaureate Organization will not give face to the director of the Management Committee of a county-level economic development zone. After a moment of silence, after talking to himself, Zui Xuezheng picked up his phone and dialed Su Hang's number. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Soon, a curse came from the office. At noon, Guanjua Tower, unlike the people who were anxious to inquire about the admission policy and enrollment conditions of Bingdu Cultural Tourism School, Wang Minglei in the top suite on the 6th floor did not rush to build a sales office in the eastern area of Bingdu Village like Tonai Clothing, but was making a serious call. Old Wang, are you telling the truth? I could still vaguely hear the voice of disbelief from the other end of the phone. Would I lie to you for so many years? Just think about it. He is only in his 20s, and is already the director of the Economic Development Zone Management Committee, a researcher, and now the Economic Development Zone has become a direct subordinate of Suqing Province. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be at the level of inspector in 2 years. And it's a real job. Maybe he can go further in the future. Wang Minglei said. How did he do this? Didn't I hear that he had a falling out with Su Lang? How come? The other end of the phone was silent for a long time before he spoke again. I don't know the details. But I know that he changed his name after coming here, and took the local talent introduction route. Everything complies with the regulations and rules. He has made a special trip to Hong Kong City for this matter these 2 days. Wang Minglei sighed. What does he mean now? The other end of the phone said again. How can I explain this? You can experience it yourself. The wisest thing to do now is to completely withdraw from this dispute, and then use a sum of money to make a good relationship with Director Su. In addition, you are all from the Su family. If there is any money-making opportunity in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, you will definitely be considered first. So everyone is happy. But if you continue, let alone Director Su, Mr. Zhong alone can make you drink a pot. Wang Minglei stopped talking halfway. Mr. Zhong? Yes. That Zhong Ruofei. He used to be the chairman of Tianxi Medical. If he hadn't been imprisoned, what would happen to Su's medical? Why is he there too? When he was released, many top bosses in the circle were looking for him, wanting to work with him. But he seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and never showed up again. The other end of the phone was full of surprise. I don't know about that. Anyway, Mr. Zhong is now one of Director Su's right-hand men. Do you think he will sit back and do nothing? Old Wang. I understand what you said, but the board meeting is about to start. How can I withdraw from the dispute? Should I support Su Lang? After a while, the person on the other end of the phone let out a long sigh and said, "It's very simple. Transfer all your shares to Bingda Culture and Tourism." It was not until this time that Wang Minglei revealed the real purpose of the call. The man on the other end of the phone is also a member of Su's medical board of directors. He holds a total of 4% of Su's medical shares. He and Su Fengshan are usually the closest. The man on the phone helped introduce Longsheng Group to Su's Medical's private placement. Transfer? Is it too late now? The man hesitated. It's in time. You can sign a transfer agreement with Mr. Zhong first. And it won't be too late to handle other details after the shareholders' meeting. Wang Minglei said. What about Su Fengshan? He has been planning for the chairmanship of Su's Medical for many years, and he will definitely not give up easily. Sighing again, the man on the phone obviously agreed with Wang Minglei's suggestion. Don't worry about this. You should know what level Mr. Zhong is. He will at most appear at this shareholders' meeting. As for the next one. Hee. Wang Minglei smiled. Okay. The relevant personnel of Bingda Cultural Tourism will contact you about the transfer of shares tomorrow. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer. The transfer price should be higher than the current stock price. Okay, I'll wait for the call. I'll call your third brother again. I remember that he seems to have 1% of Su's medical shares in his hands. Wang Minglei said again. People are like this sometimes. When they encounter difficulties, they feel that every minute and every second is torture. When they are happy, they feel that time is never enough. At 12 o'clock noon, many people gathered in front of the bonfire square. In addition to many staff members of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone branch and the substation, there were also many men and women dressed as rich people. They looked at the office building of Bingda Culture and Tourism from time to time, as if they were waiting for some news. When will the news come out? Looking at the big sun in the sky, a slightly fat middle-aged man wiped his sweat and said in a low voice, I don't know. I heard that Mr. Zhong is communicating with Director Su. Someone next to him took over the conversation. Alas, I hope to give outsiders a chance. The man sighed. Wait, it should be soon. There was a lot of discussion on the bonfire square, and the atmosphere was anxious at this time. In the president's office of Bingda Cultural Tourism, Zhong Ruofei was making a phone call with a relaxed look. Brother Zhong, are you saying that the matter of Su's medical has been settled? Su Heng asked on the phone. Today, the investment company has taken a lot of shares again, and Mr. Wang of Longsheng Group is also helping to contact. There are still 10 days until the 18th. There will definitely be no problem when the exchange releases the data on the 15th. I will let our people go to Su's medical first. Zhong Ruofei replied immediately. Okay. By the way, the other thing is about our school. Since the news spread, the phone calls have never stopped, all asking about the enrollment qualifications. You see. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei glanced out the window and said, as for the reason why Bingda Cultural Tourism School unexpectedly won the qualification of a member school of the International Cultural Tourism Organization, Su Heng had already told him. This kind of thing can only be said to be a coincidence in every link. If Su Heng and his friends were not doctors, if the girl who was rescued was not the sister of the leader of the evaluation group, if Su Heng did not leave a phone number after saving people and did not ask for thanks, the matter might not have been possible. I have discussed the enrollment qualifications with Director Zhang. Our school will give priority to the villagers of Bingdu Village, introducing experts and talents, if there are still places available. We will give priority to the people who have registered as permanent residents in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If there are still places available after satisfying the permanent residents, the quota will be open to the public. Su Heng said. What about tuition? Zhong Ruofei nodded and asked again. Same as other IBO member schools. Of course. It's free for villagers in Bingdu Village. And half the tuition for experts and talents. Others are charged according to normal standards. Su Heng said. Oh. Then the overall tuition is not low. Zhong Ruofei then picked up the pen on the desk and wrote it down. It doesn't matter. Next. Public elementary schools, junior high schools, and high schools will be established in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If you think the tuition is high, you can choose a public school. Su Heng said again. I see. There is another thing. Talnai Clothing and Longsheng Group have acquired a piece of land in the west and east respectively. If you buy a house here, can you go to Bingda Cultural and Tourism School? After a little thought, Zhong Ruofei asked again. It doesn't affect. As long as you buy a house and register as a permanent resident, you can go to Bingda Cultural and Tourism School as long as there are remaining places in the east or west area. If the number of applicants exceeds the remaining places, a lottery system will be implemented. Quickly, Su Hang replied. Okay, then I will sort these out later, and then send a copy to you, if there is no problem. I will officially announce it to the public. Yes. In the evening, the sea breeze blew in the face, and many Hong Kong citizens were feeling the cool breeze, and the most comfortable time in summer. Have you completed the formalities? Then High Road, Tu Pei glanced at Su Lang beside him. It's done. The notarization has also been done. The 17% of shares I hold have all been transferred to Bingda Culture and Tourism from now on. All matters of Su's medical will have nothing to do with me. Su Lang glanced at Tu Pei, and a rare look of relief appeared on his face. What do we do next? Tu Pei glanced at the sea and asked. First, we will go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to get the money from the sale of our house to Xiaohang, and then we will go abroad. Ding-ling-ling, it was a coincidence that, just when Su Lang was about to talk about his next plan, the phone rang suddenly. Picking it up and taking a look, Su Lang was stunned at first, then looked at Tu Pei with disbelief, and there was more excitement on his face besides disbelief, which was always quite complicated. Son, it's my son's call. Your son took the initiative to call you? Tu Pei was also surprised and then happy. She really didn't expect Su Hang to call them at this time. Yes, this number was given by Su, it must be right. Su Lang nodded heavily. Then answer it quickly, see if Xiaoxing has encountered something. Tu Pei pushed Su Lang hurriedly. Huh? Nodding, Su Lang answered the phone with a little nervousness. Hello, Xiaoxing? Dad? It's Xiaoxing. The next moment, Su Hang's voice came from the phone. What's wrong? Are you having any trouble? Send me your account number later, Hearing the long-lost voice, Su Lang didn't know what to say for a while. His thoughts began to become confused, and he subconsciously wanted to transfer money to Su Hang. No, I'm back in Hong Kong City. I just finished my business yesterday. Su Hang said. Ah, you're back in Hong Kong? Su Lang and Tu Pei were stunned again. Yeah. Then where are you now? We'll go find you. At this time, Tu Pei couldn't help but said hurriedly. I have to meet a friend later, and it may be late after I finish. I'll be home tomorrow morning. Su Hang said again. Stay a few more days? Yeah. Okay, take care of yourself. We'll wait for you tomorrow morning. Tu Pei said hurriedly again. Okay. Just like that, they said a few more words before hanging up the phone. Isn't my son busy with the Cultural Tourism Festival in Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Why did he come back suddenly? Did something happen? Looking at the black screen of the phone, after the joy, Tu Pei's face actually showed a little more worry. I don't know. I'll ask when we meet tomorrow. Su Lang frowned and shook his head. He and Tu Pei thought the same thing. As the head of the Economic Development Zone, it's impossible for him to take a vacation during this period. What should we do now? Let's not talk about whether he encountered something. Now he certainly doesn't know that we have sold all the other houses, let alone that you have nothing to do with Su's medical. What if he goes to Su's medical? Tu Pei looked at Su Lang. When Su Lang donated shares to Bingda Culture and Tourism, he clearly stated that this matter could not be told to Su Hang for the time being. So, his son definitely didn't know about Bingda Culture and Tourism's transfer of shares. My son finally came back, so don't tell him about these things for now. He will probably stay for 2 or 3 days, at most. It won't be too late to tell him after the shareholders' meeting of Su's medical is over. Thinking for a moment, Su Lang expressed his thoughts. Okay, be careful at that time, don't show up. You still pretend to be the chairman of Su's medical, and pretend to answer a few calls from time to time. Tu Pei sighed. I know. Su Lang nodded. For a while, the two of them tacitly stopped talking. Chapter 343 Uncle Lu. What's wrong with you? Ding-ling-ling. A gust of sea breeze blew, and the sudden ringing broke the silence between Su Lang and Tu Pei. Huh? He took out his cell phone and looked at it. Su Lang frowned, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Who? Seeing this, Tu Pei couldn't help asking. Su Fengyan? Su Lang said. Su Fengyan? Why did he call? Tu Pei's face darkened. Su Fengyan and Su Fengshan are cousins. They have the same grandfather. He holds 2% of Su's medical shares, and is one of Su Fengshan's right-hand men. He usually serves as the executive vice president of Su's medical group. I don't know. Su Lang shook his head. What are these people going to do? The position of chairman has been given to them in advance, And it's not going to end? Just hang up. The more Pei thought about it, the angrier she got. She immediately asked Su Lang to hang up the phone. After thinking about it, Su Lang nodded and hung up the phone immediately. But just after Su Lang hung up, the phone rang again. On a glance, it was still Su Fengnian. Forget it, I want to see what he wants to say. This time, without waiting for Pei to speak, Su Lang answered the phone immediately. Third brother, are you hanging out with your sister-in-law now? The next moment, a middle-aged man's laughing voice came from the phone. Third brother? Su Lang and Pei looked at each other subconsciously. Nominally, Su Lang was the third oldest in the Su family, so Su Fengshan and Su Fengnian should both call him third brother. But because of the competition over the years, they seem to have forgotten the ranking of brothers. What do you want to say? Be more direct. Coming back to his senses, Su Lang said immediately. It was a little strange for Su Fengnian to try to get close to me at this time. Third brother, please don't deliberately humiliate me. I was wrong in the past. I apologize to you first. Su Fengnian's voice came quickly. Apologize? What's the matter? Su Lang was more and more confused. Nothing, I just want to ask you and sister-in-law, if your nephew is free tomorrow, let's have dinner together. My nephew finally came back, I have to welcome him. Su Fengshan said again. Welcome Su Hang? How do you know he's back in Hong Kong? Su Lang glanced at Pei. Third brother, stop pretending. The news has spread throughout the group. Everyone knows that Xiaohang is now the first person in charge of a provincial economic development zone, and Bingde culture and tourism over there is still buying up Su's medical shares. From now on, you will definitely have the final say in Su's medical. Su Fengshan said with a smile. Who said that? Su Lang glanced at Pei, his face darkened instantly. They did so much secretly, donating shares and so on, just because they didn't want to affect Su Hang's other path. Now listening to Su Fengshan's words, it is obvious that Su Hang has long known about his situation at Su's medical. This sudden appearance in Hong Kong is obviously related to the shareholders' meeting of Su's medical. For a moment, hearing Su Fengshan tell all the secrets, it really feels like all the efforts have been wasted. Third brother, does it matter who said it? Our Su family has finally produced a pillar with a promising future. You are really too low-key. Su Fengnian's voice was full of emotion and a hint of flattery. Okay, I have something else to do. Before Su Fengnian could speak again, Su Lang hung up the phone immediately in anger. How did the news spread so quickly? Aren't we? On the side, Pei was also surprised. I don't know. What I want to know most now is how Xiaoxing knew about this. You know these people in Su's medical. If Su Fengshan holds on to this matter. At this moment, Su Lang was really angry. Even more angry than when he learned that he was leaving the board of directors of Su's medical. First of all, it's definitely not someone from Su's medical. Look at Su Fengnian's reaction. He just found out. Su Lang shook his head and thought for a moment, and suddenly turned to look at Pei, and Pei seemed to have thought of something at this moment. The two looked at each other for a moment, and said in unison, Lao Qin, Su. This girl Su is really, I'll call her first and ask. The next moment, Su Lang immediately picked up the phone again. At the same time, Hong Kong City, in a large flat-floor mansion within the 3rd Ring Road, Su Fengshan and his son sat opposite each other, and a middle-aged woman in pajamas stood next to them. The faces of the three people were extremely ugly. Is it true? Didn't he say he was working in the Northwest? How did he suddenly become the first person in charge of the Provincial Economic Development Zone? For a long time, Su Yuan still couldn't accept the news he received this afternoon. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been suppressed by Su Hang. Originally, he thought that after his father became the chairman of Su's medical, he could be proud in front of Su Hang. So when he heard that Su Hang appeared in Su's medical a few days ago, he was a little happy. He thought that he must meet Su Hang after the board meeting, and then give him a good slap in the face. As a result, the news that came out of nowhere this afternoon directly destroyed his cognition, and he was slapped hard several times, in front of the first person in charge of a provincial economic development zone. He, the director of a private hospital, was nothing. There was no comparison at all. No, it should be said that the two were not on the same dimension at all. I don't know the details, but I checked the official website of Suqing province, and it is true. It's just that his name is Su Xinxing instead of Su Hang. Su Fengshan said while biting his back teeth. Old Su, what should we do now? Su Hang suddenly intervened. you will definitely not be able to become the chairman of the board at the shareholders meeting. The shareholder, who originally supported you this afternoon, has been urging you to transfer your shares. It is obvious that they have changed sides and will no longer support you. And the Longsheng Group, from the fact that Mr. Xiao Wang did not answer Xiao Yuan's call to the fact that you could not get through to Mr. Lao Wang. It is enough to explain everything. The middle-aged woman said bitterly. Humph, that is still uncertain. After a moment, Su Fengshan snorted coldly. Not necessarily. Su Yuan paused, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his disappointed eyes. I just checked a lot of information about Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and all signs indicate that Bingdu Cultural Tourism is actually Su Heng's private property. Think about it, the person in charge of Bingdu Economic Development Zone actually owns such a big company. Does this comply with regulations? I will try to get some more substantial evidence tomorrow, and then file a complaint with the relevant departments of Xia State. Let's see what he says then. Maybe he will have to go to jail. Su Fengshan's face darkened. Dad, are you telling the truth? Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and the middle-aged woman next to him also became interested. Yeah. Then hurry up. I'll also check the detailed information of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It would be great if Su Heng could be sent in. Okay. The night was getting darker, just when the Hong Kong city was in turmoil again because of Su Heng's appearance. Bingdu Village Health Center, on the 16th floor of the inpatient department, a man in his 40s stood in front of the bed and held Tong Jichuan's hand and was unwilling to let go, and kept saying words of thanks. There was a banner next to the bed. On the bed lay an old man in his 70s, wearing a hospital gown. Next to the bed stood an old lady, who kept wiping her tears, and looked very elegant. That was not all. Shen Tong and 3 backbones of the cardiology department were there. It's really okay. This is what we should do. Tong Jichuan glanced at Shen Tong, and then waved his hand. Since receiving a call from Shen Tong that night saying that an elderly patient in the scenic area had an emergency, high-intensity rescue efforts had begun. Finally, the old man's condition improved, and he did not contact his family until he woke up. This is what happened. No. If you, Dean Shen and other experts had not come to his rescue, my dad might have. The man glanced at the old man on the bed. I knew you had hidden dangers, but I couldn't control you. You had to run around. You also learned from other young people who came to the Northwest. Now you are in trouble. The old lady next to him glared at the old man. You can't say that. This time it can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Didn't Dr. Tong just say that the hidden danger has been found and completely solved? You just need to rest well next. The old man on the bed was obviously a little dissatisfied after being reprimanded, and muttered softly, You're still talking stubbornly. Mom, actually, what my dad said is not wrong. We have investigated this hidden danger many times in Yanqing, but the results are all wrong. I didn't expect to meet the famous Mr. Tong Jichuan here. At this time, the man followed with a sigh. Tong Jichuan? Are you Tong Jichuan, the authority on tumors in Xia country? It would have been better if she hadn't heard it. When she heard it, the old lady was stunned. Yes, Mr. Tong is an authority in this field, so. Next to her, the backbone introduced. Oh, it's true. To be honest, someone recommended you to me when my old man couldn't find the cause of the disease, but later I heard that you had gone abroad. So I didn't ask about it again. I didn't expect you to be here. The old lady didn't know what to say for a while. You're flattering me. You're the most authoritative person. You're just a doctor. Tong Jichuan smiled. Okay, there's nothing to do here. Let the old man rest first. If there's anything else, call the nurse. Raising his hand to check the time, Shen Tong said. Old Tong. Old Tong. However, just as Shen Tong finished speaking, another voice came from the corridor of the inpatient department. It was none other than Tong Jichuan's wife, Wang Huyin. Here. Tong Jichuan responded, and nodded to the old man and the old lady, and was about to go out. However, Wang Huyin arrived at the door of the ward first after hearing the voice. Old Tong, hurry up. Her face was full of anxiety. What happened? Tong Jichuan asked immediately. Old Lu just fainted after looking at his phone at the construction site. He has been sent to the outpatient clinic by the staff. You should go and have a look, Wang Huyin said anxiously. Ah? Old Lu fainted? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When he heard it, Tong Jichuan's face changed, and he didn't care about anything else and rushed out of the ward. Shen Tong, who was standing next to him, also ran out with a tense look. The other key members did the same, and followed. Just like that, A few moments later, only the old man and his family, and a nurse on duty were left in the ward. Who is this Lao Lu? He looks very powerful, and has a high status. After looking at each other in surprise, the old man on the bed couldn't help but look at the nurse. There was no way. Just a fainting could make experts like Tong Jichuan and Shintong run to treat it. Which was obviously not simple. Otherwise, with Tong Jichuan's knowledge and status, he would be very calm even if he had a serious illness. It should be Mr. Lu. Others, including Mr. Tong, wouldn't be so nervous. The nurse said, as she checked the infusion. Mr. Lu? The old man became more and more curious. Even the middle-aged man couldn't help but look at the nurse. Well, Mr. Lu was once a special researcher at the Xia State Ancient Architecture Institute. His real name is Lu Ming. Now he is a villager in Bingdu Village. He is mainly responsible for important projects in Bingdu Village. Many buildings in Bingdu Village were built by him. The nurse sighed and introduced casually. Ah, Lu Ming, special effects researcher of Xiagua Ancient Architecture Institute? The old man on the bed paused for a moment. That's not all. The old lady next to the bed also showed disbelief. At the same time, she subconsciously said, Xiao Lu, didn't he retire early due to severe depression? Why is he here? No, girl, can you tell me more about this old Lu? At this time, the old man on the bed actually wanted to sit up. What are you doing? This made the nurse a little at a loss. Girl, it's like this. My old man worked in the railway department of Xiagua before he retired. Before that, he worked in the Architectural Institute of Xiagua. At the beginning, he took an apprentice named Lu Ming. So he was a little excited. The old lady hurriedly explained. Oh, I said it. The nurse then told her what she knew, and added at the end. Anyway, the permanent residents of Bingdu Village are all legendary. We now call it the Elders Village. But I really don't know if Mr. Lu has ever suffered from depression. Girl, how about you ask me again later? And by the way, see how the patient who was just hospitalized is doing? Which ward did he stay in the end? The old man on the bed thought for a while, and hurriedly said again, Okay. At the same time, at the gate of Yuan, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian also rushed to the direction of the village clinic with anxious faces. Old Zhong, what happened? Uncle Lu felt fine. I saw him in the morning. How come he suddenly fainted? As he walked, Shui Yutian said worriedly. I don't know. I heard from the staff there that Uncle Lu was still discussing the construction plan with him, but he picked up his phone and looked at it. Then his eyes went black and he fainted. Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath. His face was full of tension. Since coming to Bingdu Village, the 11 Bingdu villagers have become like a family. Now it's hard not to worry about this all of a sudden. Is this due to some kind of stimulation? After hearing this, Shui Yutian couldn't help but say. It's hard to say. Wait and see what Tong Lao says. It could also be that the intensity of the work is too high and the work is too much. Hypoglycemia, high blood pressure, etc. are all possible. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Should I call Xiao Su? After thinking about it, Shui Yutian said again. Chapter 344 5A Level University? No need to call. Xiao Su knew it immediately. It was he who called Lao Shi. Hearing this, Zhong Ruofei shook his head. Ah, why did he know it immediately? Wait, old Zhong, could it be Xiao Su? Shui Yutian was stunned, his eyes almost popped out, and he stopped talking halfway. Not sure, I'll go see Uncle Lu first. Zhong Ruofei's pace suddenly quickened a lot. Yeah. The lights in Joga City are bright at night, compared with the night scenes of other cities. There are only a few fewer super high-rise buildings and complexes. At this time, in a business club, in a private room, someone was singing in a shirt and trousers and a watch, while others were chatting on a leather sofa. Mr. Lu, have you heard? The phone of a real estate project in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is about to be blown up. After drinking the wine glass, one of the men looked at his companion next to him. Ah? The real estate project is booming? Don't be funny. What is the environment now? Do you think it is still 5 or 6 years ago? Although the Bingdu Economic Development Zone has a big cultural and tourism festival this time, there are not many permanent residents at all. Who would be stupid enough to take over there? Upon hearing this, the companion shook his head like a rattle. They are all local real estate people in Joga City. They had a good life a few years ago. But now the good days are gone. Now they just want to finish the remaining projects, and then transform, and do other things. Really? The rumor is that they are rushing to build a sales office overnight. The man said again. Really? Why? It shouldn't be. Seeing the man like this, his companion hesitated and asked. When his friend shows this expression, it is usually true, rarely mixed with water. There's a school in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The man picked up the bottle on the coffee table and filled the glasses of the two people before speaking again. A school made such a big fuss? His companion paused. This is not an ordinary school. It's a member school of the International Baccalaureate Organization, the first one in Suching Province. The man curled his lips. Back then, they tried many ways to create the concept of school district housing. But IBO member schools were always beyond their reach. Ah? Ibo? Are you kidding me? It would have been better if he hadn't listened. Once he heard it, his companion actually stood up directly. Fortunately, the man pulled him back. I'm not kidding, and don't you think about it, Bingdu Economic Development Zone often does some unexpected things, and it's reasonable to have another IBO member school now. What Bingdu Economic Development Zone can do may not be done by other prefecture-level cities in Suching Province. The man was full of emotion. If it is an IBO member school, then it is really possible. There are still many rich people in Gyoga City. The companion rubbed his hands. What do you think? Do you have any ideas? Should we go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to get a piece of land? It feels that the potential there has just been discovered, and it should last for a few years. The man said again. We also went there? Lao Ma, although the IBO member school is a top school. The real estate you develop there may not be eligible for admission to this school. I guess the current developer must have a good relationship with the person in charge of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The companion paused and frowned. No, this time is different. First of all, this school was not developed by Bingdu Economic Development Zone, but by Bingdu Culture and Tourism. Secondly, the admission requirements of this school were just announced in the afternoon, except for special talents and children of experts. The remaining places are drawn by lottery among the registered permanent residents. It's not a special zoning, the school places are only for this building. The man said again. It's not a special zoning? The companion leaned forward. No. So, as long as we build a building there, then we can definitely attract many parents who want their children to go to high-end primary schools with this as a selling point. After all, these people are really rich. The man expressed his thoughts. When he heard the news this afternoon, his mind was full of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. They like this kind of high-end school by lottery the most. As long as the property is eligible for the lottery, it is a big selling point. As for whether you can get the lottery in the end, it is a matter of luck for the owner, and has nothing to do with the developer. If that's the case, you can indeed go there to try your luck. However, I heard that although Bingdu Economic Development Zone is also pre-selling, the requirements for developers are relatively high, in order to prevent unfinished projects. In addition to the money from selling the house being deposited into the supervision account, a certain deposit is required. After a moment of silence, the companion spoke up. I know. Didn't I come to you? We may not be able to get this piece of fat meat if we do it alone, but it will be no problem if we work together. The man picked up the glass and drank it all. What about the real estate in Gyoga City? The companion was a little more excited. Let's sell it slowly. If it doesn't work, we can sell it at a lower price in the name of workers' housing, and then go there to make some quick money, as long as the sale is fast. I think we can get at least 3 or 4 properties. The man said again. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. After a full minute or two, the companion looked at the man. Do you know who got the land from? I heard that Bingdu Culture and Tourism bought a very large piece of land from Bingdu Culture and Tourism. The core area of Bingdu Economic Development Zone belongs to Bingdu Culture and Tourism. I asked someone to get the phone number of the CEO of Bingdu Culture and Tourism this afternoon. If you want to join me, I will call this Mr. Joan tomorrow morning. The man replied immediately. Okay, then ask tomorrow. After thinking for a long time, the companion finally spoke. Okay. The moon moved westward, and it was almost dawn. All parts of Xia country began to turn off the lights and go to bed, even in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Only a few rooms in Guanxue Tower, Bingdu Hotel, and Yuan were still lit, but at this time, the outpatient building of Bingdu Village Health Center, the first floor was brightly lit, and the door of the CT room on the underground first floor was full of people. Even Sherlinian and Song Qing were there. Just then, the electric door of the CT room slowly opened. Tong Jichuan and Shin Tong appeared in front of everyone. Old Tong, how is old Lu? Seeing this, Wang Huin hurriedly spoke. Nothing, I guess he was a little stimulated and too tired, and his blood pressure was too high for a while, and he fainted, but he may have to rest for a while, and can't work anymore. Tong Jichuan said. It's good that he's okay. The people at the door breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, everyone go back and rest early. I'll transfer old Lu to the general ward for a few days of observation, and don't disturb him now. Tong Jichuan glanced at everyone and spoke again. Okay. I'll arrange it. Shi Lenian nodded immediately. However, just as everyone began to disperse, Zhong Ruofei quietly came to the corner of the first floor of the outpatient clinic and called Su Hang. Hello. Xiao Su. Brother Zhong. How is Uncle Lu? As if the person on the other end of the phone had been waiting for news. As soon as Zhong Ruofei dialed the number, Su Hang answered the phone and heard his voice immediately. Uncle Tong just said that Uncle Lu is fine, but he needs to rest for a while. Zhong Ruofei subconsciously glanced at the door of the CT room and whispered, I'm glad you're okay. I was so scared. The other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Su, what did you send to Uncle Lu that suddenly irritated Uncle Lu like that? After a pause, Zhong Ruofei whispered. It was the design and renderings of the new campus of Xingji College. Su Hang replied weakly. Ah, can the renderings and design of a university irritate Uncle Lu like that? Zhong Ruofei was stunned. I didn't expect that the standard of this university is just slightly higher than before, and in order to take care of Uncle Lu, I haven't sent him the ancient hotel to be built for filming. Su Hang said again. Hearing this, Zhong Ruofei hesitated to speak, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Su Hang's standards are now well known to everyone. Usually, they are just SOSO. This time, he used the words slightly higher. You can imagine what college will be like. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei continued. Xiao Su, what should we do now? Uncle Lu needs to take a break. Bingda Cultural and Tourism School will start recruiting students in early September, and there are still many projects that have not been completed. Zhong Ruofei was actually very curious about how Su Hang designed Bingda College, and wanted Su Hang to send the drawings over. But he changed his mind and gave up the idea. What if he feels unwell after seeing it? Hey, if it doesn't work, I will go back home tomorrow and then go back. The matter of Bingda Cultural Tourism School cannot be delayed. After a moment of silence, Su Hang's voice came. What about the shareholders' meeting of Su's Medical? Zhong Ruofei couldn't help asking. I will tell my parents tomorrow. Let them contact Bai Chong and then tell Wang Long. Just ensure the voting rights here. If there are any problems later, we will deal with them later. Su Hang said. Deal with it later? How about this? Longsheng Group's Mr. Wang has also helped us contact some shares, or I can go to Hong Kong City and get everything done directly, so there won't be any trouble later. After thinking for a while, Zhong Ruofei said. You come over? Su Hang hesitated. I have Lao Shui at Bingda Cultural Tourism, no problem, and I have worked in the medical industry before, so there will be no problem in handling it. Zhong Ruofei said again. That's fine, it's better to deal with it all at once than to drag it out later. After thinking for a while, Su Hang agreed. Well, I'll book us a flight ticket later, Zhong Ruofei said, looking at the time. Okay. Just like that. The two chatted for a few more words, and then hung up the phone. It seems that I have to inform Uncle Lu first when I have a design drawing in the future. Otherwise I will really. In Hong Kong. In a hotel room. Su Hang shook his head and put his phone on the bedside table. After he finished his work yesterday afternoon, he began to think about the new campus of Xingji College. As a result, after looking around, it seems that there is nothing particularly suitable. Finally, he made up his mind and directly got the design and construction drawings of the summer palace on Earth. Su Hang's idea was very simple. First, there is no summer palace on Earth in Yanqing now. Second, a university is not a high school. It can only have a few teaching buildings. As the first university in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the campus environment is also very important. It cannot lower the level of the existing ancient buildings in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After thinking about it, the architectural style of the summer palace is undoubtedly the best match for the current Bingdu village. More importantly, the area planned for the new campus is large enough. It is absolutely no problem to build a summer palace. When the time comes, add some dormitory buildings and teaching buildings that are ancient in appearance and modern in interior to the summer palace on Earth. It will be a complete university. This is how the current scene came about. Forget it, I will buy some supplements when I go back tomorrow. I guess I am exhausted during this period of time. Snap! Soon, the lights of the room went out, and it fell into darkness. The next day, the sun rose, and the Bingdu Economic Development Zone ushered in a new day. Woo! Unlike the tourists coming and going on the pedestrian street, the roar of various machines outside the West City Gate is one after another. In addition to the Tonghai clothing building that is under construction, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone government building across the road has also been fenced off, and formal construction has begun. Due to the special nature of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Zhang Hancheng clearly told the construction party, when he presided over the bidding meeting, that the government building must be completed before April next year. There is no way. It's not that Zhang Hancheng doesn't want the government building to be completed earlier, but the fiscal revenue of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone has greatly limited the progress of the project. It is impossible to work 3 shifts every day like Bingdu Cultural Tourism, and pay wages on a daily basis. At present, the government building has been started. The Underground Pipeline Corridor Project and Bingdu Water Diversion Project will also be launched in the near future, plus there is a gap of tens of millions of Bingdu TV station. During this period, all the money in the public account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone cannot be retained. If the finance wants to be abundant, it still depends on large enterprises. If these gaps are filled, the monthly expenditure on financial support personnel is not a small amount. Office, after reading the report, Zhang Hancheng leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyebrows. What was just handed over was a recruitment notice, and a recruitment notice for Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After he, Luo Yongqiu, Li Mei, and others reported the plan, they discussed to Su Heng. Su Heng said there was no problem, and asked them to sort out the details and issue it officially. At this time, the documents were just placed on the desk. According to the progress of Tonghai Clothing, the sales office can be built in at most half a month, and Longsheng Group has also obtained land in the eastern area. It is imperative for Bingdu Economic Development Zone to set up a housing management bureau. Speaking to himself, Zhang Hancheng picked up his notes and took a look. At this time, 5 or 6 bureau-level units have been marked on the notebook. The first one is the Financial Department of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The second one is the Health Department of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The third one is the TV station. The fourth one is the Cultural Relics Bureau. Just added a Housing Management Bureau. Took a deep breath. Just when Zhang Hancheng was ready to deal with the work at hand, the phone on the desk suddenly rang rapidly. Picked it up and took a look. Zhang Hancheng showed a trace of surprise on his face, and then answered the phone. Hello, old Zhang. I haven't contacted you for a long time. How are you doing recently? The next moment, a middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Chapter 345 reported, anyway. We have no chance. Not bad. How come you? A busy man. Suddenly remembered to call me? Zhang Hancheng smiled and said. The man on the other end of the phone was named Xia Zhongyun, the vice president of the School of Business Administration of Yenching University. Before I came here to work, the two knew each other for some work reasons, so they are old acquaintances. Why, you are doing so well, and it's even on the Xiaogui News broadcast. Is it not okay for me to call and envy you? Soon, the voice on the other end of the phone followed. I don't know you yet? Go ahead, what's the matter? Zhang Hancheng followed. In addition to his position at Yenching University, Xia Zhongyun also has many titles. He spends most of his time flying around, participating in economic forums of all sizes, and being a guest. Whenever he calls, there must be something. It's definitely not just a casual chat. Okay, I really have something to call you about. The other end of the phone laughed dryly twice, said, What's the matter? Are you still short of seconded cadres in Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Xia Zhongyun asked. You want to work as a temporary employee? Zhang Hancheng paused. No. It's my cousin. He works at the School of Environment at Tsinghua University. This year, he has reached the stage of temporary employment. But he has contacted many places. Either he is not satisfied with the place, or the place is not satisfied with him. Until now, he has not found a temporary employment. Xia Zhongyun sighed and said, No place wants Tsinghua University graduates? Zhang Hancheng couldn't help asking. Tsinghua University and Yenching University are known as the two heroes of Xiaogui. They have always been the top 2 universities in Xiaogui, especially Tsinghua University. Every year, the undergraduate students selected for appointment are deputy chief clerks. It started one stage higher than other schools. No way, you know about the academic type temporary positions now. Didn't you spend a lot of effort at the beginning? Xia Zhongyun paused for a moment, and then his voice came again. Well, okay, but can he look down on our Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is located in a remote area in the northwest. To be honest, there is not even a government office building now. Zhang Hancheng said. Don't mention it. I mentioned you when I was chatting with him yesterday, and he wanted me to call you on the spot. He also said that he found this place very good through this Xiaogui Tourism Festival. Xia Zhongyun replied hurriedly. Oh, do you have any positions now? Xia Zhongyun asked again. As for positions, to be honest, we are short of people in many management positions here, but we need to discuss this with our director first, and see what he thinks. After a little thought, Zhang Hancheng said, now he can directly make decisions on some daily and small matters in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, but things like this must be reported to Su Hang first. Okay, then you can help ask. Well, I'll call you back after I ask. I just received news that he will be back tomorrow. Zhang Hancheng said. Thank you for your help. Why are you being polite? By the way, what's your cousin's rank? At this time, Zhang Hancheng suddenly thought of something and added another sentence. First level inspector. At 10 a.m., Jioga City, Government Affairs Office, Zhou Xuezhong was processing documents while chatting with a man across the desk. Old Zhou, Bingdu Economic Development Zone is really amazing. They even set up a dual-track IB school. The man's face was full of emotion. Since Bingdu Culture and Tourism introduced the relevant situation and enrollment policy of Bingdu Culture and Tourism School on its official account, other places dare not say, anyway. The elite level in Jioga City is completely boiling. The wealthy are looking for international routes, and the weaker ones are looking for domestic routes. Unknowingly, the good schools in Jioga City have been put on the barbecue grill. Many parents have even thought about transferring schools. There is no way, because they are really strong. This wave will definitely bring a lot of permanent residents to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It will probably catch up with Ase County in no time, Zhou Xuezhong said with a wry smile. Ever since he called Su Hang that day, he knew this would be the result. Moreover, it is not just the elites of Jioga City who want to study in the IB school in the Economic Development Zone. Wei City, Zhang City, and even Lan City, the wealthy people from Xi'an Province, will also arrive in Bingdu Economic Development Zone one after another. It's just that the news has not spread yet. Catch up with Ase County? Ase County has a registered permanent population of more than 10,000. Although the floating population of Bingdu Economic Development Zone has far exceeded that of Ase County. There are only 11 registered permanent residents at present. And there is only one village under its jurisdiction. The man slowly leaned back in his chair. You really underestimate the appeal of famous schools and the efforts people put into their children. It's okay that there are few classes there. If they enroll 2,000 or 3,000 students like our Jioga City No. 1 middle school, just look at how many people will register as permanent residents there. Zhou Xuezhong said again. Well, if Bingdu Economic Development Zone continues, will it absorb the population of Jioga City? The man said again. No, Bingdu Economic Development Zone only has this one good school, and there is no sign of normal schools other than this, after all. Ordinary people still make up the majority. Zhou Xuezhong immediately denied it. That's true. In the final analysis, the education system of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is still immature. In addition to top elite schools, a mature region must also have schools suitable for the general public. In this regard, Bingdu Economic Development Zone probably still has a long way to go. Zhou Xuezhong glanced at the computer screen, and then added, well, envy is envy, but we still have to deal with our own affairs. What do you think about the satellite broadcast of prefecture-level TV stations? Just now, the relevant departments of the province sent a red-headed document. The document said that in order to enrich the content of satellite TV and bring better viewing experience and programs to the public, and also to better promote the local area, each province needs to promote a prefecture-level TV station. That is to say, in the future, each province will have 2 satellite TV stations, 1 provincial TV station, and 1 prefecture-level TV station. What else can I see? I don't think satellite TV is necessarily a good thing. Not to mention that many programs need to be prepared after satellite TV. The quality of the programs alone is different from the current standards. Our Jioga City can't hold up at all. Besides, our Suqing Provincial TV station has always been at the bottom. How can a prefecture-level city compare with Suqing Provincial TV station? It is estimated that it will not play much of a publicity role after it goes on the air. The man smiled bitterly and shook his head. You are right. Although this policy can indeed attract some TV viewers, the strong will always be strong. It is definitely a great thing for the prefecture-level cities in the developed provinces in the south, such as Suzhou City and Jiangsu Province. They probably wish their TV stations could be broadcast on satellite. Zhui Xuezhong glanced at the documents on the desk again. There is a saying among the people that Jiangsu Province has 13 Taibao. That is, 13 prefecture-level cities. And their GDPs are more powerful than each other. Not to mention that they are not willing to give up. Once this policy comes out, it will definitely be a fight among all parties. It has never been like Suqing Province. The relevant persons in charge of the prefecture-level city will have a headache after seeing the document. And it feels like a hot potato. There is no way. The main thing is that our prefecture-level TV station is not up to the level of content. Looking at the entire Suqing Province, it is estimated that only launcher TV station may try. The man curled his lips. What should we do now? The document has arrived on the desk. How should we respond? After a moment of silence, Zhui Xuezhong said. What did the leader say? The man subconsciously glanced at the door. The leader said that we should know what our TV station is about. If it is broadcast on satellite, it will not be called publicity but shame. Zhui Xuezhong smiled bitterly. So the leader is unwilling. The man suddenly realized. Well, the question is how to respond now. The document clearly states that the relevant departments and unit leaders of each prefecture-level city should actively apply and finally report to the province to determine the number of satellite spots. You said we should just write that our TV station will not be broadcasted and will not apply. Is that appropriate? Zhui Xuezhong said helplessly. Well, then, how about we delay it for a while, see how other cities do it? The man said again. Okay, wait and see. I think as long as launcher TV station submits the application, we can delay it later. There should be no problem. After getting up and making a cup of tea for the two, Zhui Xuezhong said. That's the only way, but I heard that launcher TV station doesn't seem to be very interested. It's hard to say anyway. By the way, I wonder what Bingdu Economic Development Zone will do. The man said again. Bingdu Economic Development Zone, a few days ago. Director Su complained that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has not even set up a TV station. That short drama has not been assigned yet. How could he be so stupid as to apply for this? Zhui Xuezhong waved his hand with certainty. Okay, then wait for the news from launcher TV station. Yes. At the same time, Bingdu Economic Development Zone, on the second floor of the single-family building on the pedestrian street that was temporarily rented, Xingjianhai. The director of Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station was sitting in his office and typing away on the keyboard. The names of various devices were displayed on the screen. Just last week, Xingjianhai had completely sorted out the relationship with Huisher and transferred the personnel relationship to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The relevant appointment documents have been issued by the office to all units in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. This also means that Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station has officially entered the establishment stage. Dong dong dong. Just then, a young man appeared at the door of the office. Director? The young man's name is Guohong, and he is one of the previously recruited media integration contract workers. Since Bingdu Economic Development Zone was going to establish a TV station, the contract workers responsible for the official short video account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone naturally became Xingjianhai's subordinates. Now, several people are operating the official video account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, while helping Xingjianhai deal with various matters related to the establishment of a TV station. What's wrong? Xiaoguo. Looking up at the door, Xingjianhai asked. Director, it's like this, the office just sent a document. Guohong walked into the office and said, What does it mean? Xingjianhai asked. The document says that the number of satellite TV stations will be expanded. Each province has one more satellite quota, and each prefecture-level city needs to actively apply. Guohong said hurriedly. Ah, an extra spot for satellite broadcast? Xingjianhai was stunned, then took the document and started reading it. 1 minute, 2 minutes. And until 5 minutes later, Xingjianhai frowned and handed the document back to Guohong. We have not even purchased the infrastructure in Bingdu Economic Development Zone yet, let alone any content. To put it bluntly, we are not even a qualified local TV station, let alone satellite broadcast, so this document actually has nothing to do with us. Then Director, how should I respond to this? Guohong asked in a low voice. In fact, it was not only Xingjianhai, Several other colleagues also shook their heads after hearing the relevant contents of the document. Reply, anyway. There are TV stations in Lantau and other cities that we cannot be selected, so you can just apply symbolically. After thinking for a while, Xing Jianhai arranged. I understand. Director, I will fill it out later and submit it the day after tomorrow. When Guohong heard it, he nodded immediately. In fact, he thought so too. Well, this is all trivial. Tomorrow, you can go to Mr. Schweb Binga Culture and ask about the progress of the short play. The project funds have now arrived at the public account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and after confirmation, they will be transferred to Binga Culture. Looking up, Xing Jianhai spoke again. Okay. Some people in Bingdu Economic Development Zone are busy, while others are forced to be idle. Bingdu Village Health Center, Inpatient Department, 3rd floor. Lu Ming looked at the large group of doctors in front of the bed and was almost crying with anxiety. Xiao Shi, I'm really fine. Yesterday was just... Lu Ming was about to get up, but was pushed back by Shi Linian. Uncle Lu, although the examination results are fine. Uncle Tong said that you need to rest for at least a month, and he also prescribed some medicine, so don't think about escaping. Shi Linian's face was helpless. Early this morning, Lu Ming, who had recovered, came to him and said he wanted to be discharged from the hospital. After being denied, he went to him several times, and then the scene in front of him appeared. 1 month? Xiao Shi, you know the situation in our Bingdu village. Binga Cultural and Tourism School is about to start, and many doctors, children in the hospital will study here. Lu Ming glanced at Song Qing on the other side of the bed while speaking. At this time, Song Qing's lower abdomen was slightly bulging, and it looked like she was already 4 or 5 months pregnant. Since the two decided to settle down in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, they have been thinking about having a child, to make up for the years they lost in Yanqing. Uncle Lu, don't worry about the school. Xiao Su will be back tomorrow, Shi Linian said immediately. Ah? Xiao Su is coming back. Has he finished his work in Hong Kong City? Lu Ming was stunned. He's almost done, and Mr. Zhong will go over to take care of the rest, Shi Linian explained. Oh, then when Xiao Su comes back, Lu Ming hesitated. Uncle Lu, don't worry, I heard from Lao Zhong that after Xiao Su comes back, he will first handle the remaining projects of Binga Cultural Tourism School, and then start to build Xingji College, Shi Linian said casually. Ah, you said Xiao Su wants to build Xingji College? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Yeah. Shi Linian nodded. Xiao Shi, when I was talking to you just now, I felt a little uncomfortable in my stomach again. Can you help me check it again? I think a month of recuperation is not enough. After receiving a positive answer, Lu Ming's face suddenly changed, and he said weakly while holding his stomach. Chapter 346, just escaped from the tiger's den, and fell into the wolf's den again. 1 month is not enough. Faced with such an obvious change in Lu Ming, Shi Linian was stunned for a while. But after reacting, he immediately said, Okay, then I will take you to the examination. I will definitely not let you go out with the disease. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Lu. But at this time, the voice of an old lady came from the door of the ward. Hearing the voice, Shi Linian and Lu Ming subconsciously looked towards the door of the ward. However, it didn't matter after seeing this. Lu Ming was stunned at first, and then he shouted excitedly, Sister-in-law, why are you here? After that, Lu Ming didn't care about much, and immediately got off the bed and started to put on his shoes. There was no sign of stomach pain anymore. An old lady was standing at the door of the ward. It was none other than the family member of the old man, who was rescued by Tong Jichuan and Shen Tong. Sister-in-law? Shi Linian's face was full of confusion. Xiao Lu, I didn't expect it was really you. Don't move. How is your health? At the door, the old lady was also excited when she heard Lu Ming's call and walked in immediately. I'm fine. By the way, sister-in-law, why are you here? Lu Ming asked again. It's your brother Yang. The old lady then told her story in detail, and finally said, If it weren't for Professor Tong and Professor Shen from the Bingdu Village Clinic, your brother Yang would have. Which ward is brother Yang in now? Let me go and see. Hearing this, Lu Ming hurriedly said, Xiao Lu, your brother Yang is fine now. He heard the nurse say that there was a Lu Ming downstairs before, and thought it might be you. So he asked me to come down and see. I didn't expect it was really you. Seeing this, The old lady hurriedly comforted Lu Ming and signaled him to have a good rest first. Sister-in-law, I'm really fine. Xiao Shi, why don't you tell the security guard at the door to send me a fruit basket, and I'll transfer the money to him. Lu Ming waved his hand and looked at Shirlinian beside the bed. The former Binggu Village clinic was on the other side of the single-family building. There was nothing but patients queuing up to get numbers. But since moving to the new clinic, there are many more vendors opposite the hospital clinic. From breakfast vendors to fruit basket vendors. Flowers are all available. But just after he finished speaking, Lu Ming saw Shirlinian's confused face, and then introduced Shirlinian again. Xiao Shi, this is my colleague in the same unit when I just started working, and my sister-in-law. Her husband, Mr. Yang Yunong, was my instructor and leader at the time. Before retiring, Mr. Yang was the first person in charge of the railway department of Xiagua. Oh, so that's how it is. What a coincidence. Shirlinian suddenly realized. He still knew about this old lady. After all, there are not many patients in the clinic that Tong Jichuan and Shintong can treat at the same time. That's right. Okay. Uncle Lu should be fine at the moment. As long as he doesn't leave the hospital. I'll tell the security guard to bring up a fruit basket. And you can have a good chat. Shirlinian said. Okay. I'll wait for him at the elevator on the 3rd floor. While he was talking, Lu Ming had already put on his shoes and clothes. Yeah. Just like that. A moment later, Lu Ming and the old lady left the ward first. The former first person in charge of the railway department of Xia State? Looking at Lu Ming's departing back, Shirlinian glanced at the nurse, who was a little dazed beside the bed, then smiled. Okay, don't be dazed. The person who can call Uncle Lu and Xiao Lu must be someone extraordinary. There's no need to make a fuss. Okay. The nurse nodded hurriedly. Xiao Shi, where's Lao Lu? However, just when the nurse wanted to say something else, there was another voice coming from the door of the ward. It was not someone else. It was Tong Jichuan and Shintong. It turned out that, after they settled Lu Ming last night, they still felt a little uneasy today and wanted to come over to take a look. After 6 months of getting along, Shintong has completely integrated into the small circle of Binggu Village. And his relationship with the villagers of Bingdu Village is even better. Although being able to register as a permanent resident in Yinshan is something many people dream of, Shintong doesn't care about it at all. So he started to handle the relevant procedures in Yinshan half a month ago, and planned to register as a permanent resident in Bingdu Village after the procedures were completed. In Shintong's opinion, only by registering as a permanent resident in Bingdu Village can one truly walk with the villagers of Bingdu Village. Otherwise, it always feels a little lacking. Uncle Tong, Uncle Shin, Uncle Lu just met an acquaintance. That person. Shirlinian then recounted what happened just now. Oh, I didn't expect that they actually know each other? Tong Jichuan was a little surprised. Not only do they know each other, but judging by their reactions, they seem to have a pretty good relationship. Shirlinian said again. Then there's nothing wrong with old Lu's health. Shintong said again. No problem. Just said that I have a stomachache, but it's not a big problem. Shirlinian said. That's good. By the way, Xiao Shi, come out for a moment. Let's discuss something. After making sure Lu Ming was fine, Tong Jichuan glanced at Shirlinian and then said, Yeah. After a while, Tong Jichuan, Shintong, Shirlinian came to the corridor of the inpatient department. Xiao Shi, do you know about the Bingda Cultural Tourism School? Tong Jichuan looked at Shirlinian. I know. I've told Director Tao and the others. Director Tao's wife and children will come to our Bingdu Economic Development Zone in 2 days. Shirlinian nodded hurriedly. Since the news that Bingda Cultural and Tourism School has become an IB member school has spread, the backbones of the hospital feel that their work has reached a higher level than before. Now the whole clinic is very confident, and they all plan to work here for a long time. Well, Xiao Su has probably worked hard and paid a lot for this IB member school, so we really can't let this expectation down. When I came here just now, Lao Shen and I discussed it, thinking that if it really doesn't work, we can take this opportunity to complete all the departments of our Bingdu Village clinic. First, we now have a top school here, which can attract a lot of backbones. Second, the operation of our clinic is not bad. Both funds and other aspects support the construction of all departments. Tong Jichuan said. The whole department? After pondering for a moment, Shirlinian nodded and said again. Uncle Tong, if we want to build a whole department, we have to start the second phase of the project. Otherwise, it may be difficult to build a whole department with only one outpatient building and one inpatient building. I know, but it doesn't matter. We should start to reserve relevant talents and academic leaders. Olshan and I will also think of ways to see if we can find a TPO 50 expert in Xiaoguo's department. As for the second phase of the village clinic project, isn't your Uncle Lu taking a rest in the inpatient department? Take this opportunity to talk to him more. Tong Jichuan said. Top 50 departments? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. Once he heard it, Shi Linian swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Although Bingdu Village Clinic is moving towards a tertiary hospital step by step, he really didn't expect Tong Jichuan's requirements to be so high. The top 50 standard of all departments means that once Bingdu Village Clinic is officially completed, the level may not be as simple as a tertiary hospital, but a super tertiary hospital. At that time, Bingdu Village Clinic will definitely be the best clinic in Xia country. No doubt. Although we may face many difficulties, we should be able to overcome them. The Bingdu Cultural and Tourism School has not been built yet, and Xiaosu can successfully apply for an IB school. This difficulty is much higher than ours. Tong Jichuan replied with certainty. Okay, Uncle Tong. Then I'll come up with a talent introduction plan first, and then go talk to Uncle Lu. When I have time, I'll give Lao Lu a comprehensive checkup. After all, Lao Lu's health comes first. Don't worry. At the same time, in the office of the president of Bingdu Culture Media, Shui Yutian leaned back in his chair and stared at the script in his hand, afraid of missing every detail. He didn't even know that Song Liwei appeared in front of him. Husband. Ah? You're here? When did you come? Shui Yutian was startled when he was called, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he looked up and saw that it was his wife. What are you watching? You are so engrossed. Song Liwei couldn't help but ask curiously as she sat on the sofa. Xiaosu sent me the short play script last night, Shui Yutian said. Has the short play script been sent? Song Liwei paused. It has been sent. It's called Wulin Wai Zhuan. I don't know where Xiaosu found the screenwriter. He is so talented. The script alone is so fascinating that I can't stop reading it, Shui Yutian said immediately. After that, he handed the script to Song Liwei. Wulin Wai Zhuan? Why does the name sound like a martial arts drama? Isn't it required to be the main theme? As she took the script, Song Liwei said with some confusion. The name sounds like a martial arts drama, but it's actually a sitcom. But in terms of content, most of it satirizes some phenomena in reality, which is definitely the main theme. Shui Yutian immediately expressed his opinion. Okay, are there many actors in it? How many stars are needed? Opening the script, Song Liwei asked casually. Well, how should I put it? It seems to me that this play doesn't need big-name stars, but needs to find some actors who are suitable for the roles in it. After thinking for a while, Shui Yutian said, No stars, will it be? Song Liwei hesitated. In a sense, this should be the first play produced by Bingdu Culture. Even if it is broadcast on Bingdu TV, it would be better to use 1 or 2 stars, otherwise it would be too shabby. Anyway, I think there is really no need to use stars for the roles this time. On the contrary, there are several people in Bingdu Troupe who are very suitable. How about this, you take a look at the script first, and then we'll talk about it after you finish reading it. Touching his chin, Shui Yutian said again, if the actors in the troupe are used, and Bingdu Culture and Tourism builds its own shooting scenes, the cost of this drama may be controlled within 5 million. Of course, he could also understand his wife's idea. Bingdu TV station has just been established, and it certainly does not have a fixed audience. As for the ratings, at the beginning, perhaps they did not dare to set the ratings as an indicator. As expected, the people who can watch Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station at that time are basically the rental areas in the eastern area, various hotels within the jurisdiction of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and the company's employee dormitories. Only by finding stars can we attract audiences and let the existing audience know about Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station and Bingdu Culture. Okay, then I'll take a look at the script first, and try to add if possible, and don't consider the cost for the first play. Song Liwei nodded. Okay, don't get tired when reading the script, and go to the health center for a prenatal checkup tomorrow. Getting up, Shui Yutian came to Song Liwei and said with concern, Don't worry, Auntie Wang has already arranged the prenatal checkup. It's no problem. Subconsciously touching her belly, Song Liwei said, if she were in Haishur, she might not have been able to enjoy the experience of a famous domestic pediatric expert personally finding a business backbone to arrange a prenatal checkup. but she did it in Bingu Economic Development Zone. At one point, she even felt that Bingu Village was 3 points better than Haishur. That's fine. Don't get tired. And if there's anything about the woman's outfit, tell me. I'll take care of it. Shui Yutian said again. Dong dong dong. Coincidentally, at this moment, the office door was suddenly knocked. Come in. Boss Shui, 2 people claiming to be the heads of Jiuyun Construction Company are here to see you. The next moment, the office door was pushed open, and a clerk hurriedly said, Construction Company, well, you take them to Boss Zhong's office first, and I'll go there later. Okay. After the clerk left, Song Liwei glanced at the door and couldn't help asking, Isn't Mr. Zhong here? No, he went to Gang City, and went to Jioga City in the morning, and he will probably arrive in the evening. Shui Yutian explained. That's hard work. It would be great if our Bingu Economic Development Zone had an airport. At least we don't have to go to Jioga City, which is hundreds of kilometers away. Song Liwei didn't ask Zhong Ruofei what he was doing in Gang City, but sighed. Airport, in fact. Let alone an airport. Even if there is a high-speed rail or ordinary railway. I think it would be fast for Bingu Economic Development Zone to have ordinary buses within 10 years. It will probably take longer for an airport. Speaking of transportation, Shui Yutian shook his head helplessly. I always have an illusion when I stay in Bingu Economic Development Zone. I feel that the current Bingu Economic Development Zone has far surpassed the surrounding counties, and even Jioga City. But if I think about it carefully, it is still far behind. It is even inferior to the surrounding counties. A train station is enough to crush Bingu Economic Development Zone. No way. Bingu Economic Development Zone has just started. It needs time. I know. So, I will go over to see what they are going to do. And you read the script first. Okay. It was evening. The setting sun was hanging. Hong Kong. The airport. The waiting hall. Su Heng had just checked in his luggage. And his cell phone rang. Picking it up and taking a look, Su Heng showed a hint of surprise on his face, but answered the call quickly. He went home this morning, met his parents, and then went to meet Zhao Sun, the principal of Bingu Cultural Tourism School. He booked a time for Zhao Sun and the teachers to go to Bingu Economic Development Zone before rushing to the airport. What's hello? However, after the call was connected, hearing the voice coming from the phone, Su Heng's brows frowned directly. Chapter 347 Second Deputy Director. Director, how about this? I will communicate with the relevant units in the province later. The next moment, Zhang Hanqing's voice rang on the phone. Okay, this matter must be communicated clearly. Tell them that it is not that we do not want to set up a bureau-level unit, but that the conditions are not there yet otherwise. Many of our work in Bingu Economic Development Zone cannot be carried out. Su Heng said again. It turned out that, just now, Zhang Hanqing called him, and said that some documents of Bingu Economic Development Zone were directly returned after being submitted to the relevant units in the province. The reason was that there was no official seal of the relevant second-level departments of Bingu Economic Development Zone, and the existing substations and sub-offices were not effective enough. But Bingu Economic Development Zone now has only one office, and the Postal Savings Branch and Postal Savings Branch that have already begun to be built, and a Bingu TV station that has just received approval. The rest are still substations and sub-offices. Okay, I'll go and communicate later. Zhang Hanqing replied quickly. But then again, some of our branches must speed up the process. After a pause, Su Heng said again. Well, I have been going through the procedures these 2 days, thinking about upgrading the fire substation to the Bingu Economic Development Zone Fire Brigade, and the police station to the Bingu Economic Development Zone Public Security Bureau. The places for these 2 units are ready-made, and they are big enough. We just need to add some staff. As for the remaining branches, I think we can slowly solve them after the government building is built. Zhang Hanqing said. That's fine. But you should communicate with the province about the leaders and staff of the Fire Brigade and the Public Security Bureau to see if we can arrange it directly or need to transfer them. After thinking for a while, Su Heng said, I have already communicated with the relevant person in charge. They said that although our economic development zone is directly under the province, the economic scale has not yet reached the standard. So everything will be arranged according to the county standard. Therefore, we just need to agree on these, and when the economic scale and permanent population of Bingu Economic Development Zone increase, when the standards are followed at the prefecture and city level, our team members will recommend first, and then report. Zhang Hanqing replied immediately. If this is the case, The heads of the two units will be promoted directly, and the units should hang signs. I remember that they seemed to be deputy section chiefs before, and after this adjustment, they will be implemented according to the standards of section chiefs, Su Heng said. In theory, the standards for the first person in charge of a county's public security bureau would be higher, but Bingdu Economic Development Zone has such conditions at the moment, and can only take it step by step. Okay, Director. There is one more thing. Soon. Zhang Hanqing's voice came again. Director Zhang. You say. A friend of mine called me and asked. Do we still need a cadre on secondment? Zhang Hanqing said. Yes. Definitely. What is his resume? Upon hearing this, Su Heng replied without any hesitation. What is the most lacking thing in Bingdu Economic Development Zone now? In a sense, it is not money, but talents, especially cadres. Director. The person who wants to take up a temporary post is the head of the School of Environment of Tsinghua University. A first-level inspector. And his name is Du Jianshan. Zhang Hanqing introduced. Since his old colleague made the call, he has learned more about the resume of this cadre on secondment, and even called him specifically. Huh? His rank is not low. He is from Tsinghua University. So have you communicated with him? Su Heng was a little surprised. We talked for more than an hour, and I felt very good. He is not the kind of rigid and dogmatic scholar, and he has his own ideas. Zhang Hanqing told the truth. That's fine. Since there is no problem with the person, and he is willing to come to our side, our Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely welcome him, Su Heng said. For this kind of scholar-type leader from the top university in Xia country, other county and district leaders will definitely have some pressure. But Su Heng does not have it at all. Not to mention that Su Heng himself graduated from the top university in Blue Star. Just take the level as an example, everyone knows his level next. He is not afraid of the previous round. Director, then what position will he be assigned when he comes here? Yes. When he comes, you will take him to familiarize himself with our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If there is no problem, he will serve as the second deputy director of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If it is not good enough, let professionals do professional things, do environmental-related work. Thinking for a moment, Su Heng expressed his thoughts. Now, the person in charge of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is actually only him. Zhang Hanqing and others, Lu Yongxiu, Li Mei cannot be counted. And this person is of high rank if his workability is up to standard. He can form the leadership team of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If Bingdu Economic Development Zone wants to upgrade its rank, it is not enough for him and Zhang Hanqing alone. Okay, I will communicate with him today, if possible. Let him come earlier. Zhang Hanqing replied immediately. Yes. Just when Bingdu Economic Development Zone was about to attract the second scholar-type leader, AC County, county seat, the person in charge. Sun Chung. Listen to what his deputy Zhang Yunhai said. His expression was extremely complicated, disbelief, suspicion, and even a strong sense of envy. You said that 2 more real estate development companies went to Bingdu Economic Development Zone today? Yes, counting the first 2 companies, Bingdu Economic Development Zone's GDP this year is definitely more than 5 billion. Zhang Yunhai said with emotion. Once upon a time, Bingdu Economic Development Zone was just an uninhabited village, and now, the GDP alone has left Ase County far behind. The county hospital is not as good as the village clinic over there, and the largest company in the county can only be ranked in the middle and back of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Is it because of the school in Bingdu Cultural Tourism? Sun Chung rubbed his brows and slowly leaned back in his chair. Yes, now the news has spread like wildfire. Some people have come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to grab a house and register for permanent residence. But the good thing is that most of the people who go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to grab a house are well off. Residents in the surrounding counties basically don't have such an idea. Zhang Yunhai said again. Of course, not everyone can afford to go to this kind of school. Sun Chung curled his lips. It is estimated that the annual tuition fee is more than 200,000 yuan. Zhang Yunhai sighed. Yesterday, he quietly calculated that if Bingdu Cultural Tourism School can recruit 500 students, the tuition fee alone will be 100 million yuan a year. This is more than 95% of the companies in Geoga City. This does not include other expenses. Okay. You can't indie such things. Just do our own things. By the way, you said yesterday that the city will arrange someone to come? After smiling bitterly and shaking his head, Sun Chung suddenly thought of something and asked, "Well, this person used to be the director of the information room at the Shanxi Provincial Museum. His hometown is Jioga City. I heard that he was not very happy with his job at the Shanxi Provincial Museum. So he contacted a unit of the same level in the city to exchange him. As a result, the unit in the city happened to be downsized. So he had no choice but to be assigned to our place." Zhang Yihai said, "No way. If you can't arrange it, send it to us? Our county doesn't even have a cultural relics bureau." Sun Cheng's eyes widened. Ase County is surrounded by the Gobi Desert. The only relics and sites with some traditional culture are in other counties and districts of Jioga City. So Ase County does not have this unit. The city means to arrange it to the cultural department. Zhang Yihai said helplessly. "Cultural department? Our county's cultural department already has 4 deputy positions. And we still want to arrange it? What's the point of arranging more? And the city can't just pick our county. Why not arrange him in other counties and districts?" Sun Chung frowned. Zhang Yihai hesitated and didn't know what to say for a while. It was not until a moment later that he looked at Sun Chung again. "Leader, what should we do now? If it is a particularly useful talent, we will have to make room for him even if we have to find a way, but a museum data manager who has been transferred here is really like this. I will call Directors with tomorrow and ask him to arrange it for other counties and districts." After a moment of silence, Sun Chung said, "Then I won't notify the cultural department yet." Zhang Yihai breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Wait for my news." "Yes." The moon sets, the sun rises, Xia country has a vast territory, and its population ranks first on the Blue Star, so it has never lacked hardworking people. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the streets were already full of cars, all office workers. In Hong Kong City, Zhong Ruofei had already appeared in front of a business building, and a few hundred meters away from this business building was the headquarters of Sue's Medical. "Mr. Zhong, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Just at this moment, a voice came from behind Zhong Ruofei. "Mr. Su, I am sorry to bother you. It's still early." Turning his head, Zhong Ruofei immediately greeted him. The person who came was none other than Su Lang. After Su Hang returned home, he just talked with Su Lang and his wife about some daily life matters. In addition, Lu Ming suddenly fainted. So he handed over the rest of the things to Zhong Ruofei. "Mr. Zhong, I really didn't expect to meet here in this way." Looking at Zhong Ruofei, Su Lang's face had a trace of emotion. Not long ago, he had tried to ask Zhong Ruofei to work for him, but was ruthlessly rejected in the end, thinking that he was not worthy. In the end, Zhong Ruofei had been working under his son. It was fate. It was unexpected. Zhong Ruofei smiled politely. It can be seen that Zhong Ruofei had completely different attitudes towards Su Hang and Su Lang. One was serious respect and recognition, and the other was just polite. "Mr. Zhong, what should we do now?" After the polite words, Su Lang turned his head and glanced at Sue's Medical in the distance. "Wait a moment. Mr. Wang from Masheng Group will also come. And there will be one of our staff members. There are also many original shareholders of Sue's Medical." Zhong Ruofei said his arrangements. His goal in coming to Hong Kong this time was not only to let Su Lang take control of Sue's Medical, but also to remove Su Fengshan at the shareholders' meeting and directly determine the relocation plan of Sue's Medical headquarters. By June next year at the latest, Sue's Medical will become the first listed company in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. As for Su Lang, he will continue to manage Sue's Medical as a professional manager in the future and will no longer be the chairman. The real controller is Su Hang. Are there other shareholders? Su Lang was a little surprised. Well, in the past few days, Bingda Culture and Tourism has acquired a lot of shareholder shares through Mr. Wang of Longsheng Group. In addition to the 17% you transferred before and the 12% of shares that the investment company recently bought from the secondary market, the total shares held by Bingda Culture and Tourism have now reached 41%. Now, if we want to get the 7% of shares in Su Fengshan's hands, we still need the help of these old shareholders. Zhong Ruofei said. According to the plan, Bingda Culture and Tourism's final shareholding ratio will be controlled at around 50%, and it will not and cannot achieve 100% control. It's nothing, because Xiaogua-listed companies have regulations that the shareholding ratio of major shareholders cannot exceed the limit. The shareholding ratio in hand should be enough, but Su Fengshan is not an easy person to deal with. He might even use Xiaohong's position and level to make trouble. After hearing this, Su Lang was full of admiration and a little worried. Since that day when they confirmed that it was Qin Susu who told Su Heng about the family affairs, the couple did not sleep all night, for fear that it would bring public pressure to Su Heng. Don't worry about this at all, everything Xiao Su has is legal and compliant, because the relevant agreement was signed when the talent was introduced, and Xiao Su will not leave Bingdu Economic Development Zone to transfer to other places in the future. Zhong Ruofei immediately waved his hand, indicating that Su Lang did not need to worry about this. Sign the agreement? Su Lang was stunned at first, then ecstatic. The western part is a pilot project, which is a special case. At that time, a group of village party secretaries with official posts enjoyed the same policy, but Xiao Su was the best among them. Otherwise, this matter would not have been accepted in Ase County at that time, let alone causing public opinion. As for Su Fengshan wanting to use this to make a fuss, don't worry, last time, a self-media deliberately brought up the rhythm of the Ice Lake Cultural Tourism Festival, and now several backbones of the company have been arrested. If he dares, we will save a lot of trouble. Who let Bingdu Village have an old man who participated in the legislation to support Xiao Su behind the scenes? Zhong Ruofei said again. Huh, so that's the case. Why did the storm suddenly disappear? I thought it was because of. For a moment, Su Lang's body straightened up a lot, and he was in a good mood. Mr. Zhong. Just when Zhong Ruofei wanted to explain to Su Lang again, a voice suddenly came from a distance. At a glance, Zhong Ruofei immediately said to Su Lang, Mr. Xiaowang, I'm here, let's go. Yes. The summer is hot, August is still hot. Suzhou Airport, a man in his 60s appeared in the passage. The man was none other than Dingwen, who had just returned to China. According to the plan, Dingwen was supposed to fly directly to Jiuge City, and then transfer to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to meet Su Heng. But for some reason, he landed at the Su Province Airport first. After a while, Dingwen took a look around and immediately picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. Beep. 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 Soon, the call was connected. Hello. Lao Wang. Are you busy or free now? Dingwen said. Have you arrived? The next moment, the old man's voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Just got off the plane. Going to the city in a while. Dingwen looked around and said. Okay. I'll go there right away. And we'll see you later. The voice on the phone was a little excited. And it came immediately. Chapter 348. No one wants it. Talent. Su Province is not at the forefront of Xia country in terms of land area, but its economic size and permanent population are among the top 3 in Xia country. The provincial capital, Nan City, is the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, so every summer many tourists from all over the country come to experience the history, culture and natural scenery here. In the evening, on a commercial street with ancient buildings at the foot of the city wall, Dingwen and a silver-haired old man of similar age were sitting under the shade of a tree, drinking tea and chatting. Old Ding. I didn't expect that. I thought you would never come back. Putting down the teacup, the old man looked at Dingwen with nothing but emotion. The old man's name was Wang Dongjin. He had worked as a lab technician in the same laboratory with Dingwen during the most difficult period. He and Dingwen were close friends. Later, Dingwen went abroad, while Wang Dongjin stayed in Xiaogua. After more than 20 years, Wang Dongjin is now an academician of the Xiaogua Academy of Sciences and a doctoral supervisor at Nancheng University. I didn't plan to come back originally, but after thinking it over, I decided to come back and try again. After all, foreign countries are not the place to return to. Dingwen said again. The third-tier university you mentioned on the phone? Wang Dongjin asked. Yes. Dingwen nodded. Have you really thought about it? There used to be a university in the northwest. Lanzhou University. How glorious it was once. Look at how desolate it is now. A top university has become like this. Not to mention that you are now taking over a third-tier private college. Wang Dongjin shook his head. As an old man in the education industry, Wang Dongjin was not optimistic about Dingwen's decision. In Wang Dongjin's eyes, the resources in the northwest are really not as good as those in the south. It is almost impossible to bring a third-tier college up. I know, but I think this time is different. I can really give it a try. Dingwen's eyes were more determined. Different? You may still not understand Xiaogua education. Your visit this time is probably just a recruitment gimmick. The number of applicants for many third-tier colleges is decreasing year by year. It is uncertain whether they can continue to operate in a few years, let alone development, and the scientific research project you have now is a hot topic. If you produce some more results, You may very well win the Nobel Prize. Wang Dongjin couldn't help but say again. If he didn't know Dingwen's temper, he would have helped Nanchang University no matter what. In Xia country, the comprehensive strength of major universities is not only based on the academic strength, but also the number of academicians of the two academies and Nobel Prize winners. At present, there are many universities in Xia country with academicians of the two academies, but there is still no university with Nobel Prize winners. Therefore, anyone who has the possibility of winning the Nobel Prize is basically a top-notch prize. Even Tsinghua University and Yancheng University will give some good treatment. Old Wang, some things have to be tried. Didn't you say before that you would fully support me in whatever I do? Dingwen looked at Wang Dongjin. He knew that Wang Dongjin had good intentions and was also worried about him. But this time, he really intended to go all out and fight for once. If he didn't fight again, he would never have another chance in this life. Yes. But? As long as it's yes, I came to see you this time to ask you for a favor. Dingwen didn't give Wang Dongjin another chance to speak. Well, okay, you say. Since you insist on going on, what else can I say? I can only fully support you. Staring at Dingwen for a long time, Wang Dongjin was like a defeated rooster, and then he sighed and said, Can you introduce me to some teachers and professors? I need some backbones now. Dingwen said. I knew it. Wang Dongjin seemed to have expected it. But before Dingwen could speak, Wang Dongjin added, With our full strength, I will definitely do my best to help you. But you have to be mentally prepared. The conditions in the Northwest are not good. For so many years, I have heard that some universities have been poaching professors in Lansher. But I have never heard that they have come to the South to poach backbones. Please help me find out first. The conditions should not be a problem. Now they have begun to plan a new campus. Dingwen said again. New campus? No matter how good the new campus is. It is located in the Northwest. The climate and environment in the Northwest are like that. How good can it be? Wang Dongjin couldn't help but say. Don't be discouraged. Just help me get as many contacts as you can right now. When the new campus is completed, I will take them for a field inspection. If they are satisfied, they can stay. If they are not satisfied, I won't force them. Dingwen knew Wang Dongjin's character, so he didn't care about these doubts. Wang Dongjin used to be like this. Every time he had something to do, he was the one who gave the most suggestions. But he was also the one who helped sincerely and wholeheartedly. Okay, but I have to inform you in advance. When I introduce the school, I will use your tiger skin otherwise. Don't expect them to be interested in a third-tier college. Wang Dongjin said again. Just talk about it, anyway. My project needs some help now. By the way, you can tell them about the salary, at 50% to their current salary. Dingwen spread his hands. Existing basis plus 50%? Okay, then I will introduce them to your new campus after it is built. It's too late this semester anyway. Yeah. The tide rises and falls, and 2 days pass in a flash. After Su Heng returned to Bingdu village, he had no time to rest, and was already involved in the construction of Bingdu Cultural Tourism School. Although Lu Ming was in charge before, the design drawings and construction drawings were all from the system, and he had already mastered them. After taking over, the progress of the project was not only not delayed, but even faster than before. As long as there are no more problems, it will definitely be ready for the start of school on September 1st. The construction of Bingdu Cultural Tourism School is finished. And next is Singji College, and the filming location. Standing at the school gate, Su Heng secretly calculated. Although the school is not open to the public, many people drive to the school gate every day to check the situation. When they saw the tall trees and unique teaching buildings in the school that Su Heng bought from the system, without saying a word, almost all of them rushed to the sales office in the west of the city that had not yet been built. Shaosu. As of today, 3 more real estate companies have expressed their desire to develop real estate here. What do you think? After a moment, Shui Yutian on the side spoke up. Zhong Ruofei went to Hong Kong to deal with Su's medical affairs, and has not returned yet. At present, all matters are handled by Shui Yutian. Bingdu Culture Media was handed over to Luo Lin and Yang Jiang. 3 more? Su Heng's expression moved. Including the ones from the past few days. There are already 7. They should all be heading for Bingdu Cultural Tourism School. Shui Yutian nodded. Are they all local developers? Zhong Ruofei turned his head and glanced in the direction of Bingke Tower. Yes, they are all local developers. Those central enterprise developers have very high requirements for the number of permanent residents. They will definitely not come to our side to develop real estate for a while, Shui Yutian said again. In fact, looking at the entire Geoga city, there are only a few central enterprise developers in the urban area, and the rest of the counties are basically local developers. In this case, then set aside another area near the government building. Hold a bidding meeting, and those who are capable will get it. After thinking for a moment, Su Heng said, "Isn't there a Tonai clothing building across the road from the government building? Will this make the West too crowded?" Shui Yutian hesitated. In Shui Yutian's opinion, there is now a Tonai clothing building in the West, and a Longsheng group building in the East. If there is further development, it can be placed in the North or South. These two sides are basically blank now. Developing real estate can increase some popularity. No, Tontai Clothing develops high-end real estate, unlike Longsheng Electronics, which develops just needed real estate. Besides, the area around the government building also needs some popularity. Another most important point is, if the area is too far away, the developer will lack confidence, and then it is very likely to trigger a series of events. Su Heng said again. That's right. After hearing this, Shui Yutian nodded. Then I will notify them tomorrow. We will hold a bidding meeting in the near future. Starting construction earlier can also boost the GDP of the economic development zone. Okay. But there is one thing. We must do a good job in risk management and prevent unfinished projects. This is a must. Just like that, the two talked about some other things about Bingda culture and tourism. And Shui Yutian spoke again. Xiao Su, Professor Ding, the new dean of Xingji College, called me this morning and said that he would be in the economic development zone tomorrow. Do you want to meet him? Professor Ding is here? Su Heng was stunned at first, and then said, Of course we have to meet him. Let's see if he has any needs first, especially in terms of food and accommodation. After all, we will be in Lantau this semester. At present, Bingda Culture and Tourism and Pang Jiming have completed all the procedures. Only Dingwen is left to take over the school in Lan City. According to the plan, Dingwen will take full charge of the affairs there, and will not return to Bingdu Economic Development Zone until the new campus is completed. How about tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock? After thinking for a while, Shui Yutian said, Yes. Unlike the busy Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the various units in Geoga City are more relaxed than in previous years. The only one who is relatively busy is Zwishuezhong. Can't you arrange it? Hearing the voice coming from the phone, Zwishuezhong frowned. Why? Just a nominal deputy researcher. Zwishuezhong couldn't help asking. Director Zwa, don't underestimate a nominal deputy researcher. Our county's cultural bureau now has 4 deputy directors. It's really a bit unreasonable to add one more. Once it is exposed online, it will probably cause some bad discussions. You know, those self-media have been keeping a close eye on our remote northwest areas before, and they are keeping a closer eye on them after this border tourism festival. The voice on the phone came again. This Zwishuezhong hesitated. Director Zwa, why don't you consider other counties? Other counties have more people than ours, and have special cultural relics bureaus. They need more talents like this, said the man on the phone. Okay then. I'll report to the leader. After a pause, Zwishuezhong said helplessly. Okay. Thank you. Beep 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 soon. The phone receiver hung up. It's all difficult. What can we do? If it doesn't work, we have to change our position. He shook his head with a wry smile, and Zwishuezhong slowly leaned back on the chair. Old Zwa. But at this moment, a man in his 50s suddenly appeared at the door of the office. After he entered the door, he wanted to say something, but when he saw that Zwishuezhong's expression was a little strange, he immediately said, What's wrong? What happened? Why are you so sad? What else could it be? It's just a deputy researcher who needs to be transferred, and he can't arrange it no matter what, and several districts and counties don't want it. Zwishuezhong nodded to the man and asked him to sit down first, and then he spoke. Can't arrange a deputy researcher? This shouldn't be the case. The man was a little surprised. The main thing is that he worked at the Shanxi Provincial Museum before the transfer. He is definitely a talent. But if you say he is a talent, he only knows cultural relics management. Otherwise, other directions can be arranged at will, Zwishuezhong said. Cultural relics management? No wonder. This is really difficult to arrange. The existing positions are almost all overstaffed. The man suddenly realized. So it's a headache. I was just sent back by Ase County. Zwishuezhong got up and went to the tea table to make 2 cups of tea. What are you going to do now? After a pause, the man asked. I plan to report this situation to the leader first, see if I can be transferred. And if so, I will be assigned to another unit. Zui Xuezhong expressed his plan. This is almost impossible. Last year, a document came down that the exchange positions cannot be transferred. Upon hearing this, the man shook his head like a rattle. Ah, what should I do? Zui Xuezhong was stunned. The man opposite was from another department, who was at the same level as him, and sometimes knew more about policy matters than he did. For a moment, there was silence in the office. After a while, the man suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Old Zua, there is actually another way. What is it? Zui Xuezhong was just worrying about how to deal with it. And he became excited when he heard this. Aren't you on good terms with Director Su of Bingdu Economic Development Zone? You can ask him for help. He is short of people now. Can't you just recommend this person? The man said. Ah? Zui Xuezhong's eyes lit up. But he quickly shook his head. Bingdu Economic Development Zone was newly built. And there is no concept or term of Cultural Relics Bureau. It is expected that there will be no Cultural Relics Bureau in the future. Just like Ase County. Even if you recommend them, they can't arrange it. Old Zua, you are so stubborn. Aren't you? There is no Cultural Relics Bureau there. But they will definitely set up cultural-related departments in the future. Won't it be useful? The man glanced at Zui Xuezhong. Oh! Zui Xuezhong was a little moved but still a little hesitant. Old Zua, given your personal relationship with Director Su, he will definitely give you this face. The man said immediately. But? Anyway, I feel that this way of handling it is definitely better than asking your leader. Besides, this time, just think of it as you owe Director Su a big favor, and you can find a way to make it up later. After the man said this, the last trace of hesitation on Zui Xuezhong's face finally disappeared completely. He said, Okay, then I'll call Director Su tomorrow. By the way, do you have anything to ask me? Chapter 349, The Wall That Has to Be Extended. We have managed to get the satellite application for that local station. The man said immediately. Finished? How? Zui Xuezhong was delighted and asked hurriedly. I sent an application to the relevant provincial departments for our TV station to apply for relocation, which means that our city TV station is not unwilling to apply for it actively. But once it relocates, even local programs may be suspended for a period of time, not to mention satellite broadcasting. The man smiled. What did they say? Zui Xuezhong was a little curious. Geoga City TV station has a plan to relocate, but it is still in the discussion stage. Even if it really relocates in the future, it may take several years. The province expressed understanding, and finally said that our city TV station does not need to apply. At this time, the man's face was full of relief, as if he had thrown off a heavy burden. Huh? Why are you so easy to talk to this time? Did Lan City TV station apply in advance? At the beginning, their attitude was very tough. Hearing the result, Zui Xuezhong was surprised and confused. I thought so too. It's probably Launcher TV. The man nodded. Anyway, this task has been handed over. Next, we just need to finish the local short drama, and there will be no more headaches. Zui Xuezhong was much more relaxed than before. Yes, I have already notified the media integration department, and they have already started preparing. All the equipment and actors are on the payroll, and the 5 million yuan budget is more than enough. The man said again. Okay, I thought so before. The overall cost must be controlled within the scope of the allocation, otherwise we have to apply to the municipal finance again. The situation of our municipal finance this year is not optimistic. Zui Xuezhong nodded. There is no way. The transfer payment quota is very small this year, and there is news that it will be less and less in the future. So the next few years will definitely be hard times, and it is almost impossible for public servants to increase their salaries and benefits. When it comes to the financial situation, the man curled his lips. A few years? It would be nice if a few years could pass. If the industry does not upgrade and remains the same as it is now, it is hard to say whether the salary can be paid, let alone a salary increase. Zui Xuezhong pinched his brow subconsciously. Alas! After a sigh, the two did not speak again. The sun was setting. As time went by and students were about to start school, the number of tourists in Bingdu Economic Development Zone was much less than before. The tent area also temporarily left the stage. However, the number of people in Bingdu village was not much less than that during the Frontier Tourism Festival, and the overall number remained at around 20,000. Just because with the construction of Tondai Clothing and Longsheng Group's real estate, there are many more workers coming to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to work. That's not all. A few days ago, Bingdu Economic Development Zone officially released an announcement to recruit contract workers, which soon caused heated discussions on the Civil Service Examination Forum. Many civil service examination candidates felt that the policies of Bingdu Economic Development Zone were too friendly to them. As long as the interview was successful, and they worked hard, they would get half of the establishment. The most important thing was the length of service, and the salary would not be delayed, which was many times better than staying at home every day to review and prepare for the exam. Thus, although there are still nearly 2 months before the official interview time announced by Bingdu Economic Development Zone, some people have already arrived at Bingdu Economic Development Zone and booked a room at the youth hostel and started preparing for the interview. Xiao Lu, you don't have to send food anymore. Your sister-in-law is not unable to find a place. There are so many places to eat, whether it is downstairs or on the pedestrian street. And it's not far away. Bingdu Village Health Center. Inpatient Department. Yang Yuan, the former head of Xiaoguo Railway, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but say, as he looked at Lu Ming, who appeared at the door with a lunch box. Since they met that day, Lu Ming would come to Yang Yuan's ward whenever he had time, and they would deliver food whenever it was time for dinner. Brother Yang, I don't deliver food every day. I will be discharged tomorrow, and will be busy with the project. Lu Ming put the lunch box on the bedside table to the left of the bed and said, "Ah? You will be busy with the project tomorrow? Didn't Dr. Tong say that you should rest for at least 2 months?" Yang Yuan and the old lady beside the bed were surprised. It's the second phase of the Bingdu Village Health Center project. I thought it would be better to do it since it's here anyway, so there will be no conflict, Lu Ming explained. When Shi Linian and Lu Ming discussed the second phase of the clinic that day, Lu Ming agreed without saying anything. Anyway, as long as he didn't build that university, everything would be fine. But your health, Yang Yuan was still a little worried. There's nothing wrong with your health. Xiaoshi gave me another comprehensive physical examination yesterday. All indicators are within the controllable range. As long as you don't get stimulated or overworked, you'll be fine, Lu Ming said while opening the tableware. That's fine. Anyway, don't tire yourself out. This depression just won't happen again. Yang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Just when Yang Yuan wanted to say something else, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the ward. Dad, Uncle Lu is here too. After entering the door, the man was stunned at first, and then greeted Lu Ming. The man was none other than Yang Yuan's son Yang Tai. Yang Tai did not follow in his father's footsteps and work in the railway department of Xia State, but worked in the general administration of customs of Xia State, and was at the leadership level. Your Uncle Lu is here to deliver food again, Yang Yuan said casually, and then added, How is it? Did you say hello? No. I went to several hotels near the clinic, and the rooms were basically full within a month. Yang Tai shook his head helplessly. The room is full? Brother Yang, you are? Upon hearing this, before Yang Yuan could speak, Lu Ming asked in surprise. Xiao Lu, it's like this. In about half a month, your brother Yang will probably be discharged from the hospital. My child and I discussed it. Your brother Yang's condition is not very stable now, so we want to find a hotel in Bingdu Village to stay for a while. If there is any problem, it is close to the clinic and easy to deal with. If we go back, without Dr. Tong and Dr. Shen, those big hospitals are unreliable. Beside the bed, the old lady looked at her old man with some concern, and then said, So that's how it is. That's easy. Lu Ming was stunned, and then waved his hand. Easy? Yang Tai and the old lady were delighted. They had thought about asking Lu Ming for help before, but then they thought that Lu Ming was just an employee here, not the boss, so they didn't mention it. Don't stay in any hotel, just stay in a yuan, Lu Ming said immediately. Ah, yuan? Is it the small courtyard that is not open to the public, but has an extremely elegant environment? Yang Tai's face was full of surprise. Standing in front of the window of the ward, you can see a large area in the core area of Bingdu, and a yuan is among them. Moreover, Yang Tai became curious after seeing the scenery and courtyard layout inside for the first time. He even went to the gate of a yuan to take a look. It turned out that it was a private place and outsiders were not allowed to enter. So he gave up. Yeah, but it's private over there. It's okay. Although it's not open to the public, there are many rooms reserved inside. As long as the villagers of Bingdu village want to use it, they can register with the guard in advance. Lu Ming said again. Although Yuan is no longer open to the public, the management model is still the same as before, with a doorman, cleaning staff, etc. Then Yang Tai glanced at his old lady, his eyes full of excitement. If you can live in a garden with that kind of environment, it will be much better than living in a hotel. And to put it bluntly, this garden is better than many special sanatoriums in Yincheng. Xiao Lu, why don't we after thinking about it? The old lady still felt a little embarrassed. Sister-in-law, why are you being so polite to me? I am not an outsider, Lu Ming said immediately. Back then, he was considered Yang Yun's apprentice. In that era, the relationship between the apprentice and the master was equivalent to that of half a father and son. But now the relationship between the apprentice and the master is just a work relationship, which is incomparable. I am not being polite to you. Didn't you just say that the garden belongs to the villagers of Bingdu village? Said the old lady. Sister-in-law, you really think too much about this. The villagers of Bingdu village are all family members. It won't be a problem. Lu Ming smiled, with a hint of pride on his face. Really? Really, if you don't believe me? You will find out later. By the way, Dr. Tong is a villager of Bingdu village. Dr. Tong too? No wonder. When you were first sent to the hospital, they were so anxious. The whole clinic was so nervous. The old lady suddenly realized. Yes, the couple Shaosher in charge of the clinic are also villagers of Bingdu village. Lu Ming said again. Then, it's settled. When Brother Yang is discharged from the hospital, I will take you there. Every evening, you can play chess with Dr. Tong and chat. You don't have to worry about your health at all. At the same time, just when Lu Ming invited his old leader to live in a yuan, in front of the gate of the entertainment complex, Su Heng frowned and looked into the distance. Beside him stood Zhang Hancheng and Luo Yongqiu. Although I have been focusing on Bingdu Cultural and Tourism School these days, I have not neglected the government affairs of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Every afternoon, I will take special time to deal with the affairs of the Economic Development Zone. How long has this situation lasted? After a moment, Su Heng looked at Zhang Hancheng. It has been like this since the tent area and the activity area of the tourism festival were demolished. Zhang Hancheng replied. This is not okay. The sense of separation is very serious, and it will affect tourists' impression of our Bingdu village. Su Heng shook his head. At the beginning of the tourism festival, because of the tent area and activity area, the West Gate gave people a feeling of being connected to the entertainment complex. But now that the tent area and activity area have been removed, the area of about 500 meters has been vacated. What's more terrible is that with the construction of Tonghai Clothing and the government building. Standing here, you can clearly see the two construction sites, making the gate stand alone there, which is super abrupt. Yeah. Originally, many tourists would go to the West Gate to take pictures and check in when the lights were on at night. But almost no one has gone there in the past 2 days. Zhang Hancheng replied. If it were me, I wouldn't be interested in seeing this. Although our Bingdu Economic Development Zone already has some enterprises, with a short permanent population, the focus should still be on cultural tourism. We must give tourists a good experience, because there will be another wave of popularity for Northwest tours in October. Su Heng said again. Director, I will urge the progress of the government building. After thinking for a while, Zhang Hancheng said, it doesn't matter about the progress of this government building and the real estate. The most urgent task is to find a way to extend the walls on both sides of the city gate. I dare not say that it will be completed, but at least it should block the construction site outside the city gate. And the street side is the same. It would be best if the ancient building could be extended to the west city gate before October 1st. Su Heng shook his head slightly and gave his own opinion. As long as the city wall is together, the atmosphere of the ancient building will increase several times. And the most important thing is that the modern buildings can be completely separated from this side. And on the side, where the city gate extends, another 500-meter-long ancient 3-story single-family dormitory building will be built on both sides of the road. This will not only supplement the first-floor shops, but also provide a lot of employee dormitories for Bingdu culture and tourism, especially the shops on the ground floor. Now there are no less than hundreds of calls to Bingdu culture and tourism every day, inquiring if there are shops for rent. Some are planning to open convenience stores. Some are planning to open dessert shops, drug stores, bicycle rentals, etc. The business formats are very rich. Director, I'm afraid you have to communicate with Mr. Zhong about this. I'm not good at this. After a hesitation, Zhang Hancheng said. As time goes by, the boundaries between Bingdu Economic Development Zone and Bingdu Culture and Tourism are becoming clearer and clearer, and they have reached the point where they do not affect or interfere with each other. After all, extending the city wall and pedestrian street is not just talk. It requires real money to invest. I'll coordinate this. Su Hang nodded. Director, there is another issue about permanent residence registration in the West District. Many people have asked about it in the past 2 days. After a pause, Zhang Hancheng said again, is it a problem of regional division? After a little thought, Su Hang looked at Zhang Hancheng. Yes. According to the relevant regulations of Xiaogua, as long as citizens hold a registered house purchase contract, they can apply for permanent residence registration in the local area. Many people want to register for permanent residence here before school starts. At that time, it will involve a regional ownership issue. Zhang Hancheng nodded immediately. Unconsciously, almost everyone in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, including the staff, reached a consensus, that is, the area within the city wall will only belong to Bingdu Village in the future. If a second village, town, street office is established later, the area must be outside the city wall. So those who want to register for permanent residence in Bingdu Economic Development Zone dare not think about Bingdu Village. Let's not talk about whether Bingdu Village is open to permanent residence registration or not. Even if it is open, you have to weigh your own strength first. What do you mean? Su Hang looked at Zhang Hancheng. I was thinking of taking this opportunity to set up 2 villages in the east and west. Each village will be assigned a 3-kilometer administrative area, so that it can be better managed. After the permanent population reaches a certain target, it will be upgraded to a town or a street office. Zhang Hancheng said his idea without hesitation. From his appearance, it is obvious that he has been thinking about it for a long time. Okay, what about the names of the 2 villages? Do you have any good ideas? Su Hang nodded and asked again. Chapter 350. Let the provincial TV station take the lead? The name of the village has not been decided yet. I am thinking of holding a meeting tomorrow to select a few options, and then report them to you. When the name was mentioned, Zhang Hancheng replied immediately. That's fine. Decide it once, so that we don't have to change the name later. Su Hang nodded. Although 2 villages are being established first, the village-level administrative area also needs to be formally registered, and finally incorporated into the entire administrative area system of Xiaogua after being reported to the relevant departments. At that time, both the map and the relevant satellite cloud map will be displayed. That's what I think. Zhang Hancheng followed. I will think of a way here, and try to set up various departments as soon as possible, so that everyone can be much more relaxed. Otherwise, we have to worry about big and small things, and we can't handle it at all. It's impossible to handle it. Su Hang suddenly thought of something while speaking, and paused immediately. By the way, Director Zhang, what's the situation with the person who is going to work in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Are you talking about Du Jianshan from Tsinghua University? Zhang Hancheng said hurriedly. Yeah. He sent me a message this morning, saying that the procedures at Tsinghua University are still a little short, and he can come next week at the earliest. Next week? That's fine. You'll be more relaxed when you come. Ding-ling-ling. But just when Su Hang was about to say something else, the phone rang suddenly. After taking out his phone and looking at it, Su Hang nodded to Zhang Hancheng, and then walked aside to answer the call. Director Su, are you off work now? Are you busy? The next moment, Zui Xuezheng's voice came from the other end of the phone. 1 minute. 2 minutes. About 10 minutes later, Su Hang came to Zhang Hancheng and Liu Yongxu again. Director Zhang, do we have any candidates for the head of the Cultural Relics Bureau here? He asked. Not yet. Zhang Hancheng shook his head. During this period, he had been looking for people to help introduce him. But the effect was minimal. Almost no one was willing to come. Oh, Director Zhua from Jiuge City just recommended someone, called Tang Junyan, who used to be the director of the information room in the Shanxi Provincial Museum, whose hometown is Jiuge City, and just got transferred back. Su Hang said. Zui Xuezheng just called him to talk about this. Shanxi Provincial Museum? That's definitely no problem. Zhang Hancheng paused, then said happily. Shanxi Provincial Museum is one of the first national first-class museums in Xia Country. In addition to the ancient capital status of Xishu City, Shanxi Province, the status of the museum can definitely be ranked in the top 3 in Xia Country. The director of the information room, who came out of here, is not bad even if placed in Suqing Province. Then it's settled. I'll tell Director Zhua later, and ask him to report here in the next few days. Let's build the foundation of the Cultural Relics Bureau first, Su Hang said. Okay. Then the office location of the Cultural Relics Bureau. Zhang Hancheng breathed a sigh of relief and spoke again. In this way, the Bureau has a plan. And it is no longer like a headless fly as before. First, rent a small single-family building from Bingda Cultural Tourism. And then choose a new location to set up an independent office after the financial situation of Bingdu Economic Development Zone improves. After thinking for a while, Su Hang made arrangements. Okay. Just like that. The two chatted about some details before slowly walking towards the bonfire square. Director, do you think we should find a way to organize some activities recently? Are you worried that the decrease in tourists will affect the overall income of Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Looking at Zhang Hancheng, Su Hang said, there is a little bit. These 2 days, whether it is Bingdu Bus Group or others, the income is obviously not as good as the days of the Border Cultural Tourism Festival. Zhang Hancheng sighed. It must be said that tourists are indeed high net worth people. They come out to spend money to buy happiness. As long as they are happy, they don't care about the cost at all. Although there are many people in Bingdu Economic Development Zone these days, most of them are working and preparing for civil service examinations. The consumption power has shown an exponential decline. Don't worry, let's first determine the affairs of the two villages. After all, the permanent population is the cornerstone. Our cornerstone is not stable now. If we always rely on tourists, there will definitely be problems later. Waving his hand, Su Hang indicated that Zhang Hancheng didn't need to worry. Then I'll go meet with Tonai Clothing and Longsheng Group tomorrow to see when they can open. Yeah. As the night deepened, Geoga City, a hotel. A middle-aged woman was constantly complaining about the man opposite her. And a 15 or 16-year-old boy was standing on the other side of the bed. What can I say about you? You didn't wait for Shisha to say that you were miserable there. And now you're back. What's the result? You can't arrange your work. And we're still staying in a hotel. The more the woman talked, the angrier she became. If the boy stood in the middle, she would probably pounce on him. It can only be said that the cultural relics-related departments in these places have no intention of making good progress. They are just trying to keep the status quo. If they don't want me, it's their loss. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. The man glanced at the woman and retorted. However, the man's voice was very low, and it was obvious that he was not confident. The man was none other than Tang Junyan, who was transferred back from the Shanxi Provincial Museum. The main reason for his resignation in Shanxi Province was that he had worked hard to contact several heavyweight international players who wanted to donate cultural relics. But they were ruined by the staff of the Provincial Museum on the grounds that there was no appraisal certificate. So, in a fit of anger, he contacted his hometown. I had originally thought that after returning to my hometown and starting work, I would continue to contact those international players and donate their cultural relics here, so that the Shanxi Provincial Museum would regret it. I didn't expect that after returning, no unit was willing to accept him. It was impossible for me not to be depressed. So I didn't dare to refute my wife's scolding. Otherwise, with Tang Junyan's temper, I would have refuted her long ago. It's their loss if they don't want you. Ha ha ding dong. Just when the middle-aged woman was about to continue to scold, Tang Junyan's mobile phone text message sound suddenly rang. In order to stop being scolded, Tang Junyan immediately picked up the phone and took a look. However, it didn't matter. His face was immediately filled with joy. After confirming the content of the text message again, Tang Junyan handed the phone to his wife and said, "Didn't you say that no one wanted me? Just now, Directors of Geoga City sent a message saying that Bingdu Economic Development Zone is willing to provide a position for the first person in charge of the Cultural Relics Bureau. Asking me if I would go? Bingdu Economic Development Zone provides a position? Is it the Economic Development Zone that was just established?" The woman took the phone with some disbelief. "That's not the point. The point is that they are willing to give me a position, and I am the first person in charge." Tang Junyan pinched his fingers, unable to hide his excitement. The frustration and depression of this period of time were swept away at this moment. "Really?" After reading it, the woman's voice became quieter, and she returned the phone to the man. "Pack your things. Tomorrow we will go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. As long as there is a museum there, I will start to contact those international players. People think highly of me. I will naturally do my best." Tang Junyan glanced at the suitcases by the window of the hotel, and said so. Jioga City is located in the westernmost part of Suqing Province, more than 1,000 kilometers away from Lan City. At this time, in a department in Lan City, a man in his 50s did not leave work, but sat in the office with a frown on his face. Across the desk sat a man of similar age. His expression was no different from that of the 50-year-old man. "Why is Lan City TV unwilling?" the 50-year-old man asked. The man's name is Zhao Feng, and he is the relevant person in charge of the propaganda department of Suqing Province. According to the policy, he is fully responsible for reporting the second satellite TV station. Across the desk was his deputy. The person in charge here said that Launcher TV station has limited funds. This year, they have applied for funds from the city several times, but have not been approved. So the content cannot support the TV station to be broadcast on satellite. The deputy curled his lips. Zhao Feng slowly leaned back in his chair. "Leader, actually, if you think about it carefully, you can understand the decision of Launcher and other prefecture-level TV stations. Now the finances of various places are getting tighter and tighter. The key projects that have already started have many problems. How can there be extra funds to support the TV station to be broadcast on satellite? The most important thing is that with the strength of our northwestern provinces, we can't afford to buy the first-class programs produced by those cultural companies, and the level of our own production is poor. The ratings will definitely be at the bottom. Once the ratings are at the bottom, there will be no advertising income. So, essentially, no one wants to do a losing business. If this quota can be sold, we can sell it directly to those developed provinces in the south. I heard that many prefecture-level cities have been fighting fiercely for this star qualification these days. And the 13 Taibao of Jiangsu province almost fought." The deputy sighed and said, "Sell it? Do you think I don't want to? The problem is that the higher-ups don't allow it." Zhao Feng pinched his eyebrows. "If this star qualification can be sold, even if the price is 10 billion, it is estimated that many prefecture-level cities in the south will place orders without hesitation. Leader, what should we do now? Lan City TV station is unwilling, and other prefecture-level cities also have their own reasons." After a moment of silence, the deputy whispered, "If there is really no other way, give this qualification to Bingdu Economic Development Zone." After taking a deep breath, Zhao Feng said, "Give it to Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Leader, I guess Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station has not been officially established yet, and according to the requirements, the TV station must be online on time on December 1st. It won't be long now." Hearing the answer given by Zhao Feng, the deputy was full of surprise. "I know all this, but what else can you do now, this time?" Only Bingdu Economic Development Zone submitted the application for star rating at the first time. I guess since they dared to submit the application, they must have their own plans. Zhao Feng glanced at the documents on the desk. The deputy was about to speak but stopped. "Also, think about the commotion that Bingdu Economic Development Zone made at the opening ceremony of the Cultural Tourism Festival. Hundreds of celebrities came at once, so the resources in this area must be stronger than other cities." Speaking of the opening ceremony of the Border Cultural Tourism Festival, Zhao Feng's face was full of emotion. Since the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival came out of nowhere, the Silk Road Conference, organized by the Northwest 5 Provinces Alliance, has become cannon fodder. And in the end, it didn't even make a splash. Now there is a rumor that any large-scale activities in the future must be staggered with the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. And at least 1 month. Leader, star resources are star resources. And TV stations are TV stations. TV programs cannot be supported by a few stars. And they need various programs to fill them. The deputy couldn't help but say again. "So what do you say we should do now? The results must be submitted the day after tomorrow." Zhao Feng stared at his assistant. After thinking for a long time, the assistant finally sighed, like a defeated rooster. "Then we can only give this qualification to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If the quality of the program is too poor, we can find a way to ask the provincial TV station for help. We can't force the ratings, but the program can't be too close to the lower limit. If it is close to the lower limit, it will be criticized by the relevant departments, and it may also cause heated discussions on the internet. So, we will wait a little bit tomorrow. If there is still no good solution, we will notify Bingdu Economic Development Zone the day after tomorrow morning, so that they can prepare early. Just like you said, if it doesn't work, let the provincial TV station take the lead." Taping the table with his fingers, Zhao Feng said so. "Okay." It was dark at night. Su Heng didn't know what was happening in Lan City. At this time, he appeared in Lu Ming's ward. "Uncle Lu, Are you feeling better? While peeling an orange, Su Heng said. What do you think? Lu Ming looked at Su Heng with some resentment. Ahem, Uncle Lu, I promise that nothing like this will happen again in the future. Su Heng laughed dryly, a little embarrassedly. Are you sure? Tell me the truth. Why did you come to see me tonight? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming immediately showed an expression that said, I don't believe you. Nothing, I just came to see how you are recovering. Su Heng said. Okay, stop pretending. You just came this morning, and you stayed at the outpatient building the whole time during the physical examination the day before yesterday. How could you not know my physical condition? Lu Ming glanced at Su Heng unhappily. Uncle Lu, Go ahead. Uncle Lu, now we may need to extend the wall on the West City Gate to both sides, and we also need to extend the pedestrian street to the entrance of the West City Gate. Su Heng handed the peeled orange to Lu Ming. Repair the city wall? Lu Ming was stunned, and then frowned. Can the city wall project be delayed for a while? To be honest, these two projects are not difficult for me. I can even take care of both while rushing to complete the second phase of the Bingdu Village Health Center project. I am mainly worried about whether the funds for Bingdu cultural tourism can keep up. The university project is not small, the investment is definitely an astronomical figure, and didn't you let Xiao Zhong handle the Su's medical affairs? With his personality, he must have spent a lot of money. Lu Ming has been in the ancient building industry for many years. Although these characteristic ancient buildings provided by Su Heng are the first time he has come into contact with them. He has repaired so many of them now, and he has already understood many structures. Why did I faint when I saw the design and renderings of Tsinghua College University that day? It was because it was too shocking. As expected, even if the cost of all the existing ancient buildings in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is added together, it cannot catch up with this university. He even felt that building such a university with the current scale of Bingdu cultural tourism is really like a pony pulling a train. Chapter 351, One company listed. Two core companies. Funds should not be a problem. Su Heng waved his hand, signaling Lu Ming not to worry. Although this year, they bought shares of Su's Medical and spent 1.1 billion to take over Tsinghua College. But Bingdu Culture and Tourism has become a commercial giant without knowing it, with revenue and profits far exceeding last year. And it is also increasing exponentially. Not to mention that Bingdu Culture and Tourism has earned 4 billion by transferring land to Tonai Clothing, Longshan Group, Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and Postal Savings. Bingke brand bags and Bingdu beer have also started to make efforts through the promotion of the Border Cultural Tourism Festival. Under Fuyu's operation, Bingke brand bags have set up counters in high-end complexes in 4 super first-tier cities and 10 first-tier cities in Xiaogua. And those stores in overseas layout have also been opened one after another. Now more than 200 bags are sold every day, with a price between 20,000 and 50,000. The sales volume is about 7 to 8 million. And the numbered bags are even harder to find. They are the kind that have a price but no market. That's not all. Some owners of numbered bags don't have time to travel to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, so they give their relatives and friends the right to stay in Bingke's special building for free twice a year, which makes the brand value of Bingke numbered bags rise sharply. Especially when others are still worried about not being able to book an ordinary hotel in Bingdu Village. Here they can directly stay in a place comparable to Guanxua building. Both the sense of identity and face are instantly raised to another level. In addition, Fuyu has recently found his own connections and is negotiating cooperation with several airport VIP lounges. If the cooperation is successful, then the owner of a full range of Bingke bags will be able to enjoy the VIP lounge treatment 3 times a year for free. By that time, the Bingke brand will usher in a terrifying money-making effect. Bingke is like this, and the sales of Bingdu Legend beer are also soaring. Not to mention that there are many repeat customers after the last live broadcast. Lu Siming has also set up an e-commerce department specifically for the brewery. In addition to opening stores on major online shopping platforms, they also hired dedicated customer service to package and ship the products. Not to mention the sales of the original products. In Bingdu Economic Development Zone, there are only 2 types of beer, Bingdu Legend and other beers. Sometimes, in addition to tourists actively buying, the restaurants and chains in Bingdu Economic Development Zone will also actively introduce the products to tourists, saying that they must try the specialties of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. As a result, the brewery consumes 20,000 to 30,000 bottles every day in the Economic Development Zone. In addition to online shopping, it can sell more than 1 million bottles a month, and the net profit is 5 million. Don't underestimate the net profit of 5 million per month. This is just the beginning of the brewery. When the sales outlets and agents in the surrounding areas and the whole country are gradually added, it will definitely become a company with sales exceeding 10 billion. In addition to the two core enterprises under Bingda Culture and Tourism, Bingda Supermarket, gas stations, hotels, etc. can contribute nearly 2 to 3 million net profits every day. So Bingda Culture and Tourism is not short of money now. Of course, what Su Hang did not tell Lu Ming was that the landscape trees, stones, and so on in the new university could be bought from the pawn system. And he would never spend a penny in reality. A lot of money can be saved at that time. But this university occupies a large area. And the amount of work is so large. What if we need to start other projects temporarily in the middle of the process? After hearing this, Lu Ming was still a little worried. Su Hang seemed to like doing this kind of thing the most, otherwise his heart would not be like this. It shouldn't happen. The projects we have now are already at full capacity, even if we are willing. We are powerless. Hearing this, Su Hang laughed dryly twice. In fact, Su Hang could understand Lu Ming's worries. Since the university design is based on the Summer Palace on Earth, the overall area is about 300 hectares, which is equivalent to about 4,500 acres. In addition to nearly 3,000 ancient buildings of various sizes, characteristic student dormitories, teaching buildings, there is also a small hill and a small lake. In addition, it has integrated some modern concepts and set up an underground parking lot, so the amount of work is really amazing. The only good thing at the moment is that modern machinery is very powerful. One excavator and one dump truck can replace dozens of laborers in the past. When the time comes, hundreds of construction machinery will enter the site at the same time, which is equivalent to hundreds of thousands of laborers working in ancient times without getting tired. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Okay, leave the city wall extension and the 500-meter standalone building to me, but there is one thing. I really can't help with the university later. Lu Ming took a deep look at Su Hang. Although his eyes were still unbelieving and suspicious, he agreed to the city wall. Uncle Lu, don't worry about this, Su Hang assured immediately. By the way, Xiao Su, there is one more thing. After a pause, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and said, You tell me. I have an old friend who is seeing a doctor in our clinic, because his condition is quite special. He wants to stay here for a while, after being discharged from the hospital. I want to find a room in Yuan, Lu Ming said. Uncle Lu, you can arrange it as you see fit. If there is no room in Yuan, it is no problem to arrange it in the room downstairs of my building, Su Hang said immediately. Okay, I'll go find Xiao Xiao tomorrow. Yes. The starry sky was deep, like an endless abyss. In the reception room of a top business hotel in Hong Kong, Zhong Ruofei leaned on the sofa and sipped the top-grade tea in his hand. On the other side of the sofa sat none other than the once invincible Su Foshan and his son. At this moment, Su Foshan and his son had a hint of despair in their eyes, in addition to loneliness and endless loss. Before, they had thought of using Su Hang's two-way approach to create public pressure and completely abolish Su Hang. As a result, when Zhong Ruofei suddenly appeared in front of them and said very bluntly, Do you think you are smarter than those leaders who came to attend the opening ceremony of the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival? It was this sentence that completely collapsed Su Fengshan's heart of Taoism. That's not all, Zhong Ruofei said lightly. The person who led the rhythm of Bingdu Economic Development Zone last time has been arrested. This made Su Fengshan no longer have the intention to overthrow Su Hang. Mr. Zhong, the price you offer is the lowest price of the stock in recent years. Should we take the average of half a year? After hesitating for a moment, Su Fengshan spoke in a low voice. If Su Hang hadn't made a move this time, Su Fengshan would have taken the position of chairman of Su's Medical, so he is not stupid but very smart. Moreover, Su Fengshan knew clearly what he would face in Su's Medical. So the next day after meeting Zhong Ruofei, he found the Su shareholder who had stood on the same front with him, and said that he would transfer all 7% of his shares. This is what happened in front of him. Are you sure you want to take the average stock price for half a year? If you have this idea, I will definitely satisfy you. Hearing this, Zhong Ruofei slowly put down the teacup and looked at Su Fengshan. Looking at Zhong Ruofei's eyes, Su Fengshan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and then he suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly shook his head. Forget it, then let's do as you say. We will sign the share transfer agreement tomorrow. Then tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I may have to go to the headquarters building again after signing. Zhong Ruofei raised his hand to check the time, and said, "Don't worry, I have already cleaned up everything in my office." Su Fengshan looked bitter. The scene of him asking Su Lang to clean up his office a month ago was still vivid in his mind. In the end, he didn't get to sit in that office, but he cleaned up his own office first. That's fine. About half an hour later, Su Fengshan and his son appeared in front of the hotel gate. "Dad, that Zhong Ruofei just said, why don't you insist? Now we have to transfer it at the lowest price." Looking back at the brightly lit building behind him, Su Yuan couldn't help but speak. Some time ago, Xiaogua's stock market experienced a cliff-like decline. Su's medical stock price was cut in half again, and the lowest price was more than 13 yuan. Although it quickly rose to more than 20 yuan later. If we say so now, we have to calculate it at 13 yuan. It's not cheap at all. Zhong Ruofei is not Su Lang. If we continue to insist on selling at the average stock price, he will definitely find a way to lower the stock price of Su's medical. The average stock price will definitely not be as high as the current lowest price. Su Fengshan looked up to the sky and took a deep breath. This is how masters fight. Sometimes you don't even need to say it clearly, you can guess the other party's thoughts. This Zhong Ruofei. Su Yuan hesitated to speak. He is not simple. If he had not been backstabbed, there would be no Su's medical. I really don't know how Su Hang did it. He could make such a business tycoon work for him. Su Fengshan glanced at Su Yuan. Will this Zhong Ruofei go back to get his place back then? Su Yuan couldn't help but ask. That's for sure. Putting aside the previous grudge, this industry cannot allow the existence of two leaders for a long time. Su's medical and TNC medical will definitely have a battle. Su Fengshan replied without thinking. Does CI medical may have a hard time in the future? These have nothing to do with us. Your mother has already bought the plane ticket. We will go to country in the day after tomorrow. Su Fengshan shook his head, and his pace suddenly quickened. Yeah. Downstairs, inside the hotel, Zhong Ruofei was standing in front of the French window, talking on the phone, while looking at the colorful lights on the street. Mr. Su, I have already settled this. We will sign the share transfer contract tomorrow morning. After a moment, Zhong Ruofei said. The call was to Su Lang. Now Su Lang has returned to the company and started to take charge of the overall situation. Although the shares in his hands have been transferred to Bingda Culture and Tourism, his voice is much higher than before. In the past, Su Group was a family-owned enterprise. Now nearly 50% of the shares are controlled by Bingda Culture and Tourism. Except for the 5% of shares held by Longsheng Group, the rest are basically in the hands of retail investors. In other words, starting tomorrow, Su Medical has completely belonged to Bingda Culture and Tourism. Mr. Zhong, great. The next moment, Su Lang's voice with a hint of emotion came from the phone. Great. It's also something Su Fengshan can weigh, otherwise it would probably take some time. Zhong Ruofei said modestly. No, it's not easy to make Su Fengshan see the reality. To be honest, Su's medical is better off being handed over to you. Su Lang's voice came soon. Mr. Su, please don't flatter me anymore. Smiling, Zhong Ruofei said again. Mr. Su, I will go back to Binggu Village as soon as the contract is signed tomorrow. There are still many things to do in Binggu Village, and you can handle the rest here. Chapter 352. Everyone is dumbfounded. You will go back tomorrow? Su Lang on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. Because after getting the shares from Su Fengshan, Su's medical has two important things to do next. One is to confirm the relocation of the headquarters, and the other is to change the name. It is no longer appropriate for Su's medical to continue using this name, but the specific name to be changed has not been decided yet. Well, I am too busy over there, Zhong Ruofei said again. In fact, although I have been in Hong Kong for a while, I have been receiving calls every day. Then, Mr. Su, I will have to find Xiao Su to confirm the location of Su's medical group's headquarters when I go back. Then we will start building the headquarters building. Even if we have to move, we will have to wait until next year. You just need to keep Su's medical in its current profitable state. In the future, Su's medical will have to provide new economic growth momentum for Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Seemingly hearing Su Lang's concerns, Zhong Ruofei spoke again. Although Shusher Medical is a medical group, with nearly 100 hospitals distributed across the country, the drug procurement, project bidding, etc. of these hospitals are all controlled by the headquarters. There are nearly 600 employees working at the Shusher Medical headquarters. Once it moves to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, in addition to providing many jobs. It can also bring high taxes and some potential consumption and income to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. At that time, those drug and equipment suppliers and drug manufacturers will have to come to Bingdu Village to discuss business. Some manufacturers with large business volumes even want to set up offices in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. These are the most direct benefits. That's fine. I will sort out the previous group policies, strive to raise the stock price, and distribute a large dividend next year to share the financial pressure of Bingdu culture and tourism. After a pause, Su Lang's voice came again. Okay, Mr. Zhong. There is one more thing. You say, Xiaoxing will have to trouble you to support and take care of him over there, so that he won't be too tired. His mother and I originally planned to go there, but now we can't go there in a short time. Su Lang sighed. Don't worry, Xiao Su's matter is the matter of all the villagers in Bingdu Village. Thank you. At the same time, Yinqing, in a residential building on the 4th Ring Road, a man in his 50s was packing his luggage, and a woman was standing next to him. Old Du, call and let me know you're safe when you get there. Looking at the man, the woman said helplessly. Yeah. The man replied while packing his things. This man was none other than Du Jianshan, the first person in charge of the School of Environment at Tsinghua University, who is going to work in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Also, when you get there, don't just focus on your major. Do whatever job they assign you. After a pause, the woman reminded again. Others don't know the purpose of her husband's temporary assignment, but she does know it very well. Otherwise, her husband wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask to go to such a remote place in the northwest. Don't worry, I've already inquired about it. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not an ordinary administrative district. The leaders are all full-time and highly educated. The first person in charge is a doctor from the top university in Blue Star. They will definitely understand some of my actions, and they may even fully support them. Du Jianshan looked back at his wife and said, Don't be stubborn. The woman felt even more helpless after hearing this. As soon as she heard it, she knew that her husband would definitely go there to verify the project that obsessed him. In her husband's words, once the project succeeded, it would definitely go down in history and benefit the contemporary world. No, don't worry. Du Jianshan didn't even raise his head. No, I don't know you yet. Forget it, you go first. If things are stable there, I will go there. Otherwise, with your temper, you will definitely suffer. After a moment of silence, the woman seemed to know that she couldn't persuade her husband, and said after a long sigh, You want to go? Okay. Du Jianshan said again. Then let your daughter take you to the airport tomorrow. The woman said again. No, she has things to do at work. I'll take a taxi there myself. While talking, Du Jianshan had packed his things and zipped up the suitcase. Okay, contact me anytime after landing. Yes. The moon sets, the sun rises. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Luo Yongxiu, director of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone office, walked into the office. Since 12 regular staff members were recruited before, the office looked busy, no longer as deserted as before. Ding-ling-ling. Sitting down, Luo Yongxiu just picked up the file on the desk to read the content. The landline on the desk suddenly rang. Luo Yongxiu immediately picked up the phone. Hello, this is the Bingdu Economic Development Zone office. I am Luo Yongxiu, the person in charge. He said. Hello. I am a staff member of the Industry and Information Technology Department of Suqing Province. Since your Bingdu Economic Development Zone applied for a satellite TV station some time ago, after comprehensive consideration by the relevant person in charge, it was decided to give the opportunity of the second satellite TV station to your Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The relevant documents will be sent to you later. Please check them. The next moment, a woman's voice came from the phone. Ah? Satellite TV station? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. Once he heard it, Luo Yongxiu was stunned for a moment, and his face was full of disbelief. Wait, did you make a mistake? Our Bingdu Economic Development Zone has not officially started broadcasting yet. Why are we suddenly being asked to broadcast on satellite? We don't meet the requirements. After confirming again, Luo Yongxiu, who had come to his senses, spoke hurriedly. How could this be wrong? Bingdu Economic Development Zone was the first to submit an application for satellite broadcast. Yes. Director Luo, that's it for now. If you have any questions or difficulties later, you can contact the provincial TV station. The provincial TV station will give you some help. Before Luo Yongxiu could say anything else, The other party hung up the phone. The first application submitted? This? After a moment of silence, Liu Yongqiu suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no! This is really the case. What should I do now? After muttering to himself, Liu Yongqiu no longer cared about the surprised looks of other employees, and immediately stood up and rushed to Zhang Hanqing's office. At 10 o'clock in the morning, at the gate of Bingde Cultural Tourism School, Su Hang, who was doing the finishing work, looked at Zhang Hanqing, Liu Yongqiu, and Xing Jianhai, who hurried over in a hurry with some surprise. Director Zhang, what's going on? Su Hang couldn't help asking. Director, we just received a notice that our TV station will be officially launched on December 1st. Zhang Hanqing said hurriedly. What? On satellite? Su Hang was stunned. Yeah. Why? Director, it's like this. Liu Yongqiu on the side then told him about the relevant notice he received from the province some time ago. After Liu Yongqiu finished speaking, Xing Jianhai, who had been unable to hold back for a long time, took the initiative to admit his mistake with a depressed look on his face and even cursed. Director, this is all my fault. At that time, I thought everyone would apply symbolically, and then launch our TV station would be launched on satellite. It would not be our turn at all. Who would have thought that those grandsons did not apply at all? He also said that after receiving Liu Yongqiu's call and finding out the whole story through inquiries, he really had the urge to curse the heavens. He knew the current situation of Bingde Economic Development Zone TV station better than anyone else. If he had known this earlier, he would never have filled out the so-called application form. Is there any room for maneuver now? After thinking for a moment, Su Hang looked at Zhang Hanqing. Su Hang did not blame anyone for this. After all, the application was also required by the relevant departments of the province to be submitted. It can only be said that Xing Jianhai was too honest. I just asked, the matter has been decided. As long as I mentioned the difficulties, they said that I could go to the provincial TV station at that time, and the provincial TV station would help, but in fact, our provincial TV station's own programs and ratings are at the bottom. How can they help us? Zhang Hanqing shook his head. So what do we need if our TV station is going to be broadcast on satellite? After a long while, Su Hang looked at Xing Jianhai. Xing Jianhai was once one step away from becoming the deputy director of Hui TV. So he must be very familiar with satellite broadcasting. Director, we don't even have the relevant equipment yet, let alone satellite broadcasting. Of course, the hardware of equipment can be solved as long as the money is in place. The most difficult thing should be the content of the TV programs. Xing Jianhai sighed. Program content? Su Hang frowned, and suddenly thought of the filming location of the sitcom that was about to start construction. Well, generally speaking, satellite TV stations must ensure that there are 18 hours of program content every day. They don't need to broadcast programs from 12:30 a.m. to 6:30 a.m., but they must have content in other time periods. Xing Jianhai added hurriedly. Chapter 353, Another Bureau in the East. Let's do this. The TV station will hold a meeting tonight to determine the content requirements, including program types, approximate duration, etc. If Bingde Culture can help, Bingde Culture will start working. If it is too late to make it yourself, try to buy some copyrights from those production companies. After thinking for a long time, Su Hang said, everyone knows that self-made programs are good. You can replay them whenever you want on your own TV station. But it is almost impossible to make nearly 18 hours of content in such a short time. Even at 7 p.m., the news of Xiaogui can be broadcast. Although there are only 5 or 6 staff members in the TV station now, Xing Jianhai is an old hand, and it is easy for him to determine the content needs of a satellite TV station. Okay, Director. Seeing Su Hang start to arrange the next work, Xing Jianhai breathed a sigh of relief and spoke hurriedly. As long as the top leader takes action, it means that the TV station's satellite broadcast has been placed in the first place. Next, resources from all parties will definitely tilt towards the TV station. Director Zhang, how much money did Bingde Economic Development Zone allocate to the TV station? After that, Su Hang turned to look at Zhang Hanqing again. 5 million was allocated in the early stage. Zhang Hanqing replied somewhat embarrassedly. 5 million? So little? Su Hang rubbed his eyebrows. Bingde Economic Development Zone now has several projects, especially the underground comprehensive pipeline corridor, the Bingde water diversion, and government building projects have basically exhausted the fiscal balance, so we thought of allocating 5 million first, and then allocating part of it after the financial settlement next month. Zhang Hancheng explained. At present, in addition to the government building, the bidding for the integrated pipeline corridor and the Bingdu water diversion project has also ended. The winning bid for the underground pipeline corridor is 1 billion, and the winning bid for the Bingdu water diversion project is 4 billion. The latter two projects are settled gradually. Otherwise, they would not dare to make such a big move. So, Director Xing, you go to see Mr. Xiao of the Postal Savings Bank tomorrow. If it doesn't work, you can borrow some money from here in the name of the TV station, and then pay it back when the TV station is profitable. After thinking for a while, Su Heng said again, Postal Savings Bank is now the only bank in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The public accounts of the units here, and the salaries of the employees are basically opened in Postal Savings Bank. Now Bingdu TV station needs funds. Naturally it has to go to it. We can't always enjoy the benefits without working hard. Of course, Su Heng asked Xing Jianhai to find Xiao Gang for another reason. Xiao Gang had mentioned more than once before that if Bingdu Economic Development Zone was short of money, they could go to him, and Postal Savings Bank would definitely do its best to help solve the difficulties. Okay, Director. Xing Jianhai was delighted and said hurriedly, once the funding problem is solved, many things in the TV station can be easily solved. And to put it bluntly, as long as the money is in place, the relevant talents are not a problem. Not to mention that he has been in this industry for 20 to 30 years. He knows many professionals. And if it doesn't work, he can go to his big brother. He is the deputy director of Xiaogua Satellite TV, and it is easy for him to introduce a few teams. Director, there is another thing. At this time, Zhang Hancheng beside him hurriedly added, you say, do you think we should directly set up the Bingdu Optoelectronics Bureau or find a place to run the equipment first, and then slowly adjust it later? Zhang Hancheng said helplessly. According to the original plan, the TV station would steadily develop step by step, until it finally grew into a mature prefectural-level radio and television department. But now it has been completely disrupted by the satellite arrangement. It will be built sooner or later anyway. And now it has started. Why not directly set up a radio and television-related unit? Otherwise it will not be able to support a satellite TV station. Su Heng said without thinking. A satellite TV station requires several times more departments and personnel than a local TV station. At the most important time, there must be a corresponding radio and television department to support it. Otherwise it will appear that a small temple sits on a big god. Okay, what do you think of the location? Zhang Hancheng hurriedly asked again. He actually thought so too. Since the situation had already been established, it might as well grit his teeth and stamp his feet. Did you have any plan before? Su Heng asked. The preliminary selection with Director Xia was the eastern area, which is the area where the Postal Savings Bureau and Longsheng Group's real estate are located. After that, Zhang Hancheng took out his mobile phone, tapped the screen a few times, and handed it to Su Heng. The screen showed the place they had favored before. Is it opposite the Postal Savings Bureau, next to the Longsheng plot? Looking at the marked area on the mobile phone screen, Su Heng asked again. Yes. That's no problem. After Director Xing has communicated with the Postal Savings Bank, we can go directly to Bingdu Culture and Tourism to discuss it. Anyway, the hardware must be completed before November. Su Heng nodded. The eastern area has gradually become popular. If the TV station is also built here, then the east gate of the core area can be built to the west of the two units, with a moat and two riverside roads in between. Although the overall layout cannot be perfectly symmetrical with the west, it is not messy at all. On the contrary, the east side is more lively. Here there are bus stations, public transport stations, gas stations, and color steel house rental areas, cardholders' homes, Bingdu Auto Repair Shop, and the Postal Savings Branch under construction. If we add the TV station, the popularity here will definitely be far greater than that of the west side. Okay. Although other projects are also important, the TV station is the kind that must be done. All units must do their best to coordinate, cannot cope with it. Don't embarrass our economic development zone in front of the national audience. Su Heng took a deep breath. Director, rest assured, I will fully cooperate. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. Especially in some things. The speed of transmission is much faster than expected. Geoga City. Office. After listening to what the colleague across the desk said, Zhui Xuezhong's eyes almost popped out. What did you say? The satellite qualification was not given to launch her TV station, but to Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Yes. The document has been issued. But it has not been publicized or printed yet. The colleague nodded. What is Director Su thinking? The Bingdu Economic Development Zone has so many projects on hand, not to mention. How can it not even have a ready-made TV station? Confirmed, Zhuo Xuezheng shook his head repeatedly. Although the Bingdu Economic Development Zone has always been the kind of unexpected business. He knows Su Hang very well. The previous surprises were actually planned and arranged, and they would never break their plans for the so-called movement. I was curious at first, but later I asked around. Guess what? The colleague kept it a secret. What do you mean? Zhuo Xuezheng asked hurriedly. It is said that the new director of the TV station in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is too honest. After receiving the relevant documents from the province, he honestly submitted the application according to the requirements. He thought everyone would apply. And in the end, no matter how they screened, it would not be Bingdu Economic Development Zone's turn. As a result, according to the final statistics, Bingdu Economic Development Zone was the only one in the entire Suqing province that submitted an application for satellite broadcasting. If the province doesn't give it to it, who else will it give it to? The colleague couldn't help laughing. Although it was a sad thing for Bingdu Economic Development Zone, other places couldn't help but feel sorry for Su Hang. After hearing the whole story, Zhuo Xuezheng felt sorry for Su Hang for a while. After a while he spoke again. Didn't the province consider the situation in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, even if we don't consider the ratings after the satellite broadcast? The content should at least not be too rough. The local short play arranged before is not up to standard at all. It is said that Suqing Provincial TV Station will lead Bingdu TV Station, but everyone knows what level Suqing Provincial TV Station is. Its content is just barely passable. How can it lead Bingdu TV Station? The colleague curled his lips. Okay. So, it's up to Director Su to perform this drama now. I feel that as long as he can last the full time, and does not make any low-level mistakes, it will be a miracle. Alas, this TV station director is really something. When he was undecided at the beginning, he should have communicated with us. Zhuo Xuezheng hesitated and finally said nothing. If there were other things, he would definitely help. But there was really no way to help in this regard. Jiuge City TV Station can only be regarded as a qualified Western Prefecture-level city TV station. It is not capable, and at that level to guide a TV station that is about to be broadcast on satellite. Who said it wasn't? Now that the news has spread, many people are waiting to see the joke of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, thinking that Bingdu Economic Development Zone is likely to set a record low in ratings. The colleague followed. Since Bingdu Economic Development Zone became a provincial direct-controlled area, many people think that the relationship between Bingdu Economic Development Zone and Jiuge City will be very tense, but in fact, Jiuge City has never thought about it. On the contrary, several surrounding cities and prefectures think that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has always been in the limelight, and are a little jealous. Especially after a border cultural tourism festival defeated the Silk Road Conference of the Northwest Five Provinces Alliance, various provincial meetings would mention Bingdu Economic Development Zone from time to time. Many leaders even expressed that all cities should learn from Bingdu Economic Development Zone, so many people are waiting for Bingdu Economic Development Zone to fall from the altar. Human nature is like this. It would be abnormal if everyone hoped that Bingdu Economic Development Zone would be good, but it is a bit too much to require Bingdu TV Station to have ratings because of this. It's as if the provincial TV station has ratings. Now I hope Director Su can handle it, and don't mess up the original rhythm because of the TV station's matter. Zhuo Xuezheng sighed and said so. It's hard not to be chaotic, not to mention that the hardware requirements for satellite TV stations are higher than those of local TV stations. The cost of introducing content copyrights alone is a considerable amount. The colleague curled his lips. Obviously, he was not optimistic about Bingdu Economic Development Zone this time. Alas, Zhuo Xuezheng's colleague was right. By the afternoon, the news that Bingdu TV Station was going to be broadcast on satellite had spread thoroughly. Except for relevant personnel in the industry, it was also widely spread in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. At this time, Yuan, Song Liwei was standing in front of the window of her room and making a phone call. Teacher Huang, I heard that the president of Xingji College will come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone tomorrow. You see, if you have time, you can come over here to meet. She said so. The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Huang Jiong, a first-line star in Xia country, who wanted to quit the entertainment circle and become a teacher again. Huang Jiong was a little hesitant before, But when he heard that Bingda Culture and Tourism specially invited Dingwen from Massachusetts College to be the new president, he would call almost every 1 or 2 days to inquire about the situation here. Just because Huang Jiong had been a teacher in a university before, he knew what a top president meant to a university. Okay. The next moment, Huang Jiong's voice came quickly. But I heard that Singji College will not move this semester. It will have to wait until the new campus is completed before moving to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After a pause, Song Liwei spoke again. She knew that Huang Jiong wanted to come to Singji College for a more important reason besides the new president. He really liked the atmosphere of the characteristic ancient buildings here, especially the entertainment complex. The ancient buildings, the small lake, the green shade, and the big fish jumping out of the lake simply satisfied all his fantasies about his retirement place. That's no problem, Huang Jiong hurriedly said. That's it. Call me when you get there. Thank you. You're welcome. Is that you, Mr. Huang? Just as Song Liwei hung up the phone, Shui Yutian suddenly walked in, and he asked casually, Well, I heard that the new principal will come to our Bingdu village tomorrow, and he wants to meet him. Song Liwei replied, With his qualifications, there will definitely be no problem. Not only is he a first-line star, but he was also a teacher at Xiaogua Film Academy before. It will be no problem for him to be the head of the media department when he comes. Shui Yutian came to the tea table and made himself a cup of tea. That's what I said. But this new president is not an ordinary person, Song Liwei said. For some reason, she always felt an inexplicable pressure every time she met those academic leaders, which was more difficult than meeting those business leaders. As expected, Huang Jiong must feel the same way now. Then let's talk about it after we meet. By the way, there is a piece of news just now, Shui Yutian said after taking a sip of the teacup. What's the matter? Our Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station will be broadcast in early December, and the documents have been issued, Shui Yutian said. What? Ice Lake TV is on satellite? You are not kidding. It would have been fine if he hadn't said it. Once he said it, Song Liwei was stunned. As a person who is half in the entertainment industry, she knew what satellite TV was. No kidding, the documents have been sent, Shui Yutian said again. How did you do it? Song Liwei, who slowly came back to her senses, did not show a worried expression like the others, but her face was full of excitement. I just applied according to the requirements. Shui Yutian then recounted the general process of the incident. So that's how it is. What is Xiaosu going to do? Song Liwei immediately asked. I don't know about this yet, but I heard that the address of the TV station has been selected. It's in the eastern area. As long as the funds are in place, the TV station will come to Bingda Culture and Tourism to discuss the transfer of the land. Xiaosu said that he would focus on supervising it and must not deal with it. I guess the scale must be large, Shui Yutian said. Xiaosu's inability to deal with it must be large. Song Liwei nodded. However, just when Song Liwei wanted to ask more questions about the Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station, Shui Yutian's mobile phone rang suddenly. Pick it up and take a look. Shui Yutian immediately answered the call. The next moment, a man's voice came from the phone. Mr. Shui, is it convenient for you now? Chapter 354 Standards for Railway Construction. Director Xing, you say? Shui Yutian said. The call was from Xing Jianhai. Boss Shui, it's like this. I just drafted a broadcast plan for the TV station for about a month and the proposed program types. Originally, I reported it to the director, but the director asked us to connect first and select a few key ones to be produced and supervised by Bingda Culture. Soon, Xing Jianhai's voice came again. Bingda Culture? Shui Yutian paused and subconsciously glanced at Song Liwei next to him. No way, the TV station has limited funds, and the broadcasting rights for key time slots are very expensive, and we simply can't afford it. If Bingda Culture and Tourism produces the program, the cost should be lower. Xing Jianhai's voice was more helpless. So, are there cost thresholds for several key programs? Shui Yutian suddenly realized. Although Bingdu TV station and Bingda Culture and Tourism both have the word Bingdu in their names, they are completely two different systems. Bingda Culture can't produce program content for Bingda TV station for nothing. The cost should be what it is. Of course, due to the relationship with the boss, the relevant expenses and program quality, the degree of care must be much better than those cultural companies in the market. It is set up. Director Su said that the model is the same as that short play, and the relevant expenses will be paid to Bingda Culture. and the rest will be fully responsible by Binga Culture, Xing Jianhai said. Okay. I will go to your TV station later, Shui Yutian said immediately. Mr. Shui, I don't need to go to Binga Culture's office. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Shui Yutian walked to the door and started to put on his shoes. How is it? The TV station's first month's program list has been determined. And it is definitely on satellite. Program list? Xiao Su means that Binga Culture will also be responsible for producing some program content. Song Liwei's eyes lit up. Yes. Then this is definitely a good opportunity for Binga Culture. Song Liwei replied immediately. Of course, how long has Binga Culture been established? In addition to operating the troupe, camping and organizing some opening ceremony-related activities, it has not produced some film and television dramas and related programs. Even if there are programs later, they may not be recognized by those satellite TV stations. But now it is different. As long as we can make high-quality programs and use Binga TV to make a name for ourselves, there will definitely be a steady stream of orders later. Shui Yutian nodded. From the day Binga Culture was founded, Shui Yutian was very clear about the future direction and path of Binga Culture. The company will eventually face all TV stations in Xia country instead of Bingu Economic Development Zone. Otherwise, Binga Culture will never become the top cultural media company in Xia country. Talk about it when you go there, take all that you can, at worst, I can help you think of a solution. Song Liwei nodded and said, Definitely. At the same time, the TV station rented a single-family building on the pedestrian street, after hanging up the phone. Xing Jianhai studied the first month's program list of Binga TV station that had just been drafted on his desk. There are actually 3 most important time slots: the prime time slot at 8 p.m. during the week, the daily variety shows on weekends, and the morning and evening news slots. As long as these 3 time slots are taken care of, plus some advertising programs, there is actually too much filler content. Mumbling to himself, Xing Jianhai picked up a pen and made a mark on the list. The 8 p.m. slot in the first month can be supported by the previous drama, which means that the most important thing is actually the daily variety shows on weekends. According to the average production cost of major domestic variety shows, the budget must be at least 100 million. Looking at the computer screen, Xing Jianhai wrote a number after the variety show column. There is no way. As the former director of the production center of Weisher, he is basically familiar with the costs of various programs. Moreover, people who come from big TV stations have very high vision and insight. They never think of producing the highest quality programs with the lowest cost, because they know very well that such things have a very small probability of occurrence. If you want to make the program justified, you must invest real money. The reason why he dared to easily write down an amount of 100 million in the variety show column was because after meeting Su Hang in the morning, Xing Jianhai went to the Postal Savings Bank to meet Xiao Gang. After a lot of efforts, perhaps because this was the first time that a unit in Bingdu Economic Development Zone sought a loan from Postal Savings Bank, or perhaps because the outlets in Bingdu Economic Development Zone had relatively high returns, they finally got a loan of 500 million yuan. According to Xing Jianhai's plan, 200 million yuan would be used to purchase equipment and build a place, and the remaining 300 million yuan would be used to create program content. 200 million yuan would be used to create key programs, and the other 100 million yuan would be used to purchase some ordinary copyrighted programs that could fill the time slots. As for income, Xing Jianhai was not in a hurry to find various advertisers. Binga TV has nothing now. Even if it finds an advertiser, the advertising fee offered by the other party will definitely not be very high. Instead of doing this, it is better to wait until Binga TV officially goes on air. Find a way to gain a foothold first, and then hold an advertising investment conference. The income at that time will definitely be much higher than it is now. But in addition to the first month's program, we have to reserve another month's program content. After a pause, Xing Jianhai picked up the pen in his hand again. I don't know who said that depression is a disease caused by idleness. I don't know if it is true in other places, but it has been verified in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Under the stimulation of high salary and high performance, there is no employee who complains about whether to work overtime at night. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Hang, who had just come out of the construction site of Binga Cultural Tourism School, saw that the 2 rows of office buildings of Binga Cultural Tourism were still brightly lit, and basically none of them were turned off. Xiao Su, then all the remaining materials should be sent to the college, Lu Ming said on the side. Just this afternoon, the construction of Binga Cultural Tourism School was basically completed with only some minor details left, which could be handled by any construction team. Next, more than 3,000 workers will be divided into two groups. One group will follow Su Hang to build the scene shooting site. After the scene shooting site is built, all of them will be invested in the construction of Singji College. The other group will follow Lu Ming to repair the second phase of Bingdu Village Health Center, the extension of the West City Wall, and the 500-meter single-family building. Well, the fence over there has been completed. Su Hang nodded. The materials for the scene shooting site had been transported to the construction site half a month ago, and the foundation over there had also been laid. According to Su Hang's plan, the construction there can't exceed 1 month at most. Otherwise, it will be too late to shoot. By the way, the HR department asked us today if we will recruit more workers. Lu Ming paused and said again, "Yes. Continue to recruit. I want to control the number of workers to around 5,000. We only have 3,000 fixed people now." Su Hang had almost no thought. After coming here this year, the construction speed of these projects in the core area of Bingdu Village is much faster than last year. In addition to the fact that the number of workers is more than last year, there is another more important reason. The longer the workers work, the more familiar they are with the characteristic ancient buildings in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Especially some skilled carpenters, although the core departments are not big. Some simple things can be done by themselves. Good. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. If he recruits 5,000 people, the progress here can be slightly relaxed. By the way, Xiao Su, I heard from Zhang Hancheng that the bus station will be expanded again in a while. After talking about the materials, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and spoke again. Well, it was built according to the standards of a 5th-level station before, but now it feels that it is not enough. Fortunately, the reserved land there is very large, so it will be directly expanded to a 1st-level station this time. Su Hang replied. Previously, they thought that the 5th-level station should be enough, and they would upgrade it gradually later. Who would have thought that a border culture and tourism festival would almost burst the station? Even now, all the buses are basically full. That's not all. In fact, the taxi company under Bingdu Culture and Tourism has also expanded from 30 to 200. And the buses of the bus company have also expanded from 10 to 20. First-level station? If the current momentum continues, even a first-level station may not be enough. If the transportation capacity cannot keep up, and the population cannot come in, many of our projects may have to operate at a loss. What happened in a certain province some time ago is a living example. Tourists can come in, but cannot leave, and they will be scolded to death. Lu Ming frowned. The main reason is that our Bingdu Economic Development Zone has been established for less than a year, and the economic indicators and registered permanent population have not been improved. For the time being, there is no way to meet the indicators for applying for railway passenger transport. As for the high-speed railway station, the air transport airport is even worse. Su Hang said helplessly. In fact, as early as the tourism festival, he had thought about railway passenger transport more than once. If there was a railway at that time, there would definitely be more tourists coming to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. But there is no way. Xiao State has clear regulations. The standard for applying for railway transportation is that the regional GDP exceeds 20 billion or the registered permanent population exceeds 50,000. It only takes one of these two conditions. Take several counties and districts in Gyeongga City as an example. Except for Ase County, which did not meet either of the two conditions. The remaining counties and districts have a GDP that is not good enough. But the registered permanent population exceeds 50,000. Even more fortunately, due to strategic issues, Yushan County under Gyeongga City has a high-speed rail station. Since Yushan County is 200 kilometers away from Bingdu Economic Development Zone, many tourists choose to take the high-speed rail to Yushan County, and then take the bus or carpool. You mean the quota is not enough? Lu Ming's face moved. In addition to the quota, even if the project is reported, it will take a lot of time to go through various approval processes, not to mention the later construction. Su Hang came again. Although the registered permanent population of Bingdu Economic Development Zone has not reached 50,000 for the time being, he is confident that the GDP can be replaced to 20 billion in the shortest time. Oh! Lu Ming replied, and did not speak again, but everyone can see that he has begun to think about this matter. Chapter 355 Ordinary Qixia Town. Just like that, I talked a lot with Lu Ming again. When Su Hang returned to his single-family house, it was almost dawn. Unexpectedly, Shui Yutian seemed to have been waiting for a long time. As soon as Su Hang entered the room, Shui Yutian knocked on the door. Brother Shui, have you been too busy these 2 days? Brother Zhong will be back tomorrow afternoon, and you will be able to relax a little then. After making a cup of tea for Shui Yutian, Su Hang said after sitting down. Since Zhong Ruofei went to Hong Kong, it can be clearly seen that Shui Yutian's face is much more haggard than before. In addition to being busy with the Bingda cultural tourism, he also organized a land auction. In the end, a real estate developer named Jioshin Construction Company successfully won the 200-acre residential construction land next to the government office building of Bingdu Economic Development Zone at a price of 1.2 billion. All the procedures are estimated to be completed in another week. By then, there may be another construction site in the west of the city. Has Lao Zhong settled the matter over there? Shui Yutian breathed a sigh of relief. It's done, Su Hang said. Zhong Ruofei had already reported the situation in Hong Kong to him, and actually nodded in agreement with the idea of moving Su's medical headquarters to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. As for the name of Su's medical group, after moving to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, it will definitely be changed to Bingdu Medical. Of course, this is all later. The relocation of Su's medical headquarters is not a small project. It needs to be well planned. That's fine. By the way, Director Su talked to me in the afternoon, thinking about letting Bingda Culture take over some programs. In the end, a 12-episode weekend variety show was packaged at a price of 200 million, a TV series on the theme of the War of Resistance against Japan. Variety shows are easy, but themes related to the War of Resistance against Japan are a little more difficult. If you don't do it well, it will become a masterpiece. I thought of asking your scriptwriting friend. Does he have any dramas related to the War of Resistance against Japan? Shui Yutian said again. As the scale of Bingdu Economic Development Zone becomes larger and larger, Su Hang can't ask about everything. He just needs to grasp the general direction. Su Hang's current arrangements are actually slowly guiding in this direction. Otherwise, Xing Jianhai would never be allowed to take the lead in such matters. He would make the decision directly. Ever since he and his wife read the script about a swordsman, they couldn't stop watching it. So when it comes to TV series, he subconsciously thinks of Su Hang's friend who writes scripts, a variety show, and an anti-Japanese war drama. Su Hang's face moved. Director Xing said that after our Out of Swordsman is broadcast, we will broadcast an anti-Japanese war drama. This kind of theme is the basis of all TV stations. No matter what the ratings are, there must be at least one. Shui Yutian nodded. I rarely contacted Xing Jianhai before. It was not until this in-depth chat that I realized that professionals are professionals. I can't help but accept it. I even have a feeling that with Xing Jianhai's ability, it would be no problem for him to be the first person in charge of Suqing Provincial TV Station. Okay, I'll ask my friend, Su Hang said. As long as the script is suitable, we will definitely not be short of money. I'm thinking that after the script is in place, we can start recording 2 dramas and a variety show at the same time. Otherwise it may be too late. Shui Yutian said again. Don't worry about the remuneration. I'll handle it. Can you handle it if 2 dramas and a variety show are recorded at the same time? Upon hearing this, Su Hang said immediately. No problem. Li Wei has connections in this area, and she has already started contacting those variety show directors. As long as the variety show director decides on a theme and finds a few stars, variety shows are actually very easy to record. Shui Yutian replied. Well, if you encounter any difficulties, please communicate in time. It must not affect the TV station's broadcast. I will just build a relatively ordinary Qixia town, and soon Bingda Culture will be able to station a crew to shoot. After hearing this, Su Hang did not agree to the variety show. Although there are many classic variety show recording plans in the pawn system, the pawn value required for each popular variety show is not a small amount. It is estimated that buying a drama about the War of Resistance with the current pawn value is already the limit. Next, we will use the pawn value to buy various trees in the Summer Palace. Okay, Li Wei has already talked to a director. As for the actors, we want to choose a few from the troupe for the leading roles this time. Other roles can be played by celebrities if they can, and other crew members can fill in if they can't. The final cost will definitely be controlled within 5 million. You decide on this. I'm not a professional. Su Hang waved his hand. In fact, after purchasing the script from the system, he had already mastered the script thoroughly, including some shooting details. But he couldn't leave this job to shoot a TV series. So, providing a detailed script was the greatest help, and the rest had to be done by Shui Yutian. Okay. Just like that, after talking about the TV station's satellite program for a while, Shui Yutian left the single-family house. After washing up, Su Heng lay down on the bed. The anti-Japanese war drama and variety show cost a total of 200 million yuan. Variety shows really rely on the status of stars, which means that the lower the cost of shooting this anti-Japanese war drama, the better. It's better to get it out as soon as possible so that Binga Culture can find a director and prepare for filming. After thinking for a while, Su Heng directly called out the pawn system. No matter which world, variety shows are the same. Sometimes it's so realistic. No matter how good the content of a variety show is, it will never be popular if it is attended by passers-by. Of course, after the exchange, it must not be given to Shui Yutian the next day. It will take a few days to wait. Otherwise it will be difficult to explain. System. Choose a TV series about the war of resistance against Japan for me. Swish. The next moment, a light flashed on the system mall panel, and more than 300 pages of content appeared instantly. This one is good, but the shooting period is longer. This one is a little worse. The cost is low, but the quality is not very high. This one is not good. It's just a god show. I will be criticized to death. Then Su Heng watched them one by one. 1 minute, 10 minutes, until half an hour later. Looking at the title of the show on the system mall panel, Su Heng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he slapped his forehead. Why did I forget it? I should have let the system search for the name directly. Then, Su Heng took a look at the pawn value required under the title of the show, and almost without any hesitation, he immediately sent a thought to the pawn system. This is it. There was no more words all night. The next morning, at 9 o'clock, Su Heng came to the construction site of the shooting location early. At this time, many workers had started to drive piles. On the other side, a workshop for processing ancient building parts was specially built. 100 or so workers were making the required mortise and tenon structures. The sounds of electric saws, chisels, and automatic engraving machines were intertwined, and it seemed extremely busy. That's not all. There was also a finished product warehouse next to the workshop. 7 or 8 workers were sorting the parts according to the numbers. Surprisingly, there was a huge wooden plaque next to the finished product warehouse, on which the words Qixia Town were clearly written. According to Su Heng, if he didn't want to renovate it, he wouldn't renovate it. If he did, he would definitely renovate it according to the scenes in the drama. After all, it would be used as a hotel in the end. In addition, this place is located in the middle of the east and west ends, which makes it inconvenient for tourists to buy things when they come. Therefore, Su Heng didn't make any concessions. Except for Tongfu Inn, all other places that appeared in the plot were also abandoned. And even the workplaces of Xing Butu and Yin Shaolu were planned out. Overall, this place covers an area of at least 300 acres, which is similar to the land taken by Tong Ai Clothing and Longsheng Group. Once the filming is over, if the tourists staying here do not want to go to the core area, many things can be solved in Qixia Town. Of course, in order to meet actual needs, the size of Tongfu Inn is much larger than that in the play. It is estimated to be at least 2 or 3 times the size of Yuela Inn. Managerly, how is the progress of the underground part now? After a while, Su Heng came to the project department and said to a middle-aged man, the Qixia Town built this time is different from those old buildings. They all have underground parking lots, which is to solve the problem of parking difficulties for some self-driving tourists. This part had already started construction half a month ago. Leader, it will take at most 10 days to reach the ground part. Hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly said, Okay, the construction company will recruit some workers in the next 2 days. You can go to contact them and transfer another 1,000 workers. We will also transfer some muck trucks and other machinery. If there are none, we will rent some from outside. After a little thought, Su Heng made arrangements again. Leader, don't worry about this. We will definitely speed up the project to the maximum. Seemingly accustomed to Su Heng's style, the man was not surprised but assured with a serious face. Well, I have something to deal with now. If there is anything here, please feel free to contact me. Su Heng raised his hand to check the time and said, Just now, Zhong Ruofei sent a message saying that the dean of Xingyu College, Dingwen, will arrive in Bingyu Village in about half an hour. As the first person in charge of Bingyu Economic Development Zone and the behind-the-scenes boss of Bingyu Cultural Tourism, he must go to receive this legendary figure. That's not all. Tong Jichuan, Feng Shuyu and other villagers of Bingdu village have also made time and have rushed to the banquet hall. Okay, leader, the man replied hurriedly. However, just after Su Hang had settled things here and walked a few steps, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and answered it. Director, is it convenient for you now? The next moment, Zhang Hanqing's voice came from inside. Nothing, what's wrong? Su Hang said as he walked. Director, the Economic Development Zone just held a meeting and drafted the names of the village establishments in the East and West districts. Take a look, Zhang Hanqing said. The names have been decided. What are they? Su Hang's expression moved, and then he asked. Chapter 356 taking a big step, set up 3 villages. After voting, the East District was proposed to be named Longcheng Village, and the West District was proposed to be named Luan Village after voting. Zhang Hanqing immediately said the names of the 2 new natural villages. As long as the Flying General of Longcheng is here, the Hu horse will not be allowed to cross the Yinshan Mountains, so the East District is taken from this ancient poem, and the West District is taken from the 2 words in 100 battles in the yellow sand were golden armor. I will never return until I defeat Lulan. Hearing the name, Su Hang's eyes lit up. Director, it's like this. Zhang Hanqing on the other end of the phone was not surprised. As one of the most educated leaders in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, it would be strange if Su Hang couldn't come up with the inspiration for the names of the 2 villages. These 2 names are good. Even if they are upgraded to streets or counties in the future, they can still be presented. Su Hang made the decision without hesitation. Now it is Longcheng Village and Luan Village. When it is developed into Longcheng District and Luan District in the future, it will also be quite nice. The most important thing is that it can also bring in obvious regional characteristics and culture. Director, I will report it to the relevant provincial authorities. The filing work will be completed in 10 working days at the latest, Zhang Hanqing said quickly. Okay. After filing, the relevant management should be followed up, and the relevant village committees should be established as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, Su Hang said again, Don't worry. I have already arranged with Director Luo. The village committees of Longcheng Village and Luan Village will all use existing staff with official positions and implement a full-time staff system, Zhang Hanqing said immediately. Before, many places in Xiaogua implemented the village committee election system. Although it has certain advantages, it also has many disadvantages. Now the financial situation of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is fine, and directly taking up a position with a staff can save a lot of trouble. That's fine, but at the beginning, you can be given relevant positions. But don't raise the administrative level too quickly for the time being. After thinking for a while, Su Hang reminded again. Okay. Just like that, Su Hang talked about some transportation capacity with Zhang Hanqing while walking, and when he hung up the phone, he was almost at the entrance of a Yuan. Xiao Su, Ding Ding is here. Just then, Gao Yuling appeared at the entrance of a Yuan, and she said hurriedly after seeing Su Hang. For big men of Gao Yuling, Feng Shuyu, Tong Jichuan, Feng Shuyu, many high-level leaders may not be able to mobilize all of them, but for a legendary figure like Dingwen, they must be received in person. Especially, the results of Dingwen's research projects are world-leading. As long as the luck is there, he may become a Nobel Prize winner. This has a fatal attraction for real scholars. Ah, already here? Su Hang paused. Just entered. Gao Yuling nodded. Okay. Let's go in quickly, Su Hang said immediately. Let's go! At the same time, in the bonfire square, the West Office building, and the conference room, Shui Yutian was sitting in the main seat, looking at the more than 40 performers and staff in the conference room. Next to him were Vice President Luo Lin and Vice President Yang Jiang. Except for the administration and logistics staff, who didn't come today. All the performers and staff are basically here. President Luo. Let's get started, Shui Yutian said, scanning the crowd. Okay. There's a reason why we called everyone here today. I believe everyone knows that Bingdu Economic Development Zone is going to set up a TV station. Luo Lin nodded and said, We've all heard about it. All the actors and staff in the venue nodded in unison. Especially Do Yunfei, who was sitting in the front row, looked very serious. Once upon a time, the troupe had been completely disbanded, and the actors and staff had fallen to the point of doing odd jobs and giving up the stage. But now, in addition to being able to continue to perform, the treatment is much better than that of other troupes outside. Therefore, Do Yunfei took the opportunity to absorb a lot of young backbones from other folk art troupes that were about to go bankrupt, making the quality of the troupe's actors more than 2 or 3 levels higher than when it was first established. Some people have begun to say that although the strength of Bingda Cultural Troupe is not as good as those of the big theaters in Shanxi Province, it can already be ranked in the top 10 in Suqing Province. I will not introduce it in detail after hearing it yesterday. Director Xing of Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station and I have already finalized the cooperation agreement for 3 projects, 2 TV series, 1 variety show. Shui Yutian said. Sign a contract with our company? Does that mean you will not perform in the future? After hearing this, the huge conference room suddenly became noisy. Many young actors who have just joined the company are worried. They have just found a stable job here. If the company changes again and they are fired, they will be really depressed. Don't worry, we will continue to perform the play. Shui Yutian pressed his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Since the play needs to be performed, why did you choose us? The actors looked at each other and didn't understand. It's like this. After discussion by the company's senior management, the actors of these 2 TV series want to select some actors who want to act from our troupe. Yang Jiang, who had been silent, spoke up. Acting in a TV series? It's a good thing. That's right. Isn't it much better than singing an opera? The next moment, the conference room became noisy again, and many young actors rubbed their hands excitedly. Who among the young people nowadays doesn't have a dream of becoming a star in an opera? Although there are still roles in the opera industry, the times have changed, and the influence of roles nowadays is far less than that of 100 years ago. But you should also know that acting in a TV series is different from singing an opera on stage. So if you want to participate in the Bingda Culture TV series project, the contract needs to be modified to a certain extent. Yang Jiang said again. Boss Yang, do you mean that if you want to act, the existing labor contract needs to be changed to an agency contract? In the front row, Do Yunfei thought for a moment, and quickly replied, yes, because once you participate in a TV series, there will be many activities in the future, and the income of the cast and crew can no longer be calculated as before. Yang Jian looked at everyone again. Of course, if you don't want to participate in a TV series or sign an agency contract but don't act, everyone should still follow the original labor contract. Boss Shui, if we change to an agency contract, will we be like those stars, becoming artists of the company? Even if we want to leave in the future, we have to stay for a certain period of time according to the contract. At this time, a middle-aged man who was not very outstanding in appearance, but very distinctive stood up and said, yes, let's be a villain first and a gentleman later, so as not to get entangled in some messy things later. Shui Yutian nodded. He hadn't thought of this at first, but it was Song Liwei's reminder last night that led to the scene in front of him. In this way, if there is any income from activities after the TV series is launched, it will be fulfilled by Bingda Culture according to the economic contract. Otherwise, some actors will definitely be arrogant. Then Mr. Shui, can I, Lao Fan, do it? Although it is impossible to become a star, it is not bad to sign an agency contract to feel it. The middle-aged man smiled and said immediately, Old Fan, forget it. The company will definitely choose young people first. Seeing the man like this, several people around laughed. You are completely fine. To be honest, there is a role in the first play that seems to be quite suitable for you, Shui Yutian said immediately. Since reading the script of Willing Wai Zhuan, he has been looking for actors in the troupe, and the one who just spoke is one of them. He feels that he is particularly suitable to play the role of Xing the constable in the play. Did you see it? Mr. Shui said I can do it. I will sign this agency contract. Anyway, it will not affect my continued performance in the troupe. After receiving a positive answer, the middle-aged man first glanced at the person next to him proudly, and said immediately, Old Fan has signed. I'll sign too. Seeing this, another fat man who played the old man also said, This is a chance to be on TV. You have to sign. Right. Anyway, you won't lose anything. Just like that. Under the leadership of these 2 people, the voices in the conference room became more and more unified, and no one said they were unwilling to sign the agency contract. In this case, I will ask the HR department to start signing contracts with everyone tomorrow, and the selection of actors will start the day after tomorrow at the latest. I hope everyone will sign up enthusiastically by then, and there will be many opportunities. Shui Yutian first glanced at Luo Lin and Yang Jiang, and then said, Don't worry, we will definitely not miss this opportunity. The actors made another promise. Time flies, and it is noon in a blink of an eye. Su Hang and his party, and Dingwen are still in the banquet building. At this time, the whole Bingdu Economic Development Zone is in a state of uproar because of a piece of news. Manager, is what you said true or false? Yes. At Bingdu Supermarket, the two supervisors looked at Wang Qian, who has become the supermarket manager, and they just don't believe it. The news came from the Bingdu Economic Development Zone office. It must be correct. Wang Qian nodded. In that case, do we all have the opportunity to apply for permanent residence registration in Bingdu Village and become Bingdu Village villagers? The supervisor who just spoke could not help but rub his hands excitedly. Now, anyone who works in Bingdu Economic Development Zone knows what kind of benefits and treatment can be enjoyed after becoming a Bingdu Village villager. Wait, what did you say? Become a Bingdu Village villager? What are you thinking? Upon hearing this, Wang Qian could not help but glance at the supervisor who just spoke. Whether it was the look or the expression, it meant one thing. We should know what level we are in. You can apply for permanent residence registration in Bingdu Village? Ah, can't become a resident of Bingdu Village? Didn't you just say that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has opened up permanent residence registration? As long as the relevant conditions are met, you can register for permanent residence here. Although we didn't buy commercial housing in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, we have been paying social security in full here. After 3 years, it meets the relevant regulations. The two supervisors glanced at each other subconsciously, and the excitement just now instantly turned into deep disappointment. Bingdu Economic Development Zone has opened up permanent residence registration, but it is not Bingdu Village, but the other two newly established natural villages. You don't have to think about it. Anyone in Bingdu Village can apply for permanent residence registration? Wang Qian said again. The other two villages? The supervisor was stunned. Chapter 357 Housing Prices in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Well, the one on the east side is where the national highway is rerouted, called Longcheng Village, and the one on the west side is west of the city gate, where the new buildings are, called Luan Village. Wang Qian explained. So there are two new villages. That doesn't make much sense. I thought it was Bingdu Village. One of the supervisors curled her lips. In her heart, Bingdu Village is the eternal god. Don't underestimate these two villages. As long as you become a permanent resident of these two villages, you are eligible to participate in the lottery for admission to Bingdu Cultural Tourism Primary School. You should know the level of Bingdu Cultural Tourism Primary School. I heard from the leader that the principal and teachers with masters and doctoral degrees and foreign teachers will arrive in Bingdu Village in a few days. Wang Qian subconsciously glanced out the window while speaking. When I first came to work at the supermarket in Bingdu Village, it was simply because I had no job and wanted to find a job. As a result, I have been working for more than a year without realizing it. After the news came out, I even had the urge to buy a house in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The reason is simple. Now these two villages are eligible to participate in the lottery, and the real estate projects built later may not be able to enjoy such policies. So that's how it is. The two supervisors suddenly realized. So, this may be an opportunity for us. We can make some money by buying a house early. Of course, this is my idea. As expected, several real estate developers will give priority to employees working in Bingdu Economic Development Zone after the launch of their properties. Wang Qian said again. I'd better forget about buying houses in these two villages now. Of course, if it's Bingdu Village, I'll have to come here even if I have to empty all my relative savings. After thinking for a while, one of the supervisors finally shook his head. I think so too. The bonus of real estate has passed. Our children may not go to school until some time. There is no need to join in the fun at this time. Another supervisor also spoke up. Okay. Wang Qian hesitated but didn't say anything. Unlike the two supervisors of Bingdu Supermarket, the existing public service units and branches of Bingdu Economic Development Zone almost jumped up with joy after hearing the news, because they knew very well what the establishment of these two new villages meant. Even after confirming that there was no problem with the news, they directly called Tonai Clothing and Longsheng Group to inquire about buying a house. It was not that they were anxious to have a permanent home in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, but they were worried that the houses in the property would be snapped up later. After all, there were far more people who wanted to register for permanent residence in Bingdu Economic Development Zone than them. And there were also those high net worth people who wanted their children to go to Bingdu Cultural Tourism School. That's not all. After the news spread, some parents who were squatting in Bingdu Economic Development Zone came directly to the sales office of Tonai Clothing, which had just entered the decoration stage, to book a house in advance. However, the buyers are anxious, and the developers are even more anxious than them. Guanchua Tower, a room. Fong Tong turned his phone to silent mode before looking at his father. Dad, what should we do now? Bingdu Economic Development Zone released 2 pieces of news today, and the calls for house consultation have never stopped. Are all the other things ready? After thinking for a long time, Fong Tong and I looked at Fong Tong. The sales office will be ready for use in a week at most, and the model room has been decorated almost. The loan bank is the postal savings bank, and the only thing that has not been decided now is the selling price, Fong Tong said hurriedly. During this period, in addition to monitoring the progress of the factory, he was mainly busy with the new building. Our floor cost price is 6,500 per square meter. So let's set it according to the middle price of 10,000 per square meter. After pacing for a while, Fong Tong said, this time, all the modern houses developed by Tong Clothing are 9 to 11 floors. 1 floor per household. A total of 25 buildings. Moreover, Chihuahua does not have a commercial housing price filing system, which is completely a market behavior. The price is adjusted by the developer himself. 10,000 per square meter? Fong Tong hesitated after hearing the number before saying, Dad, isn't the median price of 10,000 a bit high? The current housing prices in the core area of Gyeongga City are only around 8,000, and the surrounding areas are only 4 or 5,000. Fong Tong couldn't help but worry. The median price of 10,000 means that the price of some good floors may be around 12 or 3,000 per square meter. This price would be almost a bargain in the south and some big cities, but it is already very high in the northwest. The housing prices around Singji College in Lon City are only a little over 10,000. You can't think like that. First of all, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has Bingdu Cultural Tourism School, an IB school, but Gyeongga City doesn't. Secondly, the salaries of public officials and those working in Bingdu Cultural Tourism in Bingdu Economic Development Zone are 1 level higher than those in Gyeongga City, even slightly higher than those in Lon City. They can definitely afford the housing price of 10,000 per square meter. Besides, our real estate this time is a foreign-style house. Fonghu houses are originally about pursuing quality, and the price is higher than that of ordinary real estate. Fong Tong shook his head slightly, and continued to insist on his opinion. If we set the price at 10,000, what about Longshan Group? What if the difference is too big? Fong Tong was still a little hesitant. This time, the 2 real estate projects of Tong Clothing and Longshan Group are the first real estate projects in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The first price set is of extraordinary significance. If there are other developers in the future, they will definitely refer to their prices. Don't worry about this. I have already communicated with Mr. Wang. The price of their real estate is about 7,000 per square meter, which is lower than the real estate price in the core area of Gyeongga City. Our products are different from theirs, and there is no conflict. Fong Tong said again. Longshan Group is developing ordinary high-rise buildings this time, with apartment types ranging from 90 to 140. And basically 2 elevators and 4 units. 7 or 8 of them are small high-rise buildings, and the rest are high-rise buildings, with 2 units in each building. In total, there are more than 4,500 apartments. Okay, I will draft a detailed price list tonight, and if there are buyers who are in a hurry and don't want to see the model room, I will officially start selling it. Hearing this, Fong Tong finally did not hesitate. Have you recruited sales staff? Fong Tong nodded and asked again. 15. Fong Tong reported the number. What about the sales promotion points in Gyeongga City and Lon City? After a calculation, Fong Tong continued to ask. Gyeongga City and Lon City are also going to set up sales promotion points. Fong Tong was puzzled. Today, his phone was almost blown up. He felt that there was no need to promote his own houses in Gyeongga City and Lon City. Don't think that our real estate will be sold out just because the phone is blown up. Not to mention that Longshan Group has more than 4,000 houses. A local developer in Gyeongga City also acquired land next to the government building some time ago. It's not easy for us to clear the market in a short time. Fong Tong glanced at the picture of his own building hanging on the wall. Dad, what do you mean? Fong Tong was full of surprise. In his opinion, if the building is sold and built at the same time after it is launched, and 80% of it is sold by the time it is completed and delivered, it will be far ahead in the current real estate winter environment. He didn't dare to think about clearing the market in a short time. I want to clear the market early, finish the construction early, then get a piece of land in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Fong Tong said very confidently. If there was no regulation in Bingyu Economic Development Zone that developers cannot acquire land to develop new buildings before the previous building is completed and delivered, he would have gone to see Zhong Ruofei again. All this stems from his observation of Bingyu Economic Development Zone during this period, especially after hearing that Bingyu Economic Development Zone took over a university and invited a big shot who had a chance to win the Nobel Prize. Tontai Clothing was more determined to continue to cultivate in Bingyu Economic Development Zone. Fong Tong couldn't help but take a deep breath. If he continues to follow his father's idea, Tontai Clothing's plate in Bingyu Economic Development Zone will become bigger and bigger, and even the headquarters may have to move here. Just do what I say. The promotion points in Joga City and Lon City mainly promote the super trump card of IB school. Lon City is not short of rich people. Of course, if conditions permit, promotion points can be set up in other cities in Suqing Province and even in Xi'an Province. Before Fong Tong could speak, Fong Tongtai made another arrangement. Okay. Time flies, and before we know it, the sun is setting. Accompanied by Lu Ming, a group of 3 people appeared at the gate of Yuan. These 3 people were none other than Yang Yun, Lu Ming's old boss and master, and his family. After a period of treatment, Yang Yun had reached the standard for discharge. So, there was the scene before us. Xiao Lu, is it really not a problem? At this time, Yang Yun was still a little embarrassed. Brother Yang, it's really okay. There are many rooms inside. If you don't believe me, you'll know when you go in. Lu Ming immediately made a gesture of invitation. Hey, you said I should come. Wait, this. Yang Yun was about to say that he had troubled Lu Ming, but when he turned around and saw the panoramic view of Yuan through the gate, he stopped talking halfway. Of course, it was not just Yang Yun. The old lady and Yang Yun's son Yang Tai also had their eyes wide open. It was not until a long time later that he gradually came back to his senses. My God. This is too impressive. It is one thing to really stand on the upper floor of the inpatient department of the village clinic and see it, but it is another thing to see it up close. One step in is a world, and looking back is another world. For a moment, the old lady didn't know what to say. The old lady's name is Sun Xiuyun. Before retirement, she was the director of an aviation power research institute in Xiaohua. She was also a senior cadre. After retirement, she was invited to many sanatoriums, but none of them was as good as a Yuan. Most importantly, this was the first time she saw a garden of this style. Brother Yang, how is it? If you think the environment here is okay, you can stay as long as you want. At this time, Lu Ming spoke again. Chapter 358. No place to shoot variety shows? How long do you want to stay? No. No. Hearing Lu Ming say this, Yang Yun waved his hands repeatedly. However, when Lu Ming said this, he could clearly feel that Yang Yun was more or less moved. Although Yanqing is many times more developed than Bingyu Village, his situation is quite special. If he has any health problems, he will have to come to Bingyu Village. More importantly, this garden really satisfies a fantasy of a retirement home environment when he was young. Xiao Lu, isn't this garden a place for Bingyu cultural tourism? How can you live there for a long time? At this time, old lady Sun Xiuyun showed a trace of doubt. At this time, the old lady did not hide anything, and her face was full of interest while she was puzzled. She originally wanted to live there for a month or 2, and then move to a hotel when there was one outside. But now after seeing the real scene of Yuan, it is really hard to jump out. It is a place for Bingyu culture and tourism. But there are only 12 villagers in our Bingyu village now, and there are still many rooms inside, which can't be accommodated at all. While Lu Ming explained, he took the 3 people into Yuan and walked towards the room that had been arranged by the management staff. Xiao Lu, do you mean that all villagers of Bingyu village can live here permanently? What if Bingyu cultural tourism changes its mind one day? Sun Xiuyun paused. She knew that all villagers of Bingyu village lived in Yuan before, but she didn't know what the situation was. Sister-in-law, no. Bingyu cultural tourism has already made a record. Although the land belongs to Bingyu cultural tourism, the right to use a Yuan belongs to all villagers of Bingyu village. As long as they are still Bingyu village villagers, they will definitely arrange rooms. Lu Ming said again. So that's how it is. What are the conditions for registering permanent residents in your Bingyu village? What if there are too many registered permanent residents and a Yuan can't accommodate them? I believe many people who have been to Yuan want to stay there for a long time. Sun Xiuyun asked again hurriedly. Conditions? Actually, there are no conditions. As long as you can get along with the existing villagers in Bingyu village. Actually, there is no need to worry about Yuan not having enough space on the east side of Yuan, except for a single-family building facing the street. The south side is all vacant land. At worst, we can expand to the east, Lu Ming replied, although there are several large buildings in the core area, including Guanchua Tower, Yiyuan, and Yimin Tower, especially Guanchua Tower and Yiyuan, which are close to each other. The ruins on the east side of Yiyuan and Guanchua Tower were cleared and covered with grass. Looking out through the wall, it is actually very empty. Oh, it's okay as long as you get along with the villagers. Yang Yun and Sun Xiuyun looked at each other subconsciously. Although the long-term residence registration system is implemented in Xiagua, the requirements of each county and even each village under the system are different. And there are many thresholds. For example, in Yanqing, owning a property is only one of the conditions. Other conditions must be met. Otherwise, you can only be considered as living there, but not as a local. And you still cannot enjoy the treatment that villagers should enjoy. At this time, both Bingdu Village and Yiyuan have aroused the interest of Yang Yun and Sun Xiuyun. They have seen people who ask for other things. But this is the first time they ask for getting along with the villagers. Don't look at the young people in our Bingdu Village. In fact, the elderly have become a family now. You will know when you go to Zaya Kanglang Pavilion in the evening. As long as you are free, everyone will go there to chat, practice Tai Chi, and watch the sunset, Lu Ming said as he walked, and at the same time introduced the layout of Yiyuan to the three people. You can see that the two-story building is where Dr. Tong and his family live. There is a pond in the backyard. Although the frogs are a bit noisy at night, it sometimes sounds different. Is it so good? Unconsciously, Yang Yun and his wife walked a lot faster than before. Not long after Lu Ming led Yang Yun and his wife into Yiyuan, Su Hang, Tong Jichuan, and Ding Wen, who had just arrived at Bingdu Village in the morning, appeared at the west gate of Yiyuan. Ding, I'll trouble you with the college's affairs, Su Hang said as he walked. Although it was the first time he met Ding Wen, they got along very well. Otherwise it would be impossible for a meal to last from 10 a.m. to now. That's not all. During the meal, he and Tong Jichuan and others inadvertently confirmed a series of decisions for Xingji College. The main task of the first year is to prepare for relocation and name change. Because the name of the college involves regional issues, the previous plan will be used. At the beginning of the semester, an application will be submitted to the Xiagua Education Department to officially change the name to Bingdu College. The main task of the second year is to optimize the existing majors and expand the department. In addition, in view of the current situation of Xingji College, all graduates who will face internships in September will be uniformly received by Bingdu Culture and Tourism, and internship positions will be arranged. In addition to Bingdu Beer, which can accept a large part, Bingdu properties and entertainment complexes are actually very short of people. Accounting majors can come here to do internship accounting. Business administration majors can work as office clerks, etc. This is the acceptance capacity of Bingdu Culture and Tourism alone. Next, Su Hang will also connect with Bingdu Economic Development Zone, launch in electronics, Tantai clothing, etc., and strive for relevant units to provide some strong positions or jobs every year. However, the relevant departments of Bingdu Economic Development Zone can only provide internship positions, and jobs still need to go through the recruitment process of public officials in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. In short, after this set of combined punches, although Bingdu College cannot achieve a significant increase in the ranking of Xiagua University Comprehensive Power List in a short period of time, it is definitely much better than the previous Xingji College. Xiao Su, what are you talking about? I have my own selfish motives for returning to China this time. Ding Wen immediately waved his hand. Before coming to Bingdu Village, he was actually a little worried. But after seeing Su Hang, all his worries disappeared completely. Not to mention anything else. Just when we were having dinner, Su Hang approved 1 billion yuan on the spot as startup capital for the current college. And the construction of the college campus was also undertaken by Bingdu Culture and Tourism. It is not difficult to see how much Su Hang values university education. So, he will definitely go all out. He will strive to make Bingdu College a respectable university while fulfilling his dream. By the way, Ding, Mr. Zhong called a while ago and said that some teachers at Xingji College have submitted their resignation applications, including a vice dean and a director, so they may be busy for a while at the beginning. Su Hang paused and said again. Just half a month ago, Zhong Ruofei and Pang Jiming received a thick stack of resignation applications when they were handling the handover procedures. At that time, Zhong Ruofei did not stop trying to persuade them to stay. In the end, these teachers were completely determined and refused to change their minds. There was no other way. Zhong Ruofei temporarily accepted the resignation of these teachers on behalf of the school board. On the whole, more than 100 of the more than 400 faculty and staff left at once. Of these, half were in logistics positions, and half were in teaching positions. Don't worry about this, I will take care of it. Upon hearing this, Ding Wen immediately signaled Su Hang not to worry. Okay, anyway. When you get to Lan City, call me if you have anything to do. Su Hang breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Lan City, in a government building in the city center, a man in his 50s was looking at the documents in his hand silently, and a staff member was standing opposite him. The man in his 50s was named Kong Xuewu, the first person in charge of the Suqing provincial office. So, you can remove the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After a long time, Kong Xuewu looked at the staff member. Leader, isn't the Bingdu Economic Development Zone now directly under the Suqing province? According to the provincial leaders, all the relevant counties and districts directly under the province should actively participate in this selection. The staff member whispered. That's true. But Bingdu Economic Development Zone is special, this time. They have set up a satellite TV station, but that's enough to keep them busy, so they don't have time to deal with the top 100 districts and counties in the country. Kong Xuewu curled his lips. In fact, he was embarrassed to say something else, which was that it didn't matter whether Bingdu Economic Development Zone participated or not, because it was impossible for Suqing province to have a district or county enter the top 100 series in the country. Each selection was actually just a formality. As for the rewards for the top 100 counties, they dared not even think about it. Leader, will this happen? The staff was still a little worried. If it were any other county, he would not hesitate at all. But Bingdu Economic Development Zone is really not an ordinary county. Especially the Border Cultural Tourism Festival caused such a big stir. Now the reputation of Bingdu Economic Development Zone has spread thoroughly in the circle of units in Suqing province. No one dares to treat Bingdu Economic Development Zone as an ordinary county. No problem. Do you know what the situation is in Bingdu Economic Development Zone now? The TV station will be broadcast in early December. But the prefecture-level TV station there has not been established yet. You can imagine how chaotic it will be there? Besides, although Bingdu Economic Development Zone has gained some popularity due to the Cultural Tourism Festival, its size is there. To be precise, it is more like a tourist town. Do you think it can enter the top 100 in the country? The most powerful Qingwan district in our Lanshouse city cannot even enter the top 100 counties and districts. You report Bingdu Economic Development Zone now. Once the staff go there, what else can they do except add a lot of meaningless workload? So it is better to let them concentrate on preparing for the TV station to go on the satellite. Kong Xuewu said again. I heard that the provincial TV station will help this time. The staff member whispered back. Provincial TV station? Yesterday afternoon, the person in charge of the provincial TV station said that some of the funds they applied for here have not arrived. Now there are many problems with their own programs. They can only use some of the program copyrights they bought before to fill the time slot, so they can't help Bingdu TV this time. Kong Xuewu glanced at the computer screen. In fact, he had long known that the provincial TV station's help was just an excuse. And the facts prove this point. Then how do we fill in the reason for withdrawing Bingdu Economic Development Zone from this election? If we fill in the TV station as the reason, I'm afraid the relevant departments of Xiaodua will reject us. The staff thought for a while and said, on the surface, Xiaodua's annual selection of the top 100 counties and districts is an honor to create the top 100 list, in order to encourage counties and districts across the country to compete for the top. But in fact, it is also a disguised economic survey. Therefore, the relevant departments attach great importance to it. If you don't report the data, you must have a suitable reason. Just fill in that Bingdu Economic Development Zone is currently undergoing various provincial handovers and cannot participate in this evaluation. Kong Xuewu said immediately. I understand. Leader, what about other cities? The staff hurriedly took notes before speaking again. Other cities are the same as in previous years. Just select a district or county representative with the largest economic volume. Okay. As the night deepened, Yiyuan. Can't find a variety show director? At the desk, Shui Yutian was stunned after hearing what Song Liwei said. I contacted several well-known domestic variety show directors, but their schedules couldn't be changed. Song Liwei nodded helplessly. What should we do? Shui Yutian asked subconsciously. This afternoon. Bingo Culture has already started preparing for 2 dramas and 1 variety show. Especially the Willing Waizhuan project, which has already formed a team. We are just waiting for the director to arrive, and then select the actors. In addition to the director, there may be many problems with our variety show type. Song Liwei sighed. Since they confirmed the project that Bingo Culture would take on, Shui Yutian and Song Liwei immediately decided to create a popular music variety show. In this way, Shui Yutian, Luo Lin and Yang Jiang could all help, and even participate in it, which could ensure the quality and save a lot of costs. So why not? So they invited a director based on this type. What's wrong with the type? Shui Yutian's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. This was Bingo Culture's first battle. If nothing was accomplished, there would be almost no chance of success later. A friend in the industry told me that music shows are now everywhere. The highest ratings of a flagship show in the past were only around 0.7. And the cost of music variety shows is particularly high, counting the appearance fees of various guests, etc. The cost must be more than 200 million. Song Liwei said. The ratings are so low? Shui Yutian supported his forehead. In his opinion, the cost is not a problem. This time, the main thing is to get a good ratings, so that Bingo TV can show its face. But if the ratings of the ACE program do not break this dividing line, there is really no need to do this type of variety show. After a while, Shui Yutian looked at Song Liwei again. If we don't do music variety shows, what kind of variety show should we do? He suggested to us that we can start a slow variety show about life. Xiaogua currently does not have this type of variety show, so we can give it a try. And this type of variety show does not require very high requirements from the director. Song Liwei said. No, Xiaogua currently does not have this type of variety show. But isn't this a bit risky? Not to mention how many audiences this type of show has, if we really want to make this kind of slow variety show about life. Does it need a special place? We don't have one here in Bingo Village. Shui Yutian couldn't help but voice out his concerns. Actually, ding ling ling, just when Song Liwei wanted to say something else, her cell phone rang suddenly. Picked it up and took a look. Song Liwei immediately answered the phone. Hello, Teacher Huang, are you at the entrance of Guanxue Tower? Okay, wait for me and my husband to pick you up. Chapter 359 The Standard of the City Wall. After a few more words, Song Liwei hung up the phone and looked at her husband. Teacher Huang is here, let's go pick him up, after we settle him down. We'll discuss how to do the variety show. Okay. Shui Yutian nodded. He knew that Huang Jiong came to Bingu Economic Development Zone to meet Dingwen, and he had already communicated with Dingwen in advance, and they agreed to meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Did you book the Guanxue Tower for Teacher Huang tonight? As she started to pack up, Song Liwei asked again. I've reserved a room in Yiyuan. There are no rooms in Guanxue Tower. Shui Yutian replied. Is there any room in Yiyuan? I heard that Uncle Lu arranged for a family to move in today. It seems that Dean Ding will also stay in Yiyuan tonight. While talking, Song Liwei had packed her things. There are usually many empty rooms in Yiyuan. It's no problem. Shui Yutian said again. Although there are more than a dozen villagers in Bingu village now, there are several couples. And Gao Yuling and Feng Shuyu have officially established a relationship and live together. That's fine. As the night fell, there were fewer and fewer tourists and staff on the pedestrian street of Bingu village. Many people returned to their rooms. However, several construction sites in Bingu village are still brightly lit. In addition to the factories of Longxing Electronics and Tontai Clothing, the busiest sites are the sales offices of the two companies, which are so busy that they are almost smoking. Just because they all want to start selling houses as soon as possible. The construction site at the West City Gate has more people than the sales office. Since Lu Ming learned that several construction sites in the West affected the tourists' experience, he put the city wall project first, so after settling Yang Yun and his wife in the afternoon, he rushed to the construction site as soon as possible. This batch of blue bricks is not up to standard. The color needs to be darker. Only in this way can it have that kind of heavy atmosphere. Under the light, Lu Ming walked to a material shed and looked at the sample brick sent. This time, Su Hang did not participate in the design of the city wall, but gave it to Lu Ming. Perhaps because he was used to Su Hang's characteristic ancient buildings in scale. The city wall designed by Lu Ming this time was much wider than the existing ancient city walls of Xia State. The wall was 12 meters high, 12 to 14 meters wide at the top, 15 to 18 meters wide at the bottom, and the outline was a closed rectangle. It was also planned to leave a small door every 1,000 meters, and a big door every 3,000 meters. There was an arrow tower at the gate. Indistinctly, the wall designed by Lu Ming is 90% similar to the ancient city wall of Xi'an on Earth. At the same time, the wall will also be equipped with related lighting projects in the later stage. And according to the preliminary plan, the first phase of the wall project is to extend 5 kilometers to the north and south sides along the west gate, while the total length of the ancient city wall of Xi'an on Earth is only 14 kilometers. That is to say, if the city wall of Bingdu village is built to enclose an inner city, the scale will be much larger than the inner city of Xi'an on Earth. Mr. Lu, I will contact the supplier tomorrow. Hearing this, a middle-aged man wearing a safety helmet hurriedly spoke. Don't contact them tomorrow, contact them now, if this company can't handle it. I will change to another supplier. Our project can't be delayed because of this. Lu Ming frowned and glanced at the man. Although a lot of blue bricks were used in the construction of ancient buildings before. In fact, most of the ancient buildings in Bingdu village now have reinforced concrete inside and antique buildings on the outside. But the city wall is different. Except for the round earth in the middle, basically all of them are blue bricks. According to the average price of a blue brick of about 1.5 yuan, the purchase volume of a 10-kilometer city wall is definitely a super large order for material suppliers. In addition, there is almost no overdue payment for projects in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, so the right to speak was in the hands of Bingdu Architecture early on. In addition, after the Cultural Tourism Festival, the characteristic ancient buildings in Bingdu Economic Development Zone were exposed to the people of the whole country, which made many antique material suppliers in Xiagua start calling Bingdu Architecture like crazy. If this one doesn't work, there will be more manufacturers lining up later. And there is no need to worry about material supply problems. Okay, Mr. Lu. The man nodded hurriedly. Then leave 1,000 workers on the city wall. And the rest will go with me to measure the foundation in front of the city gate tomorrow. I can't guarantee that the 500-meter 3-story single-family building will be completed in 1 or 2 months. But it must be completed within 3 months. After a pause, Lu Ming made another arrangement. Boss Lu, this will definitely be no problem. The brothers are now very familiar with the single-family building. The man hurriedly assured. It's familiar, but the quality of the project must be guaranteed. Lu Ming nodded. Understood. The starry sky is deep, and the Jioga city is dotted with stars. A middle-aged man carrying a heavy suitcase appeared at the door of a hotel. The man was none other than Du Jianshan, the second deputy director, who was about to report to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After registering, Du Jianshan was about to go upstairs with his suitcase. However, after walking a few steps, he was attracted by the sound of a man and a woman chatting behind him. How are we going tomorrow? We can only call a taxi or share a car. Alas, everything is good in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. But the transportation is hard to describe. There are not so many tickets for buses. And it takes 5 or 6 hours to go. Who said it's not? It takes 2 days to go there and back. And it feels like going to Yanqing. Xiao Wang also wanted to come that day. But I told her not to come first. She is prone to motion sickness, and is really not suitable for places like Bingdu Economic Development Zone. That's right. Maybe it was because the man and woman mentioned Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Or maybe it was because of the position he was about to take over. After listening to a few words, Du Jianshan stopped immediately and turned to look at the man and woman behind him. Excuse me. Are you going to Bingdu Economic Development Zone tomorrow? Yes. You are going too? The young man looked Du Jianshan up and down. Yeah. That's perfect. How about we share a car tomorrow? This will save time and be comfortable. The young woman was delighted and said hurriedly. Share a car is fine. But you are not afraid of me. Du Jianshan hesitated. He wanted to have a good chat with the two about his feelings about traveling here, so that he could really serve tourists after arriving at Bingdu Economic Development Zone. However, when the young man opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Uncle, didn't you want to share a car just now? I thought you also read the guide online. Now some guides posted on some forums online say that if you want to go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, when you arrive at the hotel in Jioga City, you can wait at the door to ask if you are going to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. This can save a lot of travel expenses and time. Seeing Du Jianshan like this, the young woman immediately smiled embarrassedly. There is such a strategy. Du Jianshan suddenly realized. We came here specifically to check in at the Night Fairy Palace in Bingdu Village. The tourists who have been there in the forum are full of praise, but everyone who has been there complains about the transportation in Bingdu Village, which makes Bingdu Village's rating on a certain website not very high. The young woman explained. It seems that there needs to be more buses there. Du Jianshan sighed slightly. More buses? I think the most urgent thing is to build a train station or an airport first, otherwise it is really not very friendly to us southerners, after all. Not all tourists who come to the northwest will choose to drive the big loop. The young woman curled her lips. That's true. But it's not easy to build a train station and an airport. Du Jianshan subconsciously glanced at the door. Everyone knows it's not easy, but then again, if Bingdu Village doesn't have a train station and an airport, who would go there specifically after the heat brought by the cultural tourism festival is over? 9 out of 10 times. It will be like some domestic tourist towns, and close down. Hearing this, the young man couldn't help but take over the conversation. That's not the case. There are still companies in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, which is different from ordinary tourist towns. Du Jianshan smiled. Enterprise? No matter how good the enterprise is, it's useless if the transportation can't keep up. Have you ever seen a Fortune 500 company or a Fortune 500 company in Xiagua in a place without even a train station? The young man said again. Du Jianshan was speechless again and didn't know what to say. Anyway, you're going there tomorrow. You'll know after you feel it. Okay. Then shall we share a car? Share. Just like that, after the three of them chatted for a few more words while going upstairs, Du Jianshan finally found his room. After a moment of silence, Du Jianshan did not pack up his things, but picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. And Sue? The call was connected. Old Du. What's wrong? Have you arrived at the place where you are assigned to work? The next moment, a middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone. I will arrive tomorrow. And I want to consult you now. Du Jianshan said. You tell me. The woman on the phone said. In the past 1 or 2 years, has there been a policy of connecting all counties with railways in the western region? Du Jianshan asked. No. The answer from the other end of the phone was very straightforward. Then is there a plan for high-speed rail? A hint of disappointment flashed across Du Jianshan's brow. Old Du, what are you thinking about? There is no plan for ordinary railways, let alone high-speed railways. By the way, why are you suddenly concerned about this issue? The other end of the phone replied with a hint of doubt. I just met a few people. They were all complaining about the traffic conditions in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, so I wanted to ask. Du Jianshan replied truthfully. You really take responsibility wherever you go. You've already started solving problems for them before you officially report to take up the position? The woman's voice was filled with emotion. You don't know, I came here to work for my friends. If I don't do something seriously and responsibly, not only will I fail to pass the test, I won't be able to explain to my friends. And you know that my coming here may also involve one of my own research projects. I have to show something first before people will support me. Du Jianshan sighed. The person on the other end of the phone was his old friend, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. Okay. Then is there any way to solve this problem? Is it to apply according to the procedures? After a pause, Du Jianshan was still unwilling to give up. In theory, as long as the Bingdu Economic Development Zone meets the conditions for setting up a station, the relevant procedures can be followed, but this process will take a long time, from submitting the application to the subsequent environmental impact assessment, approval of special funds, etc. It is considered fast to be completed within 8 or 9 years. Especially the approval of special funds, there are still many railway projects in Xiagua that have been approved in previous years stuck at this stage, and it is still unknown when they can be promoted. The other parties seem to have guessed Du Jianshan's thoughts, and answered in detail. 7 or 8 years? That's too long. Is there no fast track? Du Jianshan frowned. The term of his appointment is only 3 years, and he can't wait. There is a fast track. It is a PPP, public-private partnership project. If we can find a strong capital, not to mention ordinary train stations, even high-speed railways and airports can be built. After a pause, the woman said, PPP? This is good? Du Jianshan's eyes lit up. He knew about the PPP project, which is the cooperation between local government departments and social capital to carry out some infrastructure and public service projects. From the formulation and planning of the project to the subsequent construction and operation, the local government and enterprises will participate at the same time and set up a company in the PPP model. This company is called SPV, that is, the project company. All the projects in the later stage will be responsible for the operation and management of the project. The profits after operation and management will be distributed according to the previous contract agreement. This model is good, but I feel that the place you go to can't be done. Before Du Jianshan was happy for a moment, the woman said again. Why? Du Jianshan paused. First of all, the cost of building a railway airport is not low. The companies that can participate in such a project are basically the top 100 or 200 in Xiagua. In addition, railways are not necessarily profitable projects. Many of them are operating at a loss. Therefore, it is very likely that companies will make free donations to participate in such projects. As far as I know, there should be no such companies in the West at present. The second is that railways and airports are special operations. Without a certain relationship, they cannot be approved at all, at present. Xiagua has only built one PPP high-speed rail project, and it is a cooperation between 3 top companies in Xiagua and local government departments. The woman's words were full of a tone of So that's it. Hearing this, Du Jianshan's heart instantly sank. What do you think? Let's take it slow according to the actual situation. What local development needs most is time. If you really want to submit a letter of surrender to the leader, you can choose other aspects of support. This is too difficult. The woman added. Thank you. I'll call you if there's anything else later. You're welcome. After hanging up the phone, Du Jianshan fell into deep thought again. At the same time, Su Hang, who was far away in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, did not rest, but was discussing something with Zhang Hancheng. Director, how many enrollment places does Bingdu Cultural Tourism School have this year? Is it 1 class per grade? According to the results of the long-term registration survey received today, I'm afraid that the degree planned by Bingdu Cultural Tourism will not meet the demand at all. After Zhang Hancheng finished speaking, he handed a document in his hand to Su Hang. Let me see. Su Hang took the document immediately. At a glance, the content of the survey was very detailed, especially the column for the purpose of buying a house was filled with children going to school. Knock. 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 But just when Su Hang was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Su. Chapter 360 The Prototype of the Super High Business District. Brother Shui? Hearing the voice, Su Hang immediately walked to the front hall and opened the door. The person who came was none other than Shui Yutian. Director Zhang is here too. Seeing Zhang Hancheng was also in the room, Shui Yutian hesitated for a moment. Why don't you guys chat first? I'll come over later. Brother Shui, you came just in time. We were just talking about the Bingdu Cultural and Tourism School. Su Hang asked Shui Yutian to come in and sit down first, and then made a cup of tea. What's wrong with the school? After sitting down, Shui Yutian spoke. There are many parents who want their children to go to Bingdu Cultural and Tourism School now, and the existing places may be far from enough. Zhang Hancheng took over the conversation. Although he and Shui Yutian belong to 2 different systems, they have been dealing with each other. In addition to their relationship with the villagers of Bingdu Village, they have become friends now, so they talk more casually. How many are there? Shui Yutian was stunned. On the pedestrian street, if you see couples in their 30s, you will find that 9 out of 10 couples are here to ask about their children's schooling in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and they all want their children to go through the IB channel. Zhang Hancheng sighed. He used to think that parents of children in first-tier cities should be the most competitive. But now it is proven that parents of children in any place are very competitive. But we are implementing a dual-track system. In the first academic year, we can only open 2 classes for each grade. Shui Yutian subconsciously looked at Su Hang. When Su Hang went to Gang City to recruit teachers, Bingdu Cultural Tourism was also busy. He asked about some experienced high school teachers, and prepared for Bingdu Cultural Tourism School to adopt a dual-track system. At that time, those who want to take the Xiagua College entrance examination will have one way, and those who want to take the IB will have another way. Director Zhang, do you want to take this opportunity to attract more permanent residents to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Putting down the teacup, Su Hang gradually understood Zhang Hancheng's idea. In fact, the original intention of building the Bingdu Cultural Tourism School was to serve the experts and backbones who came to work in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and the others were just incidental. Not to mention 2 classes per grade. 1 class in the first grade is more than enough. Well, now the first and second tier cities across the country are trying their best to snatch people. Our opportunity this time is rare, and those who dare to let their children go to IB schools are some social elites and high net worth people. This kind of people can bring a lot of positive benefits to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Zhang Hancheng nodded. When designing Bingdu Cultural Tourism School, we planned it based on the upper limit of 6 standard classes per grade, 3 of which will go through the IB channel, and 3 classes will go through the domestic channel. This year, even if we try our best, we can only open 3 IB classes and 1 domestic class. This is already the upper limit. If we want to make adjustments later, we must first build the public school at the level of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After a moment of contemplation, Su Heng said. He knew that changing the existing school system to the IB system would attract many people. But this would deprive many parents who wanted to go through the domestic channel. Not every parent wants their children to go abroad to study in college. Of course, unless there is another school with very high teaching quality in Bingdu Economic Development Zone that can undertake the educational task of the domestic channel. It will be no problem for Bingdu Cultural Tourism School to change all of them to IB channels. Director, I will start preparing for public schools next. Zhang Hancheng replied immediately, listening to the words. He already understood what Su Heng meant. You can prepare in advance, but pay attention to the rhythm. The TV station has already borrowed 500 million from the Postal Savings Bank, plus other public projects. In fact, Bingdu Economic Development Zone already has a lot of debt. After a pause, Su Heng said again, if Bingdu Economic Development Zone wants to build another school, it will have to get the land from Bingdu Culture and Tourism, and the subsequent infrastructure construction will not be possible without 500 million or 600 million. Director, don't worry about this. I will plan it well. Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely not owe wages. That's fine. Just like that. The 3 of them talked about Bingdu Culture and Tourism School for a while. And Zhang Hancheng said that he had other things to deal with and left the single-family building first. Only Su Heng and Shui Yutian were left in the room. Brother Shui, Brother Zhong is back? Su Heng asked. He got off the plane at around 7 p.m. and is still on the way. Shui Yutian raised his hand to check the time and said, the transportation in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is a major problem now. It is really inconvenient. Su Heng leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyebrows. He has been thinking about the solution to the transportation these days. But after thinking about it, he still couldn't find a good solution. The various indicators of Bingdu Economic Development Zone are still far from the standards for applying for a railway station. We can only find a way to solve this later. By the way, Xiao Su, I came to you for something. Shui Yutian sighed and said, what's wrong? It's like this. Do you know any friends who are good at editing and directing slow-paced variety shows about life? Shui Yutian then told him about the variety show. You want to do a variety show about life? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When he heard it, Su Heng subconsciously thought of a variety show on Earth. It was recommended by Li Wei's friend in the industry. But I feel that this kind of variety show is not easy to do. It requires celebrities, and may also require specific shooting scenes. I just want to ask you. Let's ask first. And if it's not suitable, we can try another way. Shui Yutian said again. How about this? I'll find my friends later to see if they know anyone who can help me. After a little thought, Su Heng said immediately. Just now. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this variety show on Earth was actually very suitable for the current Bingdu village. If it becomes popular, it will not only bring high ratings to Bingdu TV, but also add a tourist check-in spot to Bingdu village. Of course, I can't say this to Shui Yutian directly. No problem. By the way, Brother Shui, how is the formation of the Wuling Weizhuan crew going? I will rush the project here, and it won't be long before we can start filming. Su Heng said again. The outer fences have been built in the past few days. Even if we are filming at that time, tourists and other people outside will not affect the progress inside. The most important thing is, Qixia Town will not be open to the public before the TV series is broadcast, so it can be built while filming, and it will be fine as long as it is finished at the end. The director will arrive in a few days, and then we will start selecting actors. We plan to use our own actors as the main force this time, and Li Wei will find some friends to guest star in the remaining roles. Shui Yutian also introduced the preparations for Wuling Weizhuan. That's fine, and I asked for help the other day, and my friend actually has a low-cost anti-Japanese war TV series script. He sent it to me, and I took a quick look at it, and it's okay, so I just paid for it. I'll print it out and send it to you tomorrow. Su Heng mentioned the anti-Japanese war script again. Is this done too? That's great. Maybe the two groups can start filming at the same time. Shui Yutian was delighted and said immediately. He didn't think much about Su Hang paying for the script himself. The entire Bingda Cultural Tourism belongs to Su Hang, and every month Bingda Cultural Tourism will transfer a sum of money to Su Hang's personal account in the name of repaying shareholder loans. Isn't it easy to buy a script? I'll show it to you tomorrow. Anti-Japanese war TV dramas basically don't need young and popular stars, so the cost of our drama should be able to be reduced to a very low level, plus the cost of variety shows. The 200 million should not be used up, and maybe we can make some money. Shui Yutian couldn't help rubbing his hands. We have to make money if we can. Bingda Culture now supports a lot of people, and we have to survive. Su Hang nodded. Xiao Su, if Bingda Culture starts to make a profit later, can we build an office building of our own? Now. To be honest, it's a bit inconvenient. After taking a sip from the teacup, Shui Yutian asked again jokingly. In order to prepare for the crew these days, Bingda Culture and Tourism purchased a lot of equipment. As a result, there was no place to put the equipment when it came back, so it was temporarily placed in the conference room of the East Office building. That's not all. In the future, we will have to set up dubbing studios, recording studios, editing studios, etc. Each of them will require a large and highly professional room, and this room is simply not enough. Is Bingda Culture building its own office building? Do you have a favorite place? After thinking about it, Su Hang said. With the establishment of those branches and Bingda Finance Group, and the increase in the number of staff at Bingda Culture and Tourism, it is destined that a few of the 2 rows of office buildings in Bonfire Square will be the first to move out. This is what I think. Won't old Zhong decide where the headquarters building of Su's medical group will be relocated after he comes back? Bingda Culture will then build a similar dedicated office building next to the headquarters building of Su's medical group. Shui Yutian expressed his thoughts. That's fine. Brother Zhong mentioned it before. We discussed it, and planned to put the headquarters of Su's medical group in the southern area, which is outside the south gate of our Bingdu village in the future. According to the actual distance, the location is about 5 or 6 kilometers south of Yuan. Su Hang stood up and came to the sand table, picked up the laser pen and pointed out the specific location to Shui Yutian. Regarding the design of the inner city, Su Hang has already discussed it with Lu Ming. The total length of the north-south city wall is 10 kilometers, and the total length from east to west is about 8 kilometers. The east-west central axis is the current Bluestone pedestrian street plus part of the original National Highway 215. This part will be the inner city of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone in the future. There are only various ancient buildings and no modern buildings. All modern buildings will be built outside the city wall. And Su's medical headquarters is no exception. This location is great. Go south along Yinbin Road, just past the city wall, and a few kilometers south is the newly built National Highway 215. Looking at the real-life sand table, Shui Yutian's eyes lit up. Well, but what kind of design to use at that time depends on your own strength of Bingdu culture. Bingdu architecture will probably focus on the inner city at that time, and will not have time to help you. Su Hang said again. Not to mention that there may be various ancient buildings in the inner city in the future, just the dozens of kilometers of city walls and large and small city gates. The city wall will be enough for Bingdu architecture to be busy for a long time. Then it seems that Bingdu culture will work hard to make money. By the way, Xiao Su, how do you plan to build Su's medical headquarters? You can refer to it when the time comes. Shui Yutian touched his chin while staring at the sand table and looking at the terrain. The initial discussion is to simply build a high-quality office building of about 200 meters. But the specific situation will have to wait until the engineering team's measurement data comes out before it can be decided. Su Hang said casually. Although there were various internal struggles in Su's medical before, which also caused the stock price of Su's medical to fall to an unprecedented knee. Su's medical's cash flow has always been excellent. And after the headquarters relocates, the existing headquarters building will be sold directly. With the housing prices in Hong Kong, the funds from selling the original office building are enough to support Su's medical to build a 200-meter super-high building in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. And there may be surplus funds. It's easy. Hearing this, Shui Yutian curled his lips subconsciously, with an expression that said I shouldn't ask you this. Speaking of the 200-meter high glass-fronted high-quality office building, even if it is placed in any city, I dare not say that it will definitely become a landmark. But it is definitely in existence that cannot be ignored. People passing by will have to take a few glances. The most important thing is that the top business districts of several first-tier cities in Xia country are composed of these high and low high-quality office buildings. Well, When Bingka Cultural Tourism needs to build its own office building one day, I will definitely design it well. Su Hang did not see Shui Yutian's expression, but spoke to himself. The next day, the sun rose, and the Bingka Economic Development Zone began to be busy again. Every morning, more and more people took the bus, especially after the existing Qingchuan pedestrian street was closed to cars. The original bus route was divided into two routes. One was Xuanwu Road in the north, and the other was Zhuke Road in the south. This made the Bingka Economic Development Zone more and more like a city. I dare not say anything else. At least it has surpassed Ase County in this regard. At this time, a white car was driving on the highway leading to Ase County. Brother, what did you say? Set up the Northwest Headquarters and Bingka Economic Development Zone? In the car, a man's mobile phone said this. The man was none other than Du Jianshan, the second deputy director of Bingka Economic Development Zone, who had stayed in Jioga City for a night. Originally, he planned to share a car with a young couple in the same hotel. But Du Jianshan thought about it, and thought that he might have to talk about many things this morning. In order not to disturb others, he simply rented a car. How is it? Du Jianshan said again. After learning that tourists were dissatisfied with the traffic conditions in Bingka Economic Development Zone, I originally thought about whether I could help solve the railway project. But later I found that it was too difficult to solve the railway project. So after thinking about it all night, I decided to change my mindset and first find a way to introduce a few quality companies to Bingka Economic Development Zone. This can be regarded as a contribution to Bingka Economic Development Zone. Brother, do you know what level our company is? And this time we have decided to place the Northwest Headquarters in Shishir, Shanxi Province. At this time, the voice on the other end of the phone was full of depression. Chapter 361. What level? I know you are Xiaotie Construction, and you are the general manager of Xiaotie Construction. Hearing this, Du Jianshan frowned. On the other side of the phone was his younger brother Du Jianchuan, who had been working in an engineering unit since graduating from university in the 1990s. After more than 30 years, he is now the general manager of Xiaotie Construction, a large state-owned enterprise. Theoretically, his level is half a level higher than his. You know, Du Jianchuan's voice came quickly. It's not that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you by asking you to set up the Northwest branch in Bingka Economic Development Zone. But the conditions in Bingka Economic Development Zone are more favorable to you than Shishir City in Shanxi Province. Du Jianshan said. Brother, what are you saying? Hearing Du Jianshan say this, Du Jianchuan's voice was full of dissatisfaction. You, Xiaotie Construction, have 3 special qualifications for general contracting of housing construction, general contracting of railway engineering construction, and general contracting of highway construction. But don't forget that there are many central enterprises in Xia State that have these 3 special qualifications. Their Northwest headquarters are almost all in Shishir, Shanxi Province. Your company will definitely face a lot of competition for the Northwest headquarters. But it is different in Bingka Economic Development Zone. You are the only one here. Not only is the business volume large, but it can also better radiate the hinterland of the Northwest. Du Jianshan said again. At the beginning, Xiaotie Construction's main business was to undertake Xiaogua Railway and high-speed rail projects. But with the development of the times, Xiaotie Construction is no longer just about railway-related projects. As long as it is a large project, it will take over. And even some large commercial buildings in addition to some super-high buildings will also be built. Brother, although there is a lot of competition there, the size of West City is bigger, so there shouldn't be a lot of business. Du Jianchuan hesitated before speaking. A lot of business? Bingka Economic Development Zone doesn't even have a railway yet. There are many internal roads to be built in the area, and there may even be underground pipeline projects. I can guarantee that your company will not lack big project contracts for the next few years. Du Jianshan said again. But there should be a lot of people doing engineering there, and our company may not be able to get these projects if we go there. This time, after a full silence of more than 10 seconds, Du Jianchuan spoke. Well, I will go to Bingka Economic Development Zone this afternoon. After meeting our leader, I will discuss with him and see if I can make you a guaranteed contract. After thinking for a while, Du Jianshan said, the reason why Xiaogua Construction wants to set up its Northwest headquarters in Bingka Economic Development Zone is because the regional headquarters of such large central enterprises can bring a lot of benefits to the local area. Generally speaking, such units will build a headquarters building after landing, which is equivalent to adding quality urban construction to the local area. In addition, it will bring more than 3-digit jobs and some taxes, etc. Just like Chiagua Petroleum back then. It was a company that built this oil town that once accommodated 100,000 people. It was just that Chiagua Petroleum was heading for the oil resources of Bingu Oil Town, and it did not intend to develop continuously. So it left a ruin. Otherwise, he would not have put aside his literary spirit for many years and called his brother, brother, if you say so. In this way, as long as we can ensure that our company has 50 billion project contracts every year and the annual settlement amount is no less than 30%, I can openly set up the Northwest headquarters in Bingu Economic Development Zone. The other leaders of the company will definitely agree with it. Half a minute later, Du Jianchuan said, Isn't 50 billion too much, after all? Bingu Economic Development Zone has just started construction, and your company's total annual contract volume is only more than 700 billion. Du Jianshan hesitated for a moment and said, Then let's make it 40 billion. This number is also reasonable. After all, it is the Northwest headquarters. If it is lower, then, after a pause, Du Jianchuan said again, Okay, 40 billion is 40 billion, I will talk to the leader first. Du Jianshan breathed a sigh of relief. Don't underestimate the 10 billion contract. Sometimes it's hard to handle if the finances can't keep up. Give me a message as soon as possible after the negotiation. Our company will finalize the investment and construction plan in 10 days. No problem. Time flies. It's noon. The sun is shining brightly. Just when the second deputy director of Bingu Economic Development Zone rushed to Bingu Economic Development Zone, a man was already sitting in the reception area of the Bingu Economic Development Zone Management Committee office. Opposite the man was Zhang Hancheng. The man was none other than Tang Junyan, who was transferred back from Shaanxi Provincial Museum and was finally unwanted. Director Zhang, what are my next arrangements? After a moment, Tang Junyan spoke. Just now, he had gone to the Human Resources and Social Security branch of Bingu Economic Development Zone and handed in his files and other materials. Director Tang, it's like this. You should know the current situation of our Bingu Economic Development Zone. The management committee will temporarily rent a 3-story office building for you to set up the Bingu Economic Development Zone Cultural Relics Bureau. The appointment of the head of your Cultural Relics Bureau will be officially issued after the relevant staff are recruited. Before the government building and the Bingu Economic Development Zone Public Servants Apartment building are built, you will temporarily live in this single-family building. Zhang Hancheng handed a document to Tang Junyan while speaking. In order to ensure a smooth transition during the construction of the government building, Zhang Hancheng rented several 3-story office buildings from Bingu Culture and Tourism in the name of Bingu Economic Development Zone. Although the 3-story building looks a little small, it is now enough to handle this kind of newly built unit. Okay. Tang Junyan nodded heavily. After being frustrated at Shaanxi Museum and then being pushed around, on the first day of arriving at Bingu Economic Development Zone, he was tasked with the important task of establishing the Cultural Relics Bureau of Bingu Economic Development Zone. It can be seen that Tang Junyan really enjoys this feeling of being reused. Anyway, you have to hurry up here. After the Cultural Relics Bureau is established, there will be a very important excavation project. Zhang Hancheng said again. Leader, there are excavation projects here? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When he heard it, Tang Junyan was stunned, and his face was full of disbelief. Before coming to Bingu Economic Development Zone, he had prepared himself mentally for the fact that Bingu Economic Development Zone was a desert of cultural relics. However, he was surprised to hear about the excavation project before he even sat down. For cultural relics workers, the excavation project is their favorite. Well, otherwise, the Economic Development Zone would not be so anxious to set up a Cultural Relics Bureau. Zhang Hancheng then told him in detail about the things dug out from the Yadan landform. This, the more he listened, the bigger Tang Junyan's eyes widened, and his face became more and more solemn, until he stood up in the end, his voice trembling a little. Leader, can I come over and take a look now? Now? No hurry. The relevant police officers have been sent over there to patrol. The most urgent thing is for you to quickly set up a team. Otherwise you will be idle. And you can't do the excavation work alone. Zhang Hancheng motioned Tang Junyan to sit down first. Okay, leader. Then I will start working this afternoon. Tang Junyan took a deep breath and sat down slowly, still looking excited. As the director of the reference room of a national museum, he is definitely one of the top people in terms of understanding the history of the Xia Kingdom. Just now, Tang Junyan thought of many possibilities. There is no rush. You just came here today to get familiar with it. It won't be too late to start working tomorrow. By the way, if you have any other requests and ideas, please bring them up. I will report to the director and solve them as soon as possible. Otherwise, Zhang Hancheng gave a look of there is no way. Facts have proved that. The crying child gets the milk. When the financial situation of Bingdu Economic Development Zone has not achieved a large surplus, there must be a priority ranking for the needs of each branch station, branch office and other units. Leader, I actually have a more urgent need here. After thinking for a while, Tang Junyan said very seriously. You say? Can our Bingdu Economic Development Zone build a museum? Tang Junyan said very seriously. Ah, build a museum? Director Tang, it's not clear what the situation is with the Yadin landform now. If it's just a small-scale tomb, or the remains of an ancient merchant group, there shouldn't be a museum. If it doesn't work, how about waiting until the Cultural Relics Bureau is officially on track before building it? You don't know our Director Su's standards. If we build a museum now, it will definitely be a big project. Zhang Hancheng couldn't help but frown. Since he learned Su Hang's standards, Zhang Hancheng would be very careful every time he talked about projects with Su Hang, for fear of dealing a fatal blow to the already shaky finances of the Economic Development Zone. Leader, the museum was built not because of this excavation project, but when I was working in my previous unit, I contacted several powerful patriotic top players. They recently got some cultural relics from overseas and wanted to donate them back. If our Bingdu Economic Development Zone has a museum, we can accept donations normally. Upon hearing this, Tang Junyan immediately shook his head and explained. So that's the case. Are you worried that they will donate cultural relics to other units? Zhang Hancheng slowly leaned back in his chair. Yes, the quality of a county museum's collection sometimes represents the local cultural strength, so. Tang Junyan stopped talking halfway. What level are the cultural relics donated by these patriotic players? After a long silence, Zhang Hancheng looked at Tang Junyan seriously. How should I put it, basically? They are not allowed to be exhibited abroad, to be more specific. They will be sentenced to life imprisonment. Tang Junyan replied. Not allowed to go abroad again. Director Tang, if the level is so high, why is it that the Shanxi Museum? At the same time as looking surprised, Zhang Hancheng was a little confused. It's impossible. The staff of the provincial museum actually asked for the appraisal certificate, and they got angry directly. When mentioning the past, Tang Junyan showed a bitter smile on his face. The thing that a place like the provincial museum lacks the most is probably experts. Zhang Hancheng was stunned. So I switched back. I see. I'll contact the director right now and see what he says. Okay. No, this matter is more important. We should go directly to the director. And you can meet him by the way. You arrange it. Half an hour later, at the gate of the Qixia town construction site, after listening to what Zhang Hancheng said, and Tang Junyan's detailed introduction, Su Hang's expression was almost exactly the same as the one Zhang Hancheng had heard at the beginning. So now, as long as we have a museum here, they can donate? Su Hang asked after taking a deep breath. Yes. Tang Junyan nodded hurriedly. Although Su Hang was much younger than him, his aura far exceeded those of his previous leaders. He couldn't help but accept it. How many items can't be exported? Su Hang asked again. There are 3 items that can't be exported. And there are about 15 first-level items. The most important thing is that if our museum is built, we can continue to accept donations from some patriotic big players. I have a friend in this circle. Tang Junyan reported the numbers. Okay, you don't have to worry about the museum anymore. I'll take care of it for you. You just need to contact those patriotic collectors. After pacing for a while, Su Hang made a decision immediately. Planning is planning, but this kind of good thing that can only be encountered by luck must not be missed. I dare not say what will happen in the future, at least in the minds of many people. In addition to a famous scenic spot and a check-in place, the local museum is also an important part of the travel itinerary when traveling to a place. Leader, can the museum be completed by the end of next year? If it's later, I will. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Junyan whispered. There is no other way. In Tang Junyan's opinion, it would be a very fast speed to complete the museum by the end of next year. The end of next year? Swish. The next moment, Su Hang and Zhang Hancheng looked at Tang Junyan. Leader, I will try my best. As long as it is completed by the end of next year. Being stared at, Tang Junyan felt guilty for some reason, and thought he had said something wrong. The end of the year after next? Director Tang. Don't worry. As long as the director finalizes the relevant plan, it may be completed before the end of the year. Zhang Hancheng replied hurriedly. Ah? The end of this year? A breeze blew, and Tang Junyan fell into confusion again. The sun in mid-August is still scorching in the northwest. At this time, Zui Xuezhong in the Jioga municipal government building took a sip of the teacup, and then picked up a thick stack of documents on the desk. Another middle-aged man sat in front of the desk. What are the indicators for the selection of the top 100 counties this year? Zui Xuezhong asked while reading the document. This year's indicators are more than in previous years. In addition to the three key indicators of GDP, GDP per capita, and permanent population, there are also three secondary indicators of culture, education, tourism, and local enterprise quality. The middle-aged man said. Education and tourism are easy to say, even the quality of local enterprises is easy to understand. It is nothing more than tax payment and size, and whether it is listed, etc. But is there anything specific and quantifiable about culture? This feels very vague, after all. Each place has its own characteristics. After listening, Zui Xuezhong frowned. In theory, there is no quantitative standard. But I heard that the size and level of the local museum will be considered in the end. Although it is not standard, it is acceptable. And this is done to make the comprehensive ranking more reasonable. After all, the comprehensive strength of a place cannot be judged by GDP alone. So in terms of culture, Dun County under our city should be able to get high scores. The man explained. Which county does the leader mean to report? Zui Xuezhong asked. Chapter 362. The competition is about the ratings of this day. The leader still wants to report Jiuyang District. Although Dun County has an advantage in this regard, it still cannot compare with those counties and districts in the south. But then again, for our 4 western provinces, it doesn't matter which district we report. The man sighed. Jiuyang District is the district where the Jioga municipal government building is located. And it is also the county with the strongest comprehensive strength in Jioga City. It is said that the strong will always be strong. Xiaogua's support for the top 100 counties is far greater than that for other counties. Especially the approval of some large projects will even go through the Green Channel. What about us? We were weak to begin with, but we still had the opportunity to go through the Green Channel. I heard that the second phase of the Metro Line 1 in Lanzhou was rejected a while ago. Zui Xuezhong put down the documents in his hand, looking like I knew it. Who said it wasn't? Now we are really stuck in a dead end. We don't know what to do this year. The land auction in the city last week was cancelled again. The man smiled bitterly. Again? No way. A few days ago, I heard that a developer in Bingyu Economic Development Zone reported a price of more than 10,000 yuan per square meter for commercial housing. Even if we don't have land in the core area, it won't be so miserable. Zui Xuezhong frowned. If a place's land auction is unfavorable, all the fiscal revenue will have to rely on individual enterprises, individual taxes, and other penalty income. With the current situation in Jioga City, if it weren't for several large petrochemical and steel state-owned enterprises, the fiscal revenue figures would be very ugly. Bingyu Economic Development Zone just made a few dividends from that school. As expected, it will soon return to its original state. When mentioning Bingyu Economic Development Zone, the man curled his lips. Not that bad. Zui Xuezhong glanced at the man. Why not? Recently, the number of tourists going to Bingyu Economic Development Zone has decreased a lot compared to before. Do you think Bingyu Economic Development Zone can be as arrogant as before without tourists? The man said again. But there are quite a lot of people there. Zui Xuezhong said again. The population there now is mainly migrant workers and those who work there. These people have limited consumption capacity and cannot generate much fiscal revenue. Even the fiscal revenue of Bingyu Economic Development Zone has to pay a lot to those public officials. In addition, Bingyu Economic Development Zone also wants to build a satellite TV station, which is another considerable expense for Bingyu Economic Development Zone. So how long do you think it can last? I heard that Bingyu Economic Development Zone was not included in the selection of the top 100 counties and districts this time. Standing up, the man walked to the water dispenser and made himself a cup of boiled water. Ah? Bingyu Economic Development Zone will not participate in the selection of the top 100 counties and districts this time. Isn't it said that provincial economic development zones must participate in the application? Zui Xuezhong looked at the man again. Because of the different division of labor, there are many things that the man knows, but he doesn't know. The reason is very simple. The relevant person in charge of the province has also seen that there will be sequelae after the short-term excessive efforts of Bingu Economic Development Zone. They want Bingu Economic Development Zone to go all out to get a satellite TV station, so as not to embarrass Suching province. As for the economy, there are no requirements. After the man finished speaking, he added, "Don't underestimate the satellite TV this time. I heard that some city TV stations in the south are going crazy, maybe after the satellite TV. The ratings of these TV stations may crush our TV stations in Suching province. Where will our Suching province's face be put? The heads of relevant units in the province have been in meetings every day these past 2 days. No. It's normal that our Suching provincial TV stations' ratings are crushed by those prefecture-level cities in the south. I don't think it's necessary to worry about this." Zhou Shuozhong was puzzled and slightly relieved. Fortunately, Geoga City TV station did not apply for satellite TV this time, otherwise it would be another headache. This is the face of Suching province. What do you think it means that a provincial TV station can't beat a local TV station? The most important thing is that once the ratings rank low, the existing advertising revenue will be greatly affected. Not only will the income and expenditure not be balanced, but relevant financial subsidies may also be required. The man sat back in his chair. Although he was complaining, the man's face was still more helpless. The TV ratings ranking is actually no different from the ranking of the top 100 counties in the country. They are all getting stronger and stronger and making a lot of money, and then they can only become scraps that no one cares about and anyone dares to bully. That's right. So, the heads of relevant units in the province are now under so much pressure that their hair has not fallen off. Of course, these have nothing to do with us. We just need to do our own things well. Then I will contact the head of Joyang district later, and let them start preparing the relevant materials. Okay. The man was right. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in Lon City, a high-level meeting was taking place in the conference room of the office building of Suching Provincial TV Station. In addition to the heads of the relevant departments of Suching Province, Hao Junhai, the head of Suching Provincial TV Station, also sat on the rostrum. "Leader, our station's budget is not very sufficient. If we insist on going online on December 1st, other projects in the station may be affected." After a moment, a middle-aged man sitting in the front row looked at Hao Junhai with some concern. This time, the national TV station's update on December 1st has caused widespread discussion. Now the public's attention is on this day, and the most critical time period is the prime time of 8 o'clock in the evening of this day. If we don't catch up with this time period, there will be no future. Hao Junhai's voice sank, and he looked at the man who had just spoken. Some truths can be understood with a little thought. December 1st is destined to be a big melee. Not only the TV stations that originally ranked at the bottom of the ratings will be under pressure, even the first-tier TV stations that originally ranked in the top 3 will be under pressure. Many TV stations in developed provinces must be eager to step on the old and strong ones to get to the top. As long as they win the first place in the ratings on that day, they will leave a deep impression on the public. And the advertising fees will also rise. Therefore, even though we know that this day is a battle of the gods, and that we might die miserably, we will still devote ourselves to it. Only by participating in this ratings battle can we have hope. Otherwise, if we want to make a comeback later, it will be much more difficult than before. Leader, we also know the importance of the prime time on this day. But the reality is that the existing dramas of the top domestic production companies have been snatched up. In addition, several leading TV stations have even snatched up several dramas in one go in order to ensure their status and reduce competition. In this case, either you have to make your own, or you have to find a film from a second or third-rate domestic production company. But you know the level of third-rate domestic production companies. If you make your own, it's almost September now, and it's too late. The man who spoke before hesitated and still said his thoughts. It can be seen that the man's idea is very simple, which is to give up this battle of the gods. Ahem, in my opinion, what Director Howe said is still reasonable. Here, just when the man wanted to say a few more words, the man in the middle of the stage cleared his throat. As soon as he spoke, the huge conference room felt much quieter than before. First of all, this is a question of attitude. The Suching Provincial TV station represents our entire province. And I think everyone in our province knows what level the other TV station is at. When they called me yesterday, they said that the relevant equipment had just been transported to the Bingu Economic Development Zone, and the foundation of the TV station had just been dug. So what if our provincial TV station doesn't stand up at this time? We can't just stop going to the battlefield because the enemy is too strong. The man spoke lightly, but the man who heard it almost buried his head in his pants. Obviously, the leader's meaning is very clear. Of course, we will find a way to solve the difficulties. Your task now is to contact some high-quality programs as soon as possible. As for the cost, we will also provide corresponding support. After a pause, the leader in the main seat looked at Hao Juanhao. Don't worry, leader. As long as there is enough funding, there should be no problem. I can't guarantee that the ratings will rank high, but at least I can guarantee that the ratings will not drop too badly. Hao Junhai said hurriedly. What is the art of speaking? This is the art of speaking. Anyway, if you don't rank in the bottom 20 among the 60 provincial and municipal satellite TV stations, you will be successful. In short, you must go all out. You must know that if we follow the normal process, a part of the special support funds will definitely be given to Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station. But now it has all been given to the provincial TV station. The leader on the main seat spoke again. Leader, I know. Don't worry. We will definitely find a way to get high-quality content. Hao Juhai assured again. Okay, if you have any more difficulties, please speak up in time. It's not just the relevant departments directly under the TV station that are paying attention to this matter. Understood. The sun was setting, Bingdu Village, Yanbin Building. Su Hang didn't know the situation of Suqing Provincial TV station. He was chatting with Zhang Hancheng and others while eating. As for the broadcast of Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station, he had already arranged it. The script of the variety show had also been selected. The rest was up to Xing Jianhai and Shui Yutian. Among them, Du Jianshan and Tang Junyan, who had just reported to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, were also on the list. As the second deputy director of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, after arriving at Bingdu Economic Development Zone, he must welcome them and meet with the heads of other units. According to the previous plan, after Du Jianshan arrives, he will divide the work with Zhang Hancheng and take charge of the management of some substations and sub-offices. Leader, on the way here, I contacted a central enterprise. They are planning the Northwest headquarters recently. I wonder if we can bring the Northwest headquarters of this central enterprise to our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. As a result, they put forward a condition. After introducing and eating almost, Du Jianshan spoke. Northwest headquarters? It would have been better if Du Jianshan hadn't said it. As soon as he said it, not only Su Hang became interested, but even Zhang Hancheng hurriedly looked at Du Jianshan. Chapter 363 The Cost of the Dual Railways. What conditions did they put forward? After a moment, Su Hang asked immediately. Although there are already many registered individual businesses in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the number of powerful enterprises can actually be counted on one hand, and most of them have some relationship with Bingdu culture and tourism. It would be great if a Central Enterprises Northwest headquarters could be introduced. In addition to the direct economic benefits, there is also a leading effect. At that time, perhaps more and more Central Enterprises Northwest headquarters will settle in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It's Xiaotia Construction. The person in charge there said that if Bingdu Economic Development Zone can guarantee them a 40 billion project contract every year, they can come to us. Du Jianshan said. 40 billion? That much? If Bingdu Economic Development Zone has 40 billion project contracts every year, it can directly support Bingdu Construction Company to become a large-scale enterprise. Is it necessary for it to have a Northwest headquarters? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hancheng next to him frowned. I haven't personally been involved in infrastructure projects before. I have seen a lot of news on the internet and feel that 10 billion is nothing. It is worth talking about when it reaches 100 billion. But in fact, the GDP of Jioga City was only more than 80 billion last year. This year, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has also started a lot of infrastructure projects, but the total project contract amount has not exceeded 5 billion. We really can't guarantee this contract amount. After thinking for a moment, Su Hang followed up. What Zhang Hancheng just said was actually right. If the finances of Bingdu Economic Development Zone are so rich, there is no need for Xiaotia Construction. Of course, if the business of other companies is also pulled to Xiaotia Construction, it is not a big problem. But this is not within our scope of work. Business and engineering require their project managers to participate in bidding according to normal procedures. After a moment, Su Hang added another sentence. After entering September, in addition to the construction of Su's Medical Group's headquarters, Bingdu Culture also has the idea of building its own office building. The contract amount of these two projects alone will not be small. In addition, the Shanghai Jiaotong University Animal Research Institute project has also been finalized. The site will be selected in September or October. This is another project with a high contract amount. As for the Bingdu Economic Development Zone, although there seem to be many projects, they require time and financial budget, and they cannot be put online for a while. Director, but then again, Xiaotai Jiangong's main business is railway engineering. If the northwest headquarters of this company is brought to our Bingdu Economic Development Zone, it should be more convenient for railway construction in the future. Here, Zhang Hancheng thought for a while and said, "It's like this. Our Bingdu Economic Development Zone can guarantee 40 billion engineering projects every year, but it can't guarantee that all of them will be given to Xiaotai Jiangong." Su Hang nodded. "Leader, do we have a plan to build a railway here? I met a lot of tourists on the way here, and they all complained about the traffic problems in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone." Aside, Du Jianshan looked happy when he heard this, and didn't mention Xiaotai Jiangong again, and asked hurriedly, "Yes, but we haven't reached the relevant indicators of Bingdu Economic Development Zone yet, so we can't apply for it yet." Zhang Hancheng sighed slightly. In fact, it's not just tourists on the road. The Economic Development Zone office has received a lot of relevant suggestions and complaints. "What about the PPP project?" Du Jianshan asked subconsciously. "PPP project?" Su Hang and Zhang Hancheng looked at each other subconsciously. "Well, this kind of project does not limit the relevant indicators. As long as the local government and the investment company can reach an agreement, there will be no problem," Du Jianshan said. "Director Du, are you sure?" Su Hang leaned forward. "Before coming to the Economic Development Zone, I just talked to a friend of mine. She works in the relevant planning department of Xiagua. She specializes in approving railways, subways, and other related work. There will definitely be no problem." Du Jianshan nodded hurriedly. "I really didn't expect this. Steered thinking is really deadly." Su Hang became more and more interested. He had heard of PPP projects before, but he always thought that as long as it was a railway, the relevant conditions had to be met before the investment method could be determined. "I didn't expect it to be like this." However, the railway PPP project belongs to a special industry and is not easy to approve. Du Jianshan said again, "If it does not need to meet the necessary conditions, we can first submit a project application, and then find a way if it is not approved." The more they talked, the closer Su Hang felt that Bingdu Economic Development Zone was to having its own railway. Before this, 2 railway lines were planned, 1 high-speed passenger line, and 1 ordinary freight and passenger line. According to the construction cost standard of Xiagua Railway, the project with a speed of 350 km per hour is about 129 million yuan per kilometer, and the project with a speed of 250 km per hour is 87 million yuan per kilometer. The cost per kilometer of ordinary railway is about 10 million yuan for a railway with a speed of 100 km per hour, and about 30 to 40 million yuan for a railway with a speed of 200 km per hour. The nearest high-speed railway station is about 240 kilometers away from Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and the nearest freight station is 200 kilometers away. According to the standard of 350 kilometers per hour, it will cost about 31 billion yuan for Bingdu Economic Development Zone to connect itself to the national high-speed railway network, and 35 billion yuan for a high-speed railway station. Ordinary freight railways require about 5 billion. Railway construction is a long-term project, and it is not necessary to prepare all the money at once. It is basically invested while repairing. In addition, the finance of Bingdu Economic Development Zone also needs to invest a part of the money, so there is no need to find other investment companies. Bingdu Culture and Tourism can take over. If there is money, speed up the construction. If there is no money, slow down a little. As long as Bingdu Economic Development Zone can be connected to Xiagua High-Speed Rail Network and Railway Network, the development of Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely usher in a qualitative leap. Leader, that's what you said, but the approval is really difficult. Generally, seeing Su Hang's increasing interest in the high-speed rail PPP project, Du Jianshan hesitated and said, "It's nothing." Du Jianshan knows his friend very well, and even that friend said that ordinary people can't handle it. So let alone the application submitted by Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Even the application submitted at the level of Suqing Province may not be approved. Director Du, it's okay. Anyway, come up with a plan and report it. Zhang Hancheng nodded slightly to Du Jianshan. Okay. Just like that, After the few people talked about the high-speed railway station PPP project for a while, Zhang Hancheng spoke again. Director, how should we deal with the museum? Should we borrow some money from the bank first? Since I talked with Tang Junyan about the level of donated cultural relics today, the museum project has been put on the table. Let's go to the Postal Savings Bank first, and the Economic Development Zone Finance will repay it later. Su Hang nodded. The 500 million yuan that Bingdu TV borrowed from the Postal Savings Bank some time ago is different from that of Bingdu Museum. The 500 million yuan must be repaid by Bingdu TV itself. How much is appropriate to lend? Zhang Hancheng said. You should ask Mr. Xiao first, to see how much credit their branch can grant to our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If it is more, we can lend more. If it is less, we can lend less. Use up all the credit. After a little thought, Su Hang said, now the more money the better for Bingdu Economic Development Zone. As long as the companies here can keep up with the tax payment, there will be no problem in paying the debt. Okay, I will go to communicate tomorrow, Zhang Hancheng said immediately. Time passed, and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The pedestrian street of Bingdu Economic Development Zone was brightly lit, and with the tourists in ancient costumes. It was very impressive. At this time, Zhang Hancheng, who had just finished the welcoming banquet, was taking Du Jianshan to familiarize himself with every plant and tree in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It's so beautiful. No wonder it's called the Night Fairy Palace by those tourists. Looking at the city gate at the west end and the Guanchua Tower and Binkai Tower decorated with lights, Du Jianshan couldn't help but sigh. It will be more beautiful when the city wall is built. Now the city wall has officially started construction. Zhang Hancheng's face unconsciously showed a little pride. He is now one of the founders of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. He is naturally happy to be praised like this. This place really broke my stereotype of the Northwest. Turn around and take another look at the lush trees on both sides of the pedestrian street, Du Jianshan said again. You will find out slowly. This is definitely a treasure land. There is an entertainment complex in front, and the small lake inside has 2-meter-long big black carp. If you want to rest, you can go there to cast a few rods. Zhang Hancheng smiled. That's for sure. I first paid attention to Bingdu Economic Development Zone on the forum of Xiaogua Fishing website. Du Jianshan laughed. I said it. By the way, Director Zhang, when we were having dinner, I said that it was difficult to apply for the PPP railway. Why did you signal me? I was afraid that if I didn't explain some things clearly, the leaders would work in vain. After walking a few steps, Du Jianshan seemed to have been holding back for a long time, and he stopped directly. The reason why Du Jianshan was able to work in Bingdu Economic Development Zone was because of Zhang Hancheng's introduction, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. During the dinner, anyone who had participated in large-scale activities could understand what Zhang Hancheng meant. PPP projects may not be approved in other places, but for Bingdu Economic Development Zone, it should not be too difficult. Zhang Hancheng looked back in the direction of Yuan. Why? Du Jianshan was puzzled. Because 2 more people have moved into Bingdu village recently. It seems that they are likely to stay there permanently. One of them is the former head of the railway department of Xiaogua. Zhang Hancheng said again. Although there are no unspoken rules in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, this is the national condition of Xiaogua. Now, for all civil servants who come to work in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, regardless of their position, the first piece of advice they hear is that they can offend anyone, but never the permanent villagers living in a yuan. Therefore, now as long as someone moves into a yuan, everyone will pay special attention to it. Ah? This? Du Jianshan was stunned for a moment. At this moment, he finally understood why Zhang Hancheng had such an expression after he said that. If there is such a relationship, what is the PPP project? These old comrades can probably easily get it done with just one phone call. As far as I know, this person's life was snatched from the King of Hell by the Bingdu Village Health Center. So I understand. Director Zhang, can you give me a good introduction to Bingdu Village? Of course. Under the night, the figures of the 2 gradually disappeared at the west end of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Chapter 364 Brother, you have changed. The starry sky is deep. Yuan, Shui Yutian's room. In addition to Shui Yutian and his wife, Zhong Ruofei, who had rushed back from Hong Kong City, was also there. As the person in charge of the enterprise line, there is no reason for them not to participate in the affairs of the Economic Development Zone. Has Huang Jiong met with Ding Ding? After taking a sip of coffee, Zhong Ruofei said. Yes. Song Liwei nodded. What do you mean? Zhong Ruofei asked curiously. Although Huang Jiong has the intention to quit the entertainment industry, his current status is still very big. If he can join Bingde College, it will definitely be a good thing for Bingde College's reputation. I have agreed. In the future, Mr. Huang will be in charge of Bingde College's secondary media school, Song Liwei replied. She was not around when the two chatted today, but from Huang Jiong's expression after he came out, in addition to satisfaction, he looked more like he had found the direction for the future. That's great. Zhong Ruofei was delighted. But Mr. Huang has some things to deal with now. He will not go to work in Lon City for the time being. He will come after the new campus is completed. Song Liwei said again. Well, it seems that only after the new campus is built can it be considered a real Bingde College. It is still the original Singji College now. Zhong Ruofei put down the coffee cup in his hand. Who said it wasn't? Mr. Ding said that he would not go to Lon City even if he found those teachers. He would first come to see the new campus here before deciding whether to join Bingde College. Shui Yuqian followed. Then wait until the end of the year. I believe in Xiao Su's ability. Zhong Ruofei glanced at the calendar on the wall. Of course. By the way, how is Bingde Culture doing? I heard that you have taken on another TV series and a variety show. Is there anything I can help you with? If so, I will arrange it. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei said again. Nothing. Xiao Su has already asked a friend to prepare the script for the TV series. I will ask Li Wei to contact the director after I finish reading it tomorrow. Xiao Su is communicating with his friends about the variety show. Shui Yutian replied. Oh, it's mainly because I feel that it's not easy to be on the TV station of Bingde Economic Development Zone. Brother Zhong, don't worry, it will definitely not be a problem. When I chatted with Mr. Huang this afternoon, he said that he could also help with variety shows. Song Liwei on the side said immediately. That's good. They were chatting happily here, while Du Jianshan had returned to the accommodation arranged for him. Although he was of a higher rank, he was not arranged in Yiyuan, but in a single room in a small building next to the bonfire square. Jianshan, this is the situation now, you decide. While packing his things, Du Jianshan was talking on the speakerphone. Brother, do you mean that Bingde Economic Development Zone will build a high-speed railway and a conventional railway next? Du Jianshan on the other end of the phone couldn't believe his ears. Yes, our leader's meaning is very clear. You put the Northwest headquarters on our side, and these two railway projects will be 100% yours. And you can also undertake some other projects. The contract value of the project will definitely not be less than 40 billion. But if your Northwest headquarters is placed in Shishir, there will be many variables here. Du Jianshan said. Brother, it is not so easy to approve railway projects now. After you said that last time, I also paid attention to Bingde Economic Development Zone. The permanent population there is really hard to say. After a pause, Du Jianshan's voice came again. What if I say that the former head of the Xiaogua Railway Department now lives in Bingde Village? Du Jianshan said again. Ah, are you talking about Mr. Yang Yinong? The other end of the phone was stunned. What else? You can do whatever you want. I'm not forcing you, in the words of our Deputy Director Zhang. The contract amount provided every year can build a city investment company. Why do you need a Northwest headquarters? There are large state-owned enterprises everywhere now. There is no shortage. While talking, Du Jianshan had packed up his things and planned to take a shower and go to bed. Brother, you have only been in Bingde Economic Development Zone for 1 day. Why do you feel different? After a long silence, Du Jianshan's voice came slowly. Has it changed? No. Whatever you think, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. I'm going to hang up first. The sun rises and sets, time passes day by day. Bingde Economic Development Zone is getting busier and busier from top to bottom. It seems that even the time to go to the toilet needs to be well planned. On August 21, Zhao Sun, the principal of Bingde Cultural and Tourism School, who Su Hang found from Hong Kong City, entered Bingde Cultural and Tourism School with a team of teachers. At that moment, all kinds of exclamations never stopped. It was also on this afternoon that Bingde Cultural and Tourism School posted a formal external enrollment announcement. Bingde Cultural and Tourism School enrolls students according to 3 standard classes per grade, 1 domestic class, 2 IB classes. There are 12 grades in total, and 1,800 places can be provided. On August 23rd, the real estate projects of Tan Ai Clothing and Longsheng Group were officially put on sale, and there was a rush to buy houses on the same day. In particular, A 32-story residential building launched by Longsheng Group was sold out on the same day, with sales exceeding 200 million Xiaogu yuan. Tondai Clothing's villas also sold about 100 units, and 80% of the houses released were snapped up. On the other side, Du Jianshan, who was handling his work, received a call from his younger brother Du Jianchuan. The caller said that after discussion and voting by the senior management of Xiaotie Construction, it was finally decided to set up the Northwest headquarters in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The relevant person in charge will come here to discuss the relevant matters of the office. On August 26th, people who bought houses began to register for permanent residence at the household registration section of Bingdu Economic Development Zone Police Station with their purchase contracts, intending to participate in the degree lottery of Bingdu Cultural Tourism School. As of 6 p.m., the registered permanent population of Longcheng Village in the east reached 500 people, and the registered population of Lulan Village in the west reached 300 people. For this reason, the household registration department started working overnight. On August 30th, the registered population of Dongcheng Village exceeded 2,000, and the registered permanent population of Luan Village exceeded 3,000. Although many people know that there are only 1,800 places in Bingdu Cultural Tourism, some children will not be able to get a place, but they also have their own ideas. If you can't get an IB place, you can go through the domestic channel first. As long as you enter Bingdu Cultural Tourism School, everything will be fine. It's not too late to study for 1 or 2 years and then transfer to the IB channel. At dusk on that day, a crew quietly entered the construction site of Qixia Town. A large part of the actors were familiar faces of Bingdu Theater. That was not all. Next to the real-life CS base in the north, a fence was quietly erected. The large wooden sign that was accidentally exposed had the 3 characters Mushroom House written on it. On September 5th, Xingji College in Lan City officially opened. Both the new and old students did not seem to notice any changes in the school, but they vaguely felt that there were more unfamiliar faces. After all, in the eyes of college students, the principal and the director have nothing to do with them, as long as the counselor is the original counselor. On September 20th, there are still more than 2 months before the Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station is officially launched, and on this day, a 17-story small high-rise office building in Longcheng Village was officially capped, and the interior decoration began, and a large number of professional equipment was delivered to the office building. On October 1 st, the annual National Day of Xiagua, people are crowded all over the country, and the Northwest also ushered in the Golden Week of Tourism. But what the county and district leaders of Jioga City did not expect was that the high-profile Bingdu Economic Development Zone actually fired a dud. There was no publicity or announcement of how many tourists it received during the Golden Week. At this moment, it seemed that the tourism industry in Bingdu Economic Development Zone had completely fallen. On October 10th, under the setting sun, a large number of workers withdrew from the construction site of Qixia Town and finally arrived 1 kilometer north of the bonfire square. The construction site fence on the Qixia Town side was still standing tall. I don't know what is going on inside. The west gate is no longer as bare as before. A gray brick wall of about 300 meters has been built on both sides of the gate, and it is beginning to show its momentum. On the pedestrian street, the newly built 3-story single-family building is almost adjacent to the west gate, and the progress is remarkable. On October 23, 5 kilometers south of Yiyuan, 3 plots of land were marked out. One of the 30-acre plots was marked with the words, Xiaotai Jiangong Northwest Headquarters Project Department, and the 2 plots of similar size next to it were marked with the words, Su's Medical Group Headquarters Project Department, and Bingdu Cultural Industry Incubation Building. At the same time, a large number of construction tents began to appear in the surrounding open space, and the workers wore vests with the word Xiaotai Jiangong printed on them. October 31st, the last day of October, was only a month away from December 1st. Perhaps because Xiagua had not updated its TV stations on a large scale for a long time. The noise caused by the local TV station going live was getting bigger and bigger, and all the major mainstream entertainment forums were talking about this matter. That's not all. In order to build momentum for their own TV stations, some old TV stations and some ambitious local TV stations have begun to warm up for the prime time on December 1st. Especially in Hong Kong, High City, and Zhejiang TV stations each launched a top-tier ancient idol drama, which attracted many fans' great expectations. They all said that they would definitely lock in their respective TV stations to cheer for their idols. The only relatively calm ones were Shiagawa Satellite TV and some Western TV stations that were about to be launched. In the evening, the setting sun was slanting. Lawn City, Suching TV station office building. The person in charge, Hao Juhai, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at the contract on the desk. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. He sighed. That's right. Under normal circumstances, we would have spent about 50 million to get the first broadcast and 5-year broadcast rights. But this time we spent 100 million and only got 3 years of broadcast rights. Across the desk, a middle-aged woman sighed. By the way, do you know what's going on at Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station? After a pause, Hao Juhai suddenly thought of something and asked. Chapter 365, Comprehensively Surpassing Ase County. I'm not very clear about that, but I saw the information about recruiting contract workers posted online some time ago. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman shook her head. During this period, the station was like a war, and there was no time to pay attention to other things. After all, except for the prime time at 8 o'clock on December 1 SD, the quality of programs in other time periods must also be improved. Originally, the provincial leaders said they would help Bingdu TV station, but Hao Junhai looked at the computer screen helplessly. To be honest, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone gave Suching Provincial TV a lot of face at the opening ceremony of the Border Cultural Tourism Festival in July. If Suching Provincial TV had not been allowed to do various interviews and live broadcasts before the opening ceremony, Suching TV would have been scolded to death by the people of the province. Leader, we must put the overall situation first at this time. The meaning of the above is actually very clear. That is, to give up Bingdu TV and do our best to maintain the ratings. If we support Bingdu TV with programs, then we will both be at the bottom. The middle-aged woman replied immediately. But it's November now. It's too late to say anything. Hao Juhai took a sip from the water cup before asking again. Are the broadcast plans of other TV stations coming out soon? Except for some backward local TV stations. Other provincial TV stations and developed TV stations in the south have gradually announced their program lists. Siang Province TV Station and Hai City TV Station announced ancient puppet dramas. And Zhejiang Province TV Station announced an urban modern drama. These 3 dramas are very popular now. And the leading actors are all first and second tier stars. Some industry insiders have predicted that the top 3 ratings in the prime time on December 1st will definitely be these 3 TV stations. The middle-aged woman replied immediately. Her task these 2 days is to keep a close eye on the programs of the satellite TV stations that are about to be broadcast on satellite. There is nothing much to say about these TV stations. The main thing is to watch the TV stations in the cities in the south. Hao Junhai glanced at the woman. Some time ago, professional netizens on the internet platform divided all satellite TV stations into 5 levels. The first level is the old and strong provincial satellite TV stations, such as Hong Kong, Shanghai, Zhejiang TV station. The second level is the old second-tier TV stations, such as Yanqing TV station, Hui TV, Shandong TV station, etc. The third tier is some strong local TV stations in the developed areas of the south, such as Zushir, Sushi TV, etc. The fourth tier is the old and inferior provincial TV stations, which are prominently listed in the 5 northwestern provinces except Shanxi province. The fifth tier is the bottom TV stations, such as the prefectural and municipal TV stations in the 5 northwestern provinces and some areas of the southwest. Not surprisingly, Bingdu TV station is also included. Therefore, Suching Provincial TV station is now paying the most attention to the satellite TV stations in the third tier. At present, the program lists published by these prefectural and municipal TV stations in the south have many types of dramas, including spy wars, the war of resistance against Japan, military travel, etc. But overall it is expected to be about the same level as our dramas. The middle-aged woman replied. Economically developed areas are different. Hao Juhai subconsciously looked at the broadcast plan on the desk. The words "the divine judgment of Li Fengyuan" were clearly written on the 8 o'clock column. This time, they got this ancient costume detective drama with the strong support of the relevant departments of the province. After the show is broadcast, it will be almost impossible to find a source of the same quality. But the local TV stations in the south are different. They will definitely continue to broadcast new programs, because they are not short of money. It is only a matter of time for our provincial TV station to be surpassed by the third-tier TV stations. As long as we can keep it from falling behind on December 1st, it will be a success. As if she saw how Junhai's thoughts, the middle-aged woman echoed. I understand. Okay, you go and do your work. If you have anything, please feel free to contact me. Nodding, Hao Junhai did not continue. Okay, leader. At the same time, Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Su Heng appeared in a construction site in the west of the city wearing a safety helmet, which seemed to be almost completed, since the city walls on both sides of the west gate, which are more than 10 meters high, have been built for several hundred meters in the north-south direction. The boundary between the outer city and the inner city is more obvious. Standing here, you can only see the city walls and the towering towers, and you can no longer see the various characteristic ancient buildings in the inner city. How is the interior decoration going now? As they walked, Su Heng asked. Besides Zhang Hancheng, the second deputy director Du Jianshan was also there. They were now in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone government office building, which had been under construction for half a year. It will be completely renovated in about half a month. When it comes to progress, Zhang Hancheng's face has a hint of emotion. In the past 6 months, in order to catch up with the progress, the government building project has also implemented a 3-shift policy without stopping work, but because the financial resources of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone are not as sufficient as the cash flow of other companies such as Bingdu Culture and Tourism, the progress is much slower than the opposite project. Otherwise, a modern office building like this made of cast-in-place steel and concrete would not take that long if the payment was made in cash. Can we move in by the end of December? Su Heng turned his head and looked around. In addition to the government office hall, the office building and a talent apartment building, there is also a comprehensive office building with a large conference room. The office building has specially set up exclusive offices for Su Heng, Zhang Hancheng, Du Jianshan and others. Once they move in, the current dilemma of government staff having nowhere to work will be completely solved. Definitely no problem, Zhang Hancheng assured immediately. That's good. Water, electricity, heating and formaldehyde removal equipment must be synchronized. People can't move in and have health problems, Su Heng said again. As early as July this year, Geoga Petrochemical delivered natural gas pipelines to the land in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. So last year's electric heating has been completely replaced by natural gas wall-mounted boilers. The design of the government building is also like this. There is no centralized heating method. It is all burned as much as it is used. We are still using water from the second water source of the entertainment complex for tap water. It is estimated that we will not be able to use water from Bingdu until August or September next year. Zhang Hancheng continued to report. Although we contacted the Postal Savings Bank in August and obtained a 3 billion credit line. The Postal Savings Bank also included the credit line of Bingdu TV station. In the end, Bingdu Economic Development Zone only received a special loan of 2.5 billion. However, there are too many projects in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The government office building took 200 million. The underground pipeline corridor project took 1 billion. And the Bingdu water diversion project took 1 billion. The remaining 300 million was allocated to the Bingdu Museum. Even so, the money for the Bingdu water diversion project and underground pipeline corridor is still far from enough. The subsequent funds rely on the fiscal revenue of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. That is, the tax payment of a number of enterprises registered in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is very strong. Otherwise the project will definitely be like other cities, with repairs and stops without continuity. The water supply project is not urgent. Our backup water source should be enough, Su Heng said casually. Director, we really need to hurry up. Otherwise there may be problems with water use. When talking about the water source, Du Jianshan on the side hurriedly whispered. Now Du Jianshan and Zhang Hancheng have a clear division of labor, including basic support, tertiary industry, environment, etc. Du Jianshan is responsible for. Even so, Du Jianshan and Zhang Hancheng are busy every day. With the current size of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, 2 full-time deputy directors are still not enough. Is there not enough water now? Hearing this, Su Heng and Zhang Hancheng looked at Du Jianshan. In addition to the fishing lake with a large water storage capacity in the entertainment complex, many places have also drilled deep wells. There are 2 in Yiyuan, not to mention Longcheng village. Director, the main reason is that the number of registered permanent residents in our economic development zone has increased very rapidly. The number of Luan village has exceeded 4,000. And the number of Longcheng village has exceeded 9,000. Du Jianshan explained hurriedly. So many? Hearing the numbers, Su Heng was stunned. During this period of time, he almost devoted all his energy to Bingda College, except for some major decisions. Administrative matters such as small matters were basically handed over to Zhang Hancheng and Du Jianshan. According to Du Jianshan, the permanent registered population of the two villages has reached 13,000. What does this mean? The permanent population of Ase County, 100 kilometers away, is only about 10,000. Excluding the people in the village, the county town has only 5,000 permanent residents. That is to say, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has unknowingly surpassed Ase County in terms of permanent population. Director. First of all, the 1,800 places provided by Bingda Cultural and Tourism School this year have been fully occupied. These students alone account for 1,800, plus their parents, which makes more than 5,000. In addition, young people who have entered the system of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone have basically chosen to register for permanent residence, Du Jianshan said. But there are only a few thousand people, and some of them are not actually in our economic development zone. Su Hang subconsciously glanced at the two commercial real estate projects opposite and next to the government building. After Bingda Cultural Tourism School opened, because it is a boarding system, the junior and senior high school departments are better. Parents will visit their children once a week after sending them to school. Parents of the primary school part basically all chose to accompany their children to study. The existing buildings have not been delivered yet, so the Bingda Youth Hostel next to the school has become a hot commodity. Therefore, it sounds like the Bingda Cultural Tourism School has brought thousands of permanent residents. But in fact it is a bit false. I was also quite confused at the time. But when I went to Longshan village, I saw that many vendors doing business here chose to buy houses and register for permanent residence. Speaking of this, Du Jianshan's face showed a trace of emotion. Before, he always thought that Bingda village was the core. But since he went to Longcheng village, he found that the development there was soaring at an unimaginable speed. Apart from other things, due to the huge demand for restaurant chains, night markets and vendors on the pedestrian street, under the leadership of the grain, oil, noodle and meat wholesale department under Bingda Culture and Tourism, more and more vegetable and grain wholesale business owners came to the East District. So much so that a grain, oil, rice, noodle, meat and vegetable wholesale market was spontaneously formed in the East District, and even the variety of vegetables, aquatic products, fruits and flowers far exceeded that of the Ase County Farmers Market. Chapter 366 Unknowingly. I became the first in the world. They also buy houses? Hearing that vendors also choose to buy houses and register for permanent residence, Su Hang's face has a hint of surprise. Although vendors seem to get up early and go to bed late every day, their faces are dusty, and they wear a big apron all day long, like the lowest level of society. But in fact, this group of people is definitely the most shrewd, and the income is not low. They basically go wherever there is profit, and rarely give up their hometowns, and choose to register for permanent residence outside. Yes, the medical and educational conditions in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone are here, plus the TV station in the East District, and the gradual commissioning of Postal Savings Bank have greatly increased their confidence. They all think that with the development of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, housing prices will continue to rise. So, Du Jianshan said again, if this is the case, after the two real estate companies deliver the houses, other management and public services must also keep up. As for the waterway, we will focus on it next year. It should be no problem. Su Hang nodded. The Public Security Bureau of the Economic Development Zone has already set up police stations in Longcheng Village and Luan Village. I plan to set up street offices in accordance with relevant regulations after the permanent population of Longcheng Village and Luan Village exceeds 10,000. On the side, Zhang Hancheng followed up with a sentence. The street office is equivalent to the township level. At that time, many public service agencies can be added in accordance with regulations. Yes, but we have to do it step by step. Now there are many financially supported personnel in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. We need to improve efficiency and not make it too bloated. After a little thought, Su Hang looked at the two of them. The current fiscal revenue of Bingdu Economic Development Zone mainly relies on taxes from enterprises and individuals. It only has a bus group and a semi-profitable Bingdu TV station. If the fiscal situation is to be alleviated, in addition to continuing to attract large enterprises to settle down, it is necessary to find a way to establish the Bingdu Economic Development Zone State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. and then let the Bingu Economic Development Zone invest in shares, or create local state-owned enterprises belonging to the Bingu Economic Development Zone. Of course, the Bingu Economic Development Zone State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission can only be thought about at present. The current fiscal situation has not even settled some basics, and it dare not think about anything else. The employment first then hire system we implemented is very good. The ones who stay in the end are basically those who are good at work and can handle things. Those who think they can rest assured that they will be done with it forever are not accepted. Du Jianshan said again. This is the best. By the way, do you have any other needs? Looking at the time, Su Hang said. The construction progress of Bingu University is at a critical moment. There are more than 3,000 workers, and more than 200 large machines on site in the past 2 days. From time to time, we have to go there to keep an eye on it. If it involves large ancient buildings, you have to be present throughout the process. Director, I don't have anything to do for the time being, it's up to Director Du. Zhang Hancheng said. In fact, Zhang Hancheng still has a lot of things to do, including the PPP double-track railway project, the construction and extension of internal roads in the economic development zone, and the sewage treatment plant, etc., but there is no money in the fiscal budget, so it can only be delayed for the time being. Especially the PPP railway project, although it is a cooperation between the enterprise and the local government. It is impossible for the local government to not pay a penny, at least more than 20% of the related expenses must be borne. Director, I really have something to say. Du Jianshan, as if he had been prepared for this, hurriedly said. You tell me. Director, I'm thinking about setting up an ecological breeding and planting demonstration area in our Bingu Economic Development Zone, and then moving the Bingu breeding farm there. As more and more buildings are built here, it's not appropriate to put the Bingu breeding farm in the inner city. Du Jianshan expressed his thoughts. Ecological breeding. Planting? Can ecological breeding be done in the Gobi Desert? After hearing this, Su Hang instantly focused on these words. As for the relocation of Bingu Farm, even if Du Jianshan didn't mention it, it would be put on the agenda around New Year's Day. The original farm and leather processing workshop were 2 kilometers north of Yulian. That is, after the construction of Bingke Tower on Qilong Road. It did not extend northward. Otherwise it would have been moved long ago. However, he really didn't think about ecological farming. Although the trees and turf bought from the pond system basically survived, they couldn't even touch the edge of ecological farming. Absolutely, to be honest with you. Director, I have a research project in my hands that is related to ecological breeding in Gobi deserts and salt alkali lands. We have already achieved corresponding results in the laboratory and are waiting for field verification. Du Jianshan nodded with certainty. Oh! Su Hang suddenly realized, and then he remembered Du Jianshan's background. He is the Dean of the School of Environment at Xiaohua Tsinghua University. I can't say how professional he is in the world, but he is definitely top-notch in China. What non-professionals think is impossible may not be impossible in their hands. What do you think? Du Jianshan looked at Su Hang with expectation. No problem. You can discuss with Mr. Zhong of Bingu Culture and Tourism to see where it is suitable to carry out ecological breeding. The relevant expenses will be fully borne by Bingu Culture and Tourism, and let the relevant technical personnel there unconditionally cooperate with the relevant technical personnel throughout the process. If we can grow food in a place like our Bingu Economic Development Zone, Director Du, you will definitely appear in the history of Bingu Economic Development Zone in the future. Without even thinking about it, Su Hang agreed to this matter. That's great. When he heard Su Hang's agreement, Du Jianshan was overjoyed. At this moment, it seemed as if everything had been fulfilled. However, when your team engages in ecological breeding and involves related animals, it is necessary to communicate with the Animal Research Institute of Shanghai Jiaotong University in advance. The breeding farm has signed a long-term cooperation agreement with them. After a pause, Su Hang suddenly thought of something and reminded again. Don't worry about that. As the sun set, Yuan, the golden sunlight falling on the unfrozen pond, was surprisingly charming. At Xiao Songlong Pavilion, a group of people were chatting. In addition to the old villagers of Bingu Village, Yang Yuan and his wife Sun Xiaoyun were also there. Before they knew it, they had lived in Yuan for 3 months. At first, they were a little embarrassed, but as time went by, they became more and more familiar with the other villagers. Now they come to Xiao Songlong Pavilion to chat every day, and from time to time, they will talk about some physical problems with Tong Jichuan and Shintong. Their life is so comfortable. Old Lu, How come you have time to come here today? Feng Shuyu asked casually while doing Tai Chi. There is a project that will be completed tomorrow. I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I came back. Lu Ming said while holding a teacup. Which project? The West City Wall. Tong Jichuan, who was sitting by the pond and enjoying the sunset quietly, said. Currently, the second phase of the Binggu Village Health Center project is still under construction, so Lu Ming is definitely not talking about this. It would be great if the West City Wall could be completed so quickly. It's the 500-meter-long single-family building at the west end of the pedestrian street, Lu Ming said casually. So the pedestrian street has been connected to the west gate? Feng Shuyu subconsciously looked back in the direction of the west gate. Only some necessary intersections are left. Lu Ming nodded. Tomorrow he will hand over the 500-meter single-family building as a whole to Binggu Cultural Tourism, which will be responsible for unified operation and management. What about the road surface? Is it also paved with bluestone slabs? Feng Shuyu asked again. That's for sure. It looks a bit strange that there is only a section of the national road surface. This is a small project. Once the materials arrive, it can be completed in a few nights. Lu Ming replied. Old Lu, after the bluestone slabs here are laid, will you apply for relevant records from UNESCO? Before Feng Shuyu asked again, Gao Yuling, who was beside Feng Shuyu, took over the conversation. Ah, apply for records? What records? The next moment, not only Lu Ming was stunned, but Feng Shuyu and others were also stunned. No, old Lu, what do you mean? Aren't you in Shaosu building the world's longest pedestrian street? Seeing everyone's reaction, Gao Yuling's face was even more stunned than Lu Ming's. The longest pedestrian street in the world? Lu Ming was stunned again. Yes, the longest pedestrian street in the world is in Jiancheng now, which is 1.5 kilometers long. Our Binggu pedestrian street is 3 kilometers long from the Dongtu Night Market to the West City Gate. When you and Shaosu started planning, I thought you were going to build the longest pedestrian street in the world. And it was an ancient building pedestrian street. Then build a bluestone archway with the words, the longest pedestrian street in the world on the pedestrian street. And then attract tourists and young people to come and check in this way. After all, it is the world's longest pedestrian street, Gao Yuling explained. Hearing this, Lu Ming suddenly realized and felt a little embarrassed. He and Su Hang really didn't have this idea. Anyway, it was built along the national highway. If it wasn't enough, they would build it. They didn't pay attention to the world's first. No. You really? Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Gao Yuling finally understood. We really didn't think about it. But what you said reminded me that we need to apply for this record. The number of tourists in our Binggu Economic Development Zone is far less than that of the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. As long as we apply, we should be able to attract a group of young people. Lu Ming rubbed his hands and was about to pick up his phone to call Su Hang. Old Lu, you don't have to call Xiao Su. When I was in Yanqing, I knew someone who specialized in world record certification. I'll contact him directly. It won't be too late to tell Xiao Su when you are sure you can apply for a world record. Seeing this, Gao Yuling said hurriedly. That's fine too. Lu Ming put the phone back. But he was still mumbling silently. I really didn't expect it. One call leads to 100 calls. Can others apply for a world record later? Time passed by. And at 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone in Binggu Village dispersed and returned to their rooms. Old man, what are you thinking about? Are you sick? In a 2-bedroom and 1 living room in the southeast corner, Sun Xiuyun, who was about to go to wash up, saw her old man sitting in front of the bed with a thoughtful look on his face, and couldn't help asking. At the same time, Sun Xiuyun's face became nervous. Chapter 367 Binggu TV's first broadcast program list. You are sick. Hearing this, Yang Yin immediately raised his head and glanced at his old lady unhappily. What's wrong with you? You are not moving. Sun Xiuyun breathed a sigh of relief. I was thinking about what happened this afternoon. You see, almost every villager in Binggu Village living in Yiyuan is contributing their own strength to this place. I won't talk about Xiaolu. Unknowingly, the world's longest pedestrian street was built for Binggu Village. As a result, before Xiaolu finished speaking, Xiao Gao said he would find someone to help him apply. As for Dr. Tong and his wife, they work in the Binggu Village clinic. Looking at us, we also live in a 2-bedroom apartment. Yang Yin sighed. Old man, you don't want to become a Binggu Village resident? After a moment of silence, Sun Xiuyun looked at Yang Yun. Don't you want to? The environment of a Yuan is better than those sanatoriums. Not to mention that I can chat with Dr. Tong and his group every day. Isn't this the dream retirement life? Yang Yuan asked back. But we can't seem to help Bingdu Village. You said I'm a researcher of aircraft engines. Sun Xiaoyun hesitated. In fact, she would think about it for no reason when she was free, especially sitting in a Yuan and feeling the sunset. It was so beautiful. How great it would be if she could become a villager of Bingdu Village. Then she could live in a Yuan with peace of mind. But every time she thought about it, she felt a little embarrassed. Why should Bingdu Village accept an idle person who did nothing but enjoyed himself? You can't help. But I may not be. Yang Yun looked at Sun Xiaoyun seriously. How can you help? Sun Xiaoyun paused. Didn't you hear from Xiao Lu that there are fewer and fewer tourists in Bingdu Village recently? Is it because Bingdu Village is not good? Even a fishing leisure place in Bingdu Economic Development Zone can be praised by anglers all over the country, not to mention other projects. I think the reason why there are fewer tourists is because of traffic problems. It's okay in summer, but as soon as it snows in winter, road traffic will be completely interrupted. If tourists can't even get in, how can they appreciate the super beautiful scenery of ancient buildings under heavy snow? Yang Yun said. That's right. Sun Xiaoyun nodded slightly. So I thought about calling Xiao Wang tomorrow morning. He is now in charge of the Railway Transportation Department of Xiagua. Let's see if he can help Bingdu Economic Development Zone once. It's a pity that such a good place can't develop, because there is no railway. After a moment, Yang Yun said again. Although Xiao Wang was brought up by you. You have retired. Does your word still work now? Building a railway is not a matter of a single sentence. Sun Xiaoyun's face flashed with worry. Don't worry about that. I know him well. Besides, supporting the Northwest is the general policy direction. Yang Yun waved his hand immediately, and said confidently. Okay, you can ask what the situation is tomorrow, don't worry. After a long time, Sun Xiaoyun said again. I know. I will never tell others before the matter is confirmed. After that, Yang Yun got up and walked towards the bedroom. As the night deepened, many people fell asleep one after another, Longcheng Village, but the lights were still on in a newly built office building beside the original national highway. In the room, Xing Jianhai, the head of Bingdu TV station, was discussing something with a young man. The young man was none other than Guohong, who had submitted an application for satellite broadcasting by mistake. Under Xing Jianhai's vigorous training, Guohong has now become one of the backbones of Bingdu TV station, and successfully obtained the establishment of Bingdu Economic Development Zone in the recruitment a few days ago, becoming a real public official. The newly built office building was the office building of Bingdu TV station, which was delivered 10 days ago. In addition to the office building, the TV station also has a special recording building, 2 studios and a logistics building, covering an area of about 30 acres. Now all the staff of Bingdu TV have moved into the new office, and the sign of Bingdu TV has been officially hung outside the gate. Leader, is our program list set like this? Guohong said after a moment. There is no other way. Xing Jianhai picked up the directory on the desk and started to read it. The list listed the time slot programs from 6:30 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. in detail. From 6:30 to 7 o'clock, the promotional video of Bingdu Economic Development Zone was played in a loop. Yesterday afternoon, after a month of filming, editing, and production, the media integration team produced a half-hour promotional video for Bingdu Economic Development Zone. From the vast Gobi Desert to Bingdu, Yadin landforms, Guanjia Tower, and ancient pedestrian streets, everything is included. This time period was also designated as a permanent promotional period by Xing Jianhai, and the promotional content will be updated as the construction of Bingdu Economic Development Zone continues. From 7 to 7:30 is Bingdu News. In order to ensure the smooth broadcast of the TV station, Xing Jianhai directly mobilized his brother and asked Xing Jianping to introduce several excellent anchor seedlings who had just interned at Xiagua Satellite TV this year. 4 of them are news anchors, and 2 are weather anchors. In the past few days, they have arrived at the TV station and completed the entry procedures, and have begun to prepare for the news and weather live broadcasts. In addition, Xing Jianhai used his own resources to recruit 3 very experienced reporters from his former employer. At that time, the news interviews will be fully responsible by these 3 veteran reporters, adding camera, editing, directing, etc. Before we know it, the staff of Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station has reached about 150 people, among which all the professional and experienced talents recruited are editors, and the rest are on a contract basis. This also makes Bingdu TV the unit with the largest number of employees in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, uniquely. Between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. A weather forecast will be broadcast first, and then a public service advertisement, according to Xing Jianhai's plan. Before the investment promotion conference is held, public service advertisements will be broadcast during the advertising period. Among them, there are publicity for fraud prevention, and there are also announcements of information about lost children, etc. From 8 to 11 o'clock in the morning is the morning theater. Due to limited funds, and it is not a main time period, Xing Jianhai finally bought an old TV series from 20 years ago at a low price, mainly focusing on nostalgia. From 11:30 to 12:30, the news of the previous day in Suqing province is broadcast. Although Bingdu TV is about to be launched on satellite, it is a unified requirement of the province to broadcast news from Suqing province, as long as it is under the jurisdiction of Suqing province. It must follow the regulations. It does not mean that Bingdu Economic Development Zone will be completely independent after the satellite is launched, and it will no longer have anything to do with Suqing province. From 12:30 to 3:30 in the afternoon is the noon theater. This drama is also an old film that Xing Jianhai spent 5 million to dig out from the film library of 70 or 80 years ago. From 3:30 to 4:30 in the afternoon, the promotional video of Bingdu Economic Development Zone will continue to be broadcast. After that, a program similar to Patrol will be broadcast. The main theme is to help tourists. From 4:30 to 5:30, it is the animation period. The animations broadcast are still those in the memory of the 80s and 90s. Although these animations are outdated, there is no way. If you ask, there is no money. From 5:30 to 6, the current affairs news of Bingdu Economic Development Zone will be broadcast. From 6 to 7, the news of Suqing province will continue to be broadcast. From 7 to 7:30, the news broadcast of Xiaogua will be broadcast. Again, it is a hard rule. After the weather forecast ended at 7:40, the so-called prime time officially began. Bingdu TV broadcast the first and second episodes of Out of My Own Swordsman. There were public service advertisements in between, and the show ended at 9:30. Since there were no self-made interview programs, the TV station continued to broadcast the promotional video of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Until 11 o'clock, it entered the movie time. It was still the same formula, the same taste, all old movies from the 1990s, and some films from Hong Kong. The broadcasting rights of the main hit are cheap. After the old movie ended, a soothing light music was played, and then the station was turned off. Leader, didn't you say that the variety show produced by Bingdu Culture has also started recording? Should we? Many TV stations are trying to compete for the first day's ratings. Except for the mission-oriented Wulin Waizhuan, ours are basically antiques. After a moment, Guahong hesitated for a moment, whispered, variety shows are reserved for weekends. The anti-Japanese war drama shot by another group of Bingdu Culture took over the time slot of Wulin Waizhuan, so don't think about them. Xing Jianhai waved his hand helplessly. This is what happens when a TV station has no content. When there is more self-made content in the future, such problems will not occur again. At worst, it can be replayed. I understand. Guahong nodded. By the way, have you contacted Mr. Shui? Has the filming of Wulin Waizhuan been completed? If it is delayed, I am afraid it will be too late. After a pause, Xing Jianhai asked again. If it was not broadcast on satellite TV, Wulin Waizhuan could be sent to the relevant units of Suqing province for review. But now that it is broadcast on satellite TV, the TV series must be sent to the Xiaogua radio and television department for review. Even if he knows some friends there, he can take the fast track when sending it to the relevant departments of Xiaogua for review. But after the film is reviewed, it still needs to be debugged and tested. After all, they are all new machines and new people. If an accident happens on the day of the premiere, it will be a major accident. It is not only the people of Bingdu TV station who will lose face, but also the face of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. I just contacted Mr. Shui 2 hours ago, Guahong said immediately. What do you mean? Xing Jianhai put down the premiere schedule in his hand. Chapter 368. Dig out all the points that can be dug out. Mr. Shui said that the shooting progress is very fast, and the editing will be completed in another week. Guahong replied hurriedly. 1 week? That's no problem, this time. We are also grateful for Bingdu Culture, otherwise, our prime time is still the super nostalgic theater. Xing Jianhai breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that these two dramas of Bingdu Culture and the variety show that is being recorded were all helped by Director Su's friends. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Binga Culture to produce the program in such a short time. Guahong said again. This is normal. No matter from which angle you consider it. Director Su will help. Xing Jianhai glanced at the computer screen and said, That's it for today. There is only one task in the next few days, which is to debug. Debug and debug again. There must be no problems on the day of the launch. Okay, leader. But there is another thing here. While nodding, Guahong hesitated for a moment and then spoke. You say? Xing Jianhai frowned. At this critical moment, we must not delay the problem. When I came here just now, my colleagues in the news interview department were a little worried. They were a little afraid that the local news in Bingdu Economic Development Zone could not support the daily news content. Guahong whispered. Cannot support the news content? Who said that? Hearing this, Xing Jianhai's face suddenly darkened. I heard that the factories of Longsheng Group and Tontai Clothing have been completed and will be put into production soon. With the size of these two companies, they can be included in the news of Xiaogua. Can't they be included in the news of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Can't we interview the construction projects of Su's Medical and Xiaotia Construction's Northwest headquarters? Can't we report on the progress of some basic livelihood projects in Bingdu Economic Development Zone? In addition, I heard Director Zhang and others chatting a few days ago. The Bingke brand has been listed as one of the 100 fastest improving brands in Blue Star. Isn't that a point? There is also Binga Beer. Now the factory workers have exceeded 300 people, and the daily sales volume exceeds 20,000 boxes. Isn't that the content of the interview? This does not include the Binga Cultural and Tourism School. The new campus of Binga College is under construction, etc. If we count some work activities and meetings of the leaders of Zichengmen and the Economic Development Zone, we can't broadcast all the content every day. You are still worried that the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is small and has no content. The more Xing Jianhai talked, the uglier his face became. He was already showing signs of anger. In his opinion, although Bingdu Economic Development Zone has been silent since the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, it is like a pastime internet celebrity. But in fact, each of these things can cause a lot of discussion. Leader, maybe they have not been in Bingdu Economic Development Zone for a long time, and many things are not clear yet. So it is like this. I will take them to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone office tomorrow to find the staff there. Seeing that Xing Jianhai's face was not right, Guahong hurriedly began to make up for it. Tell them, they must go all out to dig out all the points that can be dug, Xing Jianhai said, knocking heavily on the desk with his fingers. Then I'll go find them right now. Go! Waved his hand. After a while, waiting for Guahong to leave the office, Xing Jianhai stared at the program and fell into deep thought again. The moon sets, the sun rises, in the blink of an eye. It was 10 o'clock in the morning of the next day. In the office of the first person in charge of the relevant departments of Lanzhou Radio and Television, a man in his 50s was sitting behind his desk, looking at the information in his hand. A staff member was sitting in front of the desk. At the same time, Hao Juhai, the head of Suqing Provincial TV station, was also there. So everything is ready? After a long while, the man put down the document in his hand and looked at Hao Juhai. Yes, leader. According to preliminary estimates, although we may not be in the top 20 in the ratings, we will definitely not be at the bottom, Hao Juhai said hurriedly. That's great. Let's make arrangements at that time. If I have nothing to do on December 1st, I will go to your TV station. After all, this time the provincial TV station has allocated special channel support project funds, not only for us, but also for the relevant leaders in the province. After a little thought, the man made arrangements. Ah, then we definitely welcome the leaders to come and observe. Hao Junhai was stunned at first, then he responded immediately. But the expression on his face was obviously not as natural as before. By the way, how is the preparation of Bingdu TV station for the satellite broadcast this time? After looking at Hao Junhai, the man looked at the staff again. Even if the focus of the new satellite TV this time is on the provincial station, the remaining one must ensure that it can be broadcast smoothly even if the program quality is not required. I have communicated with the person in charge of the TV station there, and they said there is no problem. Although the quality of the program content is not high, it can cope with the satellite broadcast, the staff said hurriedly. Are you so sure? Both the man and Hao Junhai showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Especially Hao Junhai. In his opinion, The provincial station was so busy while the TV station over there had just started to be established. Theoretically, it was normal for it to be a mess. But now the person in charge over there actually said there was no problem. How could he not be surprised? Leader, you may not know that. The person in charge of Bingda TV station had been the production director of Huisher for many years. His name is Xing Jianhai, and he has quite rich experience. The staff introduced. The production director of Huisher is now the head of Bingda TV? The man was stunned again. As the head of provincial radio and television, he knew the level of the production director of Huisher very well. In terms of ability, he was not inferior to Hao Juhai in front of him. The most important thing was that, a few years ago, Suqing Provincial TV Station also wanted to improve its strength. As a result, when it went to first and second tier TV stations to poach people, there were not many supervisors willing to come, let alone those above the production director level. Hao Juhai next to him suddenly realized. Yes. What about the content? Even if there are professional talents there, it's not easy to make content. After a while, the man asked again. Originally, he wanted to ask about Xing Jianhai again, but his mind suddenly emerged with the Bingdu Economic Development Zone's easy appearance on Xiaodui News and the commotion caused by the opening ceremony of the Border Cultural Tourism Festival. In this way, it is still easy to find a few talents in the media industry. They said that the Bingdu Economic Development Zone borrowed a little money and bought a lot of super old films. In addition to the previous short drama project, they put together the first broadcast program list. The staff explained. So that's how it is. I have to say, experience means you can handle things. Although the old film is outdated, it is definitely the most suitable when you don't pursue ratings. The man breathed a sigh of relief, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. That's right. So I didn't report to you about the situation of Bingda TV later. The staff member said again. No need to report. There will be no problem with using the old film, as long as the broadcast signal can be received normally at that time. The man waved his hand immediately. Okay, leader. That's it for today. There will be a meeting in the province this afternoon. If there is something urgent, please send a message first. The man said again after looking at the time on the wall. Leader, let's go to the station first to check it out. After looking at each other, Hao Juhai and the staff hurriedly stood up. Okay. A few minutes later, the two left the corridor and came to the elevator. I didn't expect that Bingdu Economic Development Zone could dig up the production director of a second-tier satellite TV station. As he walked, Hao Juhai said with emotion, normal, although Bingdu Economic Development Zone is average in other aspects. Its resources in the entertainment media industry are absolutely unparalleled. Anyway, no prefecture-level city in the 5 northwestern provinces can compare with it. The staff nodded. Okay. Director Hao, don't worry. No matter what talents Bingdu TV recruits, or how many entertainment resources it has, the economic strength there is there. Those stars are not fools. It is impossible for them to go to Bingdu TV for free every time. That is to say, Bingdu TV will never be able to surpass our provincial TV station in terms of program content. Look, all the special subsidies this time were given to the provincial TV station, but Bingda TV station didn't get a cent. The staff seemed to see what Hao Junhai was thinking, and said casually, I didn't mean that, I just had some surprises just now, and I hope Bingdu TV station will get better and better in the future, after all. It is the second satellite TV station in our Suqing province. Hao Juhai smiled and walked into the elevator. That's not wrong. The staff followed him in. Busy days are always short. A month is just 4 weekends for many people. It's over before they can react. November 30th, there is only 1 day left for the new local TV stations to be launched. As expected, at this time, people are discussing this matter both in reality and on the internet. In the end, as expected, it won the first place in the hot search. And the comments under the first hot search are even more noisy. Some people think that provincial TV stations are provincial TV stations at all times. They have a lot of resources. Even if more than 30 local TV stations are added at once, it will not change the existing ratings pattern. There are still so many strong ones. Some people also believe that the strength of some prefecture-level TV stations in the south should not be underestimated. After all, the GDP of these prefecture-level cities is higher than those provinces in the northwest. And they definitely have the strength to impact the first echelon. At the same time, more people are cheering for their own TV stations that are about to be broadcast on satellite. And they will definitely support their own TV stations with all their strength. Of course, there are supporters and there are also sour words. Some people in the prefecture-level cities in the south, who failed to obtain the qualification of satellite TV stations, have all kinds of complaints. In addition to being dissatisfied with the satellite TV stations in their own provinces, they are also dissatisfied with the local satellite TV stations in the remote and poor provinces of Xiagua. In their opinion, these local TV stations are wasting satellite resources, and they should give them the satellite quota. For this reason, these people also held a vote on the internet, and more than half of the people voted that some local TV stations in the northwest that cannot support the financial situation should give up the satellite quota and let the capable ones go up. What's more, some online keyboard players actually searched the official websites of several satellite TV stations in the northwest on the internet, and then left various messages and various dissuasion. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 30th, this Jioga City office, Zhuo Xuezhong frowned and felt a little relieved when he saw the relevant situation on the internet. Chapter 369 Give up the satellite quota? The current online violence is really strong. After a long time, Zhuo Xuezhong rubbed his eyebrows and leaned back in his chair. Who said it wasn't? Look at how our local TV stations in the northwest have been scolded, especially Bingdu TV. There are more than 10,000 comments saying that Bingdu TV should give up the satellite quota, and many netizens have left all kinds of messages under the official video account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It's really unbearable to watch. Across the desk, a middle-aged man's face was full of emotion. Although the TV stations in various cities did not submit applications at that time, when the heads of these TV stations learned that Bingdu TV station finally got the satellite quota, they all had some complaints in their hearts, thinking that Bingdu TV station's satellite broadcast was a bit of a joke. But now all the complaints have turned into sympathy. At the same time, they finally understood why Launcher TV station, which was the strongest at the time, did not apply for satellite broadcast. In addition to the factor of its own strength, the public opinion from the outside world is simply not something that ordinary places can bear. Are the local TV stations in Ning Province and Xian Province the same as Bingdu TV? A trace of worry flashed across Zhuo Xuezhong's face. No! The most questioned TV station is Bingdu TV. The man shook his head. Why? Zhuo Xuezhong said hurriedly. Things have been happening one after another in the past few months. I have been busy like a top, so I have not paid attention to the situation in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Although I had expected it in my heart, considering my personal relationship with Su Heng, Zhuo Xuezhong still hoped that Bingdu TV station would be better, at least to make it through the first broadcast. It's because the program list released by Bingdu TV is either outdated TV series from the 1990s or public service advertisements or news broadcasts. The TV series at 8 o'clock is a local drama assigned by the superiors. Although the content of the satellite TV stations in Xian Province and Ning Province is also rough, it is at least much richer than that of Bingdu TV. Therefore, the public is instantly unhappy after reading such a program list, and thinks that Bingdu TV does not deserve to be broadcast on satellite. The man sighed. This. For a moment, Zhuo Xuezhong didn't know what to say. It wasn't until a moment later that he muttered. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is less than 2 years old, and its financial situation is unstable. Besides, there was no TV station before. Does it have any other choice besides broadcasting old movies and public service advertisements at a low price? Anyway, we are not competing for ratings. Besides, isn't there a local short drama? Director Zhuo, that's what you say. But the public doesn't think so. Many people even say that this is a problem of the attitude of Bingdu TV station, especially some areas and people in our province. They cursed the most fiercely. Some even said in the comment area that even the local TV stations in Xian Province and Ning Province paid for the film sources for the 8 o'clock shows from special film and television companies. But Bingdu TV actually used a self-made drama produced by a cultural company that has never filmed a TV series and whose main business is singing opera, etc., which is very unpopular, the man said. After a pause, before Zhuo Xuezhong spoke, the man spoke again. Old Zhuo, do you think Bingdu Economic Development Zone is really in trouble? According to Director Su's style of doing things, it shouldn't be like this. Why is it this time? And since the Cultural Tourism Festival, there has been very little news about Bingdu Economic Development Zone. That's not the case. It may be that Director Su has other things recently, and his focus is not on Bingdu TV. Zhuo Xuezhong shook his head, indicating that the man should not think too much. But then again, for Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the TV station going on satellite is definitely a top-notch event, I don't believe that some projects can be more important than this. If I remember correctly, it was because Bingdu TV station was going to be on satellite. That's why Bingdu Economic Development Zone did not participate in the selection of the top 100 counties and districts. Alas, you have a good relationship with Director Su, it's okay. The man curled his lips. In fact, he was not the only one who thought so. The heads of several other counties and districts in Gyeongga City also talked about similar topics. By the way, Director Lee, speaking of the top 100 counties and districts, has the relevant materials of Gyeogyang District been submitted? After looking at the man, Zhou Shuezhong did not want to talk to the man about whether Bingdu Economic Development Zone would work. So he simply interrupted and changed the topic. It was submitted half a month ago. According to the relevant procedures, now the data of our entire province has probably been summarized by the relevant departments of Xiagua. The man seemed to have noticed that Zhou Shuezhong was a little unhappy, and did not mention Bingdu Economic Development Zone again. So the results of the top 100 counties will be out by the end of December? Zhou Shuezhong said. Almost. But then again, as long as we submit the relevant materials, we have completed the task. The results are really not important to us. Those counties in the south are super strong, and there is no comparison at all. The man glanced at the administrative planning map of Gyeongga City on the wall. It's time for the year-end summary again without knowing it. Time flies. He stood up, stretched his body briefly, and went to the water dispenser to make a cup of tea for each of them. This year's Chinese New Year falls on January 26th, and tomorrow is December 1st, which means there are only more than 50 days left. Less than 2 months. Who says it's not? Another year has passed. In January, we will start preparing various annual data reports. Our city's data this year will definitely not look good. After taking the tea, the man sighed with some worry. It doesn't look good, but there is nothing we can do. The general environment is like this. Alas, just as the voices on the internet were getting more and more, causing many people to discuss. At 4 p.m., in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Su Hang put down his work and appeared in the office building of Bingdu TV station. Although Su Hang has been working hard on the new campus of Bingdu College during this period, and he has to complete the outdoor project before the end of the year, it does not mean that Su Hang has not paid attention to other things. Bingdu TV station is definitely one of the most important things. He even has to communicate with Shui Yutian and Song Liwei about the progress every few days. At the same time, Bingdu TV station will report on the satellite work and the difficulties encountered every 3 days. Tomorrow is the satellite time, and Su Hang will come to do the final supervision. Is all the equipment running properly? Looking at the busy staff in the recording hall, Su Hang said, Leader, there are no problems with the equipment, and we can definitely guarantee that the live broadcast signal will be connected on time at 6 a.m. tomorrow. It's just the public opinion on the internet now. Xing Jianhai took a deep breath. His face was full of guilt. You don't need to worry about the news on the internet. You drafted the program list, but I signed and agreed to it in the end. If there is any problem, I will be responsible. Su Hang shook his head slightly, indicating that Xing Jianhai should not worry. Su Hang was calm because he had watched the film produced by Bingdu Culture. Overall, it was 99% similar to the original film on Earth. And even the actors were very similar. So what was there to worry about? Although Xing Jianhai had also watched the film, he did not dare to expect too much in terms of ratings, because this film hardly used any stars, and several of the leading actors were from Bingdu Troupe. In addition, without any publicity, it was really difficult to see any performance. On the contrary, he is very optimistic about the anti-Japanese war drama and variety show that he has invested 200 million yuan in. Leader, it's not that I don't have confidence in our subsequent content, but I am worried that the pressure from public opinion will be too great. What if the relevant departments really adopt the relevant opinions and cancel our satellite broadcast qualification? After all, our first broadcast program list is a bit shabby. Xing Jianhai took a deep breath. From this morning to now, not to mention him, the entire TV station staff did not dare to look at the comment area of the official video account. Is it shabby? I think it's good. Otherwise, it's impossible to ensure that a newly established TV station can be successfully launched in such a short time. Su Hang smiled and signaled Xing Jianhai not to be nervous again. Ding-ling-ling. However, just when Su Hang was about to say something else, his cell phone rang suddenly. Took out his cell phone and took a look. Su Hang's expression changed slightly. Then, he walked aside and answered the phone. Hello, hello. Is this Director Su from Bingyu Economic Development Zone? The next moment, a man's voice came from the phone. Chapter 370 The Operation Mode of Qixia Town. Su Heng glanced at the address on the incoming call display before speaking again. Who are you? I am the person in charge of our provincial radio and television, Zhu Xiaoan. After confirming his identity, the other end of the phone rang quickly. Hello. Director Zhu. Su Heng's expression changed. Although Suqing Provincial Radio and Television is a provincial unit, Bingyu Economic Development Zone is only a provincial development zone. Su Heng's level is only a researcher. But Su Heng does not bother with these provincial and bureau-level leaders. Director Su, there is such a thing. You say? There are some discussions about local TV stations going on the internet now. You should have seen it. Zhu Xiaoan's voice followed. I saw it. Su Heng's voice was as calm as before, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Due to the high heat of the discussion, the relevant departments of Xia State also noticed the relevant situation. After an emergency meeting and discussion, a notice was issued. The notice said that based on the current actual situation, the previous relevant policies will be adjusted. Zhu Xiaoan said. What's the adjustment? Su Heng glanced at Xing Jianhai, who was guiding the work in the hall. The new policy says that newly launched local TV stations will be given a 3-month adaptation period. After 3 months, the ratings will be ranked comprehensively. The bottom 10 local TV stations may have to withdraw from the satellite sequence. Zhu Xiaoan explained the new policy. This is the power of the internet. If it were in the past, there would be no adjustment policy in such a short time. It would take at least 1 or 2 years. Oh, let's see in 3 months. Anyway, Bingyu TV will resolutely implement the relevant policies and will not have any objections. Su Heng paused and said, Director Su, I know Bingyu TV will definitely implement the relevant policies at that time. The reason I called you is to ask if you have any thoughts on transferring the satellite qualification? The voice on the other end of the phone hesitated for a while before coming again. Director Zhu, what do you mean? Can the satellite quota be transferred? Su Heng frowned slightly. Before, each province had 1 new satellite quota, and it could not be transferred. After this adjustment, it is allowed to be transferred during the 3-month adaptation period. To put it bluntly, it also means the survival of the fittest. Just now, the head of a prefecture-level city TV station in the south contacted me and wanted me to coordinate to see if the satellite quota of Bingyu TV station could be transferred to them. I don't think that we are just starting out here. It is really difficult to operate a satellite TV station with human and financial resources. It is better to transfer it over there. Not only will I be relieved at that time, but I can also get a considerable qualification transfer fee. At this point, Zhu Xiaoan said the real purpose of the call. Is that so? Su Heng replied casually, and walked towards the director's room. How is it? I think this is definitely a good thing for Bingyu TV. The person in charge of Launcher TV almost regretted it to death after hearing the new policy. He felt that he should have strived for the satellite qualification at the beginning, and then transferred this quota to those financially well-off TV stations in southern cities. Zhu Xiaoan continued to ask, Director Zhu, I don't think I will transfer this TV station for now. Let's give it a try. While talking, Su Heng had already arrived at the door of the director's room. At this time, Xing Jianhai was nervously communicating with the staff inside about the details before the broadcast. Try it? Director Su, are you sure you want to try it? Hearing Su Heng's reply, Zhu Xiaoan's voice was full of surprise and confusion. Obviously, Su Heng's answer was different from what he thought. Yes. Su Heng's answer was decisive and straightforward. Director Su, why don't you think about it again? The first broadcast list of Bingyu TV has caused controversy on the internet. It's better not to. After a pause, Zhu Xiaoan said again, Director Zhu, I still think we should follow the relevant policies. As for the transfer of the satellite quota, I think it's not necessary. If you don't have anything else to do, I'll hang up. There are still many things to deal with here. Su Heng said again. Okay, I've given you the opportunity anyway, as long as you don't regret it later. That won't happen. Then let's do it this way. Lawn City, in an office building by the river, a middle-aged man frowned at his black-screen mobile phone. The man was none other than Zhu Xiaoan, the relevant person in charge of the radio and television department of Suqing Province. At this time, there was another middle-aged man sitting opposite him. The middle-aged man's name is He Baoyun, and he is the head of the TV station in Dong City, Guangdong Province. This time, Dong City lost to Ju City TV station by a narrow margin. So he did not hesitate to get information from insiders. When the satellite TV began to ferment a few days ago, he noticed some signs of policy changes. So he came to Suqing province first and found Zhu Xiaoan through his connections. As it turned out, he Baoyun guessed right. This is what happened before us. The person in charge of Bingdu Economic Development Zone will not be transferred. Putting down the phone, Zhu Xiaoan shook his head at He Baoyun with some regret. Did he not hear the transfer price? He Baoyun's face was instantly filled with disappointment. They rejected us before we even discussed the transfer price. They didn't give us a chance at all. Zhu Xiaoan sighed. Why? Bingdu Economic Development Zone doesn't have much economic strength. It's like this right after it started. It's almost all antique films. Just looking at the program list of all the satellite TV stations, Bingdu TV should be the worst one. He Baoyun's face was full of confusion. You ask me. Who should I ask? Anyway, they don't agree. He keeps saying he wants to try. He has a feeling that he won't give up until he reaches the Yellow River. Zhu Xiaoan spread his hands. Then he doesn't know the cruelty of satellite TV. If the local financial situation is not good, he may not be able to afford the broadcasting rights of antique films. When He Baoyun talked about local finances, there was a little more pride on his face. Dong City, Guangdong Province has maintained rapid development in recent years. In addition to being rated as a new first-tier city in Xiagua, last year's GDP reached about 1.2 trillion, which is higher than the GDP of the entire Suqing province. So in He Baoyun's mind, the opportunity for the TV station to be broadcast on satellite should be given to them instead of wasting it in the western provinces. After a pause, before Zhu Xiaoan could speak, He Baoyun thought about it and said, Director Zhu, how about this? Let me go find other leaders in your province. Let them listen to our offer first. Maybe they will agree after hearing the offer? As long as they agree, we will bear all the expenses of Bingdu TV station's broadcast on satellite this time. Looking for leaders? Don't do that. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is different from other cities, counties and districts. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoan hurriedly dissuaded him. Different? He Baoyun paused. Yes. How about this? If it doesn't work, you can go talk to the TV stations in Xi'an province or Ning province. They might transfer. After thinking for a while, Zhu Xiaoan said, these two provinces have more or less produced some programs. I think they may not give up easily in the short term. How about this? All local TV stations will officially start broadcasting at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I will wait here for a day. When the real-time ratings of the first day come out, maybe Bingdu TV will no longer insist on it. After a moment of silence, He Baoyun looked up at Zhu Xiaoan. Well, then, anyway, I'm going to the provincial TV station tomorrow, so it's a good opportunity to check the ratings together. By the way, you can also help point out any shortcomings of our provincial TV station. Zhu Xiaoan nodded. The level and strength of Domshire are obvious to all. Even if it is not broadcast on satellite, the level of the TV station can be maintained at a very high level. Thank you for your trouble. As long as the matter is accomplished, there will be a generous reward. He Baoyun was delighted and said hurriedly, You're welcome. I'm actually considering Bingdu TV station as well. I know. Time flies. When Su Hang arranged everything, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when he came out of Bingdu Economic Development Zone TV station. At this time, a business car was parked at the door of the TV station. Brother Zong, why are you here? Seeing the person next to the car, Su Hang immediately stepped forward and greeted him. There is something. I wanted to go in to find you. But then I thought that the TV station would be on the satellite tomorrow, and you must be very busy. So I didn't disturb you. Zhong Ruofei said. What's the matter? Su Hang asked as he and Zhong Ruofei got in the car. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone allocated several official cars last month, Su Hang usually stayed in the core area, so he left the car to Zhang Hancheng and Du Jianshan. In the morning, the operations department said that Qixia town is ready, so I want to ask when it will be open to the public. After getting on the car, Zhong Ruofei said, Are all the shops ready? Su Hang asked. Although the most important building in Qixia town is Tongfuin, there are other similar buildings besides Tongfuin, including government offices, taverns, rouge shops, pharmacies, other inns, etc. From an aerial view, the entire Qixia town is about 500 meters long and 300 meters wide. There are about 2,500 guest rooms in total. If this size is placed at other places, it will definitely be a characteristic ancient building town. Of course, Su Hang and Zhong Ruofei actually arranged it this way. All the shops in Qixia town did not invite external investors like the pedestrian street this time, but were all operated by Bingda Culture and Tourism. The purpose is to build Qixia town into a place independent of the pedestrian street. It is just because the bluestone pedestrian street in Bingdu village can't be extended any further. If it is extended any further, it will not be a feature, but an inconvenience. Ready! Zhong Ruofei replied immediately. What about transportation? Su Heng asked again. Qixia town is located in the middle of Bingda Cultural Tourism School and the National Highway reroute, and is exactly 2.5 kilometers away from the two places. So transportation is very important. I have consulted Director Zhang, and after consultation, the Economic Development Zone will temporarily add 2 bus routes to Qixia town. Zhong Ruofei said. Okay. If there is no problem with transportation, it can be officially put into operation tomorrow. After a little thought, Su Heng made arrangements.